Mother, I'm so hungry. In her small apartment, Lin Qinghe opened her eyes on the bed, staring blankly for a while before sighing softly, as if accepting her fate. She reached for her phone on the nightstand. It was only 5:30 in the morning. Since it was the 5th month of the lunar calendar, the sky outside was already beginning to brighten. Lin Qinghe quietly put the phone down, and then something unbelievable happened. Suddenly, a cup of hot water appeared in her hand. She stared at the steaming cup. It looked exactly the same as when she had placed it inside the night before. Suppressing the strange feeling in her eyes, Lin Qinghe didn't hesitate any longer. She got up and went to wash. She was just an ordinary office worker, though doing fairly well, currently a sales department manager. Her life had been normal, but recently, something very unusual had started happening to her. While brushing her teeth, she looked at the dark circles under her eyes in the mirror and sighed again. Even though her mind was restless, she still carefully put on her makeup. What was happening to her was something no one would believe. For 3 nights in a row, she had dreamed of a child tugging at her, calling her mother, and asking for food. The dreams felt so real that they nearly frightened her. At first, she thought it was just exhaustion from working overtime, so she didn't pay much attention. But the second night, the exact same dream came again. Along with it, she discovered something inside her body, a space about 10 square meters wide, almost the same size as her apartment. That discovery truly shocked her. Fortunately, she was used to reading novels, so her ability to accept strange things was stronger than most. And she had always been rather brave. In the end, she accepted it quickly. This portable space was connected to her palm. With just a thought, she could see it. It was like a storage box. Last night, she had put a cup of hot water inside as an experiment. When she took it out this morning, it was exactly the same, still hot, not cooled at all. This proved that the space was unchanging. Whatever went in would come out exactly the same. And just moments ago, that child had appeared in her dream again, calling her mother and saying he was hungry. That was what woke her up. But this time, she didn't hesitate anymore. The strong uneasiness in her heart gave her the feeling that something strange was about to happen. She had to start preparing. Because in her dream, she saw a place that was extremely poor. She wasn't sure if it was some kind of end-of-the-world era, but food and supplies were very scarce. The people she saw had blurry faces, yet all of them looked thin and malnourished. Although her own childhood had not been easy, compared to what she saw in the dream, her life growing up under the red flag and the changes of reform was at least secure enough that she never worried about basic food. She simply could not imagine living in such harsh conditions. But all the novels she had read were not for nothing, and now she even had a personal storage space. She felt that if she didn't start preparing, and if by chance she really ended up in some kind of disaster era, she might starve to death. Soon, Lin Qinghe washed up and got ready. She took out paper and pen to make a list of supplies to buy. Rice, oil, salt, soy sauce, vinegar, and tea. Out of these, she decided to replace firewood and tea with brown sugar and rock sugar. White sugar wasn't necessary, since rock sugar could take its place. She also added eggs to the list. In the dream, eggs were as valuable as money. Besides eggs, she also needed meat, any kind of meat, as long as she could get some. She also listed medicines for colds, fevers, stomach problems, and some simple remedies like cooling oil for headaches. These wouldn't take up much space, just one box would be enough. After finishing the food list, Lin Qinghe felt it was almost complete. Next came daily necessities. She wasn't sure if the place would be cold, but warm quilts were a must, along with bedding. All of them had to be in dull colors, not bright ones, because in her dream the world was gray and colorless. Thinking of this, even with her naturally optimistic nature, Lin Qinghe let out a heavy sigh. She continued adding more items, including some personal things. While survival supplies were important, she also wanted to keep a little space for herself, buying some essential women's products that were just as important to her. After filling several pages with her list and checking it over a few times to make sure nothing was missing, she finally felt relieved. Then she began to count her savings. After checking several times, She realized she only had 50,000 yuan in savings. For someone who had become a department manager just a few years after graduation, this amount wasn't much. But she couldn't help it. Her daily expenses were not small. Cosmetics were a must, and she often went shopping or ate out with friends. None of that was free. There was no trace left of the girl she used to be. She had been abandoned by her parents and raised by her grandmother in the countryside. When she was in her second year of college, her grandmother passed away, and from then on she supported herself until graduation and finding a job. Life hadn't been easy, but she managed to get through it, and now she was doing quite well. She had originally planned to save for a down payment on a house, hoping that would help her spend less and avoid living paycheck to paycheck. At the moment, she had just over 2,000 yuan in cash, plus 50,000 in her bank card, together a little more than 52,000. She went online and rented a van. She had gotten her driver's license back in college while working part-time. At the time, she had even thought about working as a driver for extra money, but gave up because the pay was low and the work was tiring. The van belonged to a young man who was going back to his hometown for a few days, so he decided to rent it out. He hadn't expected anyone to actually take it, but when Lin Qinghe contacted him and said she needed it urgently, he drove over. It only took about 10 minutes for him to arrive downstairs. Since Lin Qinghe had already paid the deposit online, there was no need to pay again. She tested the van, though she hadn't driven in a while. It still felt smooth. The van was a bit old, but the back seats had been removed, leaving only one row, which made it perfect for carrying things. Lin Qinghe was very satisfied. She politely brushed off the young man's attempt to chat with her, then got in the van with her backpack and drove off. She hadn't eaten breakfast yet, and she needed to fill her stomach before starting her busy day. The breakfast shop she liked was about a 10-minute drive from her apartment. It wasn't close, and since it wasn't on the way to her office, she couldn't go there often, even though she loved the food. As expected, most shops were still closed, but at 6:15 this breakfast shop was already open. A street cleaner had just bought some buns and was eating while walking away. "Annie, please give me a bun and a cup of soy milk, the kind that costs 3 yuan each," Lin Qinghe said. The lady at the breakfast shop agreed and quickly brought them over. A steaming hot bun and a cup of soy milk. Lin Qinghe had first discovered the shop half a year ago when she happened to pass by and stopped in for breakfast. The shop owner was a local woman. Her family owned 3 buildings and lived off the rent. With today's housing prices, even a small studio cost about 1,000 yuan a month, not including utilities and fees. The cheaper ones still cost 600 or 700 a month. With 3 buildings bringing in rent, that was quite something. Even if the whole family did nothing, they would never have to worry about food or clothing. But the woman and her family didn't like to stay idle. Together with her husband, eldest son, and daughter-in-law, they opened this breakfast shop, and business was booming. The food was not only clean and fresh, but also very generous in portion. Take the bun Lin Qinghe was eating. Her appetite wasn't small, but just one was enough to fill her up. Each bun cost 3 yuan, but it was stuffed with meat, egg, and cabbage. It was delicious and very satisfying. This bun was the reason she drove all the way here. At first, Lin Qinghe wasn't sure if she should believe it. Could it really be true that she had a space she could carry with her and might even travel to another world? She hesitated for 2 days, but by the 3rd day she had made up her mind. Once she accepted it, she felt a strong sense of urgency, afraid she might suddenly be taken to that poor place without being prepared. If that happened, she would be in real trouble. And who knew if there would even be a place to cook there? These hearty, tasty buns were just perfect. "Annie, how many buns do you still have? Your cooking is amazing. They smell so good. I'd like to buy some for my colleagues," Lin Qinghe said, wiping her mouth with a tissue. The woman smiled. "There are plenty, but if you buy a lot, I can't give you a discount. Our profit margin isn't big." Because business was always good, the shop usually made a large batch. Sometimes construction workers even placed big orders. But the price was always the same, since no matter how many were bought, the buns would sell out anyway. They didn't really need to rely on big customers like Lin Qinghe. "Andy, just pack as many as you have. I drove here, and I can put them in the back seat. Lin Qinghe said, but Annie, you really have to give me a better price. I've saved your family a lot of effort this time, haven't I? Seeing that she wasn't joking, the woman replied, let me check how many there are. She went to take a look and soon came back. We made quite a lot today, about 300. How many do you want? Only 300? Lin Qinghe asked in surprise. The woman laughed. Young lady, you talk big for your age. 300 is no small number. Even a grown man can only eat 3 at most before he's full. We have many people at our workplace, and most of them are men with big appetites. With food this tasty, each person will want at least 2 or 3. I'm afraid 300 won't be enough, Lin Qinghe said with a smile. You really have that many people at your workplace? The woman looked at her with doubt. Even if each person ate 2 or 3, 300 would still be enough for 100 men. Lin Qinghe smiled and said, of course, our workplace alone doesn't need that many. But we're also sharing with the neighboring office. Anyway, I'll take all 300 first. Annie, what should we pack them in? I'll bring them over and see if everyone likes them. If they do, you might have to work a little overtime today. Everyone's been working late recently, so these are meant as snacks. What kind of workplace is this, that they send a young girl like you to handle such things? The woman asked as she brought out a large foam box, the kind used long ago for selling popsicles. Shall I pack them in this box? She asked. They had these boxes ready because construction sites sometimes ordered large amounts of buns. That works. Lin Qinghe had checked that it was clean and nodded. Then she answered the woman's earlier question. I'm not really the one in charge. My aunt usually manages the meals for several workplaces, but she caught a cold. So I came out to help her. Your buns are famous around here. Lots of filling, clean, and delicious. Everyone will definitely love them. This way, my aunt can finally get some rest. Although her words had some holes in them, the woman didn't think too much about it after hearing Lin Qinghe's cheerful praise. First, she packed 3 foam boxes. Since some items hadn't been steamed yet, Lin Qinghe told the woman to wait for her. She said she would take these 3 boxes first and ask the woman to keep steaming the rest, then put them into foam boxes once ready. She explained she would bring these to her workplace and come back soon. Although her words sounded a little unclear, the matter itself was straightforward. She paid the full amount in advance, so the woman didn't doubt her. After some bargaining, Lin Qinghe even got a discount of 20 yuan. It wasn't much, but she was still happy. At this point, she valued every coin, and 20 yuan was enough to buy her some extra fuel. After leaving the breakfast shop, Lin Qinghe parked her car in a quiet, empty spot and quickly stored the 3 foam boxes into her space. Then she headed straight to the nearby market. She came to buy eggs. Usually, when she wanted to cook something nice for herself, she would come to this market. As soon as she arrived, she bought out all the eggs from the elderly woman who sold local free-range eggs. She knew this area well and trusted that this woman's eggs were always fresh, almost never bad. Of course, supermarkets also sold free-range eggs, and they were cheaper, but you had to pick carefully or risk buying spoiled ones. Although the old woman's eggs were more expensive, Lin Qinghe didn't mind. Since she bought in bulk, the woman even gave her a small discount. It was actually the old woman's son who carried the eggs to the market for her. At this time, he was still there, helping during the morning rush, since the old woman couldn't handle it alone. So Lin Qinghe asked the young man to carry 2 baskets of eggs to her car. After the eggs were loaded, she paid for both baskets along with a carrying pole, then sent him off. She knew he might be puzzled, but she didn't explain. After all, she had paid him fairly. These baskets were quite large and held a lot of eggs. According to the old woman, each basket weighed about 45 jin, not counting the basket itself. At 8 yuan per jin, originally 8 yuan and 2 jiao, the 2 baskets together weighed 90 jin. That cost her more than 700 yuan. Even with the discount, free-range eggs were still expensive. 2 baskets of eggs were not nearly enough for Lin Qinghe, but it was still acceptable. She crossed the word eggs off her list. Just then, the breakfast shop owner called. Lin Qinghe drove back to the shop, gave the lady some good reviews, praised her a little, and then took away 3 foam boxes filled with steamed buns. Although the boxes weren't very large, they could hold quite a lot, about 50 buns each. With 6 boxes, she managed to pack up 300 buns. But Lin Qinghe still wanted more, so she directly ordered 500 buns in advance, planning to pick them up the next morning. The shop owner didn't really understand why she needed so many, but since Lin Qinghe happily paid a deposit of 1,000 yuan, the lady didn't ask further. She simply told her to come back at the same time tomorrow and promised to have the buns packed neatly in foam boxes, without missing a single one. Lin Qinghe smiled and said, "Your shop has a long-standing reputation. I'm not worried at all." Then she drove away and headed to the market. Since she had already bought 2 baskets of eggs there earlier, she decided not to make such a big purchase this time. By now, the market was lively, full of people coming and going. Lin Qinghe's eyes fell on the pork stalls. She was lucky today. The pork was all from local pigs, fresh and delicious, without any unpleasant smell. Even though she wasn't a big fan of pork, she couldn't resist buying some when it was this good. The price was a bit high, but she didn't mind at all. At first, she had planned to keep a low profile, but when she saw such good pork, she couldn't hold back. At the first stall, she ordered half a rack of ribs, pork belly, lean meat, and even fatty meat for rendering oil. Then she went to the other stalls and asked for the same. The pork sellers were all stunned. What was going on? "My relatives are holding celebrations today," Lin Qinghe explained helplessly. They had already ordered pork from their local butcher, but at the last minute, it was sold to someone else. They were so anxious that they came to me for help. "I don't have time to explain more. Please just chop the ribs for me. As for the pork belly and fat, just pack them in bags." The butcher still found it strange. After all, once a butcher promises to sell meat, it's rare for them to go back on their word. But aside from her explanation, they couldn't think of any other reason. Why would she suddenly need so much pork? The only reason could be that she was preparing for a celebration. So, without hesitation, the butcher quickly chopped up the ribs and other cuts for her. Lin Qinghe went from stall to stall, calculating carefully. The ribs alone weighed more than 80 jin, at 25 yuan per jin, costing her over 2,000 yuan. She also bought pork belly, tenderloin, lean meat, and fat. Since she said it was for a happy occasion, the sellers were willing to help her out, but aside from rounding off a few yuan, the price was not discounted. She asked them to help carry everything to the car, then drove away with all the meat. When she reached a quiet place, she looked around to make sure no one was there, then quickly stored all 8 large bags of ribs and other cuts into her hidden space. Altogether, the pork and ribs cost her about 5,000 yuan. After adding the money she had spent on buns and eggs, she now had about 45,000 yuan left. She erased the word meat from her notebook. With so much pork and ribs, she had enough to last for a long time. As for chicken, duck, or fish, she decided not to buy them. She didn't have much money left, and besides, her storage space was only 10 square meters, too small to hold much more. She decided to keep just enough supplies for emergencies. Since she couldn't go back to the same market, she drove to a large wholesale market farther away in the city. There, she started ordering rice. She bought 50 bags of premium vacuum-packed rice, each weighing 20 jin. The supermarket manager thought she was opening a store. When he found out she wasn't, he was puzzled. Why would she need so much? Lin Qinghe explained that it was a company order, meant as a benefit for the staff. In addition to the rice, she also ordered 50 bags of premium flour, each weighing 20 jin. Because she was buying in bulk, the prices were calculated at wholesale rates, so it wasn't too expensive. She also bought peanut oil, choosing a well-known brand that was costly but had a rich, pure flavor. She also used this kind of peanut oil herself. 1 barrel weighed 5.5 kilograms, which was about 11 jin. She checked the wholesale price, hesitated for a moment, and only bought 5 barrels. There was no other way, it was just too expensive. Even at wholesale price, 1 barrel cost more than 100 yuan. 5 barrels came to nearly 600 yuan. A bag of rice at wholesale price was 45 yuan, while the market price was 60, which meant a saving of 15 yuan. But 50 bags of rice still cost more than 2,200 yuan. Flour was about the same price as rice, so 50 bags also came to just over 2,000 yuan. Altogether, that was nearly 5,000 yuan. Lin Qinghe did a quick calculation, then checked the space she had. She had already stored 2 baskets of eggs, 8 large bags of pork, and 6 foam boxes of ready-to-eat buns. Out of the 10 square meters of space, about 5/7 was still free. After putting in the rice, flour, and peanut oil, about 3/7 of the space was left. She asked the market manager to have people load the goods into her van, but there was too much, and the small van couldn't hold it all. So Lin Qinghe told them to load half first. She would deliver it to her workplace, then come back in half an hour for the rest. The market manager agreed, and gave her a receipt. Lin Qinghe drove off with 50 bags of rice and 5 barrels of peanut oil. On the way, she stored everything into her space. Then she crossed out the words oil and rice in her notebook. As a sales department manager, Lin Qinghe was good at making the most of her time each day. On the way, she changed direction and went straight to a pharmacy near the city hospital. She had been there once before. The store was well stocked, but the prices were very high. One visit could easily cost several hundred yuan. But now Lin Qinghe didn't care about that anymore. She bought some medicine for colds, fevers, stomach bloating, and diarrhea. She also bought 10 boxes of a well-known cold medicine. Other items she thought might be useful, like medicated balm, were also on her list, so she bought some to keep in storage. Some of the medicines were especially expensive, costing her nearly 10,000 yuan, but Lin Qinghe didn't mind. It was better to be prepared. Since the medicines didn't take up much space, she asked the pharmacy for a cardboard box to pack them in. After putting the box in her car, Lin Qinghe took out her notebook again and crossed out the word medicine. Then she drove over to the market, where the manager asked someone to load the remaining 50 bags of flour into her car. "If you need anything else, just let me know. As soon as you come, I can have people load it directly for you," the market manager said politely. Since the Dragon Boat Festival was coming soon, he guessed this must be a big company preparing gifts for its employees. Hearing this, Lin Qinghe took out a notebook and wrote down brown sugar, rock sugar, soy sauce, vinegar, and salt. She handed the list to the manager and asked him to prepare the items according to the amounts she wrote, while she first delivered the flour to her workplace. The manager agreed without a problem. Lin Qinghe then drove off, and halfway there, she stored the flour inside her special space. Now, about 3/7 of the space was still empty. She felt that the food supplies were almost complete. She parked on the street, crossed out flour from her notebook, and checked the rest of the list to see if anything was missing. If there was, she could add it later. She also organized the space a bit, hoping to free up more room. Looking at her phone, she saw she still had about half an hour, so she drove back. By then, the market manager had already prepared the brown sugar, rock sugar, soy sauce, vinegar, and salt for her. There were 20 pounds of brown sugar, 20 pounds of rock sugar, a box of 12 bottles of soy sauce, a box of 15 bottles of vinegar, and a large sack of salt containing 25 smaller 2-pound bags. Workers helped load everything into her van, and Lin Qinghe settled the bill. "I still need to buy a few more things," she said after paying. "Miss, just tell me what you need, and I'll take you there," the manager replied with a nod. This time, Lin Qinghe came to buy personal care products for women. She directly ordered 10 large boxes. The manager had his staff open them up and repack the items into 5 big boxes, which saved space. With these 5 boxes plus the sugar and other goods, only about 2/7 of the space was left. Although it seemed like a lot, Lin Qinghe felt that supplies were no longer lacking. These items were absolutely necessary. Since she had already stored plenty of resources, enough to keep her steady in a crisis, she believed that if she really did end up in another world, with her abilities, she would surely manage to live well. So now, what she needed to think about was more of a personal matter. Lin Qinghe ignored the confused look on the market manager's face. She asked someone to send her purchases to the van, then continued shopping with a still bewildered manager, who probably had never met such an unusual customer before. She also bought 2 large boxes of tissues. Toothbrushes, toothpaste, shower gel, shampoo, face towels, soap, and lotion were all on her list as well. When she saw old-style iron pots and clay pots in the supermarket, she took 2 of each. On top of that, she even asked for 5 sharp, traditional kitchen knives. The market manager assumed she was buying these things for her female colleagues to use at home, so he didn't ask too many questions. As far as he was concerned, the customer wanted something, and his job was simply to provide it. He had seen this type of customer before. Lin Qinghe glanced at him and said, "You'll have to give me a discount on all this. I've bought so much from you." "Of course," the manager replied with a smile. "How heavy are these quilts, and how much do they cost?" Lin Qinghe asked as she walked over to the clothing section, pointing at the packaged quilts on the shelf. "These are 5-jean high-quality quilts. If you'd like to buy one, I can give you a discount. Wholesale price is only 380 yuan each," the manager explained. 5-jean isn't enough. "Give me one, no. Give me 2 7-jean quilts," Lin Qinghe said after a quick look. The manager quickly arranged for 2 large 7-jean quilts, both suitable for double beds. Lin Qinghe checked them and was very satisfied, since the quilts had removable covers and reusable inner layers. She also looked at the mattresses and ordered 2 wool ones. They were in dark, old-fashioned colors, but the quality was excellent, though not cheap. The manager suggested she might want to choose a newer style, since these were usually for older people. Lin Qinghe shook her head. This was exactly the style she wanted. "By the way, a new batch of fruit just arrived in the produce section. Would you like to take a look?" The manager asked politely, seeing that she was almost done. Lin Qinghe had been ready to leave, but after hearing this, she thought for a moment. She checked the remaining space she had. Only about 1/7 left. That would be just enough for the large buns she had ordered. If she packed the buns in bags, she could even save a little more space. With just over 10,000 left to her savings, Lin Qinghe went to the fruit section and bought a box of grapes, a box of pears, and 2 boxes of apples. After paying, she loaded everything into her car. The car was packed full, but halfway home she stored all the goods into her personal space. Once that was done, she finally let out a long breath of relief. Now that she had stocked up, even if something unexpected happened, she wouldn't have to worry for a while. Her 10 square meter space wasn't very big. After putting in so many supplies, there wasn't much room left. She had only reserved space for 500 steamed buns. And those buns would need to be packed in bags, since plastic boxes might not fit. She had been busy outside all day. When she got hungry, she simply took a bun from her space, ate it with bottled water, and kept going. It was already 6:30 in the evening when she finally got home. After a whole day of running around, she was exhausted. Her savings were down to just a few thousand, and she didn't plan to spend the rest. Not only was her space nearly full, but if nothing really happened, she didn't want to end up with nothing left. Still, after gathering so many supplies, she felt a strong sense of satisfaction. Tired to the bone, she took a shower and went straight to bed. She didn't know if her preparations were enough, but she had done her best. All she could hope for now was that the place she might end up in wasn't a world in ruin. She remembered reading a novel where the male lead suddenly gained a personal space, but the world had fallen into chaos, and danger was everywhere. With these thoughts swirling in her mind, Lin Qinghe drifted off to sleep, only to wake up in the 1960s. "Mother, I'm hungry." A thin, ragged little boy tugged carefully at her sleeve. The familiar words pulled Lin Qinghe out of her daze. She looked at the child, skinny like a little monkey, her eyes full of mixed emotions. For a moment, she fell silent again. She hadn't expected to suddenly travel through time, and even more unexpectedly, into the very novel she had once read. Only after receiving the original owner's memories did she realize what had happened. What stood out most in that story were the 3 notorious villains, Zhou Kai, Zhou Xian, and Zhou Guilai. These 3 were real brothers, the eldest Zhou Kai, the second Zhou Xian, and the youngest Zhou Guilai. Their names carried the hope that their father, who worked on the front line for the organization, would one day return home in triumph. But the names did not bring the hoped-for outcome. Their father never returned in glory. Instead, He came back halfway through his service, retired due to injury. This was a heavy blow to the family. Their mother, the original main character, had married their father because she dreamed of becoming the wife of an official. She had always imagined herself rising above her humble beginnings, like a bird turning into a phoenix. For this dream, she chose to marry him, even though he was rarely home. When he did return, he barely stayed before leaving again, and he was not a man of sweet words. She tolerated him with the little patience she had, but only tolerated. She never gave him warmth or affection. As the village beauty, she had grown up admired and proud. She was used to others pleasing her, not the other way around. Still, because her husband sent money home every month, she endured. Whenever he returned, she pretended to be agreeable, and that was how they ended up with 3 sons. But everything changed once he retired. With no steady allowance coming in, and with her dream of becoming an official's wife shattered, she could not accept her new life. Her husband was not gentle or comforting, and he never spoke kind words. Frustrated and disappointed, she grew more resentful each day. Her temper worsened, and she often scolded or punished her 3 sons harshly, sometimes even leaving them hungry. Growing up in such an environment, the boys did not turn out well, though they were not completely hopeless at first. The real turning point came when, at the age of 31, in 1977, the year the college entrance exam was restored, their mother ran away with a young educated man who had been admitted to university and was returning to the city. As for her looks, although she was only a minor character in the story, the author still described her as strikingly beautiful. The author described her looks with great care, saying her eyes and nose were well-shaped. Since childhood, she had been the recognized beauty of her village, often praised as the most attractive girl there. Even after her husband, the so-called villain father, retired and no longer received a monthly allowance, she never worked in the fields. Instead, she relied entirely on him and their 3 sons to support her, living off the family's hard work. Her husband and sons never asked for much, but she demanded 2 new sets of clothes every year and always used face cream to keep her skin smooth. Because she never had to work outdoors, even at 31 she looked younger than most women in their mid-20s. With her natural beauty and sense of style, she was still considered a fine-looking woman. In secret, she became involved with a young educated man who had been sent to the countryside. Later, when the college entrance exams were restored, he was among the first to be admitted to university. Tempted by his encouragement, she ran away with him, taking all the family's money and savings. The author did not stop at describing the background of her husband and 3 sons, Zhou Kai, Zhou Xian, and Zhou Guilai. Later, the story revealed her tragic fate, abandoned by the young man, cheated out of her money, and eventually dying alone in a faraway place. Meanwhile, her 3 sons gained a fierce reputation in the underworld, though none of them, nor their father, escaped a tragic ending. When the novel described the father again, he was already in his 50s. One day, while traveling, he came across his eldest son Zhou Kai in a street fight. Outnumbered, Zhou Kai was struggling. Although the father was skilled in martial arts, his old injuries often flared up, leaving him weak. Against younger men, he stood little chance. After only a few moves, he was stabbed several times. Before Zhou Kai could rush him to the hospital, he passed away. His death became the turning point that cut off any chance of retreat for his 3 sons, pushing them fully onto a path of no return. Later, during a government crackdown, the eldest and second sons clashed with the male lead, who was a police officer. The youngest son, Zhou Guilai, fell in love with the male lead's gentle and kind girlfriend, who was also the heroine of the story. At first, the 3 brothers planned to use the heroine, who was the hero's weakness, to get rid of him. The youngest brother, Zhou Laosan, pretended to be slow-witted to get close to her. She took him home to care for him, but instead of using her, he was touched by her kindness and innocence. He fell deeply for her and couldn't pull himself out. Zhou Laosan and the heroine had many interactions, and as a reader, Lin Qinghe once even complained about it. Because in the story, the heroine didn't completely reject Zhou Laosan, who was devoted to her. The author described Zhou Laosan as a very manly and handsome man, good with words, and especially skilled at winning girls' hearts. In fact, all three villains in the story were described as extremely good-looking, almost on par with the hero. If Zhou Laosan hadn't been attractive, the heroine wouldn't have taken home someone who looked unpleasant and acted foolish. To keep it short, in the end, because of the heroine's kindness, Zhou Laosan and his two brothers were all caught together. Without exception, they all met a tragic end. From beginning to end, the novel used the misfortune of others to highlight the happiness and pure love between the hero and heroine. Mother, is the food ready?
I'm starving.
While Lin Qinghe was lost in the story she had read before, a dirty little boy ran in from outside. The moment she saw him, the names Zhou Dawa and Zhou Kai popped into her mind, just like when she saw the second boy tugging at her clothes for food. The name Zhou Erwa appeared in her head. It was only then, realizing the names of the three sons, that she understood what kind of dangerous place she had ended up in. Mother, Big Brother says he's hungry. Zhou Erwa, true to his role as the clever one among the three brothers in the story, shifted the blame. At only 3 years old, he already knew how to play tricks. He wanted food himself, but pushed the responsibility onto his brother. At that moment, Zhou Laosan, who had been sleeping on the bed, also woke up. He was already 1 year old but still couldn't speak, not even the simplest words like father or mother. Now, all three of the future villains were gathered together. Should she tie them up first and then scold them, or scold them first and then tie them up? As Lin Qinghe looked at the three brothers with suspicion, a loud growl came from her stomach. Zhou Dawa, Zhou Erwa, and the 1-year-old Zhou Sanhwa all turned their eyes toward their mother's belly. On Wednesday, the youngest child was still making funny noises with his stomach. Lin Qinghe said, "Let's eat first." According to the original owner's memory, this was the usual mealtime. Otherwise, the eldest boy, Zhou Dawa, wouldn't have come back right at this time. He always returned when it was time to eat. "Mother, what did you buy?" Zhou Dawa noticed a bundle on the bed and asked. Only then did Lin Qinghe notice the large package, and the corner of her mouth twitched. The original owner had gone to the county market early in the morning, right after breakfast, to buy fabric for herself. She planned to make a new set of clothes. It was already late September on the lunar calendar. The weather wasn't cold yet, but it was getting chilly, especially in the mornings and evenings. Once October came, it would only get colder day by day. The bundle contained fabric for new clothes and 2 pounds of fresh cotton. That's why it looked so big. But no matter how big it had nothing to do with the three children. It was all for the original owner herself. "Something tasty," Lin Qinghe said quickly, her eyes shifting. "Mother, don't trick us. Every time you go out, you just buy fabric for yourself and pretend you brought us food," Zhou Dawa said with a grin. Even though he was still young, he was already clever. In truth, the original owner only treated the three brothers at the level of keeping them fed, nothing more. But children at this age naturally depended on their mother and were quick to forget any scolding, so they didn't take it to heart. Hearing his older brother's words, Zhou Erwa let go of her clothes, remembering the same thing. The youngest, Zhou Sanhwa, didn't understand what they were saying, but he noticed the big bundle too. He staggered forward, trying to reach it. Lin Qinghe quickly caught him. If he fell, it would be serious. She then asked Zhou Erwa, "Who carried your little brother onto the bed?" The original owner had rushed to the market early in the morning, afraid that if she went late, the good fabric would be gone. She had saved up fabric coupons for a long time. Before leaving, she had left the youngest in the care of his two older brothers. But Zhou Dawa had run off to play, while Zhou Erwa stayed behind. Still, he wasn't strong enough to lift his little brother onto the bed. "My grandma did," Zhou Erwa said without much interest. His grandma was Zhou's mother, the original owner's mother-in-law. Hearing this, Lin Qinghe felt even more like complaining about the original character, that reckless minor side figure. The Zhou family was not small. The villain's father, Zhou Qingbai, was the youngest son of Father Zhou and Mother Zhou. Above him were 3 older brothers and 2 older sisters. Below him, there was also a younger sister who hadn't married yet and was working in the county, living quite respectably. The 3 older brothers had all started their own families, but none of them enjoyed the same treatment as the original character. This was because father and mother Zhou favored their youngest son, Zhou Qingbai. The original character knew this well, so on the very first day of her marriage, she started making trouble, using a ready excuse. On the wedding day, Zhou Qingbai only had time to briefly stay at home before receiving an urgent call to leave. He left in a hurry, without saying much. This made the original character feel humiliated. Of course, father and mother Zhou also felt guilty toward her. After all, their son had left just 2 days into the marriage, which was indeed unfair to the new bride. At that time, the original character wanted to take the chance to demand a separation from the family. In fact, she had already thought about it before marrying in, because she wanted full control over money and resources. Perhaps she was lucky, because a month later, she found out she was pregnant. Even her 3 sisters-in-law privately admitted that her timing was impressive. The original character was very good at using circumstances to her advantage. The day she learned she was pregnant, she refused to eat or drink, acting as if she didn't want to live. If she had been alone, Mother Zhou would never have tolerated such behavior. But now she was carrying the child of their youngest son. Zhou Qingbai was in danger at the front lines. If something happened to him, this child would be his only descendant. So when the original character demanded a family separation, she had no hesitation at all. She didn't care what people in the village would say about her behind her back. Even if she had thought about it, she wouldn't have minded, because she never saw herself as part of the village. She believed she would eventually leave this poor land behind. By threatening with her life and relying on her pregnancy as protection, she finally forced father and mother Zhou to agree to separate her household. They even persuaded the rest of the Zhou family to help her set up with 2 rooms of her own. This caused quite a stir in the village. The original owner didn't care what others said about her. In any case, she managed to separate successfully, and after that, she never went back to live with father and mother Zhou. But as people often said, although she didn't have many other skills, she was very fortunate when it came to children. She gave birth to 3 sons in a row. Even father Zhou had nothing to complain about after that. The eldest brother, Zhou Qingmu, and his wife had 3 daughters first, and only their 4th child was a son, who was now just 2 years old. His wife was pregnant again, but whether it was a boy or girl, the author didn't explain. The second brother, Zhou Qinglin, had a similar situation. They had 2 daughters first, and only the 3rd child was a son, now 3 years old. The third brother, Zhou Qingsun, had only 1 daughter, already 6 years old. His wife had been weak after giving birth, and only recently recovered enough to become pregnant again. Her belly was already quite big, and it seemed she would give birth by the end of the year. In contrast, the original owner had 3 sons in a row, which gave her a strong position in the Zhou family. In the countryside, especially in that era, people valued sons even more than food. They could endure hunger, but they could not accept not having a son. With just her 3 sons, the original owner was considered more capable than her sisters-in-law. Even Mother Zhou didn't make things difficult for her. Still, Mother Zhou cared deeply for her 3 grandsons, and she also knew very well what kind of person the original owner was. So, from time to time, she would come over to check on them. For example, now it was the busy autumn harvest season, yet Mother Zhou still found time to visit. "Mom, what are you staring at? I'm starving already." Zhou Dawa grew impatient when she fell into thought again. Lin Qinghe took a deep breath and glared at him. "If you dare shout at your mother again, you won't get any of the good food." No matter what kind of person he might become in the future, right now he was just a little boy, and she could handle him however she liked. Zhou Dawa didn't take her words seriously and pouted. "Just wait and see." She put Zhou Samwa down to let him play on his own, then carried her big bundle back to her room. She had her own room, next to the children's room, with the kitchen just outside. "Did Mom really buy something tasty?" Zhou Dawa asked Zhou Erwa from the next room. On Tuesday, little Zhou pouted. He had been thinking about his mother who had just returned, but after being reminded by his older brother, he no longer expected much. Even though he was only 3 years old, he was already very clever. Under second brother Zhou's lead, if it hadn't been for third brother Zhou messing things up, they might not have defeated the main character, but at least they could have fought to a draw. "If you keep that up, I'll hit you," said big brother Zhou angrily. He didn't really understand his younger brother's expression, but he still felt looked down on. "Who are you going to hit?" Lin Qinghe asked as she stepped out, holding a steaming bun in her hand. The delicious smell made both big brother Zhou and second brother Zhou swallow hard. "A white flour bun?" they asked eagerly. "Do you want some?" Lin Qinghe looked at the two brothers. Yes, they both nodded honestly. Third brother Zhou even rushed forward and hugged her leg, clearly wanting a taste. "Will you behave from now on?" Lin Qinghe asked. "Mother, I always behave." "It's big brother who doesn't," said second brother Zhou quickly. "You say that again, and I really will hit you." "Big brother," Zhou shouted. "Hit who?" Lin Qinghe glared at him. Big brother Zhou wanted to say hit second brother, but the white bun was too tempting, so he kept quiet. "I'll give you half now. I still have more in the cupboard. If you behave, you'll get another one at the next meal. But if you don't, you'll only get corn cakes," Lin Qinghe said. Compared to the famine years, corn cakes were already good food. Back then, people really did survive on wild greens and coarse grains. But big brother Zhou and second brother Zhou clearly didn't like them much. After all, their father, though a difficult man, still sent money and food coupons home every month. Their mother collected them with the marriage certificate and household papers, so even though she didn't work in the fields, the family lived fairly well. Still, corn cakes were a regular part of their meals. As soon as Lin Qinghe finished speaking, second brother Zhou immediately promised to behave. Big brother Zhou called him spineless, but under Lin Qinghe's watchful eyes, he also quickly agreed. So Lin Qinghe decided to give the three little troublemakers half of a white flour bun. A single bun was quite large. Since Lin Qinghe had just arrived and wasn't fully used to everything yet, eating half a bun was already enough for her. She divided the remaining half of the steamed bun among her 3 sons. But half a bun was far from enough. Lin Qinghe glanced at the clay jar of eggs in the house. There were still a few left. She cracked 3 eggs, 1 for each child, and poured hot water over them to make a simple egg soup. "Mother, I'm still hungry," the eldest, Zhou Dawa, said quickly after finishing his bowl. The second child, Zhou Erwa, was also not full. At best, only half satisfied. Only the youngest, Zhou Sanhwa, had a smaller appetite. A few bites of bun and a bowl of egg soup were enough for him. Of course, he filled up quickly but also got hungry again just as fast. At his age, most children were round and chubby, but Sanhwa was thin and frail. Children of this time often grew up half-hungry, but in this case, it was also because their mother hadn't paid enough attention. With the allowance from their father, the family wasn't short of food. The children shouldn't have been raised in such a state. "You two go lie down on the bed and rest," Lin Qinghe told them. "I want to go out and play," Zhou Dawa said at once. "Rest first." "Tonight I'll cook meat for you," she replied. "Really?" Dawa asked eagerly. Not only him. Erwa's eyes also lit up as they looked at their mother, who seemed a little different today. "If you don't want it, then forget it," Lin Qinghe said with a hint of impatience. At that, both Dawa and Erwa quickly climbed onto the bed. Sanhwa couldn't get up by himself and cried out, so Dawa, worried that their little brother might spoil their chance of having meat tonight, climbed down to lift him up, while Erwa pulled from above. Somehow, the two of them managed to drag Sanhwa onto the bed. "Now sleep well," Lin Qinghe said, covering them with a thin quilt. "Will there really be meat tonight?" Dawa asked again, to be sure. "Yes," Lin Qinghe nodded firmly. Hearing that, Dawa and Erwa finally relaxed and settled down with their little brother to sleep. Lin Qinghe didn't bother about whether they whispered among themselves. She returned to her own room. It was called a room, but it wasn't very big, just a bed, a wardrobe, a wash basin with a towel, and jars of rice, flour, cornmeal, and eggs. There was also half a bottle of oil and a nearly empty container of salt. All of these were kept in her room. Because her room had a small side door, she didn't bother locking things away in the cupboard. In other households, such supplies would usually be stored inside and locked up. Lin Qinghe was also a little tired. The original owner of this body had walked all morning, and since she had just arrived in this new place, she decided to close the gate and leave everything else until after a good rest. So, the mother and her 3 sons all took a nap together. At the same time, far away on the front line, Zhou Qingbai was rushed to the district hospital for emergency treatment. The comrades he had saved were so grateful that they almost knelt before the doctors, begging them to do everything possible to save old Zhou. When the district leaders heard that Zhou Qingbai had been seriously injured and sent to the hospital, they frowned deeply. They had always valued him highly, but this time, even keeping him alive would be difficult. As for the future, prepare to transfer Xiao Zhou to a desk job, one leader finally sighed. With his personality, I doubt he'll stay, another leader said regretfully, shaking his head. If not for this accident, Zhou Qingbai would have been promoted again. Coming from a farming family and relying only on his own hard work to reach this point was no small achievement. What a pity. Hearing this, the first leader fell silent. They all knew Zhou Qingbai's character. If he couldn't return to the front lines, he would not remain. Then, let's use the merit he earned this time to apply for a living allowance for him. I heard he has 3 sons at home, the leader finally said. The others agreed. Back at home, the carefree mother and her 3 boys were still fast asleep, with no sense of the troubles far away. Lin Qinghe slept until after 4 o'clock. When she woke up, her 3 sons were already awake, waiting because they remembered her promise about meat. Even the eldest, Zhou Dawa, hadn't run off to play. Lin Qinghe got up, scooped some water, and washed her face. She took out 2 new towels from her hidden space, both in plain colors, one for herself and one for the 3 brothers to share. As for the towel the original owner had treasured, she planned to use it for the boys to wash their feet. She called the boys over, wiped their dirty little faces, washed their hands, and then sent them off. Mother, it's time to cook, Zhou Dawa reminded her. Children get hungry quickly, and by now, all of them were starving. Lin Qinghe knew the 3 brothers were still young and had no idea what she had brought back in that big bundle. She went inside, took out an apple, washed it, and without peeling, cut it into quarters, giving 1 piece each to Zhou Dawa and Zhou Erwa. For the youngest, she used a spoon to scrape the apple into a soft mash and fed it to him. The 2 older boys had never expected to taste such a delicious fruit. Even though they only got a quarter each, they ate happily and felt satisfied. Lin Qinghe wasn't worried, since apples and pears were grown locally. Grapes, however, were not, so she planned to keep those for herself and sometimes secretly share a little with the youngest, who couldn't talk yet. As for Zhou Lauer, he was too clever and sharp. Better not to give him any, to avoid trouble. After feeding half the apple to the youngest, Lin Qinghe ate the rest herself. The 2 older boys, who had been ready to complain that she favored their little brother, kept quiet when they saw her finish it. I'll cook some meat for you. Take care of your brother, Lin Qinghe said as she stood up. After having white steamed buns at noon and now a bit of apple, the 2 older boys didn't dare disobey. They were still young and didn't fully understand, but they weren't foolish either. They could sense that their mother seemed kinder to them today than before. Lin Qinghe went into the kitchen. The kitchen only had a clay stove, but the pot and spatula were still usable, though old. These had been exchanged from her family after the household split. She had paid a high price for them, but because she had these cooking tools, the Zhou family had agreed to let her separate. Otherwise, without a big iron pot, it would have been a serious problem, since industrial coupons were hard to get and the Zhou family didn't have any. The kitchen was simple, but most families were the same. Lin Qinghe had grown up in the countryside with her grandmother. Although she was a bit out of practice with the old stove, the original owner's memories helped her. She scrubbed the pot, boiled water, and then went to the rice jar to wash some rice. There was still some rice in the jar and some flour in another, but not much. On her last trip out, The original owner hadn't bought rice or flour, only fabric for clothes. Lin Qinghe shook her head, then quietly took a bag of rice from her hidden space and poured it into the jar. She did the same with a bag of flour, filling the flour jar, and also refilled the clay pot with eggs. At home, the three boys didn't really care about such things, and they couldn't count either. At most, they only knew when there were more eggs or more rice, but exactly how much, they had no idea. So they just let her handle it however she liked. After finishing the chores, Lin Qinghe took out a piece of lean meat, about 3 or 4 ounces, from her storage space. She planned to make rice porridge with eggs and lean meat. But the kitchen knife at home was already very dull, so without hesitation, Lin Qinghe brought out a new traditional kitchen knife from her space to use. With just a few little kids at home, she wasn't worried as long as things didn't get too out of hand. And even if they did, she could handle it better than the original owner of this body ever could. Besides, she had collected these supplies to make her life more comfortable, not to let them sit unused. Her new knife was sharp, and after washing it, chopping the meat became much easier. Soon, the 3 or 4 ounces of lean meat were ready. By then, the water in the pot was already boiling, so she poured in the washed rice and began stirring with a large spoon to keep it from sticking to the bottom. "Mom, what tasty food are you making for us?" Zhou Erwa suddenly appeared at the kitchen door, blinking his eyes as he asked. Lin Qinghe replied, "Tonight we're having rice porridge with eggs and lean meat. Is it delicious?" Zhou Erwa had never eaten such porridge before, but just hearing that it had both eggs and meat made him imagine it must be very tasty. "Of course. You'll love it so much you won't want to stop eating," Lin Qinghe said with a smile. Zhou Erwa could tell his mother was joking. He looked at her, then carefully walked over and hugged her leg. Lin Qinghe glanced down at him. "What is it?" "Mom, you're really nice," Zhou Erwa said, looking up at her. "As long as you know that. Think about it, some kids in the village have stepmothers, and their lives are much harder. Now look at you 3 brothers," Lin Qinghe said. She wasn't exaggerating. In the village, there was indeed a family where the stepmother often scolded and hit the children from the first wife, making their days very difficult. Zhou Erwa grinned. "Mom, don't scare me." "I'm not trying to scare you. Just help me take good care of your younger brother. This year, for the new year, I'll make new clothes for all 3 of you," Lin Qinghe said. "New clothes?" Zhou Dawa, who had just entered with the youngest, immediately lit up with excitement. "Mom, will I get new clothes too?" Zhou Erwa asked eagerly. Lin Qinghe lifted the pot lid and said without turning her head, "Behave yourselves and don't cause trouble. If you listen, you'll have good food and new clothes. But if you don't, then you'll wear your old clothes and eat your plain corn cakes." "Listen!" The 2 older boys shouted at once. "Listen!" The youngest echoed. Lin Qinghe looked at him in surprise. "Sanhwa, you can talk now?"
Ah.
Sanhwa quickly hugged her leg, acting cute. Well, back to his usual self again. But Lin Qinghe wasn't worried. In the story, this youngest one just started speaking later than others. Later on, he would grow into a smooth talker who could charm little girls with ease. She turned to the 2 older boys. "Do you know where the eggs are? Go inside, and each bring 2.
"We know."
They went in and came back with 4 eggs, 1 in each hand. They didn't even wonder why there seemed to be more eggs than before. Then Lin Qinghe asked Zhou Dawa to fetch some salt. At that time, salt came in large crystals. After a glance, she sent all 3 boys out of the kitchen. She then quietly took out a packet of fine salt from her storage space to use instead. Since she had supplies hidden away, she would use those first. When they were gone, she would think about it later. After all, she had 50 pounds of refined salt stored. When the porridge was almost ready, Lin Qinghe added the chopped meat, stirred it well, then cracked in the eggs and mixed them in with a little salt. A pot of fragrant meat porridge was done. Maybe it was because the original owner hadn't eaten meat for so long, but Lin Qinghe herself thought it smelled amazing. As for the 3 boys, they were already standing at the kitchen door, eyes wide, staring inside. "Wait, it's too hot," Lin Qinghe said as she scooped a bowl each for Zhou Dawa and Zhou Erwa. "I can blow on it and eat," Zhou Dawa said quickly. I can too, Zhou Erwa added. Little Zhou Sanwa, who still couldn't speak properly, hugged her leg and made eager sounds, his eyes fixed on the porridge. Lin Qinghe picked him up, set the bowls of porridge aside to cool, and then led the two older boys out of the kitchen. She carried Zhou Sanwa, while Zhou Dawa and Zhou Erwa were reluctant to leave the porridge behind. But Lin Qinghe gave them a task. Go call your grandmother to come over. Should we ask Grandma to come and have some meat porridge? Asked Erwa. Your grandma has always treated you well. It's only right to invite her over for a bowl. Respecting elders comes first, do you understand? Said Lin Qinghe. But mother, you're not always kind to grandma either, Erwa blinked and said. Lin Qinghe choked for a moment, then pretended to be angry. Are you going or not? If you don't bring your grandma here, none of you will get to eat. I'll go call grandma right now, said Dawa. He opened the door and ran out. Lin Qinghe looked at Erwa, who said, Big brother already went. Meaning one person was enough, no need for him to go too. Lin Qinghe ignored him. Erwa said, Mother, I want to eat first, I'm hungry. If you're not afraid of your big brother scolding you when he comes back, then go ahead. This time I won't stop him, Lin Qinghe said with a smile. Erwa knew well how strong his brother's fists were, so he stayed quiet and waited obediently. Although the families had separated, their house wasn't far from the old Zhou family's home. With Dawa's quick steps, it took less than 2 minutes to get there. But even with such a short distance, the original mistress of the house had never gone back, making it clear she no longer saw herself as part of the Zhou family. Everyone noticed this. So when Dawa came to tell Zhou mother that his mother wanted her to come over, Zhou mother was surprised. She knew well what kind of temper her fourth daughter-in-law had. Usually, she wanted nothing more than to stay far away, so how could she suddenly invite her over? As for Lin Qinghe sending Dawa instead of coming herself, Zhou mother didn't mind. She had seen worse. Back when they split the family, Lin Qinghe had even threatened to risk her life with her unborn child if she wasn't given her share. Mother, you should go take a look. Maybe there really is something important, said third sister-in-law, holding her round belly. Auntie, when will my little brother come out? Dawa asked as soon as he saw her big belly. Hearing this, third sister-in-law, who had only given birth to a daughter before, smiled sincerely and said, In about 2 months. When he's born, you'll have to play with him, all right? Children were said to have sharp eyes. From the moment Dawa saw her belly, he kept saying it was a little brother. Even third sister-in-law, who usually didn't like his mother much, couldn't help but treat him kindly. All right, when my little brother is born, I'll take him everywhere to play. Zhou Dawa agreed cheerfully. Then he quickly pulled his grandmother along and left. In fact, Zhou's mother was not a particularly kind person. She simply favored her youngest son, and because of that, she also treated Zhou Dawa and his brothers with affection. She knew their grandmother cared for them, otherwise the boy wouldn't have dared to tug at her like that. What's the rush? Zhou's mother said aloud. But in her heart, she was already wondering what the fourth son's family was planning. Could it be that they had run out of food and wanted to use the autumn harvest as a chance to buy grain from the family? Probably not. The fourth son's wife had always distanced herself from the Zhou family, preferring to buy food directly from the market rather than dealing with them. There was a market nearby, and in the countryside, buying grain didn't require ration tickets. Money was enough. The fourth son sent money and ration tickets home every month, so his wife never lacked food. Just by looking at her well-fed appearance, one could tell. If it weren't for her husband's support, her idle and pampered ways would have surely been criticized by others. This wasn't an exaggeration. Times were strict, but because Zhou Qingbai was like a pillar of strength, the Zhou family was respected wherever they went. The original wife, however, used the excuse that the third child was still young and the eldest son wasn't as sensible as a daughter, so she did no work at all. Naturally, she also received no share of grain at the end of the year. In about half a month, the production team would slaughter pigs to reward everyone. But she wouldn't get any pork either. If she wanted some, she could buy it from the team with money, though only the leftover scraps were sold. Even so, scraps were still valuable. Anything with a bit of fat was considered a treat in those days. That was exactly what she did, not caring that others saw her as wasteful. People thought Zhou Qingbai was unlucky to have married such a woman. At least, that was what the women said. The men, on the other hand, couldn't help but glance at her whenever she walked by with her beauty and graceful figure. They secretly thought Zhou Qingbai was unfortunate, since he had such a lovely wife yet rarely seemed to enjoy her company. Some bachelors in the village had thoughts about her too, but the strict social atmosphere kept them in check. Who would dare to act recklessly? Besides, everyone knew whose wife she was, Zhou Qingbai's, the daughter-in-law of the Zhou family. Although it looked like the Zhou family was unhappy with her for causing a split, if something really happened, all 20 or so members of the Zhou family would still stand together as one. At that time, people wanted to have more sons for the same reason. To put it bluntly, a family without sons had no confidence when facing others outside. But the main reason was that the original wife, who was still dreaming of becoming an official's wife, looked down on all these poor farmers. Not to mention the single farmers, even the educated youths sent to the countryside. She didn't think much of them either. Later, when her dream was broken, she lowered her standards. On the way home, Mother Zhou kept muttering. When they arrived and saw the fourth daughter-in-law serving egg and pork porridge, she was stunned. "Where did you get the pork?" "I bought it in the city," Lin Qinghe said casually, while holding her third child. By city, she actually meant the black market, but with children around, she couldn't say it directly. There was indeed a black market in the county, a place for private trading. The original wife had been there before, not to buy meat or grain, but to buy cotton. She had bought 1 pound of cotton at the supply store and another pound from the black market. Mother Zhou understood right away. She knew her fourth daughter-in-law was bold, but she hadn't expected her to be bold enough to go to the black market. "You don't need to scold me, Mother. My boys are all growing, and if they don't get any meat all year round, how can they stay healthy?" Lin Qinghe said. Mother Zhou thought to herself, "Before, you never cared much about these children, so don't try to use them as an excuse now." Lin Qinghe continued, "I made a bit more porridge today. With the autumn harvest keeping everyone busy, you should have some too, Mother, to keep up your strength." If any of the other 3 daughters-in-law had said this, Mother Zhou wouldn't have been surprised. But since it came from the fourth daughter-in-law, she had to be cautious. "Tell me, did something happen?" Mother Zhou asked directly. "I bought some cotton and cloth from the black market. I want to make new clothes for the 3 boys, but my sewing skills aren't good. I can only make clothes for myself. Mother, could you take them to third sister-in-law? She's the best at sewing among us. I'll give her the leftover fabric pieces as payment," Lin Qinghe said. That sounded rather sharp, but it was exactly how the original person would have spoken. Mother Zhou knew that she only cared about her own family. As for others, she wouldn't think too much. In fact, the clothes worn by the eldest, second, and third children were all from last year. They had been made a little bigger at the time, so they could still wear them now. Those clothes had been made by third sister-in-law Zhou. That was also why the eldest child, seeing her with a big belly, called out "little brother." He was quite observant. "But the third daughter-in-law's belly is already so big," Mother Zhou said with some hesitation, even though she felt sorry for her 3 grandsons. "How far along is she?" Lin Qinghe asked. 2 more months, Mother Zhou replied. "Then, Mother, you can ask third sister-in-law if she's willing. If she agrees, I can give her 2 pounds of brown sugar to keep for after the baby is born, to help her recover," Lin Qinghe said. "Brown sugar? Where did you get that?" Mother Zhou asked in surprise. "If you have money, you can get brown sugar," Lin Qinghe raised her eyebrows. Mother Zhou immediately understood. It must have come from the black market. Lin Qinghe also knew what kind of person the original one had been. She placed the third child in Mother Zhou's arms and said, "Mother, you feed him first. I'll go get the sugar." At this time, brown sugar was a rare treasure, especially for a woman about to give birth. It was something truly valuable. Lin Qinghe went back to her room and took out 2 pounds from her storage. She only had 20 pounds in total, so it wasn't much. She put the sugar into a clean jar. 2 pounds was already a generous amount, and the sugar was of excellent quality. "Mother, take a look," Lin Qinghe handed it to her. "Mother Zhou, used to her businesslike tone, wasn't surprised. She glanced at it and said, "Then I'll take it back and ask her?" "All right," Lin Qinghe nodded, then pointed at the porridge. "This is for you to build up your strength. Eat it." She looked as if she wouldn't offer again if refused. If she had acted overly filial, Mother Zhou would have felt uneasy and refused. But seeing her like this, Mother Zhou thought, "I'm her mother-in-law. What's wrong with me eating something she made?" So she ate a bowl of egg and pork porridge. The taste was truly delicious. Then she carried the jar of brown sugar home. "Mother, will third aunt really make clothes for us?" the eldest child asked, his eyes shining. "Such a big jar of sugar," the second child said, his attention fixed on that. On Wednesday, the third child had already eaten and was playing in the yard. Only then did Lin Qinghe start eating herself. She said, "Each of you gets one piece. There aren't many. As for the brown sugar, making clothes for you takes a lot of effort, so there should be some reward for the hard work." Although she had inherited the original owner's skills, she really didn't know how to make children's clothes. She could only manage her own, probably because the original owner had been so determined about it. "Mother, if you make them yourself, then you don't need to give the brown sugar to third aunt," the second child said, still thinking about it. Lin Qinghe glared at him. "If I don't make clothes for you, then the brown sugar doesn't need to be given out either." With that, the second child fell silent. Lin Qinghe didn't spoil him. She drank her bowl of egg and pork porridge, then after a while remembered and said, "You also need new shoes. I'll have to make those too. If only I had a daughter to help, that would be so much better. But you're all sons. None of you can be counted on. Raising sons is nothing but hard work." Just as she said this, Mother Zhou came back. She didn't look surprised at all. The fourth daughter-in-law was always lazy, so of course, she wished she had a daughter to help her. "Your third sister-in-law agreed," Mother Zhou said as she came in. "I'm full too." "Mother, wait a moment, I'll go get the cloth and cotton," Lin Qinghe said, putting down her bowl and chopsticks. It was already the end of September. Making padded clothes wasn't quick, and by the time the three brothers' winter coats were ready, it would probably be mid-October, when the weather would already be cold. The days were changing fast now, and with third sister-in-law's belly getting bigger, she really wouldn't be able to help much later. Lin Qinghe went inside and brought out cloth and 2 jeans of cotton. This time, the cloth she had bought wasn't only for herself. The original owner had also planned to send some back to her own family to show off. In fact, half of the cotton was meant for her family too. But now that Lin Qinghe was here, there was no need to think about giving anything to the Lin family. If she had the chance, she even wanted to take back the new army coat that Zhou Qingbai had once sent home. Counting the clothes for herself and what had been set aside for the Lin family, there was just enough to make 3 padded coats for the 3 brothers. After all, the eldest, Dowry, needed a lot of fabric, and she had to leave some extra so it wouldn't be too small when he grew taller next year. The second child's coat was the same. The third child could actually wear his brother's hand-me-downs, but since she was making them anyway, she might as well make one for each of the 3. In any case, she didn't have to do the sewing herself. It was just a matter of giving instructions. As a minor supporting character, she was just this willful. Mother Zhou hadn't expected her to get such good fabric and so much cotton, and even more surprising, she didn't use it for herself, but for the third son. This gave Mother Zhou some comfort, so she couldn't help but say a few more words. "The children are still young now, but in a few years they'll all grow up. When it's time for them to marry, everything will cost money." "Don't worry, Mother, I know what I'm doing," Lin Qinghe cut her off directly. Mother Zhou was left speechless. She thought to herself, "What do you know? Every family has to tighten their belts. And here you are eating rice porridge from outside with eggs and pork in it. How much does that cost?" Still, since the original daughter-in-law had laid a good foundation, Mother Zhou stopped talking, took the fabric and cotton, and went back. As soon as she left, Lin Qinghe secretly let out a sigh of relief. Dealing with someone like Mother Zhou wasn't her strength, but judging from today, it seemed Mother Zhou was actually fine with her behavior. Original self, you really did something good for once, Lin Qinghe thought with deep emotion. With such a bold reputation already in place, she could now act a little differently without raising suspicion. Feeling cheerful, she picked up the third child and gave him a kiss, making him laugh happily. The eldest and second child saw this and looked at her. Lin Qinghe kissed each of them on the forehead as well. The eldest blushed and said, "I'm going out to play," then ran off. The second also felt a little shy and followed him out. Lin Qinghe didn't stop them. She set aside a bowl for Mother Zhou, and with about one bowl left in the pot, she scooped it up and put it aside. Then she tidied up the dishes, boiled some water, and got ready for the children to wash up when they came back. Mother Zhou returned with the fabric and cotton. At this time, the workday had just ended, but the rest of the Zhou family hadn't come back yet. It was not even 5 o'clock. Mother Zhou had worked 3 days straight and was exhausted, so she rested today instead of going to work. With so many people in the Zhou family, her taking half a day off wasn't a big deal. As for the third daughter-in-law, she was heavily pregnant, so she stayed home to cook. The eldest daughter-in-law, who was also pregnant but still early in her term, usually helped too. But since Mother Zhou rested today, the eldest daughter-in-law took her place. Normally, it was the eldest and third daughters-in-law who handled the cooking at home. Seeing Mother Zhou bring back fabric and cotton, Sister Zhou was full of envy, but she knew she couldn't really have it. She looked at the length of the fabric and the amount of cotton, feeling a bit happy, and said, "Mother, fourth younger sister only asked for 3 sets of clothes for the older brothers. The rest can be for me." That's what she said, but you also need to leave some for the others. "The older brothers are growing fast," Mother Zhou replied, showing she favored the older children. "Of course, I will leave some," Sister Zhou said. Mother Zhou nodded and said nothing more. In fact, except for the family of the fourth son, none of the others worried her. Sister Zhou was thinking to herself that after making clothes for the 3 older brothers, there would still be quite a bit left. She could add a little more to make a warm coat for her daughter. Plus, the 2 gene of red sugar from the fourth family made her feel generous. She was very satisfied with what she had done, but at this time, she had no time to do these things. She put the fabric and cotton in her room and went to the kitchen to help Mother Zhou. Actually, at first, everyone was a bit unhappy about the original owner sharing things. But over time, they started to feel somewhat grateful, because the original owner didn't do any work at all. When she first married, she was always complaining about aches and discomforts, refusing to work. But if she didn't work, how could she earn credits? She was just a freeloader. She had hands and feet and needed to be supported by the whole family. Everyone was upset about this. Mother Zhou especially felt guilty because she thought she owed the original owner. When her son got married, he left immediately, and she let the original owner take Zhou Qingbai's allowance. She asked her to contribute to the family expenses. Even if she didn't work, Zhou Qingbai was supporting her, so others couldn't say much. But Mother Zhou didn't realize that it was because of this that the original owner gained confidence. Otherwise, she wouldn't have dared to threaten to die when she found out she was pregnant. She acted as if she had never been pregnant before. And yet, Father Zhou and Mother Zhou fell for this trick. The main reason was that they favored their youngest son. However, when the original owner was there, the family was very crowded. Since they were newly married and Zhou Qingbai was the youngest son, the family arranged a room for him when he got married. Others did not have this treatment. They all shared one room. At that time, there weren't many children, so it was okay, but the couple's private life was a bit awkward. Back then, the original owner was allowed to have her own room. The other 3 families also had ideas about this, but as I said, who else but Zhou Qingbai was the favorite son of Zhou's parents. Before marriage, Zhou Qingbai sent all his money home. In fact, the combined income of the 3 brothers above the Zhou family was less than Zhou Qingbai's. So, even if there were opinions, they had to keep them to themselves. Originally, the owner had her own room, but later she insisted on splitting the household. The other sisters-in-law watched the show, but they didn't expect her to use her pregnancy as a shield, and she really got her own place. After she moved out, Zhou's parents gave each of the other 3 daughters-in-law a room to calm things down. This was much better than everyone squeezing into one big house. At that time, the original owner's room was given to Zhou San's wife. Zhou Da's wife and Zhou Er's wife also each got a room. Now, the other three branches of the Zhou family are peaceful. When the original owner moved out, Zhou's parents even showed the allowance bill sent back by Zhou Qingbai over 3 years. The allowance was only about 20-something yuan a month, but over a year, it added up to over 200, and in 3 years, more than 600. The original owner's 2 rooms included a small hall. The rest didn't cost much, totaling over 200 yuan. Although it was a significant amount, it was still less than what Zhou Qingbai sent back. Zhou's mother said these money were for the 4th child to respect the elders and didn't plan to give it to the original owner. Actually, she was worried the owner might cause trouble. All the grain and oil had been divided, and she was living freely. She also kept Zhou Qingbai's monthly allowance for herself. So, she didn't cause trouble with Zhou's mother anymore. Since everyone had their own room, their small homes were much more spacious. When they learned that Zhou Qingbai, the younger brother-in-law, sent back so much money and that the original owner had bought a house, they didn't pursue it further. Because 5 years ago, Zhou's parents were still young and didn't need to be supported. Even now, they are under 60 and still healthy. Although the original owner moved out, she still showed more filial piety to Zhou's parents than they did, giving them several hundred yuan more. Although all the money was earned by Zhou Qingbai, it doesn't really matter. Even if they had their own house, there was no need to worry about the original owner, who did nothing and acted as if everyone owed her. Over the years, Zhou's family has been very harmonious. Sometimes, they would feel a little jealous of the original owner, who didn't have to work and just waited for her husband's monthly allowance. But overall, it was not a big problem. Around 6 o'clock, the rest of Zhou's family returned home. It's harvest season now, and everyone is very busy. The whole year is spent waiting for this big harvest. No one dares to slack off, because if a rain comes during harvest, all their hard work would be wasted, and the family would struggle to get by. So, everyone hurried to gather the grain, which gave them peace of mind. There is red sugar water in the house, specially made for you and your daughter. Hurry and have a drink, said Zhou San's wife softly when she saw her husband and daughter with sunburned faces. Zhou San's daughter is the 5th girl in the family, so she is called Zhou Wuni. Zhou Wuni was a little tired at first, but when she heard this, her eyes lit up. Zhou Qingsun didn't ask anything and took his daughter back to their room. After drinking the red sugar water, they both looked very satisfied. Next, the whole family washed their faces and hands, preparing to eat. The Zhou family's meals are quite good. They had cornmeal pancakes with rice soup, a bowl of scrambled eggs, though only 5 or 6 eggs, and some other vegetarian dishes. Although simple, their meals are better than some other families, especially during busy harvest time when they are tired and can't eat as well normally. After eating, everyone went to rest. Zhou San's wife, who was pregnant, went back home. Now that she was further along, she left the dishes for Zhou Er's wife to clean. Zhou Da's wife was also pregnant and had the right to rest. Although Zhou Er's wife frowned a little and seemed a bit unhappy, in the Zhou family, it was customary for the other 2 sisters-in-law to handle such chores when someone was pregnant. It was always fair, so there was no need to argue. Zhou Da's wife and Zhou Er's wife didn't know what was happening at home today, so they went about their own business. Zhou San's wife went back to her room to answer her daughter and husband's questions. Zhou Wuni was already 6 years old. She was poor, but she was very sensible for her age. She understood a lot, especially since red sugar was so precious. Her mother must have had some to give her. From the 4th family, Sister Zhou said. It was almost 6 o'clock now, but it was still daylight. It wouldn't get dark until about 6:30. So Sister Zhou took out some cloth and cotton. Qingsun understood right away. The 4th family was making clothes. She can make clothes herself, so why did she give you 2 jean of brown sugar to make them? She can't make clothes for the older kids, so she can only give me the materials, Sister Zhou said while busy working with the cloth and cotton. She was confident in her sewing skills. She gave such good cloth and cotton to make winter clothes for the older kids. Chingsen was really surprised. She is their real mother, and this year, the older kids really don't have many winter clothes, Sister Zhou replied. Mother, when will I have new clothes to wear? Asked Wanini, looking at the cloth and cotton with envy. She actually wanted to become the daughter of Annie Fourth because life with her was really good. The older kids didn't have to gather cow dung for work points, nor did they need to pick wheat in the fields. They just played all day. Mother has shown you. After making clothes for the older kids, there's some left over. I also saved some fabric scraps. When I add a little more, it will be enough to make you a new jacket, Sister Zhou said. Then, Mother, please make it quickly, Wanini said happily. Chingsen said, even with your big belly, she can still make clothes for you. That's only because she sees I'm pregnant. Otherwise, do you think she'd give me 2 jeans of brown sugar? The quality is excellent. Last time, when she asked me to make clothes for the older kids, she only gave me 3 eggs for the autumn clothes on their bodies, Sister Zhou explained. Mother Zhou didn't take the 2 jeans of brown sugar from her. She kept it herself, so Sister Zhou was very happy about that. Brown sugar was a scarce item. 2 jeans was a lot. Chingsen didn't say anything. His wife wasn't tired of working and was happy to do it. People in this era were very frugal with kerosene because supplies were limited each month. They went to bed early. It was only after 8 o'clock, and Mother Zhou and Father Zhou had already gone to bed. Mother Zhou mentioned today's events. Today, the Fourth family invited me to eat a bowl of egg and lean meat porridge. Just eat it if they give it to you, Father Zhou said. He was already tired. He had earned 10 work points and was very exhausted. Those fabrics and cotton are of the best quality. I thought she was going to make something for herself, but I didn't expect her to make clothes for the 3 brothers, Mother Zhou said again. Today, she didn't go to work. She heard from the villagers that the Fourth family's members went to the market again, so she went to see the older brother and the others. She also heard that they brought back a large bundle. But these 2 pounds of cotton and fabric are really enough for a big bundle. She didn't expect they were bought for her 3 grandsons. Oldest brother's wife, no matter how bad she is, she can't be that bad. She was born from her mother's belly, Father Zhou said tiredly, but he still spoke. Although he had some opinions about the 4th daughter-in-law, now he was happy that she was making winter clothes for his grandson and even made egg and lean meat porridge for them. There was nothing more to say. She just spends money too freely. She bought fabric, cotton, eggs, lean meat, and even 2 pounds of brown sugar. I think she knows the black market well. Every month, the money Fourth sends back probably isn't much left. I told her to save some, but she said I was meddling, Mother Zhou said. Father Zhou was already snoring loudly, clearly asleep. Mother Zhou didn't say anything more. Soon she also fell asleep. The Zhou family is pretty much the same. As for Lin Qinghe over there, she was tossing and turning, unable to sleep. It was too early. She went to bed after 8 o'clock. In modern times, her nightlife hadn't even started yet. But she could only adapt to local customs. The 2 older children in the next room were already sleeping soundly. Zhou Sanhua was still small and sleeping with her. Before sleeping, Lin Qinghe warmed the leftover egg and lean meat porridge with hot water so the brothers could share it. Of course, before bed, she also gave all 3 of them a bath. The brothers splashed water everywhere, turning it black, then she sent them to bed on the Kong, heated bed. Lin Qinghe also washed herself in the dark, though not having a separate bathroom was inconvenient. Lying on the bed, she was thinking chaotically. She didn't know when she fell asleep. In the middle of the night, she instinctively got up to help her 3 sons pee, so they wouldn't wet the bed, and she would have to clean it. Because she went to bed early last night, she woke up very early the next day. Seeing that the 3 boys were still sleeping, she washed herself first. Then she went to the kitchen to get busy. This morning, she cooked porridge. There was no meat left, so it was just millet porridge, but she also had 2 plain steamed buns. Thinking about white steamed buns, she remembered the 500 she had ordered from the breakfast shop aunt. It really hurt her to spend so much money. The porridge was cooked quickly, and the white steamed buns were hot and fragrant. She called into the room, and brothers Zhou Dawa and Zhou Erwa got up. They quickly dressed themselves, then climbed down the bed. There were 2 wooden blocks below, one tall, one short, acting like a ladder, making it easy for both of them to go up and down. Lin Qinghe came in to wake up Sanhwa, washed his face, and then carried him out. Mom, there are also big white steamed buns. Zhou Dawa ran over, eyes shining. Go brush your teeth, Lin Qinghe said. Mom, you didn't buy me a toothbrush, Zhou Dawa said. Lin Qinghe could only let him eat, and at the same time, she started thinking about when she could go out again. She had just gone yesterday. Going again today might be too much, especially considering how to take care of the 3 children at home. Going from the village to the town supply and marketing cooperative was easier than yesterday when she had to travel to the county to buy cloth and cotton, but it still took over an hour to get there. But if she didn't go, there were still many things at home that needed to be bought. In fact, based on her previous standard of living, their home was quite well equipped compared to others. But in Lin Qinghe's view, they still needed quite a few things. The original owner only cared about herself. She had her own toothbrush and wash basin, but the children didn't. They shared one basin for washing their faces. Now they were still young, but as they grew older, that wouldn't be enough. Anyway, they would need these things sooner or later, so it was better to buy them early and use them. Although she planned to go out again, Lin Qinghe decided not to go right now. She would wait a few more days. In a few days, the village's autumn harvest would be finished, and then she could ask Erwa and Sanhwa to go to old Zhou's house to help take care of the children. As for Zhou Dawa, she didn't need to worry about him. He could play by himself. In the morning, they ate millet porridge with very fragrant white buns. The filling inside the buns was quite generous: meat, half an egg, and cabbage, enough to serve as a side dish with the porridge. From yesterday morning until today, Zhou Dawa was very happy with the food, so she didn't argue with her. Lin Qinghe went to wash clothes. There is a river at the end of the village, and everyone goes there to wash. Auntie, the autumn harvest will be over in a few days. Do we still need firewood at home? Lin Qinghe was beating clothes with a wooden board, especially Zhou Dawa's clothes, which were really dirty. She was silently wishing for the days when she had a washing machine. At this moment, a young girl came over and asked. Lin Qinghe turned to look at her, and her memory came back. Shall she? Yes, we do need firewood. Tell your older brother that after the busy harvest, have him bring some over. As many as you can, and I will pay for it. This girl is called Zhou Shi, about 10 years old. Her older brother is Zhou Dong, who is 15. The siblings are relatives of the old Zhou family, but now they are distant. Their parents passed away years ago. Life has been very hard for them, but Zhou Dong is promising. Even though he's still young, he works with the adults and earns some work points. There isn't much grain to share, but the team members are kind to them. They allowed them to get a little extra grain during harvest, and sometimes neighbors save a bit for them. The siblings managed to get by this way. Originally, the siblings had little contact with the main character, but she was lazy. Her own son was still young and couldn't help, so she asked her relatives to send firewood and occasionally gave some pocket money. Later, her younger brother got married and was tightly controlled by his wife, so he stopped coming. At this point, the main character had to get firewood herself. She didn't want to ruin her well-maintained hands doing rough work. If it weren't for her difficult situation, she wouldn't even wash her own dishes or clothes. But helplessly, she had to go pick up firewood. In her memory, this was the most exhausting work in the world. So, she decided to ask her 12-year-old brother Zhou Dong to help. She told him to bring firewood for her, as if she bought it for him. Zhou Dong was happy to do it, and so he kept helping. She told others that this wasn't about showing off wealth. It was because their life was hard and she didn't want them to owe her favors, so she did it this way. Everyone in the village knows her personality, but every time the original owner gives her a small payment for her work. When she was young, she received only a penny and later 2 pennies. But don't underestimate these small amounts. For the brother and sister, Zhou Dong and Zhou Shi, who have no other income besides working, saving these little by little can help them eat well during the winter days when they can't earn work points. So, even though everyone in the village knows that the original owner is hiring child labor, no one says much about it. Now, Zhou Dong is 15 years old. Every time she brings firewood, the original owner gives him 2 pennies. Since he has grown taller and stronger, he brings more firewood each time. This is also an important source of income for the siblings. Hearing this, Zhou is very happy. She says, "Okay, I'll go back and tell my older brother. After the harvest, we can gather a lot of firewood." Then she adds, "Auntie, no one is around now. I can wash your clothes." The original owner has already asked her older brother to carry the firewood. Although she wishes Zhou would wash her clothes, she still feels shy about asking and refuses. But if no one is around, the original owner doesn't mind letting her do it. Right now, there's no one around. Downstream, there are people but not here. If the original owner were here, she wouldn't be polite. She thinks she's been kind enough to the siblings, so what's wrong with asking her to wash some clothes? However, Lin Qinghe is not the original owner. She hasn't cultivated her moral limits to that level. "No need, I don't have many clothes. After the harvest, you and your brother can come together. The auntie still needs to prepare more firewood for winter, so it should be enough," Lin Qinghe says. "Don't worry, auntie. I'll definitely bring it to you." Zhou nods. Lin Qinghe nods and says, "You can go back now. I'm about to finish washing." Zhou sees she doesn't really want her to wash, so she leaves first and plans to tell her older brother about it. "After the harvest, I'll go," Zhou Dong says. He can now earn 6 work points, so life should be better. But he's still young and growing, so he eats more. Zhou is also working now, but she only earns 2 work points. Lin Qinghe secretly took some soap to wash clothes. Soap really made it faster. She finished washing quickly and went home. As for Zhou's wife washing clothes downstream, she saw Lin Qinghe but didn't go over to say hello. Because of the relationship between the original owner and Zhou's wife, it was really complicated. Zhou's wife was washing clothes with Zhou and I, her eldest daughter, and some other women downstream. Naturally, they saw Lin Qinghe walking back, but they also didn't plan to greet her. The other women sourly said, "Your sister-in-law is living a much better life than when we were old landlords. Don't talk nonsense. We're just poor farmers for 3 generations. We're really broke," Zhou's wife quickly replied. Although she didn't like Lin Qinghe much, she wouldn't let anyone accuse her family of being old landlords. It's not meant to offend, but she's living too well. Her son is already 3, but look at her face and figure. "No one would believe she's not married," said another sister-in-law. "I heard she uses snow cream and clam oil on her face every day," said someone in front. "Such a spendthrift. No wonder her face looks so tender it seems to drip water," another added with envy. Everyone's life was tight, but Zhou's wife and her sisters-in-law were in a different league. They always kept themselves looking beautiful, with faces and figures that looked almost like fox spirits. Of course, they didn't dare to say these things openly, or they'd cause trouble. Lin Qinghe was not someone to swallow her anger silently, so they just whispered behind her back. Zhou's wife finished washing clothes and went home, not caring much about running into Lin Qinghe. It was no surprise to her. As for Lin Qinghe, she didn't care about the gossip about the original owner either. Now, it was the same as being talked about herself. She didn't mind either. She was actually quite satisfied with how the original owner took care of her face and figure. She couldn't deny that. But she also knew she shouldn't take advantage of this and act innocent. So let them say what they want. As long as they don't come in front of her, it's fine. While hanging clothes, Lin Qinghe suddenly remembered something. It was when she was talking to Zhou about saving firewood for winter. According to the story, it seemed that at this moment, the villain's father was injured. The villain's father was seriously injured, so he had to stay there and recover for a whole month. Then she returned around late October or the lunar 11th month. Her villainous father would come back then. Lin Qinghe thought that once her villainous father returned, she wouldn't be able to live as freely as she did now. With an adult in the house, she couldn't be as carefree as when she was dealing with 3 children. So, before her villainous father came back, she had to prepare everything needed at home. There wasn't much entertainment in this era, and it was also the busy harvest season. The sun was still quite strong, and Lin Qinghe didn't want to ruin her good skin, which the original owner had taken good care of. In her opinion, she wasn't very pale, just not dark. But compared to the villagers, she was truly very fair. In the following days, Lin Qinghe stayed at home cooking. Since the original owner didn't socialize much, she had no friends or contacts, so she could only cook for the children. This made Zhou Dawa, Zhou Erwa, and Zhou Sanwa very happy. Under Lin Qinghe's guidance, Zhou Sanwa started to speak. When he did, it seemed like he had unlocked all his channels, and he spoke one word after another. He often said words like meat, pee, eat, water, and most of all, mother. The three children ate with their mouths full of food. The original owner was lazy, but she understood that since she didn't socialize with others, she had to be self-sufficient. There was a vegetable garden in the backyard, where she grew tomatoes, cucumbers, chives, greens, and some radishes. The variety was mixed, and the planting was small, just a little patch. So, Lin Qinghe casually cooked with what she had. She made scrambled eggs with chives, radish stew with pork bones, and cucumber stir-fried with sliced meat. She cooked whatever she liked, and since the children didn't understand much about food, Lin Qinghe explained. She said the vegetables were bought last time and pickled with salt. She also used a piece of pork belly and a piece of pork loin, marinated with salt, then fried and eaten. The salty flavor was perfect when paired with porridge or noodles. After a few days of this diet, Zhou Sanwa became fair and tender. Kids tend to gain weight quickly and lose it just as fast. However, being raised by Lin Qinghe in such a caring way and always looking neat and tidy, after the busy harvest season ended, Mother Zhou brought over the winter clothes that Sister Zhou had made first for the third child. Seeing the little third child, she was a bit surprised. Sister Zhou's skills are really good, Lin Qinghe said, handing the third child to Mother Zhou so she could admire him properly. Then she took a small set of clothes from the basket and looked at them. Sister Zhou's sewing skills are very good. She often makes clothes whenever she has free time. In just a few days, she finished making clothes for the third child. Of course, it was easier because the third child is small. The clothes for the second and the fourth children will be ready soon too. After the harvest, Sister Zhou had no chores to do at home, so she could focus entirely on making clothes. She had enough cotton, so even if she used a little, the cotton-padded clothes and pants she made were still very thick and warm. For example, this set would be perfect for the little one to wear in winter. But there was only this one set. By the way, Mother, do we still have eggs at home? Please give me some to eat first. I'll pay for them, Lin Qinghe said. Since they don't keep chickens at home, they only eat store-bought eggs, which run out quickly. She planned to take a few more pounds from her space, but she needed a reason to get eggs. There are a few left at home. How many do you want? Mother Zhou looked at her and asked. Just a pound is enough. I'll go to the market in a couple of days. I need to buy some things too. When the time comes, I'll buy them all at once, Lin Qinghe replied. You're going to the market again? Mother Zhou asked. How can I not go? The three kids at home have big appetites, and it's getting colder. I don't want to go out often. I'll buy what we need now, so it's done early. Do you want me to buy anything for you? If yes, I'll get it for you, Lin Qinghe said. I don't need anything, Mother Zhou said. She was happy that Lin Qinghe took good care of her three grandchildren, especially the little third child, who had gained a lot of weight. She had changed her opinion of Lin Qinghe a bit, but when she heard about her plans to spend money freely, she felt a bit distressed. She wanted to say something, but she knew that her words wouldn't be heard by the fourth family, so she kept quiet. Lin Qinghe said she would go in a few days. In fact, the next morning, she fed the third child well and then brought him over to Mother Zhou. Zhou Dawa and Zhou Erwa also came along. They actually wanted to go with their mother, but Lin Qinghe thought the 1-hour journey was too long. She found it troublesome and didn't want to bring 2 little kids with her. So, they all went to old Zhou's house. Of course, they also brought a small bag of rock sugar to give to Zhou's mother to handle. It was still early, and the rest of old Zhou's family hadn't gotten up yet. They had been very tired lately and just wanted to sleep a little longer. Lin Qinghe didn't care. She left the children and went out carrying a basket, always just thinking about spending money recklessly. Doesn't she know to save a bit? The kids are so young. When they grow up, won't they need money? Zhou's mother said after she left. Zhou's older sisters, Zhou San and Zhou Si, came out after hearing the noise and asked what was going on. Zhou's mother naturally complained openly. After hearing her, Zhou's older sisters didn't say anything, but they actually agreed with Zhou's mother. The fourth family's daughter-in-law really knew how to spend money. The money she had seemed like it wasn't real, and she spent it without blinking. They couldn't do that. They felt heartbroken every time they spent a penny. After all, their three families didn't get much pocket money all year. They hadn't divided the land yet, so Zhou's mother kept most of the big money. She did give them some pocket money, a few coins for them to save. But I think the fourth sister-in-law is quite caring about Dawa and the others now, Zhou's older sister said to Dawa and the others. She knew that when they went to the market, she could see that Manhwa was brought along. Before, she wouldn't have done that, just left the kids at home. Such a young child, her heart was really big. Zhou's mother didn't say anything. Zhou's third sister asked Dawa, what did your mother make for you to eat? Manhwa said you guys have grown a lot in just a few days. Our mother made us meat, salted meat. It's very fragrant. Dawa said loudly. Meat? Zhou's older sisters and Zhou San looked surprised. Where would they get meat now? Why are you two asking so many questions? In a few days, the team will divide the meat. You'll get some then, Zhou's mother said, thinking she knew everything. Zhou's older sisters and Zhou San understood that their mother didn't want them to ask more, so they wisely didn't ask further. Dawa felt a little disappointed, thinking about how his mother had made something delicious for them these days. But when he heard the children outside calling him to play, he didn't say anything and went out immediately. Of course, before going out, she didn't forget to ask her grandmother for a piece of rock sugar to eat. When the rest of the Zhou family got up, they saw that the second and third children were already awake. They asked and found out that their mischievous mother had gone to the market again. Although the grain harvest was now complete and the situation was stable, there was still some final work to finish. After breakfast, Mother Zhou took the second and third children to the team to peel corn. They peeled the corn, removed the kernels, dried them in the sun, and then sent them to complete the final grain quota. Only after submitting the grain quota could they distribute the grain, which everyone looked forward to. Especially because after the grain was distributed, they would slaughter pigs and share the meat. Of course, before dividing the pork, they would plant winter wheat. But all these things had nothing to do with Lin Qinghe, so she left without any worries. Following the familiar path, she arrived at the supply and marketing cooperative in town. Although the cooperative here in the town was not as good as the one in the county, it still had some items, like rice, oil, soy sauce, and vinegar. However, these all required tickets, but the original owner had bought them before. There was still a bottle at home, which she had washed a few days ago, and then poured into a container from her space, so she wasn't short of these seasonings. With her food coupons, she bought half a jean of wood ear mushrooms and also half a jean of dried kelp. After looking at other items, she didn't take anything else. Actually, this trip was mainly just to go through the motions, otherwise, how could she explain why she had supplies in her hands? But she did need to buy items like a toothbrush, wash basin, and basin. First, she bought toothbrushes for the older and younger children. They still had some toothpaste at home, left over from their mother, and she used her stored supplies from her space. This time, she decided not to buy a wash basin or basin because carrying them back from so far away would be too troublesome. She had other plans. After buying the toothbrushes and toothpaste, she specifically followed her memory to the slaughterhouse on the outskirts of the cooperative. This small slaughterhouse in the countryside was set up by the cooperative last year. Otherwise, slaughterhouses were only found in the county town. But in the suburban area, Lin Qinghe just wanted to try her luck. She also wanted to go through the motions because at this point, she didn't really think she could buy any meat. She was lucky. She arrived here in just an hour. Just then, a woman carrying meat came out from inside. Lin Qinghe immediately approached and said, "Big sister, are you here to buy meat?" "Yes, you too? But you didn't make a reservation. If you didn't book in advance, there's no way to get it," the woman replied, giving her a slightly proud look. Seeing her blue work uniform, Lin Qinghe knew she was someone with connections. She smiled and said, "Big sister, I come from the countryside. I don't have your contacts. I wonder if you could help me out?" Then, seeing no one around, she secretly handed over a small ration ticket worth a few cents. For those working in the commune who rely on ration tickets for food, these tickets are more valuable than money. Without a ration ticket, even money can't buy food. This woman was over 30, so she probably had children. At this age, children are usually still young enough to eat. As long as the ration tickets weren't from illegal sources, she wouldn't refuse. As long as she could help, she was willing. "Girl, just tell me what you need. If I can help, I will." "No need to be polite," the woman said, her tone softening even though she only received a small ration ticket. "I understand, but I'm from the countryside. I don't need the ration tickets to buy food. In a few days, the team will distribute meat. As a mother, I can't bear to see my child craving meat so much. I just want to try my luck," Lin Qinghe explained. Then she got straight to the point. "My family's children are really craving meat. The team will distribute some soon, but as a mother, I can't bear to see my kids longing for it. I just want to see if I can get some." Hearing this, the woman relaxed. Being a mother truly means caring deeply for your children. "Big sister, I can tell you're a kind person who likes to help. Do you know anyone who might help? I don't need much, just half a pound of leftover meat. I don't have a ration ticket, but I can pay a little extra. What do you think?" Lin Qinghe offered the ration ticket. "Young sister, you also care about children. I'll go inside and see what I can do for you," the woman said calmly, accepting the ration ticket. "All right," Lin Qinghe nodded. A woman went inside for about 5 minutes and then came out saying, "Young lady, you don't have a ticket. One jean costs 9 mao 5, but if you have a ticket, I can sell it to you for 7 mao 3. Since you don't have a ticket, it's a bit more expensive. How much do you want to buy? Then, sister, please give me half a jean. Also, see if there are any big bones or similar, and ask the master to weigh them for me," Lin Qinghe said, then handed her 2 yuan. "I'll go inside and buy it for you," the woman replied. She went in to buy the meat and quickly came out carrying it. It was half a jean, a large piece of fatty meat, but it also included ribs, big bones, and 2 bones. These days, only fatty meat is very popular. Other bone-in meats are much cheaper. There were quite a few, but she still bought them all for Lin Qinghe. She was going to give her the remaining 5 cents, but Lin Qinghe refused. "Big sister, your nephew and niece are still growing. You should buy more food for them so they don't go hungry," Lin Qinghe said kindly. "Young lady, you're too polite." The woman immediately returned the 5 cents and, having already taken her food stamps, didn't ask for her money again. Lin Qinghe thought for a moment and smiled, saying, "Big sister, I feel we get along well. My name is Lin Qinghe. I'm from Zhoujia village. My husband is in the army. He's the only soldier from Zhoujia village, so once you hear about it you'll know." Seeing her introduce herself, Chen Mei also smiled and introduced herself. She had a good impression of Lin Qinghe. "Our 3 little boys are really greedy. If it weren't for Sister May's wide connections, I wouldn't know if I could buy anything this time," Lin Qinghe said gratefully. "Sister, you're still young, but you already have 3 children?" May asked in surprise. "I married at 17 and by 18, I had my first. The oldest is now 5 years old, and after the new year, she'll be 6, Lin Qinghe said with a smile. "Really, I couldn't tell," May replied. "May, you work at the Supply and Marketing Cooperative. If I come again, can I find you?" Lin Qinghe asked. "Of course. If you need anything, just come to me. I'll definitely help if I can. But this time, only a master at the slaughterhouse was able to give you a share. Otherwise, there wouldn't be so much. You'd have to pre-order early," May explained. But this wasn't false. Meat was hard to get at this time, because there were quotas. Lin Qinghe quickly agreed. She didn't expect everything to go so smoothly, just finding herself a long-term meat supplier. With Sister May around, she now knew where the meat in her space came from. She also thought about what she still needed. For example, she needed a stove. In this era, a coal stove could be used to cook small pots. She had bought 2 old-fashioned double-handled iron pots and 2 old clay pots for her space. These could still be used now, especially if they were bought from the black market. No one would question it, because they looked vintage and fit the style of this time period. Right now, her home only had one stove for boiling water, cooking, and preparing meals. If she had a coal stove, it would be much more convenient. But getting a coal stove wasn't easy. Plus, she would need coal ball tickets, which only city folks had. The countryside didn't have them. To get these, she would have to visit the county town. Besides the stove, she also wanted some clay basins and similar items. But she would take her time. She believed she could improve her living conditions after Zhou Qingbai returned. Feeling that her preparations were enough for now, she covered her basket with a cloth. As for what she bought, no one would know. She simply took it out from her space. When she reached the village, she took out some pork from her space. She didn't bring any fat pork, as it would be too obvious to use for oil now. She decided to wait until the village distributed meat. She also had ribs, other meats, and eggs. She wanted the basket to look full, but she covered it with cloth so no one knew what she had bought. She left early in the morning. Although the road was not close, she was back by around 9 or 10 o'clock. She didn't go to pick up her third son first. With Zhou's mother around, she knew he would be well cared for. She filled her egg jar with eggs and also filled the rice and flour jars. Then she started preparing the meat. She salted 2 large pieces of pork belly for curing. As for lean meat, she planned to make pork porridge for the 3 children. They loved her lean pork porridge and ate it happily, which made her feel content. She chopped the ribs herself. As for the big bones, she planned to give them to Zhou's mother later, as a token of gratitude. After finishing her chores at home, Lin Qinghe checked the time and realized it was still early. She decided to go to the backyard vegetable garden to tidy up. As she was working, she heard someone calling. She went to the door and saw Zhou Dong carrying 2 bundles of firewood. "You're so quick. I thought you'd wait a couple of days before coming," Lin Qinghe said, moving aside to let him in. "Just let my sister and the others peel the corn." "I don't need to do that," Zhou Dong replied. He would only need the firewood when it was time to plant winter wheat, but that hadn't started yet. Both bundles of firewood were quite large. Such bundles cost 3 mao each. Lin Qinghe took out 3 mao from her pocket and paid him, saying, "We still need a lot more." Yes, they still needed more because she used more firewood than the original owner. Also, by the end of October, Zhou Qingbai should be back. He was injured, and she didn't dare to push him to go out and gather firewood like the original owner did, just to vent her anger. In the novel, the original owner did exactly that. Because of this, the villain's father developed health problems, which worsened over time, and by his 50s, he was in worse shape. "Don't worry, Auntie. I can go to the mountain to gather firewood before it snows. Once the grain is divided, my sister can come with me. We'll use a cart to carry more," Zhou Dong assured her. Other families didn't like Andy Lin, but he and his sister actually had a good impression of her because the original owner was willing to give them work. Having work meant they could get food. In winter, they couldn't earn much from their labor, so they had to tighten their belts. Life was hard before, but because they helped the original owner, she paid them. During winter, they could only eat 2 or 3 parts of full, and, at most, 1 part on a bad day. When hungry, they drank water and just endured. "These are boiled eggs from the morning. I cooked a few extra. Take 2 and eat them," Lin Qinghe said, bringing 2 eggs from inside. "No need, Auntie. I already ate this morning before coming," Zhou Dong quickly replied. "Auntie, I'll head back now. I can go again this afternoon, and I'll bring it to you in the evening." After saying that, he hurried off. Lin Qinghe hesitated for a moment, but didn't say much. Eggs were quite valuable at this time. She had been looking for a chance to ask Zhou Dong to go with her. She planned to push a cart to the county town, where they could bring back wash basins and other items. That's why she wanted the eggs, but seeing Zhou Dong's attitude, she was afraid he wouldn't accept them. She decided to wait until they went to the county town, and then give them some reward. As for Zhou Dong's plan to go again in the afternoon, that was also possible. Going up the mountain to gather firewood from here was not close. With Zhou Dong's pace, it would take at least 3 hours. During that time, he could bring back 2 bundles of firewood. He probably left early in the morning, even before dawn. She knew Zhou Dong wouldn't go alone. He was going with several other young men from the village, so she wasn't worried. Right now was also the time for everyone to gather firewood for winter. Zhou Dong was bringing firewood to sell to her, while others in the village took theirs to the county town to sell. Usually they could sell it, but Zhou Dong had an easier time than others. So Zhou Dong could go out again after finishing his meal and be back before dark. As for the villagers, they didn't lack firewood. They could gather plenty of straw and other materials. Her family didn't have much to share, but as long as she prepared some more, they would be fine through the winter. Lin Qinghe knew all this well. It was clear Zhou Dong valued these opportunities, so he worked hard. Compared to tightening their belts during winter, Zhou Dong preferred to gather more firewood now. Her guilt about hiring child labor was lessened, and she was more willing to give orders, just like the original owner. After bringing the 2 bundles of firewood into the backyard shed, she placed them there. The shed was built by Zhou Qingbai when he returned, specifically to store firewood and keep it dry during rain or snow. Then she continued working on the vegetable garden. After tidying up, she picked some green cucumbers to stir-fry with meat for lunch. 4 of them, mother and 3 children, had enough green cucumbers and leftover boiled eggs from breakfast. She had cooked extra porridge deliberately, so it just needed reheating. She also took out 2 plain steamed buns, which was enough. As for the evening, Lin Qinghe had already decided they would eat dumplings. After lunch, she would start making the dough. At 11 o'clock, Zhou Dawa came back. He was just checking if his mother had returned, and sure enough, she had. "Are your grandma and the others still shelling corn at the production team?" Lin Qinghe asked. "Yes," Zhou Dawa nodded, then looked at the stove. "Mom, did you buy any good food today? Are there big, white steamed buns?" "Yes, go bring your brothers back. But don't tell anyone, or you won't get to eat anything," Lin Qinghe said. "Can't we tell anyone about the meat we ate?" Zhou Dawa asked. He had already bragged to his friends, and they were very jealous. "Just forget about it now. In the future, don't say anything. Be discreet, understand?" Lin Qinghe replied. "What does discreet mean?" Zhou Dawa asked. "That if you want to brag, go ahead. Now hurry and bring your brothers back, so we can have lunch," Lin Qinghe said. "Okay, I'll go now," Zhou Dawa immediately replied. It was Zhou Dawa's second sister-in-law, Zhou Ernie, who carried Zhou Sanhua home. Both Zhou Erwa and Zhou Dawa were there. "Take this big bone home for your grandpa and grandma to add to the meal," Lin Qinghe said, ignoring how the Zhou family might see her. She handed over a large bone and sent Zhou Ernie away. "Just this morning, and you're already like a little flower," Lin Qinghe said as she washed the faces of Erwa and Sanhua. Then she washed Dawa. "Mom, can you buy a few big white steamed buns?" Dawa asked. "How many more do you want?" Lin Qinghe replied. "Of course, 1 for each of us," Dawa said. "That's a nice idea," Lin Qinghe snorted. "But I bought 2, so you can each have half. Half each is also good." After tidying up for her 3 brothers, Lin Qinghe started boiling porridge. Without gas, it was quite troublesome. Living in modern times, Lin Qinghe tried to get used to it. She was already doing well, but she still felt a bit lazy. For lunch, they had plain porridge with stir-fried cucumber and meat, boiled eggs, and most importantly, 2 big white steamed buns. There wasn't much porridge, just 1 bowl each. But with these dishes and the 2 buns, the mother and 3 children all felt very satisfied. Especially Dawa and Erwa, who loved white buns so much they could eat them endlessly. "Mom, did you buy anything else?" Zhou Erwa asked. "It's nothing," Lin Qinghe replied while tidying up the dishes. Speaking of the supply and demand office in town, the supplies are indeed scarce. According to the original owner's memory, the county supply and demand office has a full variety of goods. This time, she wanted to buy some red dates and dried shrimp, but there was nothing available. However, at the county supply and demand office, these items are usually in stock. But every time the original owner went there, she only looked at pretty fabrics. She wasn't interested in these things. However, Lin Qinghe was interested. Her 3 little boys are at the age where they need to grow, especially in height. Dried shrimp is very good for calcium. She also wanted to buy some red dates to put in the chicken stew. There are also other mushrooms, like wood ear and seaweed. She brought back half a gene of each this time. But if Zhou Qingbai comes back, the big man definitely won't have enough to eat, so she needs to go to the county again. She plans to take Zhou Dong to the county tomorrow to buy supplies, then prepare for a nap with her 3 sons. There's nothing else to do except sleep. Thinking about how the weather is getting colder day by day, Lin Qinghe, after her 3 little boys fell asleep, looked through her space. She prepared 2 large, warm quilts, each weighing 7 jin. They are very warm, but even though the colors are low-key, they are full of modern elements, which don't match this era. So, she needs a large quilt cover. She plans to buy one in the county, then open it up and put the quilt inside. Zhou Qingbai wouldn't say anything about that. She considers this her own effort. Besides the quilts, she also has a mattress. It's a very old-fashioned mattress, simple and not expensive, but warm. She has decided that she will use the quilts and mattress herself. When winter comes, she will let her 3rd son sleep on her bed. As for the villain father, he can sleep in the room next door with the other boys. The family still has an old quilt, so he won't freeze. Zhou Qingbai, after checking her supplies in the space, Lin Qinghe fell asleep with her 3rd son. When old Zhou's family returned, they learned that Lin Qinghe had given away a big bone. Although there wasn't much meat, in these times, anything with some fat was considered good. There was no reason to dislike it, especially since it was brought back by Zhou Ernie. This big bone was chopped up and used to cook salted vegetables. For the people in old Zhou's family who hadn't had much fat and meat in a long time, it tasted very delicious. After eating, everyone went their own way. Mother Zhou went back to her room and asked Father Zhou, "Old man, what do you think is going on with the 4th family situation? What's going on?" Father Zhou said, though he didn't really understand either. He didn't like to think about these things. How could he not know? Mother Zhou said, "They used to keep their distance from us, afraid of getting involved with our family. Now they send their 2 younger kids to town and even bring home a big bone." Father Zhou didn't want to think too much about it. He believed that if things could get better, that was good enough. Why worry about other things? Right now, the most important thing was to finish paying the grain tax quickly and then divide the grain for planting winter wheat. That was the main task. Actually, it wasn't just Mother Zhou who was confused. The other 3 sisters-in-law also wondered. Sister-in-law too whispered to Zhou Qinglin, "What does the 4th family mean? Do you think she wants to come and take some of our meat?" Zhou Qinglin didn't care and said, "They've already shared their meat. How could she take ours? There are so many people in our family." Sister-in-law too thought she saw through Lin Qinghe's plans and said, "She might have shared her meat, but the big kids are still her parents' grandchildren. Why think so much? She's proud, and with the allowance from the 4th family every month, she can buy meat from the production team if she wants. She doesn't need to take ours. Besides, I think she has her own ways to get meat. Otherwise, she wouldn't be so reluctant to give us a big bone." Sister-in-law two's tone was full of envy. "Did you see? The big kids have grown a lot lately, especially the 3rd kid. His face is getting chubby." Her 2 older sisters-in-law were both daughters, and her son was only 3 years old, but he was also quite thin. Before, when he was the same age as the 2nd kid, he was smaller but not as skinny as the 2nd kid. But since she last saw him, he had become much sturdier.
"Stop thinking about that."
"I guess she has less money in her pocket than we do," Zhou Qinglin said. This comment hit sister-in-law two's sore spot. She thought she was very good at managing the household. Even though the family didn't have much income, she had managed to save more than 10 yuan. That was definitely a lot of money. However, looking at the 4th family, even though Uncle 4th sends money every month, it doesn't matter. If the 4th family's person isn't good at managing money, no matter how much allowance they get, it can cause trouble. For example, now the 3rd family is helping her make winter clothes for the oldest child. All 3 brothers have new clothes, filled with good cotton and fabric. It's really wasteful. I bet Lin Qinghe probably doesn't have more money than her. Who knows how much pocket money my mother will give us this year, Sister Zhou comforted herself and said happily. Mother Zhou, as the mother-in-law, is actually one of the best in the village. Besides favoring her eldest son Zhou Qingba, she isn't too biased against Lin Qinghe. She treats their three families fairly. And she's not stingy either. For example, at the end of the year when they share tickets and money, she gives each of the three families a little pocket money. Sometimes she saves money herself or takes some back from relatives when visiting her family on the second day of the new year. It's all up to her to decide. Other wives in the village don't get such treatment from their mothers-in-law. They don't have private savings accounts. Compared to others, life is pretty good for her. Next door, Sister Zhou was talking about how Lin Qinghe brought over a big bone today. She didn't think as much as Sister Zhou, but she still looked confused. Zhou Qingmu said that the fourth family must be acting more sensible now. Sister Zhou rolled her eyes at him. When the fourth family caused trouble before, her husband said she was too young and naive. But now she's a mother of 3 children. Does she look like she's acting more sensible? Now she's acting more sensible? Who would believe that? That's such a waste of money. I heard Taozi's mother say she saw her carrying a basket of things back, Sister Zhou said. She didn't know exactly what it was, just covered with cloth. But if she was willing to bring back a big bone, she must have bought a lot. Zhou Qingmu agreed. Life shouldn't be so wasteful. The 3 brothers' children are already 5 years old, and after the new year, they'll be 6. Kids cost a lot as they grow up. Speaking of which, Zhou Qingmu was a little jealous because he only has 1 son. He has 3 daughters before, so his pressure is lighter. But he'd rather have more pressure himself than see others struggle. I don't know if this is a son, Zhou Qingmu said, touching Sister Zhou's slightly bulging belly. Zhou Daiseo's attention was drawn away, and she said, every time Dawa sees the 3rd family's belly, he calls her little brother. I wonder if it's because of the baby or if it's a boy. She wasn't really worried because no matter what, there was already one. Of course, if it was a boy, that would be better. If not, it wasn't a big deal. Zhou San's wife was now making clothes for Dawa and Erwa. Since the busy farming season was over, she didn't need to do household chores, so she could spend the whole day making clothes. Naturally, she was working quickly. The piece she was making for Erwa was already halfway done. In a few days, she would finish Dawa's clothes, and then she could start making jackets for her daughter. Although the Zhou family each had their own thoughts, life was still peaceful. When Zhou San's wife yawned and went to rest, Lin Qinghe had already woken up. Tonight, they decided to eat dumplings, so she started kneading the dough. She had chopped the ribs and other ingredients and stored them in her space. The weather wasn't cold yet. Besides the salted pork belly, fresh meat and ribs wouldn't last long. Having a space as good as a refrigerator was perfect for storing them. While Lin Qinghe was busy in the kitchen, Dawa and his brothers also got up one after another. They were very happy to hear that dinner would be dumplings. Dawa went out to show off, Erwa also went out to play, and Samwa stayed at home with Lin Qinghe. Lin Qinghe didn't mind if the boys played outside as long as they didn't go too far. They were boys, and she didn't restrict them much. Most importantly, winter was coming soon, and they wouldn't have much time to go out and play. She planned to focus on making Dawa study when winter arrived. Next year, she planned to send him to elementary school. Elementary school was 5 years, and middle and high school were 2 years each. 6 years old wasn't too young to start school. It was better than staying at home playing with cats and dogs. Unaware that Dawa was happily playing outside and Erwa was following him closely, Lin Qinghe looked at the dough and decided it was almost ready. She told the brothers to wash their hands and faces themselves. The family had a well, which was expensive to dig. Fewer than 5 families in the whole village had their own well in their yard, and theirs was one of them. Of course, it was usually covered to prevent Dawa and his brothers from playing with it. Initially, digging this well cost a lot of money. However, the original owner relied on Zhou Qingba, who sent money back every month, so she didn't worry and simply asked people to start digging. But second sister-in-law was proud, thinking that the original owner's total wealth wasn't much more than hers. She greatly underestimated Zhou Qingba's ability. A few years ago, Zhou Qingba could only send back about 20-something yuan each month, usually around 23 or 4, sometimes 25 or 6, always nearly the same amount. He didn't spend much money over there, so he sent back whatever he had, some cash and some vouchers. In the past year or two, Zhou Qingba's monthly remittance increased to over 30 yuan, often reaching 35 or 6. Even if the original owner spent money freely, in this era, having money didn't mean traveling everywhere. Although her older children were still young, they weren't eating her out yet. The original owner made sure they weren't starving, so she didn't spend much on them. Most of the household expenses were on herself. New snow cream, new clothes, cotton-padded jackets, headscarves, scarves, socks, and leather shoes, all for her own use. Since she was spending only on herself, the original owner managed to save a little. She had also spent quite a bit, but a few days ago, Lin Qing had checked her savings and found she had about 200, nearly 300 yuan saved. In today's time where money is spent bit by bit, 300 yuan is a huge amount. However, the original owner's reputation for being a spender was well known, so everyone believed she didn't have much savings at all. This was also partly because an old woman in the village once told her to save money. She casually replied, "That's not enough for me to spend. How can I save?" This remark has been passed around in the village ever since. Seeing her with her snow cream, new leather shoes, and expensive clothes, items villagers couldn't even afford or dared not ask the prices of, they didn't doubt her words. "Mom, what filling are you putting in the dumplings?" Zhou Dawa asked while washing. Lin Qinghe replied, "Pork." "Mom, I like all kinds of dumpling fillings," second sister-in-law said. Second sister-in-law was good at pleasing others, and Lin Qinghe responded with a smile. Seeing her smile, second sister-in-law grinned happily. "Girl, do you want me to help you?" Zhou Dawa said happily, eager to get involved. "In the future, you will have to do it yourselves. I don't plan to spoil you into being rich young masters who never do any work. But for now, forget it. You all look like you've just come out of the mud, with dirt in your nails. Although I wash them, they get dirty again in just a day. Everyone stay out of it." "Just stand aside," Lin Qinghe said, pushing his hand away. Zhou Dawa said, "Mom, you dislike me. I've disliked you for quite some time. Why didn't you say anything before?" "Oh, by the way, we're planning to raise chickens at home. Do you have any opinions?" Lin Qinghe asked. "Raising little chickens." Dawa's eyes lit up. "Yes," Lin Qinghe nodded. "Zhou Dawa, take your brother's hand. Don't let him feed himself with his mouth." She gave him some flour to play with while she watched. Zhou Dawa took his brother's hand and said, "Mom, there are no little chickens now." "No little chickens?" Dawa looked disappointed. "I know there are no chickens now. We plan to raise them in spring next year. When the time comes, there will definitely be some. We can buy them from the villagers. But if we raise chickens, feeding them will be a problem," Lin Qinghe explained. The yard was very spacious, especially the backyard vegetable garden filled with vegetable stalks. Not raising chickens would be a shame. However, the original owner was even more particular about cleanliness and didn't want to raise chickens because of the smell. But if everything was cleaned properly, the smell wouldn't be so strong. Plus, the backyard was a good distance from the house. When Zhou Qingbai returns, she plans to ask him to build a chicken coop. "If we raise chickens at home, will we have chicken meat to eat?" Zhou Dawa's eyes sparkled. "Chickens lay eggs," Zhou Dawa immediately said. "If chickens eat, how will they lay eggs and eat?" "Chicken meat is very tasty," Zhou Dawa said. Hearing this, Zhou Dawa started to drool and looked at his mother. Although the boy didn't say anything, Lin Qinghe could tell what he meant. "Mom, I haven't eaten chicken meat yet. Let's see someday if there are chickens for sale," Lin Qinghe replied. "Mom, you're so kind." Dawa immediately came over, hugging her leg softly. Although in the future, he will become a scheming little helper for the three brothers, right now he's just a little kid. After being spoiled by Lin Qinghe for a few days, she forgot about her previous cold attitude towards the original owner and became very close to her. Last night, Zhou Erwa even asked if he could sleep with her and Sanhwa. He never dared to ask the original owner before. Children are very perceptive. They know when you are kind or unkind to them. Since he knew Lin Qinghe was good to their brothers, he dared to make a request. But Lin Qinghe didn't agree, telling the brothers to continue sleeping on their own and to wait until it gets really cold. Next year, we'll raise chickens. You guys will be responsible for feeding them, Lin Qinghe said. I'll catch bugs in the vegetable garden to feed the chicks.
Erwa immediately said.
I'll dig earthworms to feed them too, Zhou Dawa added. Eat chicken, Sanwa said, looking at his older brothers and then jumping in. Erwa went over to teach him that chicks need to be raised to lay eggs, not eaten. The family finished dinner before 5 o'clock. The pork dumplings smelled very good, but since the 3 brothers were still young, they couldn't eat much. There was 1 bowl left. Just then, Zhou Dong came carrying the second load of firewood for the day. Lin Qinghe took it out and said, Xiao Dong, take this bowl of dumplings home to eat. Annie has something to discuss with you. Zhou Dong shook his head and said, Auntie, tell me what you need. I'll do it. But you can leave the dumplings for Dawa and the others. Zhou Dong, we've all already eaten, Dawa said confidently. But Zhou Erwa clearly didn't want his mother to give away such delicious dumplings, though he didn't say anything. Listen, they've all already eaten. If you don't take this bowl of dumplings, Annie can ask, Lin Qinghe said. Hearing this, Zhou Dong hesitated for a moment, then took the bowl and said, Annie, just tell me what to do. It's like this. Annie plans to go to the county town. There are quite a few things to buy this time. She can't bring everything back alone. How about you go with her the day after tomorrow? Lin Qinghe explained. Zhou Dong's family has a trailer, perfect for carrying what she needs. This might be her last trip to the county this year, but it's unavoidable because it's too far. It takes 3 or 4 hours round trip, and it's very tiring. Okay, I'll come over the day after tomorrow. What time should I come, Andy? Zhou Dong agreed, without hesitation. The day after tomorrow, there's nothing much to do because I need to pay the grain tax. Since he doesn't have to go, it's fine. The day after that is the day to distribute the grain, so I can't delay anything. About 5 o'clock, Lin Qinghe said. They will leave at 5 to go to the county town, which will take until 9 o'clock to get there. Zhou Dong nodded, looked at the dumplings in his bowl, and wanted to return them. Lin Qinghe said, take them back to eat, or I won't ask you to do anything. She also paid Zhou Dong 3 cents for the 2 bundles of firewood in the evening, then let him go home. Not long after Zhou Dong left, She returned the cleaned bowl and asked Lin Qinghe if she needed her to come over the day after tomorrow to take care of the big kids. The original owner used to call her that too. The girl was quite reliable. But Lin Qinghe didn't plan to and said no need. Just call grandma over early the next morning to take care of them. She then left. As for calling Zhou Dong to go to the county town with her and delaying his search for firewood to earn money, it's no big deal. Because the white flour and pork dumplings Lin Qinghe made, if they ate at a restaurant in the town or county, it would cost at least 50 cents and require a grain ticket. Without the ticket, even if they had money, they couldn't buy it. Just this bowl of white flour dumplings was enough to not let them feel they were losing out. When the villagers saw Zhou Dong bring back a bowl of white flour dumplings, they asked about it. There was nothing to hide. They just said that Aunt Lin had something to help with, so she gave it. As for what it was because the next day after tomorrow he was supposed to go to the county town with her. Everyone in the village knew why Lin Qinghe was taking Zhou Dong to the county town. She was probably going to buy a lot of things and needed someone to carry the goods. But that bowl of white flour and pork dumplings was worth it. Everyone could smell the delicious aroma. However, Zhou Dong wasn't foolish. He took the bowl home, ate it with his sister, and then washed the bowl and returned it. Although it was only 1 bowl of dumplings, the brother and sister didn't plan to cook again that night. With white flour and pork, they had enough for the evening. Soon, grain distribution would start. Families in need could borrow some in advance and pay it back when the grain was issued. So, for now, no one would go hungry. But there was still a whole winter ahead, and they couldn't eat freely. Especially for families like Zhou Dong and Zhou Shi's, if they didn't tighten their belts, they would go hungry all year round. This year, Lin Qinghe needs much more firewood than last year, which is a good way for them to earn money. For example, just today, 4 bundles of firewood earned 6 cents. The village is small, and news about Lin Qinghe preparing to go to the county town spread quickly to Mother Zhou. Mother Zhou was so angry, she almost clutched her chest. I thought she was really going to change, but she's still the same. She had just gone to the town today to bring back a basket of supplies, and she was going to the county again the day after tomorrow. She went to the county not long ago, and now she's wasting money like this. Sister-in-law Zhou, second sister-in-law Zhou, and third sister-in-law Zhou all looked surprised but not shocked. People in the village talked a lot, but most agreed that Lin Qinghe was bad at managing money and too wasteful. They said she was the worst wife in their entire production team for not knowing how to live properly. No matter what the villagers said, Lin Qinghe and her 3 sons had a good night's sleep. The next morning, after washing clothes, Lin Qinghe cooked millet porridge. Now they bathe every 3 days, but their feet need washing every day. She fried some salted pork belly for the 3 brothers. Since the pork was already salted, she didn't add any other seasonings, just fried in oil, which made it very fragrant. Then, using the oil at the bottom of the pan, she cooked a poached egg for each of them. Breakfast was simple, but all 3 brothers ate happily. "Mom, people outside are saying you don't know how to manage money," said Big Brother Zhou, eating a delicious poached egg. They heard this while playing outside. Lin Qinghe saw second brother Zhou nodding, indicating he also heard, and she raised an eyebrow. "So, do you think I don't know how to manage money?" "No," said Big Brother Zhou. "Mom knows how to manage money," second brother Zhou agreed. "It's tasty," said little brother San, who loved snacks. "Let them say what they want outside. I didn't spend their money. My man earns money for me to spend. Why shouldn't I spend it? Plus, I have 3 sons to raise. I have to make sure you all grow up healthy and chubby. If I don't spend money, what will I use to feed you all who love to eat?" Lin Qinghe said. Big brother Zhou grinned. Second brother Zhou also smiled shyly, and third brother Zhou, now grown up, was already waiting for his mother to feed him. "Eat quickly. After you finish, go with your grandma to dry the corn. Your grandma will come over for lunch," Lin Qinghe said. "Does daughter want to see grandma?" Zhou Dawa asked. "Yes, she does," Lin Qinghe replied. "All right then," Zhou Dawa agreed. After breakfast, he sneaked out to play. Lin Qinghe fed the 3rd child and told him to play at the door with the 2nd child. She then ate her own meal, cleaned up the dishes, and started tidying the house. The only thing she disliked about the original owner was her overly strong sense of influence and practicality. But she agreed with some of her other qualities. For example, the original owner kept the house very clean, and everything was neatly organized, never messy or dirty. Lin Qinghe was happy about that. After cleaning the house, she took out the original owner's clothes to air them out. These clothes were very good quality, with several sets in the wardrobe, all in excellent condition, without a single patch. However, she still wasn't completely satisfied. In her words, how could last year's clothes match this year's self? So, this year, she planned to make new clothes. As for her 3 sons, she would just manage to get by. Actually, the original owner had many clothes, but she had taken some back to her parents' house for her sister-in-law and relatives. Every year, she could bring back 1 or 2 sets. But even so, there were still several sets of clothes in her wardrobe, including 3 summer sets, 1 autumn set she was wearing now, and another hanging outside. There were 3 autumn sets in total, 2 cotton-padded ones, 1 from the year before last and 1 from last year. If she made another set this year, the 1 from the year before last would be sent to her parents' house. There were also fabrics and cotton she had specially prepared for her parents' house. Honestly, the old Lin family's daughter was truly not at a loss. But now, she felt a bit embarrassed. She had come, but she should focus on her own son first. She didn't have the ability to take care of others. The money she spent was still earned by Zhou Qingbai's hard work. She took out all the clothes to air them, including her 3 sons' clothes. They didn't have many. Right now, they only had 1 set of autumn clothes each, which they wore today, and that was all. In the wardrobe, there was 1 set from Dawa's last winter. As for the 2nd and 3rd children, they didn't have extra clothes. Last winter, The brothers mostly stayed in bed, and they were still looked down upon for that. However, because they lacked firewood, they couldn't heat both beds, so in the end, they had to let them come over and sleep on their own beds. Also, the original owner had beaten them more than once for getting urine on the bed. But this year, it won't happen again. The three brothers each have a new set of clothes, but they still need to prepare 1 or 2 more sets of warm underwear and pants. As for summer clothes, those are all torn and unusable now. She doesn't plan to let the older kids wear them anymore, so she will make new ones. Right now, a good piece of cotton cloth on the black market costs only 3 yuan, and since there's no need for a ticket, she thinks it's very cheap. One piece of cloth can make many sets of clothes. Lin Qinghe plans to go to the black market tomorrow. After finishing the chores at home and glancing at the second and third kids playing in the sand at the door, she starts to get ready. She takes out pen and paper from her space to write down what she needs to buy tomorrow. Shrimp shells, red dates, coal, a coal stove, a foot basin, a face basin, and 2 new porcelain cups for drinking water. She currently has only one at home. She plans to buy 2 new ones for drinking and use the old one for brushing teeth. She doesn't need to buy a hot water kettle because Zhou Qingba brought one back, which is very useful. Since there's only that one, the original owner was reluctant to give it to her family, so she was lucky to keep it. It's not enough for winter, but it's barely enough. She doesn't plan to buy another because they are hard to find. Next, she plans to buy a jar of malted milk powder for her 3 brothers to drink. Oh, and some white rabbit milk candies. In this era, white rabbit candies are famous for being very good. It seems like a few candies can be dissolved in a cup of milk. The price is a bit high, but that's okay. If she remembers correctly, the villain's father will come back with a lot of money this time, so she doesn't mind the cost. Besides these, she also wants to buy mushrooms. The supply and marketing cooperative in town doesn't sell mushrooms. They only have dried black fungus and dried kelp, each limited to half a gene. She plans to buy more of these in the county town. In winter, there aren't many things to help digest oily food. If she can find pumpkins, she will definitely buy a few more. She records many items, reviews the list, adds anything missing, and feels it's almost complete. After finishing her shopping list, she decides not to go to the county town this year because it's too far. Just thinking about it makes her nervous. This time, she has no choice. There are so many things to buy for winter, so she plans to finish everything in one go. After mentally preparing herself, she checks the time. It's about 8 o'clock. Now, what should she do to pass the time? Would you like to visit old Joe's house? See how Sister Joe's clothes are coming along. Never mind, she might scare him if she goes over. If she doesn't do well, she might ruin the fabric she was given. Thinking about it, she decided there was nothing else to do. She took a bowl, added some rock sugar, then poured in hot water, letting the sweet water cool down in the bowl. She took out a sweet potato, peeled it, and cut it into strips. She prepared 2 sweet potatoes, which were freshly harvested. She put the sweet potatoes in a basin, added some flour, and when the sugar water was just right, she poured in half a bowl of it. Lin Qinghe actually felt a bit like sighing. She thought, I shouldn't have bought only rock sugar. I should have bought some white sugar too. But she decided to wait and see when she went to the county town next time. She coated the sweet potato strips with flour and fried them in oil. Lin Qinghe didn't hold back on the oil because she wanted to make a snack for her 3rd son. Fried sweet potatoes smelled very good, and soon the sweet aroma spread out. 2 children playing at the door, Erwa and Sanwa, quickly came over, attracted by the smell. Mother, what are you making? Erwa asked, swallowing his saliva. Fried sweet potato cakes. Go see if your big brother is around. If he is, call him to come and eat some. If not, forget it, Lin Qinghe said. This time, Zhou Dawa didn't know where he had gone to play. Erwa couldn't find him, so he asked the older kids in the village to pass the message. If they saw his big brother, tell him to come home for fried sweet potatoes. Then Erwa ran back home by himself. By the time Zhou Dawa heard the news and returned home, Lin Qinghe was already eating with Erwa and Sanwa. Of course, she had saved a piece for him. Mother, you didn't tell me there would be fried sweet potato cakes to eat. Dawa said as he washed his hands, complaining. I told Erwa to call you, Lin Qinghe replied. Dawa immediately glared at Erwa. You didn't call me, and you dared to come back and eat. I went to call you, but I couldn't find you. I just asked someone to pass the message, Erwa said lazily. Otherwise, your big brother probably isn't home yet. He had eaten 3 pieces of the sweet potato cakes and was very happy. Now his stomach was full, and he didn't want to argue with his big brother. Dawa could only eat the remaining piece. He had a big appetite, and 1 piece wasn't enough. He asked Erwa, how many did you eat? 3, Erwa replied. Mother, why did you let him eat my share? Dawa said angrily. Who told you to run off and disappear every time you go out to play? Next time, remember, even if you play, stay around the house. Otherwise, when I make something delicious, you won't get to enjoy it, Lin Qinghe said. Although she didn't restrict him completely, she knew it was impossible for him to be as free as a wild horse. But compared to scolding him and grabbing his ear, making delicious food was a better way to persuade Zhou Dawa. It would make him decide secretly not to run so far next time, and he would definitely be able to find him when he went out. He also wanted to tell Dawa where he usually went to play, so Dawa could find him easily. But Dawa didn't like that idea and complained that he played in too many places, so he couldn't find him. If he couldn't find him at the door, he wouldn't look for him anymore. Then Dawa got scolded by the older brother, and Dawa started crying loudly. Lin Qinghe was about to scold the older brother too. After a chaotic scene, Lin Qinghe asked Dawa, Did you tell your grandma? Yes, I did. Grandma said she's busy now but will come later. She said I don't need to prepare her food, Zhou Dawa replied. Although she said that, Lin Qinghe still prepared lunch for Zhou's mother because she needed her help. For lunch, they steamed rice. The rice was rinsed once and soaked in an iron basin for about half an hour before steaming. They usually ate rice, but not many people. Most of the time, they ate various kinds of noodles. Rice, especially good rice, was rare and needed ration tickets, but the original owner liked eating it very much. Lin Qinghe also liked it, so the rice jar was always full. She was worried that if Zhou Qingba suddenly came back one day, she wouldn't be able to add rice easily. She didn't eat much herself, and her 3 children weren't at that stage yet. But Dawa's appetite was quite big. After a few days of being fed by Lin Qinghe, he hadn't gained much weight, but he looked much sturdier. As for Zhou's mother, her appetite was probably even bigger. They steamed about 8 bowls of rice. She and the second and third children each ate 3 bowls, Dawa ate 2 bowls, and Zhou's mother ate 3 bowls. There was still a lot of salted fried pork belly left. Lin Qinghe went to pick 2 cucumbers. After the rice was steamed, she reheated the pork belly, scooped it out, and left a lot of fragrant oil. She put the cucumbers in the pan, and as they fried loudly, a delicious aroma spread out. After frying the cucumbers, Lin Qinghe also made a seaweed and egg drop soup. Steamed rice served with salty pork belly, stir-fried green cucumbers, and a seaweed egg drop soup. This is a simple home-cooked meal. But when Mother Zhou saw the meal, her heart ached again. It was better than what the old landlord's family used to eat. Mom, sit down and eat. I specially steamed rice for you. If you don't eat, it will be left over. I promised the older kids we'd have lean meat porridge tonight, Lin Qinghe said. Mother Zhou looked unhappy but knew she wouldn't be able to change her mind, so she sat down. She looked at the fragrant meat and the oily stir-fried cucumbers. Even the delicious smell couldn't stop her from feeling worried. The 4th family really doesn't know how to manage daily life. Grandma, eat quickly. It smells so good, Dawa said as he took the rice her mother served him. Second son also started eating, and third son sat quietly, eagerly opening his mouth, waiting to be fed by his mother. Lin Qinghe also said, Mom, you should eat too. Don't just sit there. Then she started feeding third son. He was very well behaved when eating, sitting on his mother's lap, pointing at what he wanted to eat. His favorite was meat. He had a big appetite, eating half a bowl of rice with plenty of meat and vegetables. After giving him a few sips of soup, she let him play at his feet. Lin Qinghe also started eating and said to Mother Zhou, Mom, does it taste good? Mother Zhou's mouth twitched. She thought, with so much oil, How could it taste bad? But seeing her feeding third son so carefully, she didn't argue anymore. Although the money spent was the same as before, she was starting to care a little more about her 3 sons. Why did you suddenly ask me to come and eat? Mother Zhou finished speaking as she ate. Lin Qinghe got up and served her another bowl, pouring cucumber soup over the rice with a spoon. It smelled very good, and Dawa and second son liked eating this way. Of course, she did too. Mother Zhou looked at her, and Lin Qinghe explained, I plan to go to the county town to buy some dried goods for the winter. The supply and marketing cooperative doesn't have many things. After this trip, I don't plan to go out again this year. We leave at 5 tomorrow morning, so I want you to come and watch the 3 of them and help with cooking. Knowing she couldn't stop her, Mother Zhou could only agree. If she couldn't go, she would definitely leave her 3 sons and go herself. Now at least she knows to come and help watch the children. After comforting herself with this thought, Mother Zhou agreed, but she still said, there's no need to buy unnecessary things. I understand, Lin Qinghe nodded. Mother Zhou ate 3 big bowls of fragrant rice, then went back home. Before leaving, she said she would come over tonight to sleep with the older children, so she wouldn't have to get up early tomorrow. Lin Qinghe suggested they eat together tonight, but Mother Zhou refused. In fact, she was a bit surprised that she agreed to let her stay over with the children tonight. Usually, given her personality, she wouldn't agree so easily, even if she said yes. But since Lin Qinghe isn't the original owner, she can't perfectly copy her. Mother Zhou was happy to help, so why wouldn't she agree? It made sense. After a satisfying meal, Mother Zhou went home and told Father Zhou about it. Aside from still loving to spend money and sewing too roughly, a bad habit, things with the 4th family seemed to have improved quite a bit. Father Zhou said, we've divided the family, so why worry so much? As long as we care for the children and raise them well, that's enough. It's much better than before, when they kept helping old Lin's family. Mother Zhou came over to sleep at the house around 8 p.m. The older children hadn't washed their feet yet. Lin Qinghe washed the 3 brothers' feet first, then poured a basin of water for Mother Zhou. Mother Zhou was shocked. How could the 4th family give her foot washing water? Mom, tomorrow I'll make lean meat porridge for the older children. I've used well water for the meat, Lin Qinghe said, only pouring water for washing feet. She left the basin for Mother Zhou to handle later. Are you planning to buy anything tomorrow? Mother Zhou asked, seeming to like her more. I don't plan to buy much. Mainly the older children need warm clothes and pants. I'll get some, not too picky about the style. Later, I'll ask sister-in-law to help make them, and I'll pay her for her trouble, Lin Qinghe replied. Mother Zhou thought, if the money isn't spent on her grandchildren, it will probably be taken back to the Zhou family by her daughter-in-law. So she said, they should make their own warm clothes. Lin Qinghe didn't know her well, so she finished washing her feet and prepared to rest. After a few days, Lin Qinghe had gotten used to everything, especially since she had to get up early tomorrow to go to the county town. They had to leave before dawn. Thinking about it makes my legs ache. The next morning, Lin Qinghe got up early. She washed up and then came out, naturally saying goodbye to Mother Zhou first. As soon as she stepped outside, she saw Zhou Dong pulling a cart. He had just arrived too, but he didn't knock. He was waiting outside. Thanks for your hard work today. Later, the aunt in the county will treat you to some plain steamed buns, Lin Qinghe said. Zhou Dong quickly declined, saying his family had already eaten. It's now early October and mornings are quite cold, with the sky still dark. If it weren't for Zhou Dong, a strong young man, Lin Qinghe wouldn't dare walk this night road alone. These days, the weather is getting colder every day. Does your family still have warm blankets? Lin Qinghe asked. It's quite warm, Zhou Dong nodded. Last time, I ordered a big quilt in the county. It can replace the one at home, Lin Qinghe said. Zhou Dong was surprised. Is that true, Aunt? There are indeed blankets at home, but they are quite old now. Since he and his sister have grown up, they can't sleep together like when they were little, so they each have their own blanket. But because they each have their own since 2 years ago, both siblings have had to endure the cold. Luckily, they have a heated bed, but it's still cold late into the night. He's fine, but his sister is the main concern. Yes, really, Lin Qinghe nodded. This time, when she went to the county, she planned to take a large quilt from her space. Not just the quilt, but also bedding. These are essential for staying warm in winter. "Aunt, how much does that blanket cost?" "We still have some fabric coupons at home, and I can give them to you," Zhou Dong said quickly. Getting a good blanket isn't easy. Although Lin Qinghe thought the one at home was a bit old, it's only been a few years since they got married. It's not a new wedding blanket, but one bought later, so it's not very old. If Zhou Dong doesn't want it, she plans to keep it as a mattress cover. As for the mattress in her space, she can buy one in the county. Someone will want it. She sees that Zhou Dong and his sister are having a hard time, often helping with chores. They get paid, but overall, the siblings are good, and helping them out isn't a problem. Let's forget about the money. Your aunt doesn't need it. But this year, when we distribute grain, I plan to buy a lot to keep at home. When the time comes, you'll be responsible for helping me carry it all, Lin Qinghe said. In previous years, the original owner usually asked Brother Zhou for help, and before leaving, she would give him 2 eggs to take home. Zhou Dong shook his head. "No need to ask your aunt. I can carry it myself. Just make sure you handle this batch of supplies." "I plan to buy a lot this time, so today you'll be a bit tired," Lin Qinghe said. As they walked, the sky started to brighten. When they had traveled about a third of the way, it was fully daylight. At this point, Lin Qinghe felt hungry but couldn't take out any food. She and Zhou Dong continued to the county town together, then she went into a state-run restaurant. Inside, she took out 3 plain steamed buns, 1 for herself and 2 for Zhou Dong. Zhou Dong wanted to refuse, but Lin Qinghe told him, "You have a lot of work today. Hurry and eat. Once you're done, we can start working." Zhou Dong ate the buns. 1 bun was enough for Lin Qinghe, but Zhou Dong enjoyed the most delicious white buns of his life. 2 of them. The filling inside was so tasty that his tongue almost couldn't handle it. Even if he could eat 3 more such buns, 2 were enough to make his stomach feel very comfortable. Lin Qinghe then took him to the supply and marketing cooperative in the county. She planned to do a big shopping today. In fact, at this time, many production teams from all directions had already arrived. Some had paid their grain taxes early and received vouchers and money, so they naturally came to buy supplies in the county for the year. Indeed, the cooperative was crowded. Most fabrics and other items were sold out, but Lin Qinghe didn't mind. She had already planned to buy from the black market, where prices were a bit higher but the quality was just as good as the cooperatives. There were still some other supplies available at the cooperative. After looking around, Lin Qinghe bought dried shrimp, mushrooms, kelp, dried black fungus, and red dates using her household food tickets. She ordered 1 jean of dried shrimp, 1 jean of mushrooms, 1 jean of kelp, 2 jean of red dates, and 2 jean of dried black fungus. She also bought the black fungus because she and the children liked to eat it. Besides these, I also bought 3 packs of white rabbit milk candies, a pound of sugar to keep his back up, and originally planned to buy a can of malted milk, but since 1 can wasn't very big, I decided to get 2 cans instead. I also bought some fruit canned goods. She isn't very interested in fruit cans these days, but the children haven't tried them before, so I bought 2 cans for them to taste. However, the taste won't be as good as the apples and similar fruits in her storage. I also bought some snacks, like rice snacks. Because I bought a lot of things, I also bought a large cloth wrap from the clerk, then packed everything together and asked Zhou Dong to come and carry it out for me. Don't underestimate Zhou Dong. He's only 15, but since he has been doing farm work since he was young, he's quite strong. Zhou Dong's mouth twitched. Even though he didn't know exactly what was inside, he knew it must have cost quite a bit of money. The items needed from the supply and marketing cooperative were almost all bought. Lin Qinghe took Zhou Dong to the department store in the county town. Zhou Dong stayed outside to watch the car and the things in the car, while Lin Qinghe went inside with the remaining cloth tickets and bought 2 large quilt covers. Once inside a corner of the store, she put away the 2 quilt covers and continued browsing the department store. There were also ready-made clothes in the store, for both adults and children. But a bolt of fabric sells for only 3 yuan on the black market, and no cloth tickets are needed. In the store, a set of adult clothes costs 5 yuan. Children's clothes are cheaper, just over 3 yuan. Even so, cloth tickets are still needed. If she bought a bolt of fabric from the black market and made 5 or 6 sets of clothes, why bother coming to the department store to get ripped off? However, Lin Qinghe still inquired about the coal stove. Getting a coal stove now isn't easy, said the young sales clerk. She looked young, elegant, and pretty, and since no one was around, she was willing to chat. It's quite difficult, but if I had one, I have things to trade, Lin Qinghe said casually. What can you trade for it? The clerk asked. If it weren't for her decent clothes and good manners, the clerk probably wouldn't bother talking to her. Now, the staff at this place look down on rural folks. I have whatever is needed, Lin Qinghe replied directly. You're quite confident, the clerk said, sizing her up. Girl, do you have any contacts? If you do, there will definitely be a small fee for your trouble. To be honest, my family lacks nothing except a stove. It's mainly for boiling water in winter. We don't usually need it for cooking. Lin Qinghe glanced at her and whispered. I know someone who has a stove, but he's missing a pot. If you can find a way to get a pot, I can trade him for a stove, and I can also get you some coal. The sales clerk lowered his voice and whispered. Are you serious about that? Lin Qinghe was thinking that since she worked at the department store, she probably had some connections. She promised some benefits to get her to find out more, because it was better than wandering around alone. But she didn't expect to actually run into something like this. The condition is that you can show me a pot. Do you really have one? The young sales clerk asked. Can I fool you? When can we exchange? Lin Qinghe whispered. I'm going to ask someone to watch the shop. I'll find someone for you within 2 hours. But first, let me see your pot, the young clerk said, clearly sharp. Wait here for me, Lin Qinghe said. Then she left the department store with Zhou Dong, bringing him to the supply and marketing cooperative's entrance, telling him to wait while she handled some things. She found a quiet spot and took out an old-fashioned double-handled pot, wrapped in a snakeskin bag. She carried it over to the young clerk. His eyes lit up and he said, Are you sure you want to trade such a good pot? Yes, for a stove. Of course, the coal stove has to be good. This pot is brand new, she whispered, leaning in. And it's from Shanghai. Even without industrial coupons, it's worth 225 yuan. The young clerk didn't believe her. No matter how expensive the pot was, it shouldn't be that much. She only earns 15 yuan a month. But she couldn't deny that the pot was really good, and such pots weren't available here. Maybe it really was from Shanghai. Don't haggle with me. Our stove is also new, and I'll give you some extra coal, the clerk said. All right then. Hurry up, Lin Qinghe replied. The young saleswoman agreed to meet her at the mall entrance in 2 hours. Lin Qinghe also agreed and, taking advantage of no one around, put the snakeskin bag into the space. Then she went to the black market for a quick look. At that time, there were still people selling meat in the black market. However, Lin Qinghe wasn't interested in the meat. Instead, she found an old lady and sold her 2 pounds of fatty pork, earning a little money. Since she didn't need a meat ticket, she sold the pork at 1 yuan 50 per jean, and the old lady didn't even blink. This gave Lin Qinghe a business idea for buying supplies from Sister May, but she only thought about it. She wouldn't do it unless she was really short on money. Lin Qinghe made 3 yuan profit from the pork and used it to buy a piece of coarse cloth in the black market. She also saw other mountain goods, like mushrooms she had already bought. She found some large pumpkins in a corner of the black market, enough for 3 or 4 meals, but only 5 were available. She bought them for 3 mao each. She carried these items back and put them on the cart. Especially the cloth. Lin Qinghe asked Zhou Dong to pull the cart to the corner, then took it out from the space and tucked it under the cart. She also packed the cotton quilt into a new sheet she bought and placed it under the cart as well. Zhou Dong's eyes widened when he saw all these supplies. He finally understood why the villagers always said that Annie didn't have much money. If he hadn't seen it himself, he wouldn't believe how extravagantly his aunt was spending. Xiao Dong, as a woman, your job is to spend money. Men are responsible for earning it. Women just need to manage the household and keep everything in order. Otherwise, what's the point of men earning money? Money is meant to be spent, not saved, Lin Qinghe said. Zhou Dong. The villagers' words weren't all lies. Annie's way of thinking was truly frightening. After buying these things, Lin Qinghe took him to the department store to wait. They waited about half an hour until the saleswoman returned, riding her bicycle, looking exhausted but relieved. "Come with me," the saleswoman whispered. "Xiao Dong, wait here," Lin Qinghe said, taking the snakeskin bag from the black market out of the car. She told Xiao Dong, and then followed the saleswoman. A young man was waiting for them. He had a small coal stove on his bicycle, along with a large bag of coal. "That's almost new," Lin Qinghe said as she looked at the stove, not very satisfied. "Don't worry, it's still good to use. We haven't used it much ourselves. We mainly need a pot, or we wouldn't be willing to take it out," the man in blue work clothes said. "And I brought a lot of coal for you. If you run out later, you can come find my sister. I'll give you a good price." "That's not your sister. It's clearly your wife," Lin Qinghe said, glancing at them. In those days, people were honest and simple. When they were caught, they blushed immediately because neither of them was a professional. The sales clerk blushed and said, "We're not married yet. This young man has already prepared a pot for your future life together. He's quite thoughtful. You'll be happy with him," Lin Qinghe said. Then she added, "All right, I'll help you out. When you split the household, you can't be without a pot. When I split my family, I had to bring a pot from my mother's house, or they wouldn't let me." Hearing her agree, the sales clerk and her fiancé both relaxed. They really were preparing for their wedding and household split. "Next time you run out of coal, come find your wife again. I'll get you some good stuff," Lin Qinghe told the man. "Don't let others know about this." The man nodded and said, "Of course not. I still have 3 sons to support at home. I rely on this coal," Lin Qinghe replied. Even after saying goodbye, the man carried the pot and snakeskin bag on his bike and rode off. He asked the sales clerk to check the goods, and Lin Qinghe went to call Xiao Dong. When she saw the stove and the large bag of coal, Xiao Dong was stunned again. His aunt was really capable. She could even get coal stoves and coal from city folks. But how much would that cost? The deal was completed, and the sales clerk left. Lin Qinghe made another trip to the black market to handle some business. She also took out another old double-handle pot from the space, wrapped it in a snakeskin bag, and put it on the car. She bought other things too, like a foot washing basin. She went to the department store and bought each of her 3 sons a hat, long-eared hats that could cover and protect their ears from frostbite. This cost her 3 industrial coupons. There are still a few industrial tickets left. Last time, Zhou Qingbai sent some back, so she looked at them and bought yarn to knit sweaters for the children. She also wanted to buy shoes and socks, but socks require cloth tickets and leather shoes need industrial tickets. The remaining cloth and industrial tickets were all used to buy 2 large quilt covers, hats, and yarn, so she ran out of tickets. However, since she still has some cloth left, she can make socks and shoes with it. Will she be able to make shoes and socks? As they finished buying things and were about to head home, Lin Qinghe asked. This time, each person only got one. "Yes, I can," Xiao Dong nodded quickly, eating the large white bun, which he might not have another chance to eat. "Then, this time, I might need Xiaoxi's help. Please make a pair of shoes and 2 pairs of socks for Dawa and the others," Lin Qinghe said. "No problem. Do you need me to make clothes too?" "My sister can make clothes," Xiao Dong offered. "No, they can ask their big sister-in-law to make clothes. She's free," Lin Qinghe replied. "Xiao Da's wife is willing to do it, and she will be paid for her work, so she won't work for nothing." When they got home, it was almost 4 o'clock. Lin Qinghe was very tired. She unloaded the things, let Xiao Dong come inside for some water, then told him to go back first. Zhou's mother and the children weren't home. They were probably at old Zhou's place. Today, the production team went to deliver grain, so there was no work to do. Tomorrow is the big day for distributing grain. Although very tired, Lin Qinghe still tidied everything up and took out an old-fashioned clay pot from her space. Now that they have a coal stove, she can cook anything directly in the clay pot. She also put the big quilt cover in the room and took out 2 more mattresses. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Lin Qinghe brought out quite a few things, including a kitchen knife. She planned to ask Zhou's mother if she wanted to buy it back, without using an industrial ticket. As for giving it directly to Zhou's mother, she decided against it to keep her image intact. If she remembered correctly, the knives from old Zhou's family were missing a few blades. All other supplies were stored in her room, including wash basins and enamelware, which were put away properly. With so many things brought back, it didn't look like much when spread out. On the way back, she and Zhou Dong were seen by many people, especially because of the large bags and packages she carried, filling an entire vehicle. Probably, the combined purchases of several families were less than half of what she bought. The villagers were amazed, and their looks almost said, "This spendthrift woman must have spent all the money Zhou Qingba sent back." At home, Zhou's mother quickly heard the news, especially when she saw the full cart of goods. Her heart ached. "Let's go back to see what your mother has bought." Zhou's mother, along with the second and third children, went home. A few sisters-in-law looked at each other, and since they had nothing to do, Zhou's eldest and second sisters-in-law also followed. As for the third sister-in-law, she wasn't interested since the goods weren't for her. She was eager to finish sewing clothes, especially for her daughter, because last night she felt a bit cold while sleeping. She worked very quickly. Today, she couldn't finish everything, but by tomorrow morning, she would definitely make the cotton clothes for the second child. The Zhou family had a sewing machine. After Lin Qinghe moved out to live separately, Zhou's mother, angry, used the remaining money and tickets to buy it back for the old Zhou family. With the sewing machine, work was much faster, though stuffing the cotton took some effort. Otherwise, it could be even quicker. When Zhou's mother, along with the second and third children, returned home, Lin Qinghe had already tidied up most of the things. "Mom, did you hear? Grandma said you bought a whole cart of things." The clever second child came over and hugged her leg. Seeing Zhou's mother, along with the second and third sisters-in-law, Lin Qinghe understood what was happening and said, "A whole cart? That's an exaggeration. There aren't that many things." Zhou's mother looked around and saw nothing much, so she relaxed a little. At that moment, the second sister-in-law saw the coal stove in the kitchen and widened her eyes. "My goodness, fourth aunt, where did you get that coal stove? How did you even get it here? Last time I asked someone to bring it back, and this time I just took it along. Plus, there's a big bag of coal. That's why it looks like so much," Lin Qinghe explained. "Your house already has a stove." Mother Zhou's heart ached for her son.
She was worried about him.
The coal stove was something used by city folks. If it could be given to the fourth family's house, she wondered how much money had been spent on it. The stove was inconvenient in the kitchen, but having a coal stove in winter made things much easier. Plus, it kept the room warm. Mother Zhou didn't say how much it cost, but her sister-in-law, Zhou Er, knew. "By the way, sister-in-law, I see the clothes you made for Danny and Ernie are very nice. If you have time, could you make 2 more sets of warm underwear and pants for the 3 brothers?" Lin Qinghe asked. "Do you still have fabric?" Zhou Daisao asked, surprised. "Yes, I do," Lin Qinghe nodded. Then she went back to her room, cut some fabric, and set aside some for Zhou, she to make shoes and socks for the 3 children. The rest she took out. "Make 2 sets for each of them. Make them a bit longer, but not too long. The leftover fabric can be your payment for your hard work. It should be enough to make 2 sets of warm underwear for Xiao Zhouyang," Lin Qinghe said. The warm underwear and pants could be worn alone in spring. No need to make more now. In summer, she would make 2 more, but that's for later. It's still early. Zhou Daisao looked at the fabric and thought it was enough to make 2 more sets of warm clothes for her 2-year-old son. She left some extra length so they could be worn next year. "Last time, third sister-in-law gave me 2 jean of brown sugar. There's still quite a bit left. Now, there isn't much at home. This small bag of rock sugar, sister-in-law, you can take it back to give to Danny and Ernie to sweeten their mouths," Lin Qinghe said, wrapping the rock sugar in oil paper. "Just keep it for the kids to eat," Zhou Daisao politely said. "There's a little left at home. Take it back," Lin Qinghe insisted. Zhou Daisao accepted it and then took some fabric to go back and work. Lin Qinghe asked, "Mother, I saw a new kitchen knife at the black market this time. It's the same as the one in my kitchen." I thought the one at old Joe's place had a crack and wasn't useful anymore, so I bought this one. It cost 5 yuan, no receipt.
Do you want it?
I didn't make a penny. Let me see. Mother Zhou hesitated, then said. The knife at home was indeed worn out. This morning, she used Lin Qinghe's knife to chop meat for the kids. It was very easy. Lin Qinghe showed her something, and Mother Zhou took out 5 yuan to give her. Lin Qinghe happily accepted it and said, "This knife is only because I know someone. Otherwise, I couldn't buy it for 5 yuan. I'm not bragging. Things in the county town are quite expensive. But some are really good, like this pot and the clay pot." Sister Zhou finally noticed there was a second pot in the kitchen, a double-handled pot with a matching spatula and lid. The clay pot was also brand new. "How much money have you spent on all this?" Mother Zhou couldn't hold back her curiosity. "After we buy grain tomorrow and settle with the production team, we'll wait for Big Brother to send money back again," Lin Qinghe said. Her words made Mother Zhou so angry she turned around and left. She looked like she was about to scold someone. Sister Zhou secretly thought to herself, "Indeed, no matter how good Uncle is at making money, he can't stop the reckless spending of the fourth family." She didn't believe Lin Qinghe was lying because there was no need. They wouldn't ask her for money. Plus, there was the coal stove, coal, new pots, cloth. These were visible, and some things she had tidied away in her room. All of these cost a lot of money. Sister Zhou's relationship with her was just okay, and after Mother Zhou left, she didn't stay long, returning home with a slightly proud feeling. Lin Qinghe knew very well what Sister Zhou was thinking, but she let her go. In fact, she didn't spend much this time. The big items like the coal stove and coal were exchanged for pots, which cost nothing. The double-handled pot and clay pot were free, just a piece of cloth. She took some pork from her space to exchange for money to buy it, spending little. The rest was food and some household items like a porcelain foot basin, which didn't cost much. On her way back, Lin Qinghe calculated that she spent less than 20 yuan in total. Spending this much to bring back so many things was very worthwhile. "Go call your older brother to come and eat some apples," Lin Qinghe told Erwa. Erwa immediately went out to call him. This time, Big Brother didn't go far and soon came back with Erwa. Lin Qinghe cut apples for them and each ate a quarter. "Mom, is there still some in the cabinet?" Erwa asked. "There are also other things like pears, white rabbit milk candies, rice sticks, malted milk, canned food, and more. If you listen carefully, you'll get to enjoy them. But if you go out every day and get your clothes dirty, don't expect to eat anything." Lin Qinghe gave a meaningful look at Big Brother and said this. Big Brother was already stunned, and second brother was the same. They looked like they were made from the same mold, just like their parents. Not only did Lin Qinghe say this, but she also took them inside to look around the room. "Mom, you're so kind." Second brother eagerly hugged Lin Qinghe and acted spoiled. Big Brother blushed and said, Then I will play less in the future." "That's good," Lin Qinghe nodded. She wrapped a large piece of pork, about half a jin, in oil paper. "The old Lin family would like this. Take it to Grandpa and Grandma to eat. I'll go now." Big Brother took the big piece of pork and delivered it to their grandparents. Then he couldn't wait to go home and wait for dinner. Tonight, their mother was going to cook braised pork with green beans. It would be very delicious, especially when poured over rice. He could eat 2.5 bowls. Sure enough, when he got home, his mother had already soaked the rice. "Big Brother, go call your little sister Shi over," Lin Qinghe said. Now, Zhou Dawa did whatever she told him without question. Being bossed around didn't bother him at all because their mother bought so many good things for them. Their mother was the best mother in the world. All the children in the village didn't have a mother as good as theirs. She also heard her older brother's words. Lin Qinghe gave her the leftover cloth. "Make shoes for each of them, 2 pairs of socks, and the rest make 2 big socks, 3 sizes bigger than your brother's." Of course, this was for Zhou Qingba. As for her, she didn't need any. The original owner's socks were still good. She had 5 pairs. She agreed to this. "Come over around 8:30 tonight. Bring the quilt back after you and your brother come," Lin Qinghe said. It was better to quietly bring the quilt back late at night. That quilt weighed about 4 jin and was very good quality. "Thank you, Auntie," she said. She understood how important a quilt was these days. Even money couldn't always buy one. No need to thank me. Today, your brother worked hard too. There's no rush to make shoes and socks tonight, so you don't need to burn kerosene late at night, Lin Qinghe said. As for the other items, I didn't give any more. Today, although Zhou Dong was tired from working all day, I gave him 3 plain steamed buns. For Zhou Dong, who hasn't had much white bread or meat in a year, this was a good treat. As for making shoes or socks, I didn't add anything extra. Giving such a large cotton quilt was enough. I wouldn't give more. That's not my style. In the evening, Lin Qinghe took her 3 children to eat. The older 2 ate rice happily, and the youngest also ate with a messy face. After they finished, she let her sons play outside in the yard while she ate alone. Around 8 p.m., Zhou Dong and Zhou Shi came over. Lin Qinghe gave them the cotton quilt she had replaced, then she closed the door and went to sleep. The weather has really turned cold now. Last night was a bit warmer, but tonight, she could truly feel the cold. She called her 3 children to sleep on her bed because it was very cold tonight. At home, there are 2 more cotton quilts, each weighing about 4 jin, left from their wedding, plus the one she gave to Zhou Dong and his sister. The original owner had enough supplies. The 2 large quilts, each weighing 7 jin, are stored at the head of her bed and are not needed right now. The 4 of them, her and her children, only need 1 4-jin quilt, which is enough. The 3 little boys are like little heaters keeping warm all over. The next day was the day to distribute grain in the commune. This day usually didn't involve Lin Qinghe or her 3 children because her family had a share, but they had no labor force. Without labor, they didn't get basic grain rations. According to the rules of their commune, unless someone is old, weak, sick, or disabled, they must work to get grain beyond the work points. Since the original owner was a healthy young person and didn't go to the fields, she didn't get any personal grain ration, not even for her children. But that's okay. They could buy grain if they didn't get any. There's no rush, because buying grain from the production team depends on how much is left after all the members have received their share. She knows this year's harvest was good, so there should be some leftover grain. She isn't worried at all. Old Zhou's family had already carried home several loads of grain before 9 in the morning, all thanks to the 2nd and 3rd children coming back to report. Today is a happy day for the whole village. Children are running around everywhere, and Lin Qinghe didn't stop her 2 brothers from playing. Each of them was given a big white rabbit milk candy before being sent off. Not to mention how much envy and greed the little brothers' friends felt when they saw the milk candies in their mouths. Around 10:30, Zhou Dong and Zhou Shi also took their family's grain to the village. Zhou Dong said they would finish distributing everything soon. At this point, it was actually a good time to go over. Once they walked to the village committee, the distribution would be almost done. Do you have anything to do now? If not, push the cart and go with Annie, Lin Qinghe said. Nothing urgent now, Zhou Dong replied. So Lin Qinghe asked him to bring the cart, took some money, then picked up the 3rd child, locked the door, and went out. Zhou Dong brought the cart over, and Lin Qinghe went with him to the village committee. Many women saw her coming and made faces. Everyone knew she was here to buy grain. Things are better now, but in the past, if it had been like this, people would have been starving. Back then, life wasn't as good as it is now. However, because of old Zhou's family, his father and mother, who had a very good reputation in the village, no one said much. The village head didn't hold any bias against Lin Qinghe. Although he thought she might not manage her life well, it was her own business, and she had money to buy what she needed. She didn't ask the village committee for much. This time, Lin Qinghe had made a plan because she still had a lot of supplies in her space. She just wanted to make a show of it. After all, Zhou Qingbai wouldn't have any income in the future, so she couldn't be completely reckless. But in the eyes of the villagers, she was wasting money this time because she didn't buy much else, just the most wheat. They had long heard that her mother was always trying different ways to cook for them at home. Seeing this, it was obvious what was happening. Lin Qinghe bought 100 jin of wheat, which cost about 3 mao per jin, totaling over 30 yuan. Besides the wheat, she also bought 80 jin of corn kernels to grind into cornmeal, which was a bit cheaper. There are still 50 jin of millet, and next to it are green beans, red beans, soybeans, peanuts, and sesame seeds. I don't need much of these. I only want 10 jin of each. I need more peanuts, about 30 jin and 20 jin of sesame seeds. I also bought a bag of about 20 jin of sweet potatoes. As for the cheaper dried sweet potatoes, I didn't want any. They can be ground into sweet potato flour, but they taste very bad. This is something I remember from the original owner. However, most families in the village are eating this now. After buying these things, Lin Qinghe didn't plan to buy any coarse grains. But all these purchases still cost a lot of money. She spent it without blinking, and some women in the village couldn't help but feel sorry for her. All these items cost nearly 60 yuan. Other families get their grain from the team and wait for team money. Even if it's not much, they can get a little each year. But she is different. They don't eat anything except white flour. Their family only gets a few jin of wheat. And if she is willing to work, she will not only get food rations for herself and her 3 children but also work points that can be exchanged for grain. Even if it's not enough to eat, she can buy more for just a few yuan. There's no need to spend so much money. Lin Qinghe doesn't know many people and doesn't want to talk to them because the gap in their thoughts is too big. There's no need to force herself. Anyway, the original owner has that kind of personality, so she just follows her example. She asked Zhou Dong to bring the grain home, and she would store it herself. Zhou Dong said, "Auntie, I'll go get firewood for you this afternoon. But tomorrow and the day after tomorrow, the team will be busy planting winter wheat, so I might not have time. Once that's done, there won't be anything else to do, okay?" Lin Qinghe nodded. Her 2 older sons, the second and third, came in with bright eyes, looking at the grain at home. With this grain, their family won't lack food this winter. They don't understand much about it now, so they don't realize how little it actually is. In fact, this amount of grain isn't enough to eat, especially after Zhou Qingbai returns. But Lin Qinghe has already planned that once Zhou Qingbai comes back, she will grind the 100 jin of wheat and 80 jin of corn. Until then, she will use up whatever she can from her space. Lin Qinghe said. After breakfast in the morning, she sent out the noodles. Now they are ready, and she plans to make more noodles for lunch. Eating onion oil noodles with salty meat, the taste is very delicious. Even Lin Qinghe likes to eat it. She is now free and has nothing to do, so she is thinking about trying to make braised pork someday. But right now, the most important thing is to wait until the children's sweaters are finished. She will knit her own. There is one in the closet that is still very new, knitted last year, but the 3 children do not have one. Lin Qinghe also knows how to knit sweaters. When she was young, she learned from her grandmother in the countryside. Although her hands are not as skilled now, she has the memory of the original owner. Combining these, she can still knit sweaters for her eldest children herself, without relying on others. In the afternoon, after eating noodles, Lin Qinghe took the eldest and second children to wind yarn balls. She plans to knit sweaters for them. The brothers are very happy to help. With their help, the work goes much faster. Around 1 o'clock in the afternoon, she took the 3 brothers for a nap. After they woke up, she stewed snow pears with rock sugar for them. While they were busy winding yarn balls at home, she was so bored that she even dug out the meat from the pears to give to her 3 brothers. Then she filled the pears with cold boiled water, added some rock sugar and red dates, and covered the pears with their tops. She placed them in a bowl and put it on the stove to stew. If Mother Zhou saw this, she would definitely scold her for being careless. But Mother Zhou was not free to come over now because the family had just received their grain allotment, which needed to be sorted. When Mother Zhou heard that she spent more than 60 yuan on grain, she was quite upset. "That's less than what was bought last year," said second sister Zhou. This is true. Last year, the original owner bought about 80 yuan worth of grain, which caused a big fuss in the village. Of course, the most bought was wheat. Maybe she bought a stove and coal and ran out of money, second sister Zhou said without waiting for a reply. When she said this, she felt she was right. The 4th family had said last time that they had no money, but they still managed to buy so much grain from the team. But this year, they bought so much less than last year. It seems they are truly at the end of their rope. Mother Zhou's face looked very dark and gloomy. She was holding back her anger and watching as the fourth son's family had improved a lot with their 3 grandchildren. They also seemed more caring towards her and her husband than before, bringing over big bones and fatty meat. However, when it came to spending money, they still weren't very reliable. Her son didn't control the money, so no matter how much they had, it was never enough for the fourth family to spend freely. Seeing her mother-in-law's unhappy expression, second sister-in-law didn't say anything but felt a little proud inside. No matter how good Uncle Four was at making money, it didn't help because his wife was a big spender who didn't care about money. As for big sister-in-law Zhou and third sister-in-law Zhou, they didn't have much free time. They were busy sewing clothes, trying to finish making outfits for the older children so they could wear them. Third sister-in-law Zhou was very fast. She quickly finished making warm clothes and pants for the second child. Mother Zhou was still angry but took the opportunity to bring them over. When she took them, she saw her third grandson drinking pear water, looking very happy and relaxed. Mother is here. I've prepared pear water with rock sugar for their 3 brothers, Lin Qinghe said as she saw her come over. Mother Zhou asked, "What's that? Pear water with rock sugar?" "Yes, it's very dry lately. Yesterday, I saw some of these pears in the county town, so I bought a few. Today, I boiled them into pear water with rock sugar," Lin Qinghe explained. "There are also dates," second child said. "It's delicious," big child said. "Mother, here, drink," third child urged. Lin Qinghe fed them. She only had 1 box of pears in her space, but when she bought them, she asked the market manager to remove the extra packaging, so 1 box was almost like 2. The same went for the apples. She kept these things to eat. Her reputation for being thrifty was well known, and no one believed she was a good, frugal wife when she went out. Mother Zhou didn't believe it either, but since she saw her making food for her 3 grandchildren, who didn't have any of it herself, she didn't say anything. "This is what your third sister-in-law made for second child. Take a look," Mother Zhou said, taking out the cotton clothes and pants from the basket. Lin Qinghe looked at them and knew they fit second child well. They could still be worn next winter, but she would need to make another set for the children next year. For now, this set was enough to get through this winter. "Thank you for your hard work, third sister-in-law. Once the big kid is done, you can rest. When she has the baby, I'll go to the slaughterhouse to see if there are pig's feet. I'll bring back 2 for her to stew with peanuts to help her produce milk," Lin Qinghe said. Mother Zhou was touched and said, "Getting pig's feet isn't easy." Lin Qinghe naturally understood that Mother Zhou wanted some. She was feeding the third child pear water and said, "I know someone who has connections inside. If you don't have a ticket, the price will be higher. With a ticket, it's not expensive. As for secretly exchanging grain tickets, there's no need to tell everyone." She knew her own business. Mother Zhou was surprised. She always thought the fourth family was not honest, always managing to get meat. She didn't expect they knew people at the slaughterhouse. "Can you see if you can get pig's feet later?" Mother Zhou asked. They were all children of the Zhou family. She loved her big children the most, but she didn't neglect the others. The third child's wife, especially when she was pregnant with the 5th girl, hadn't been able to get pregnant for many years. If possible, she wanted to raise the children well. "Let's talk about it after she gives birth," Lin Qinghe replied. Pig's feet weren't rare, so she thought it wouldn't be a problem to tell Sister May at the supply and marketing cooperative in advance. Mother Zhou had planned to come and give a few warnings, but now that this matter came up, she didn't want to say more. Before leaving, she said, "If the family doesn't have enough food, just tell us." Lin Qinghe knew she was worried about her third grandson, but she appreciated her concern and refused. "No need. There's still plenty at home. But if we really run out, I'll definitely say something." She didn't say it outright, but left it open. Mother Zhou looked at her 3 increasingly well-behaved grandsons and didn't say anything else. After giving the third son some rock sugar pear water, she let them continue knitting wool. The big and second children were told what to do without any complaints because the pear water was just too delicious today. By evening, all the wool balls were finished. Lin Qinghe used the stove to cook sesame pork rib porridge. The sesame was bought today and was a bit hard to wash, but she cleaned it thoroughly. The sesame pork rib porridge was eaten with pickled vegetables and salted meat. She was too lazy to reheat the salted meat, so she just buried it in the porridge. However, the older and younger children also enjoyed the meal and kept praising the sesame ribs porridge for being so tasty. After finishing, Lin Qinghe tidied up the bowls and chopsticks. Seeing that it was still early and not dark yet, she took some clothes to wash. She told the older and younger children to play outside with the third child for a while, then she started knitting a sweater. It was only 5 o'clock now. Many families in the village had just started cooking, but her family had already finished eating. Villagers saw the children playing outside and joked about whether they had eaten plain flour or not. This was just a case of envy. The villagers worked hard all year, and their families only received a small amount of wheat and flour. But Lin Qinghe, who did nothing much, dared to buy 100 jin of wheat at once, with 80% turned into flour, which was almost 80 jin of white flour. No wonder the villagers were jealous and envious. "We didn't eat plain flour, just sesame ribs porridge," the older child said confidently. The person was choked and walked away annoyed. "Is there still rice at home?" someone else asked when they heard about the ribs porridge. Everyone knew that yesterday, Lin Qinghe took Zhou Dong to transport a cart of goods. Zhou Dong was honest and didn't ask many questions, so no one knew exactly what Lin Qinghe bought. But from what Zhou's sister-in-law heard, she mentioned there was a coal stove, coal, and a new pot. Last time, Lin Qinghe bought some rice but only a few jin, and it was very expensive. It also required many food tickets. But that was a long time ago, and there was still some left. It was obvious. She went to the county yesterday and bought quite a bit again. As for sesame, forget it, but ribs? That was really tempting. Their team hadn't divided meat yet. The last time they had meat was after the autumn harvest last year. In their village, meat was divided twice a year, once now and again before the new year. After that, it would be next year. But looking at Lin Qinghe, it was clear she was rich and could indulge herself. "There's some at home, but not much," Zhou Dawa said with a quick mind. He didn't doubt that a 5-year-old child would tell a lie. After all, good rice was hard to buy. Many people in the county ate it, but villagers didn't because it was too expensive, almost as costly as white flour, and they didn't have the money or food tickets to buy it. At the end of the year, they will receive some vouchers, but these do not include grain tickets. They only have foreign oil tickets, cloth tickets, cotton tickets, and similar items. Zhou Dong came back around 6 o'clock carrying 2 bundles of firewood. Lin Qinghe wanted to pay him for the firewood, but Zhou Dong refused to accept it. Last night, the brother and sister quietly brought home a really good quilt. It was warm and soft, unlike their old, torn, and stiff quilt, which was barely better than nothing and not very warm. The quilt Lin Qinghe gave was clearly new. With at least this one, her sister wouldn't have to suffer from the cold this winter. As for Zhou Dong, he was fine. He was more resistant to the cold. Since he took a quilt from his aunt, he wouldn't ask for money. In fact, he planned not to charge for firewood when he went to collect it next time. "If you won't take the money, I don't want the firewood," Lin Qinghe said. "Auntie." Before Zhou Dong could finish, Lin Qinghe interrupted, "That quilt from your aunt is just not usable. If it could be used, I would give it to you, but I can't. So don't worry about it. Besides, today you helped me bring back the grain." She is still at home helping to make shoes and socks for the big kids. "Don't mix things up. Each has its own place." She then handed him 3 cents and said, "Remember, once the winter wheat is planted, you'll need to come back and get firewood again. Annie, hurry up and go make some food. You've been busy all day," Lin Qinghe said, then closed the door without waiting for Zhou Dong. It was already late, around 6 o'clock, and the weather was getting cold. The sky was turning gray. There wasn't much kerosene left at home, only a little over half a jin, about 250 grams. Not enough for long. Next time she went to buy meat from Sister May, she needed to ask if she had any channels to get more kerosene and prepare more for the family. While she had the chance, Lin Qinghe boiled some water for the big kids. Although they only bathed once every 3 days, their hands and feet needed daily washing. After washing, she sent all 3 of them to bed. She lit a faint kerosene lamp and continued knitting sweaters. The big kid said, Mom, I was playing at the door just now. Someone asked if we still had rice at home. I said not much left. Smart, Lin Qinghe praised him with a look. Hee hee, the big kid grinned. Lin Qinghe just remembered that the grain has been distributed. Although the current atmosphere is good, and many people don't even bother to lock their doors, Lin Qinghe still thinks it's better to be cautious. So, after 3 days, when Zhou comes, she will tell her about her plan. During these 3 days, Zhou has been busy making shoes and socks for her 3 brothers. She plans to go out with her eldest brother tomorrow to gather firewood. Lin Qinghe said, "Tell your eldest brother to find someone from the village to go with him. The two can work together, and your brother can give him some of the hard-earned money. You shouldn't go. Stay at home and keep watch. There are some dishonest people in the village. The siblings rely on this grain all year round." Zhou, she was surprised. "Andy, there shouldn't be any trouble, right?" "Usually no. But it's better to be safe than sorry. Have your eldest brother find someone else to go with him. They can only buy about 2 bundles of firewood a day. When they get there, tell your brother to split the firewood with him." "You shouldn't go." Zhou, she listened carefully and nodded when she heard her. She went back and told her brother. Zhou Dong also thought it was better to have someone at home, so he went out to find his friends. Zhou Dong is hardworking and honest. He has good friends in the village. For this kind of thing, he chose his best friends. He found 2, and they agreed to split the money. When they heard it was for Lin Qinghe, they had no objections. They also go to find firewood to sell. They picked 2 bundles to sell in the county for about 3 mao each. But the county is far away, and they envy Zhou Dong. They can just bring the firewood back to the village and sell it to Aunt Zhou. They don't have to walk so far, and they don't have to wait in the county. Sometimes, if they meet a stingy person, they might not even get 3 mao. But Aunt Zhou only wants Zhou Dong's firewood. She fears being accused of exploiting others, so she only takes Zhou Dong's firewood. It's also to help the siblings eat a little more. No one can criticize her for that. "Annie told me to do it, but I can't do it alone, so I asked you guys. Don't tell anyone, or I won't ask you for help with such good things again," Zhou Dong said. Of course, his 2 friends immediately agreed. Only fools would gossip about such things. Although Aunt Zhou spends money a lot, she doesn't cause trouble in the village. She rarely goes out. The next day, before dawn, they carried Zhou Dong's family's cart and left. They returned around 3 p.m. with a full load of firewood, bundling it into 13 bundles. The entire small cart was loaded high, and they brought it all to the door. Zhou Dong was the only one carrying it. His 2 friends didn't come because it was Zhou Dong's job, and they just took advantage. Lin Qinghe was a bit surprised. She thought they would bring back 7 or 8 bundles, but they ended up with so many. She asked Zhou Dong to move the 13 bundles of firewood to the backyard shed. She then made him a cup of brown sugar water to drink. Zhou Dong felt shy, but Lin Qinghe insisted he drink it. Only after that did she pay him. She paid Zhou Dong 2 yuan for the 13 bundles of firewood. She was generous with her payment because this firewood was their family's main source for staying warm this winter. Zhou Dong knew her personality and, feeling a bit shy, shared the money with his 2 friends. Both friends said they only wanted 6 mao, a small unit of currency, and they gave the remaining 8 mao to Zhou Dong because without him, they wouldn't have worked together. Getting 6 mao was quite a lot. Most adults earn about 4 mao a day, and only a few earn 6 or 7 mao. For boys their age, they usually earn about 2 mao. Now, winter wheat had already been planted, and people were starting to relax and take it easy. Many hardworking folks chose to go find firewood to sell in the county, earning some extra money to help with household expenses. Especially for boys their age, when they are most hungry, this is a good way to earn some money. Although a day of work usually doesn't bring in much, today they earned 6 mao, which was a lot for them. They then asked if they should go again tomorrow. Zhou Dong also asked. His aunt said yes, just as before, they would go as many times as they could. He told his 2 friends, and they both brightened up, agreeing to leave at the same time tomorrow and gather more firewood. When the families heard how much money their sons earned today, they were all quite happy, but no one said anything openly. If they had, Lin Qinghe might have been upset. Looking across the whole village, there is no one else as generous as her. Although they just received their grain, winter is coming soon, and food will be scarce after it ends. During the farming off-season, they can earn a little money, as these days are rare. Every day, they bring back a good amount of firewood. Zhou Qiang built a small shed for firewood, but it's already full. Lin Qinghe told Zhou Dong to move some to the open backyard and cover it with bundled straw. The firewood is exposed to the air and needs protection from rain, so it must be covered. Speaking of rain, when Zhou Dong and the others brought back the 5th load of firewood, it started to rain in autumn. The villagers said the rain was good because the wheat had already been planted and needed water to grow. After this rain, the weather turned very cold. Lin Qinghe guessed it was probably only about 7 or 8 degrees Celsius, so she quickly dressed her 3 children in warm clothes. Zhou Desaw and Zhou Sen Saw had made cotton clothes, pants, shoes, and socks for them, and she put them all on. Her eldest son's sweater was already finished, so she dressed him first. He was very happy with his new clothes and couldn't help showing off. The rain had fallen for 5 days straight, but Lin Qinghe didn't mind. As for the firewood, Zhou Dong and the others had been collecting 13 or 14 bundles on busy days and 11 or 12 on slower days. The children were energetic and eager to earn money, so they worked hard. After so many days, the family had enough firewood stored. Even for heating the Kong bed and cooking, they had plenty of firewood. They weren't worried about running out. They had enough grain and firewood, so this winter would surely be a good one. On the first day after the rain stopped, Lin Qinghe let the children go out to play. But the next day, she told them to stay and watch the house. She warned that if someone stole their grain, there would be nothing to eat, and she wouldn't cook for them then. The eldest and second children agreed to stay and watch the house. The eldest was about to turn 6 after the new year. Over the past days, Lin Qinghe had helped him become more responsible. He was no longer carefree and careless like before. Now she understands the importance of saving food. So when they mentioned going to the supply and marketing cooperative tomorrow to see if there is any meat to buy, both of them immediately decided to stay. They hadn't had meat for several days, and their eggs were almost gone. Lin Qinghe naturally wouldn't give meat every day. Even before the autumn rains started, their village had distributed some meat, but she didn't go to buy it. It wouldn't make sense if there was still meat left. Today, she planned to go out for a walk and naturally called Zhou's mother to come over to watch the older children at home. Her own door was locked, so she asked Zhou's mother to stay and look after the 3 boys. Zhou's mother didn't stop her when she heard she was going to buy meat. She initially thought she had no money, but was surprised to hear she could still go buy it herself. Why didn't she go to buy the meat distributed by the team? Zhou's mother didn't know that Lin Qinghe looked down on the team's meat, which was mostly scraps and leftovers chosen by the members. Only the original owner, not Sister May, would want it. She wouldn't take that kind of meat. While Zhou's mother stayed home to watch the children, Lin Qinghe went to the supply and marketing cooperative to find Sister May. Sister May was working today, and she had already checked. The identity Lin Qinghe claimed was true, but she also heard that Lin Qinghe was known for being spendthrift and a bit of a glutton. But those things didn't concern Sister May much. As long as her identity was confirmed and the military ration tickets she gave her last time, which were valid nationwide, were genuine, that was enough. Everyone else was just taking what they needed. Seeing Chun Mei, Lin Qinghe was naturally happy. Qinghe, are you here to buy something today? Yesterday, a new batch of dried shrimp and red dates arrived. Do you want to buy some to replenish? Sister May greeted her. Of course, Lin Qinghe replied. May, is this your relative? Asked the clerk nearby. Yes, my sister. Sister May smiled and said. Lin Qinghe heard the clerk say to her, no food ration tickets? If you don't have any, it might be a bit more expensive. Usually you can't buy without food ration tickets, but if the clerk is willing, you can buy about half a gene because of internal shares. This part doesn't require tickets, but you need to be a close acquaintance. For products like dried shrimp, which are good for calcium, Lin Qinghe naturally wanted some. Although she already had some at home, she didn't mind having more. When making soup or porridge, sprinkling a handful makes it tasty and nutritious. So, Hong Zhao and shrimp skin Lin Qinghe both wanted some, and only after paying did she come out to talk with Sister May outside. Sister May, please save some meat for me tomorrow, Lin Qinghe said. What kind of meat? How much? Sister May whispered. Just a pound of lean meat. If you have ribs or big bones, please get some of those too. Lin Qinghe handed over 2 yuan and a 1 jin ration coupon. Not fatty meat. Sister May accepted it subtly and asked. Currently, the most popular meat is fatty meat. Will it be difficult? Lin Qinghe hesitated slightly. She wanted it, but also didn't want to trouble her. Sister May smiled and said, I can give you half a jin. Thank you so much, sister. Lin Qinghe immediately replied. No need to thank me. It's because of you that those kids at home can eat a little more, Sister May said. This time, Lin Qinghe used only ration coupons. They are useful. If she exchanges them for someone in need, she can get 2 more ounces. Lin Qinghe politely responded and then brought up Zhou San's wife giving birth and breastfeeding later. Sister May said, 2 pigs trotters are nothing. If you tell me a day in advance, I can get them for you. Thanks a lot, sister. Lin Qinghe nodded. The two exchanged some polite words for a while. Lin Qinghe then mentioned kerosene. Sister May told her to come tomorrow and bring some back. Seeing customers at Sister May's counter, they said goodbye. Lin Qinghe wasn't in a hurry to go home. She covered the bottom of her basket with a cloth, then wandered around buying some dried chili, ginger, garlic, and other things before heading back home. When she reached Zhoujia village, Lin Qinghe took out 3 jin of eggs from her space. As for meat, she didn't have any, that was for tomorrow. But she did make 2 plain steamed buns. The 3 children hadn't eaten meat for several days, so she wanted to give them some protein. Actually, this was her standard. By village standards, the 3 brothers would be living in a sugar jar. They ate eggs every day and sometimes big white rabbit candies, apples, pears, and red dates. If even this made them feel wronged, then what would be considered bad? But Lin Qinghe didn't have that awareness. When she got home, Lin Qinghe told Zhou's mother about the pig's foot and said she should let her know a day or 2 in advance when she needs it. Zhou's mother was surprised that she really knew her stuff and felt very emotional. It was clear that someone who can cook well also knows how to get along. She looked into her basket, and Lin Qinghe wasn't afraid of her looking. She simply took out 2 plain steamed buns. Plain steamed buns. The older and second children's eyes lit up. Recently, the 3 children had become very clever. They immediately ran over, shouting to eat, eat. Although they hadn't eaten these plain buns for a while, they still remembered. They are delicious. Big brother, cut the bun in half with a knife. Remember, you're the oldest, so be fair and just, Lin Qinghe said as she handed the 2 buns to the older child. The older child replied, I will definitely be fair and just, but the second child was worried and followed him into the kitchen. It was just cutting a bun, not a big deal. Since it was almost 6 years old, Lin Qinghe trusted him to do it. The older child cut the buns, gave half to the second child, and half to the third child. But worried that the third child might get greasy and dirty, she didn't give him his share directly. Instead, she put it in a bowl and took it out to his mother. That half is for you, Grandma, Lin Qinghe said as she took the bowl and spoon to feed the third child. Zhou's mother was about to refuse, but Lin Qinghe held the third child and went back to the main room to eat because it was too cold outside. Grandma, try this. These plain buns are so fragrant. The older child handed her a bun. Fragrant. The second child nodded in agreement. Zhou's mother took a bite of the bun. It was filled with eggs and meat, and it was a plain bun. If it wasn't fragrant, it would be strange. Seeing that her daughter-in-law didn't mind her eating, Zhou's mother also ate. Honestly, it was so tasty that her tongue almost wanted to swallow. Mom, will you stay for lunch? Lin Qinghe asked. No need. When you come back, I'll go home, Zhou's mother replied. Older and second children, go and see Grandma off, Lin Qinghe said. Grandma, let's go. We'll send you back, the older and second children said. Zhou's mother let them see her off. The distance wasn't far, and both boys were dressed warmly this year. She also saw that there was plenty of firewood at home. This winter, they wouldn't run out. Plus, the sweaters on the older and second children had already been half-knit. There are still many balls of yarn at home, and it seems that the third child also has some. When she returned home, Mother Zhou told the older two children to go back, and she went back to the old house. Father Zhou was dozing off. When he saw her come back, he asked, "Why are you back? The fourth child's family has arrived. Why am I still over there?" Mother Zhou replied. Father Zhou sniffed and asked, "What's that smell?" "I ate half a plain bun over there," she said. There is still meat at home, but just thinking about plain buns makes Father Zhou feel a bit nostalgic. He has only eaten plain buns once in his life. The taste was so unforgettable that he still remembers it and longs for it even now. "Do you want to eat one?" Mother Zhou saw his expression and knew what he was thinking, smiling. What's the point? The third child's wife is about to give birth. No need to bother. Save it for her. Father Zhou waved his hand and said, "Life is much better now. The whole family is happy and complete." He is quite satisfied. As for the plain bun, not eating it won't hurt. He didn't want to go back home, and the second child told his mother, "Mom, Grandma ate, but Grandpa hasn't eaten yet. Grandpa usually treats them very well." The older child nodded too. "Before, when we were hungry, Grandpa would call us to eat at his place. It wasn't anything fancy, but it filled their stomachs. Because the original owner didn't pay much attention, they used to go to Grandpa and Grandma when they were hungry, so they still remember these things." Lin Qinghe understood and said, "Tomorrow, I'll buy some meat and bring back a plain bun for Grandpa. You can take it to him quietly and watch him eat." "Okay," both older children nodded. Lin Qinghe smiled and patted their heads. "You're both good." Their eyes sparkled. "What do you want to eat for lunch?" Lin Qinghe asked. "Egg dumplings," the older child said. They had already prepared these last night. In this weather, leaving them overnight isn't a problem. So Lin Qinghe cooked dumplings for them, adding some dried shrimp to the broth, which tasted very good. Now that there's nothing much to do at home every day, Lin Qinghe plans to make some salted eggs. She knows how to do this, and she uses simple methods she learned from her grandmother, which make it very oily. She has preserved a small jar of salted eggs, about 2 jin, roughly 4 pounds. She also took some from her space and brought back some today from outside. When making salted eggs, she adds a little white wine. The curing process takes a month, and the eggs she is curing now will be ready to eat next month. She also asked her older brothers, Dowry and Erwa, to help with the process, like washing the eggs. She doesn't plan to spoil them. After washing the eggs, she immediately rinses their hands with warm water and applies some anti-freeze snow cream. Then she sends them to eat apples on the bed. She puts the jar of salted eggs in the corner and comes to sit with her brothers on the bed, but she is knitting a sweater. Since the temperature is warm and there is enough firewood at home, she doesn't hold back. The bed is burning warmly. However, the supply and marketing cooperative doesn't have much fruit, and burning the bed makes the air quite dry, so she needs to eat more fruit to stay moist. Last time, she saw some oranges at the county supply and marketing cooperative, but not at the collectives. She didn't buy any then, thinking she still had apples, pears, and grapes in her space. Now she regrets it. She spent the whole day at home knitting. After eating kelp and shrimp shell porridge at night, she worked a little more and finished knitting Erwa's sweater. The next day, she told her brothers, Dowry and others, to stay at home. The bed was heated, they had eaten well, and she just needed to take care of Sanhwa. She went out and came back quickly. She left quickly because she still had 3 children at home. When she left, she handed over things to Sister May and even gave her a piece of soap. She had bought several boxes of soap in her space. Each box has 10 pieces, for laundry and bathing. Sister May immediately recognized that the soap must have been bought in the county town because it looked and smelled so nice. She didn't dare to accept such good things from her. Lin Qinghe handed her the soap and said, "Sister, please take it."
Don't be polite.
"Just the bones you gave me mean a lot to me." Chenmei bought half a jin, about a pound, of fatty pork, half a jin of lean pork, 3 ribs, 2 large bones, and half a pig's ear. That was definitely enough. In addition, she also gave him 2 pounds of kerosene. She had the money, but she also wanted to be friendly with Sister May because she could tell that although Chun Mei seemed a bit proud at first, she was a good person. Seeing that she was sincere about giving, Sister May accepted it. The soap was very good, costing less than 2 yuan per piece. She whispered, "This time, there's not much kerosene left. Next time, when I get more, I'll save some for you. Thank you so much, Sister May." Lin Qinghe nodded. After saying goodbye to Sister May, Lin Qinghe put everything into a basket, covered it with cloth, and went home. At home, she naturally took out the pork fat from the space to prepare for making oil. "I'll take this to your grandfather," Lin Qinghe said, giving each of her brothers a plain bread bun. She didn't give them more. But when the brothers heard they were going to see their grandfather, they didn't hesitate at all. They carefully wrapped the buns in oil paper and took them to old Zhou's house. It had been very cold these days, so Zhou's father had been staying on the Kong, a heated bed, smoking a big pipe, feeling quite comfortable. "Grandpa, we're here," the older and second brothers said with big smiles. "Why are you two here?" Zhou's father asked with a smile. "Grandpa, this is for you to eat." The older brother took out the oil paper, still warm, and handed it to his grandfather. "What is this?" Zhou's father asked, surprised. "Just look and see," the second brother blinked. Zhou's father took it and saw the warm, white bread bun. He was stunned. "Where did this come from?" "Our mother bought it," the older brother said. "Yesterday, Grandma ate some, but Grandpa, you haven't eaten yet. So today, Mom went to buy some meat and bought this for you. You should eat it," the second brother said. Zhou's father probably understood that Grandma ate some yesterday, and since he hadn't eaten, the two boys told him. Their mother bought it back to make up for it. "Grandpa, you don't need to eat it. You guys eat." Zhou's father felt comforted inside, thinking that the family was really starting to look better. "We already ate," the older brother shook his head. "Yes, we ate yesterday," the second brother nodded. Although they were tempted, they didn't want to take their grandfather's share. So Zhou's father ate his second white bread bun in his life. It was just as delicious as he remembered, so tasty that after finishing he kept thinking about it for a long time. When she came to her senses, she saw her two grandsons eagerly watching her. Father Zhou felt a bit shy because he had finished the large white bun himself, with nothing left. "Grandpa, is it delicious?" asked the older grandson. "Definitely very tasty," the second grandson said. "Yes, very good," Father Zhou nodded. "Thank you, both of you, for bringing me such a delicious white bun." The two boys grinned happily, then went back home in a very good mood. Father Zhou continued to enjoy the memory. This white bun was even better than he remembered. It was incredibly fragrant. When Mother Zhou returned, she asked, "Did the older boys say the older grandson and second grandson came?" "Yes, they brought me a white bun," Father Zhou replied. Mother Zhou was surprised. "Really? They actually brought it. They said they missed out yesterday, so today their wife bought some to make up for it," Father Zhou explained. Hearing this, Mother Zhou felt much happier. "Actually, the fourth family isn't so unreasonable. This white bun is really delicious," Father Zhou said, starting to feel sleepy and munching his mouth. Mother Zhou didn't say much because she had tasted it too. It was so good it made her tongue want to swallow. Meanwhile, Lin Qinghe started melting pig fat. She took 5 jin, about 2.5 kilograms, of pork fat from her space, plus some she brought back from Sister May, enough to make a pot of lard. In this weather, it would naturally solidify on its own without spoiling. Considering the time, Zhou Qingba wouldn't be back for a while. He was returning at the end of the month. She wanted to prepare more supplies for the family. When he returned, she had to be very careful. With his sharp senses, she might accidentally reveal something. She didn't plan to take anything out of her space once he was back. So, she needed to make plenty of lard in advance. Of course, the family's peanut oil jar was also full, and she still had plenty left in her space. Melting pig fat was very fragrant, but she wouldn't attract attention now. Recently, many families had rendered pork fat, and most hadn't finished eating it yet. They kept it for later, so the smell of meat was normal. From 5 jin of pork fat, she got enough oil to fill a jar and still had some left over. She stored the rest in another jar, filling about half of it. As for the pork residue, she collected it on a plate. When cooking, just add a little, and you can stir-fry until fragrant without even using oil. Oil residue is loved by Big Baby, second baby, and third baby. Lin Qinghe doesn't stop them, but she also doesn't let them eat too much. Each only had 3 pieces. Even so, they were all very happy. For lunch, they had millet porridge, soy sauce ribs cooked by Lin Qinghe, and stir-fried greens with oil residue. The 3 brothers ate happily, and Lin Qinghe also felt satisfied, thinking that life like this is pretty good. Now, the mother and her 3 children spend every day eating. What to eat today, what to eat tomorrow. All 4 of them love food. The happy days didn't last long. After a short fall rain, another came, lasting several days. It's really cold now, probably only about 4 or 5 degrees Celsius, freezing cold. Because it was so cold, Lin Qinghe didn't want to cook. Usually, she just boiled porridge, shrimp skin porridge, rib porridge, sesame porridge, or made dumplings in large batches to eat later. She also planned to make meat buns, with oil residue as a good filling. There's cabbage in the backyard too. She wanted to make a lot at once, so they could steam some whenever they wanted. This way, the food wouldn't spoil. But she didn't make the buns immediately. First, she finished knitting the sweater for third baby, then she could relax. That night, it started to snow lightly. It was only October 18th, but the snow was heavier than she remembered, lasting more than half a month longer. Actually, it was around the end of this month, one night, that Zhou Qingbai came home through heavy snow. Now, only Zhou Qingbai's sweater remains unknitted, but he hasn't come back yet, so there's no rush. Lin Qinghe is quite proactive. She just gets things done. On October 19th, she started making large cabbage, egg, and oil residue-filled buns with big baby, second baby, and third baby. The mother and children worked all day and made over 30 plain buns. Since they had made so much dough, they still had plenty of filling left. Lin Qinghe took some pork from her space, chopped it, and made dumplings with cabbage and pork filling. Since they had already started, she decided to make more. It was very cold that day, and she didn't want to go anywhere except the warm bed. Cooking felt like a hassle. So, she made over 100 dumplings at once. She thought that was enough, because her appetite was just average and she didn't have to do farm work. Usually, she had plenty of food and didn't need to eat so much. As for the children, the oldest could eat 8 dumplings in one meal, the second at most 6, but she didn't let them eat too full. Usually, she gave the oldest 7 dumplings, the second 5, and the third 3. For herself, she would eat about 7 or 8 dumplings. Plus a bowl of shrimp-flavored soup with boiled dumplings, she would feel full. The children were still young, and she didn't want to overfeed them, even if they were hungry. 100 dumplings could last a day or 2, especially since there were also buns. They were all steamed and then cooled down. When they wanted to eat, she would reheat them by boiling or steaming. Either way was fine. Making so many at once and storing them, Lin Qinghe finally had some free time. Usually, she just cooked plain rice porridge and ate it with plain buns, or boiled some shrimp-flavored soup and then made dumplings to eat. Lin Qinghe started knitting sweaters for Zhou Qingbai. He was her main supporter, and she didn't plan to do farm work anymore. In the future, if they needed to earn work points, Zhou Qingbai would do the farm work. So, she couldn't neglect him, even if he might not need the sweater for warmth. She needed to show her attitude. She managed the household, and everything outside was left to him. She was most afraid of farm work. She was okay tidying up the backyard, but she wouldn't go outside to work, and she wouldn't expect her to do it either. That morning, the mother and children were eating boiled sweet potatoes with salty pork on the Kong, heated brick bed, along with a plate of stir-fried mushrooms and scallions, which was very tasty. "Your father doesn't know when he'll come back," Lin Qinghe said. Counting the days, it's already October 25th. It seemed Zhou Qingbai would be back in the next few days. For some reason, she felt a little nervous. "Is it because he has no money?" the oldest asked. Lin Qinghe. "Of course he has no money," second brother said. "We've been eating good food lately." Lin Qinghe. When the brothers heard her mention their father, their first reaction was that she had no money. It was quite clear. Their eyes and hearts were sharp. The original owner was like this. Whenever she mentioned their father, it meant the allowance was about to be sent back. But in the middle of this month, She didn't receive the remittance slip from the post office, though that was expected. Don't talk nonsense. Your father hasn't come back for a long time. I was thinking, will he come home for the new year this year? If he does, I wonder if he will still recognize you three brothers, Lin Qinghe said. The eldest son has grown quite strong. The second son has a round little face, and the third son has been fed into a chubby little boy. He looks round and cute, and because he's healthy and lively, he's very adorable. Of course, the second son is the same, just more solid-looking. He hasn't gained much weight, but has grown a little taller. Since she has taken good care of all three children, even though she is a bit careless, Mother Zhou no longer says much. We are our father's children. How could he not recognize us? The eldest son said confidently. Exactly, the second son agreed, but do you think Dad will come back this year? I don't know. Mother also hopes he will come back, Lin Qinghe replied. I know. Mother must miss Dad, right? Zhou Dawa said with a grin. He definitely misses him. I've even forgotten what Dad looks like, the second son nodded. People like them tend to keep talking about their family head, even during the day. Around 10 o'clock at night, someone knocked on the door. Recently, Lin Qinghe has been sleeping lightly. She knew the story well. She knew Zhou Qingba would come back only in these few days, so she didn't dare sleep too deeply. As soon as she heard the knocking, she woke up almost immediately. The three children were still asleep. Lin Qinghe put on her cotton coat and came out. It was really cold that night, especially tonight. The weather was freezing. Who is it? Is it some thief? If anyone dares to cause trouble on my Zhou family's land, you better find out who my man is first. Outside, Zhou Qingba guessed that the mother and children had gone to sleep, so he planned to climb over the wall. Just then, a voice came from inside. Zhou Qingba. Hearing that, his face stiffened, and although his feet were numb from the cold, a slight smile appeared. But then, his expression darkened. Had someone come to bother them before? I warn you, thieves. My man is Zhou Qingba. He's out there defending our country. If you dare to target his family, arresting you and even executing you wouldn't be a problem. The woman inside continued to threaten fiercely. It's me, Zhou Qingbai said. After a moment, thinking she might have forgotten his voice, he added, Zhou Qingbai. Zhou Qingbai. The woman inside finally relaxed when she heard his name. Lin Qinghe wasn't pretending. She was alone at home, and her little third son was still very young. If she couldn't be sure that the person outside was Zhou Qingbai, she definitely wouldn't open the door. But hearing his deep, unique voice, something she remembered from her past, she recognized him immediately. When he introduced himself, it was clear that her husband, the villain, had returned. Lin Qinghe knew he had traveled a long way, and with the heavy snowstorm tonight, he must be very cold. So she hurried to open the door. She was ready. When she saw Zhou Qingbai standing at the door, she held her ground. Even though he was a tall man, about 1.85 meters, with a strong presence, she stayed calm. Why are you back at this hour? Come in quickly. It's freezing outside. Stay in my room. The stove isn't lit yet. Zhou Qingbai only glanced at her and then followed her inside, carrying a large bag. Lin Qinghe invited him to stay in her room. She went to the kitchen, sliced some ginger, lit the stove, and made him a hot ginger soup. In the room, Zhou Qingbai saw his three sons sleeping peacefully. The third son was well taken care of, round and clean. The older two boys looked just as tidy. He also noticed how much they had changed since last year when he returned. If they met on the street, he might not even recognize them, even though the oldest looked like him. What surprised him most was that she had cooked ginger soup for him. Seeing his well-cared-for sons and hearing the sounds from the kitchen, Zhou Qingbai's usually stern face softened a little. Soon Lin Qinghe brought in the ginger soup and said, "Drink it while it's hot." After that, she left. When she returned, the ginger soup was already finished. She carried in a foot basin and looked at Zhou Qingbai sitting on the bed. She said, "Why are you just sitting there? Hurry up, take off your shoes, soak your feet, and warm up. Don't think that being young and strong means you can be reckless. That's how you catch a cold. You came back in this heavy snow, even though you're freezing. Although she kept nagging, Zhou Qingbai didn't find it annoying at all. Her constant talking made her look very pleasant. Zhou Qingbai didn't hesitate. He took off his shoes and socks and started soaking his feet. After drinking a large bowl of ginger soup, he felt almost satisfied. He had only a little sweat, but since it was her kindness, he naturally wouldn't refuse. While soaking his feet and feeling warm all over, Zhou Qingbai looked at Lin Qinghe. Although he didn't say anything, Lin Qinghe felt a bit uncomfortable. Suddenly, she had an idea and asked, "Are you hungry? We still have some prepared dumplings and buns at home. What do you want to eat?" Honestly, Zhou Qingbai was hungry after this long walk. If she wanted to cook more, he wouldn't mind, but if there were ready-made food at home, he would gladly take it. "Bring me everything you have," Zhou Qingbai said. "Wait a moment," Lin Qinghe replied and turned to leave. Watching her busy herself since he returned, Zhou Qingbai's previously uneasy heart became calm for some reason. Actually, before coming back, he was a bit worried because he knew her long-standing wish was to become a government wife. Otherwise, she wouldn't have married someone like him, who was often away and couldn't take care of the family. But now, he had fulfilled her dream, and she probably wouldn't agree to it. He guessed that once she learned the truth, she would definitely argue with him loudly. However, it seemed there might still be a chance to avoid a big fight. Lin Qinghe guessed Zhou Qingbai's appetite was quite big. After all, he was so tall and had been training for years. He probably wouldn't go hungry. So she steamed 4 large plain buns and cooked a big bowl of shrimp and dumpling soup. She brought everything in together. Zhou Qingbai finished it all, looking like he still wanted more. Lin Qinghe thought his size is a bit intimidating. Will there be enough food at home for him? It's getting late. Go brush your teeth. It's time to sleep, Lin Qinghe said as she tidied up the dishes. She didn't plan to wash them now. She would do it tomorrow. Okay, Zhou Qingbai nodded. Lin Qinghe poured some hot water into a thermos for him, cooled it to just the right temperature, and told him to brush his teeth. Zhou Qingbai didn't say anything. He knew she was always very clean, so he didn't notice that she also brushed her teeth late at night. Since the neighboring Kong wasn't heated, Lin Qinghe didn't plan to mistreat the patient. If she remembered correctly, he still had some injuries, though they weren't serious anymore. He needed to rest and recover properly for a while. So tonight, she let him sleep on this side of the Kong. The Kong was quite big. The 3 children slept in the middle. She slept on the inside and he on the outside, separated by the children. Also, she was still his wife, so it felt a bit awkward, but it was okay. "This quilt is nice," said Zhou Qingbai when he saw the large 7-jean quilt. "Of course, I spent quite a bit of money to buy it," Lin Qinghe replied with a smile. But just this big quilt wasn't enough for the cold weather. There was also a 4-jean quilt on top, making 2 quilts in total. The bottom was covered with a new mattress, which kept them very warm. It was very cozy, so there was no fear of getting cold. After traveling all day, Zhou Qingbai was really tired, so he went to bed with his wife and children. He didn't expect that tonight, after coming back, he would feel so comfortable. There was ginger tea, ginger water for soaking feet, and big white bread with shrimp and vegetable soup dumplings. His body felt warm all over. He thought about telling her tomorrow about his plans. What kind of day tomorrow would be, he would see then. For now, he didn't want to think too much. Soon after lying down, Zhou Qingbai fell asleep. The bed was so warm and comfortable, and with his wife and children nearby, he slept deeply. Lin Qinghe, unsurprisingly, couldn't sleep. Even though she told Zhou Qinghe to sleep on the Kong, and they were still husband and wife with 3 children between them, she still found it hard to get used to. But Zhou Qinghe was clearly tired. She could tell he had fallen asleep quickly and was sleeping soundly. Lin Qinghe didn't know exactly when she fell asleep. In any case, she woke up late the next day. It was almost 8 o'clock. As for the children, they were all gone. Lin Qinghe was a bit panicked, then remembered Zhou Qinghe had come back. And outside, she could hear Zhou Qinghe talking with Zhou Mu and the older children. She felt relieved, tidied up a bit, and then got off the Kong.
It was quite late at this time.
Even in the middle of winter, the 3 children are unsure if they have eaten. I thought that since they slept in late and Mother Zhou was at home, she would scold them, but I didn't expect her to look at them with approval. Last night, you worked hard, fourth son, Mother Zhou said. With just this sentence, I understood that Zhou Qingba had told her about waking up to take care of things last night. I replied, "It's nothing." "Mother, have you eaten yet?" "I've eaten," Mother Zhou said. "You should go and eat something too." Mother Zhou's tone was unusually kind. She was worried because her eldest son had told her he came back last night, especially with such strong wind and snow. How much did he suffer from the cold on the way back? Her son said his wife got up to make him ginger tea, boiled ginger water for his feet, and steamed buns and dumpling soup for him to eat, which helped him sleep. Hearing this, Mother Zhou felt much better. She looked at Lin Qinghe, her daughter-in-law who was generous with money, and she found her more agreeable. At least she took good care of her eldest son, and that was enough to make Mother Zhou smile kindly at her. Lin Qinghe glanced at Zhou Qingba, who was also looking at her. They exchanged a look, and she felt a bit uncomfortable. She then looked at her other brothers. "Have you eaten?" she asked. "Yes," said the eldest and second brothers. Then Lin Qinghe stopped worrying about them and went into the kitchen. The pot was still hot. The father and sons were eating steamed buns. The buns were made a few days ago. Because of the snow and cold, they were frozen but still good. If they wanted to eat, they just steamed a few. Since they didn't always eat buns, there were some leftovers. Of course, these were the last few. Her stomach wasn't very hungry, so Lin Qinghe ate just one and was full. She had made enough food. At that moment, third son came in. Lin Qinghe picked him up. "Third son, have you eaten enough?" "No." Third son shook his head. This meant he had already eaten. If he hadn't, he would still want to eat. Lin Qinghe put him down. Mother Zhou was still there, mainly because she hadn't seen her eldest son in a long time and missed him very much. She had 4 sons, but her favorite was this eldest son. In her heart, he was number 1 and all the other sons and daughters had to stand aside. Lin Qinghe hugged the 3 children and went back to her room, with the older 2 following her inside. Zhou Qingbai looked at her back. Mother Zhou whispered, "The wife of the oldest child has been very caring these days. She takes care of their clothes and shoes herself, worried they might catch cold. She also brought some meat and meat buns to give to me and your father. Last time, she made plain steamed buns." Lin Qinghe asked the older 2 brothers to bring 2 over, so they could share with Zhou's parents. The others didn't get any. Zhou's parents wouldn't give away the respect they show to the 4th child's family. If the 4th family found out, what would they think? And Zhou's family has many grandchildren. Either everyone gets some, or no one does. How could they split just 2 buns? So, the old couple decided to eat them themselves, so no one could say anything. If they did, it would only be to praise the 4th family's respect for them. Zhou Qingbai nodded, indicating he understood. "Other than that, I won't say much," Mother Zhou continued. "But your wife really needs to stop spending so much money. The older children are growing up, and they'll need money for everything. She spends freely, and we can't save a single penny." Zhou Qingbai was aware of this. The family added a coal stove, half a bag of coal, a sturdy iron pot, 2 large new quilts, and new clothes for the children. They also had plenty of other supplies. The house was full of rice and flour, all of excellent quality. It would definitely cost a lot. But Zhou Qingbai didn't see this as a problem because she took good care of the family and the children were well raised. As long as he took care of the home, he would handle everything outside. "I understand," Zhou Qingbai nodded. Mother Zhou saw him constantly glancing toward the room and knew that the couple hadn't seen each other for a long time. Although she wanted to say more to her son, she didn't want to bother him, so she said, "Mother will go back now." "All right." Zhou Qingbai saw her off. Mother Zhou left, and Zhou Qingbai went inside. Inside, Lin Qinghe was applying snow cream to her 3 sons, saying, "Didn't I tell you, if you don't let your father do it, he won't know how? If you get frostbite, it'll look ugly." "Mother, father is back," the oldest son said. The second son's eyes sparkled brightly. Lin Qinghe saw the 2 brothers and knew they were very happy with their father. She smiled and asked, "Did your father call you to go out this morning?" "Yes, when we woke up, Dad told us to get dressed and go out first, so we wouldn't disturb you, the eldest son replied. Father steamed buns for us, one each, the second son added. Usually, their mother would give each of them half a bun and serve it with porridge, but not always. Lin Qinghe thought to herself that their father was using her buns to win their hearts, but she also hoped the father and sons would get along well. She said, "He is your real father, so of course he treats you well. I am your stepmother, so I only get half. Since you're a stepmother, then I am a stepson," the second son said happily. Shameless. Your father and I are the only parents you have, the eldest son said with disdain. All right, enough talking. You can go out now, Lin Qinghe told them. Just after she finished, Zhou Qingba entered. Lin Qinghe instinctively looked at him and made eye contact. She felt she needed to say something, so she asked, "Did your family go visit?" Yes, Zhou Qingba nodded. His words were simple and to the point, without any extra words. Lin Qinghe thought to herself that he wasn't the type to be liked by others. His way of speaking wasn't charming to women. Go play outside, you two, Zhou Qingba told the eldest and second sons. The brothers looked at their mother. Lin Qinghe thought, "Why are you looking at me? Of course I don't want you to leave." But she also knew he had something to say to her. She said, "Listen to your father. Go have fun." So the brothers went out, eager to show their friends that their father had come back. After they left, the third son was still playing on the bed. Lin Qinghe played with her youngest son and asked casually, "How many days will you stay this time?" Zhou Qingba hesitated slightly. Although Lin Qinghe was turned away from him, she could still sense that he was a little nervous. She pretended not to notice and continued playing with the third son, who giggled happily. Seeing her son laugh so happily, Zhou Qingba finally looked at her back and said, "This time, I don't plan to go back." When he said this, he saw her body stiffen, and she immediately turned to look at him with disbelief in her eyes. "What do you mean you won't go back?" "I've resigned," Zhou Qingba said with a sigh, looking at her. Lin Qinghe looked at him, waiting for him to continue, perhaps to explain his injuries or something else. However, he didn't say anything. No wonder the original owner immediately turned against him. That was really inconsiderate. Does she dream of becoming a government wife? Lin Qinghe looked at this man. She saw a hint of worry in his eyes, which made her pause. Turns out, he wasn't as fearless as he seemed. He was actually worried inside, but he wasn't good at showing his feelings, so he looked completely indifferent. Zhou Qingbai also looked at her. She saw surprise, disbelief, and a kind of hidden sadness in his eyes, but no disappointment or despair. This made him pause for a moment. What surprised him even more was what Lin Qinghe said next.
"Just step back then.
There needs to be a man at home, or I won't sleep peacefully at night," Lin Qinghe said as if she had accepted her fate, her shoulders drooping. This sentence successfully caught Zhou Qingbai's attention. He remembered last night when he came back and knocked on the door, and she had said something harsh outside. "Someone dares to disturb me at night," Zhou Qingbai said in a deep voice. Lin Qinghe looked completely exhausted, weak and unmotivated. "No, it's just that I felt like someone might have sneaked into the yard outside once. But I wasn't asleep," and shouted loudly. "You know, the neighbors are all nearby, so the thief ran away. No real damage was done." Zhou Qingbai's face darkened. "It's my fault. If something had really happened, he couldn't imagine the consequences." Lin Qinghe looked at him expressionlessly. "Starting tonight, you go sleep next door." She was actually quite proud of her cleverness. By accident, she found a good excuse for separation. Zhou Qingbai looked at her strangely. She was stepping down from her position, but she didn't say anything else? No scolding, no asking him to go back? "Why are you looking at me like that?" Lin Qinghe snapped. Zhou Qingbai thought to himself, "That's right. I told you even if you step down, I won't go to work. After marrying you, I never planned to farm," Lin Qinghe said. "I'll go to work," Zhou Qingbai nodded. He hadn't thought about making her farm. That was too tiring. As long as he was there, it was fine. "And you also need to share the household chores," Lin Qinghe spoke again. "Okay," Zhou Qingbai agreed. "Those who gave me money to step back. How much is it?" "I need to keep it safe," Lin Qinghe said. Zhou Qingbai took out the package he brought last night. Inside, there were 2 sets of clothes and a hot water bottle. Seeing the hot water bottle, Lin Qinghe's eyes lit up. The family only had one, which wasn't enough. Now, with this extra one, it was enough. There was also a backpack with shoes and socks. The backpack was full, and Zhou Qingbai handed it over. It's all here. Lin Qinghe felt a bit shy, but took it.
She was surprised.
So much money? How much is this? 3,000. Zhou Qingbai looked at her. How come so much? Lin Qinghe asked in shock. She had about 200 yuan left in her pocket, which was a lot for her. But she didn't expect Zhou Qingbai to bring back 3,000 yuan. What does that mean? I earned it. They approved it for me, Zhou Qingbai said, as a form of reward and comfort. Wow, so many tickets, Lin Qinghe exclaimed. There were industrial tickets, grain tickets, cloth tickets, all valid nationwide and not expired. Zhou Qingbai saw her focus on these and wondered if this was the end of their worries. The last incident had scared him quite a bit. It was good she was at home, but he wanted to tell her up front. He wouldn't do farm work outside. It was exhausting, and he hated farm chores. But he would take care of the meals and the 3 children at home, so she didn't need to worry. In the future, she should sleep in the room with the older kids. The firewood in the house was enough, no need to save it. The backyard had stored quite a bit. Lin Qinghe looked at him and said, You told Mom and the others about this. Not yet. Zhou Qingbai looked at her. Just tell him yourself. I won't be the one to say something embarrassing, Lin Qinghe said, waving her hand. Zhou Qingbai glanced at her and nodded, but she didn't cause trouble, which really eased his mind. He didn't think much more about it and simply attributed her change to her being frightened by the thief. As for him sleeping next door, he didn't think much of it either because before, she was eager for him to leave whenever he came back. Now that he stepped back, she definitely wouldn't let him stay in this room. But none of that mattered much. Her not causing trouble about him stepping down was a relief for Zhou Qingbai. He said, I'm going to my parents' place. He had no problem telling his parents about this because the bigger issue was with his wife. Now that that was mostly resolved, it was enough to just inform his parents. Go ahead, Lin Qinghe nodded. Zhou Qingbai went to the old Zhou family. His parents, Zhou father and Zhou mother, hadn't had time to be happy about their son's return before they were stunned by the news he announced.
What?
He's stepping down and not going anymore? Zhou father asked, surprised. What's going on? Why did he suddenly step down? Zhou mother asked anxiously. Just because he's reached the right age, he decided to step down, Zhou Qingbai replied simply. His older brothers, Zhou De and Zhou Er and even Zhou San looked confused. Why just because he's reached the age? You're only 27. You have a bright future, Zhou San said first. Zhou De and Zhou Er also asked him why. But Zhou Qingbai didn't say anything, not even an extra word of explanation. Just step down and be done with it, Zhou father said after a long pause. As long as he's working hard, the older boys are growing up and soon they'll be able to work too. We won't have to worry about food and drink. The 3 brothers looked at each other in silence. Fourth, come inside with Mom, Zhou mother said. Zhou Qingbai didn't say anything and followed the heartbroken Zhou mother into the room. Fourth, tell Mom what's really going on. I don't believe you just stepped down because of your age, Zhou mother said, looking at her son. Zhou Qingbai knew that usual excuses wouldn't work, so he showed her the scar on his chest. Although it had healed, there was still a large scar. It was almost close to the heart. Mother Zhou's heartbeat slowed a bit, and she didn't need her son to say anything more. She understood immediately. The old lady's eyes were red. She kept saying, It's good to step back now. The family isn't as good as theirs, but food isn't a problem, and it's not so dangerous. The older children are still young. Thank goodness for divine protection. If something had gone wrong, it would be hard to imagine the consequences. The 4th family situation was definitely unreliable. If something happened to her eldest son outside, she would have to pack up and remarry. What about those 3 grandchildren? By the way, does the eldest daughter's wife know? She always wanted to be a government official's wife. Now that you've stepped back, can she just accept it? The old lady suddenly remembered and looked worried. Mother Zhou knew well about the original owner's ambitions. She was anxious and started worrying about her eldest son's family. I told her. She was a bit disappointed, but she understands there's no turning back. She has no objections, Zhou Qingbai said. No objections? Mother Zhou was surprised. How is that possible? The fourth family's wife always looked down on others. She had always wanted to be a government official's wife and considered herself one. She looked down on village women, and over the years, not a single woman in the village was worthy of her. Of course, she also looked down on others and didn't want to associate with rural women. If her dream of becoming a government official's wife was shattered, what would happen? Would she cause trouble? Old Fourth, your wife is definitely planning a big move. You need to watch her carefully. If she tries to divorce you, you can't let her. You have to hold on tightly. Otherwise, the children will lose their mother, and you won't be able to stand tall, Mother Zhou warned repeatedly. Zhou Qingbai looked helpless. He wanted to tell his mother that it wasn't that serious. His wife was open-minded. But Mother Zhou didn't believe that Lin Qinghe was so easygoing. Even though her behavior after crossing over was somewhat acceptable, the impression left by the original owner was deep-rooted. She was not someone who would easily settle disputes. From the moment she entered the house and relied on her pregnancy to fight fiercely, it was clear. But Zhou Qingbai truly didn't think his wife would cause trouble. Before returning home, he was nervous and a bit worried she wouldn't give up, fearing there would be no peace at home. However, he saw her reaction after learning about the matter. She was indeed disappointed, as if the support she had always relied on had collapsed. But this mood only lasted until he took out 3,000 yuan and a bundle of tickets. Her unhappiness disappeared completely. He could see this clearly. So, there was no need for any big tricks. Being able to see things this way was probably a change brought by the troublemaker's actions. Thinking of this, Zhou Qingbai's expression became serious. Mother Zhou saw his serious look and thought he had listened to her words. She was worried that going back would worsen family conflicts, so she quickly said, "Your wife is also quick-tempered. You need to talk to her slowly. This is a big matter. You should comfort her more, understand? Don't say everything that makes her guess. She's been with you for less than a month, so she can't figure it out." Zhou Qingbai stood up and said, "Mom, don't worry. It's fine." His mother was right in a way. Although they had been married for many years, and their oldest child was 5 years old, soon to be 6 after the new year, the truth was that he and his wife had only been together for less than a month in total. So, he still didn't know her well and couldn't judge her based on the past. For example, this time when she returned, she took good care of all 3 of their sons. Zhou Qingbai left to say goodbye to his father and 3 brothers and then went back. Big brother Zhou went into his room and told his wife about this matter. She was stunned. Not going back. Staying in the village from now on? Yes, this means I'm stepping down. Big brother Zhou nodded. Can fourth brother's family agree? His wife asked. Big brother Zhou said, there's nothing wrong with fourth brother staying. What's there to disagree about? Besides, going outside in the wind and rain is dangerous. Staying in the village isn't bad. At least there's food. Why wouldn't they agree? Don't you know what fourth brother's family is thinking? His wife asked. What are they thinking? Big brother Zhou asked. Never mind. You wouldn't understand even if I told you. She waved her hand. Not only did big sister Zhou understand Lin Qinghe's thoughts, but second sister Zhou and third sister Zhou also knew. After hearing about this from her husband, they were all stunned. Everyone's first reaction was the same as Sister Zhou's, asking if the fourth family's members could agree, or if they had gone crazy and caused a big fuss. Brother Zhou 2 and Brother Zhou 3 understood the situation better. They said they didn't know for sure, but after their mother called them inside to talk calmly, they thought there wouldn't be much trouble. Sister Zhou 2 didn't believe that. She called Sister Zhou 1 over, and Sister Zhou 2 came into the room to knit and chat. They naturally had bought yarn to knit sweaters and pants because it was too cold to bear otherwise. Big sister-in-law, third sister-in-law, you know about Uncle 4 stepping down, right? Sister Zhou 2 asked while knitting. Yes, I know, Sister Zhou 1 replied. This can't be kept a secret, Sister Zhou 3 said. After all, Uncle Four would soon leave the village, so it couldn't be hidden. Third sister-in-law didn't know what kind of fuss was happening at home, but she knew her own thoughts. She always wanted her children to have a bright future, to rise high like a phoenix, but now she felt like she had fallen flat. Sister Zhou Tu's tone carried a bit of schadenfreude. Sister Zhou One, who had just made a warm, close-fitting outfit for her son from someone else's wool fabric, said, "Don't say that. We're all family. Uncle Four stepping down isn't good for us either. I was thinking if Uncle Four gets promoted again, he might be able to help take care of the nephews from old Zhou's family." Hearing this, Sister Zhou, too, couldn't help but sigh. She also had similar thoughts. Her son was only 3 years old, but if Uncle Four succeeded, wouldn't he take care of his own nephew? That was probably part of the reason why, over the years, even Sister Zhou too, who loved to compete, had become more restrained in front of the original owner. As for Sister Zhou 3, she was thinking about whether Lin Qinghe could bring some pig trotters while she was postpartum, and she had also used some leftover fabric from making a cotton coat for her eldest son to make a jacket for her daughter, which was very warm. The jar still had some leftover brown sugar sent from elsewhere. So, although Sister Zhou 3 was worried about this matter, she didn't say it out loud. But Sister Zhou, too, couldn't hold back her words. After arguing with her 2 sisters-in-law, she went outside. After Zhou Qingbai stepped down, news spread in the village that he would be working locally. The village was small, and soon even the team leader called his grandson over to summon Zhou Qingbai. Zhou Qingbai had just returned from old Zhou's house, and had only sipped the ginger soup his wife made when he had to go to the team leader's house to sit. Lin Qinghe didn't mind, and simply washed the dishes after taking them. Of course, he needed to drink more ginger soup. Last night's snowstorm was so heavy that one bowl wasn't enough. While he was at old Zhou's, she cooked some more. This time, not only Zhou Qingbai but also the eldest, second, and third children drank it. She added a little red sugar to theirs because the kids wouldn't drink it otherwise. Lin Qinghe also drank some herself. In cold weather, it's good to drink warm ginger soup to stay warm. Now, the coal stove was burning, making it easy to cook things. She took the third child with her to the older brothers, then peeled some potatoes. For lunch, they had potato stew with pork belly and a shrimp shell soup. She bought the pork belly yesterday from Sister May, and this time she bought quite a bit. 3 gene of pork belly and several gene of ribs. If they eat sparingly, they can still enjoy it. For example, she sliced the pork belly very thin for the potato stew. It looked like a lot, but it was only about 3 tails of meat, not more. But cooking it with pig fat would make it very fragrant. The shrimp shell soup was much simpler. She prepared all the ingredients, checked the time, there was a clock at home she could see, and realized it was still early. The original owner had saved up many industrial coupons before buying it, spending 3 months' worth of Zhou Qingbai's wages and allowances. Now, she was enjoying the benefits. Of course, inheriting the original owner's reputation as a bad wife was unavoidable. Lin Qinghe also went back to her room to check her supplies. Fortunately, she had a good sense and knew Zhou Qingbai would return soon, so the rice, flour, and other staples were all fully stocked. The eggs were stored in a jar, enough to last a while. But what made Lin Qinghe most happy was the 3,000 yuan and the bundle of coupons Zhou Qingbai brought back this time. Next year, Zhou Qingbai will start working. When that happens, there will be enough food for the family. Zhou Qingbai is tall enough to reach 10 centimeters, so I'm not worried about spending money. She has almost bought all the furniture she needs, so there's no need to go shopping in the county town. Now, with her remaining 200 yuan, the total family savings are 3,200 yuan. This money must be kept for now. We should save it until the future when things open up and see if we can start some kind of business. Otherwise, if gold is everywhere and we want to do something but don't have the money, it will be really sad. While Lin Qinghe was thinking this, Zhou's mother came over. Seeing Zhou's mother, Lin Qinghe immediately became serious. Yes, she can be a little vague with Zhou Qingbai, but she can't be with Zhou's mother. The original owner only spent a few days with Zhou Qingbai, after all. But she lives in the same village as Zhou's mother, and the original owner knows her temper well. Fourth family, you know about Lao Si stepping down, right? Zhou's mother asked carefully. She really spoiled her daughter-in-law. Even outsiders would see that Lin Qinghe needed to show some respect as a mother-in-law. But now she is the one in charge, so Lin Qinghe said directly, "Grandma, what do you want to say? Are you here to criticize me? Well, criticize away. Anyway, I don't want to live here anymore. I'm ready to pack my things and leave." She didn't even call her mother anymore, so Zhou's mother knew the situation was serious. She quickly said, "Fourth family, don't be impulsive. Now that the older children are grown, do you really want to leave them all behind? Lao Si has stepped down, but with his ability, he can still support you and the children, right? I've told him to come back and talk to you properly. How you lived before, you can still live that way. You don't need to work in the fields. Lao Si can handle it." She hadn't been angry with Zhou Qingbai. She had prepared her speech before coming. "How did I live before? I married him and was a widow for so many years. What was I doing all that for? I think you all know. But now he comes back empty-handed, and you want me to just forget about it? No way," Lin Qinghe shouted. It's really a sin, but she didn't want to cause trouble. She just had to act this way. If she didn't cause trouble, she would definitely have to work in the fields. Once she did, people would think it was normal, and she should do it. This person, sometimes she is lazy, and when she is occasionally diligent, everyone praises her. People who are used to being hardworking sometimes relax, and others shake their heads in surprise, not expecting her to be like this in private. I used to judge her wrongly. This is very realistic. She doesn't want to be the second type, and she can't be. So now she must take this chance to leave a good impression on Mr. Zhou and Mrs. Zhou. Just enough for them to stop causing trouble and to think that as long as she doesn't make a fuss and takes care of Zhou Qingba and their third son, they should be happy. Then they won't complain behind her back that she doesn't work and leaves everything to their son. Instead, they should be grateful that she is still willing to stay. Of course, the most important thing is that this fits her image. Mrs. Zhou knows she will never stop, so she keeps comforting her. Our family, there's no such thing as counting who is right or wrong. Fourth son is a good person. You marrying him is really not a loss. Is it really not a loss for your Zhou family? I alone have given you 3 grandchildren. All 3 of them combined are not as many as I have. I married into this family when I was young. Zhou Qingba rarely comes home in all these years. What's the difference between me and a widow? Who's really not a loss? Lin Qinghe interrupted her. Mrs. Zhou quickly said, "Mother, that's not what I mean. Even though fourth son has stepped back now, he definitely won't let you suffer. Mother of the eldest, don't do anything impulsive. Not suffer? I'm almost suffering to death, and I still don't feel it. Now that he's stepped back, where do I have face in the village? Everyone in the village will be gossiping about me. Not just the villagers. Even my second sister-in-law will probably be happy to see me fail. They're probably talking about me behind my back," Lin Qinghe said, looking embarrassed and annoyed.
No.
Your second sister-in-law is a bit sharp-tongued, but she wouldn't dare to do that to you, Mrs. Zhou quickly said. After all, this daughter-in-law is also formidable. She didn't let the second family take advantage of her at all. What dares she? She only dares because she's afraid of her husband's family. She's thinking maybe her son can get some benefits in the future, so she doesn't dare. Now that he stepped back, how could she still be polite to me? Lin Qinghe said, then changed the subject. Grandma, you don't need to persuade me. I won't easily accept Zhou Qingba's arrangements. Fourth son is injured. You must not let him neglect his injury or leave any lasting illness, Mrs. Zhou quickly said. Lin Qinghe heard this and immediately snapped. None of my business. Outside the door, Zhou Qingbai had been listening for a while, though he wasn't sure exactly when. He was surprised to realize his wife had this hidden side. She was clearly worried he might catch a cold or go hungry, and last night she prepared food for him without him knowing. This morning, after they revealed everything, she had cooked a bowl for him, along with portions for their third son and herself. But when it came to her mother-in-law, she seemed cold and unfeeling. Are these 2 different faces? He truly didn't understand his wife. Inside, Zhou Mu choked on her words, thinking, why doesn't your husband care about you? but she knew her daughter-in-law was angry now and wouldn't listen to anything else. She also knew she had to go along with her, or else their life would become even harder when the fourth son returned. Suddenly, a voice came from outside. "Dad, hug me." The little boy, seeing his father, ran over and hugged his leg, asking to be held. Zhou Qingbai picked up the boy. At that moment, Zhou Mu came out of the room. "Mom, go back. There's nothing wrong at home," Zhou Qingbai said, holding the boy. Zhou Mu looked worried. She glanced at her son, who was about to run away, and said softly, "Fourth, you and Mom should go home for a bit." Outside, Zhou Mu whispered, "You heard everything just now, right? You need to talk to your wife properly. If you can't convince her to stay, you'll have to take the older boys and live on your own." Although her son could easily find someone else if he divorced, the problem was he couldn't do that now. He had 3 sons. How could he remarry? Would he bring someone home to mistreat his 3 grandsons? Even though the fourth family situation wasn't perfect, no matter how unreasonable her daughter-in-law was, she wouldn't be worse than the stepmother. Before her son could speak, Zhou Mu continued, "Go back and talk to your wife. Promise her she doesn't have to work in the fields. She can live as she did before. As long as she can take care of the family, it's fine. Next year, the older boy can go help with pig feeding and earn some work points. The family still has labor and people to support it. Even if she doesn't go to the fields, she can still manage." Zhou Qingbai nodded seriously. "I will listen to you and talk to her properly." He seems to understand why his wife talks to his mother the way she does. Of course, he wouldn't be foolish enough to say it out loud. He knows how to earn his work points and won't let the family struggle. Mother Zhou saw him agree and then left, but she still felt a bit worried inside. At home, Lin Qinghe acted like nothing was wrong. Seeing that it was not even 10 o'clock, she said to Zhou Qingbai, "I heard from my mother that you still have injuries. Come, let me see." She then took the 3rd child in her arms. Zhou Qingbai looked at her and said, "It's nothing serious." Lin Qinghe looked at him. Since last night, she had gone from feeling a bit embarrassed to being able to face it calmly. She adapted quickly, especially after overhearing Zhou's mother outside the door. She felt she could be brave too. As long as a person is willing to be brave, they can do anything. Zhou Qingbai saw she wouldn't let him speak, so he had to come in, take off his clothes, and show her his injuries. Lin Qinghe felt a little shy, but when she saw the scar on his wound, she couldn't help but feel distressed. "Put your clothes on quickly and lie down on the bed," Lin Qinghe said. Zhou Qingbai put his clothes back on. It was still quite cold, and he asked, "Is there still work to do at home?" "Yes," Lin Qinghe nodded. He looked at her, clearly waiting for her instructions.
"Go lie down on the bed now.
Let your wounds heal completely before you do anything else," she said. Zhou Qingbai looked at her and said, "The injuries are not serious anymore. Just because they're not serious doesn't mean they're fully healed. You need to recover, so you can work next year. You have to do everything. Now go lie down." "I have a bad temper and I don't want you to make me angry," Lin Qinghe said with a frown. He looked at her. Her anger was clear. He felt a bit helpless. Why was she so easily upset? But he turned and went back to the children's bed. Lin Qinghe placed the 3rd child with him and then went to start the fire in the stove. At this time, the older 2 children came back from outside. They were more excited about showing off their father's return than about having new clothes. "Your father came back last night in the heavy snow and wasn't feeling well. Go lie on the bed and talk to him," Lin Qinghe said. Big brother and second brother both have hopes and respect for their father, Zhou Qingbai. When they heard their mother talk about it, they came over. Zhou Qingbai saw his 2 older sons come in and signaled for them to come closer with his eyes. Big brother and second brother approached and looked at him. Big brother said, "Mother said you were sick, so you should rest more, Dad." "Yes, last time third brother was sick, Mother stayed up all night to take care of him," second brother nodded. Third brother caught a cold a few days ago. Since Lin Qinghe came, she has taken good care of him, but he still got sick. That night, she stayed up all night caring for him. Big brother and second brother only found out the next day. Zhou Qingbai also knew it was hard for his wife to take care of 3 sons alone, but He didn't expect that when the children got sick, she would stay up all night. Is Dad not leaving? Big brother's eyes lit up. Second brother couldn't help but look at him with hope. Just now, their friends and the adults said that their father wouldn't leave anymore and would stay in the village. Not leaving, Zhou Qingbai said. That's great. Big brother and second brother cheered. Children naturally don't think too much. Their ideas are simple. They just hope their dad stays at home, not knowing that if he stays, there will be no income for the family. Outside, Lin Qinghe is thinking about making some soup to help Zhou Qingbai recover. She heard the laughter coming from inside the house. Although their relationship might become strained in the future, for now, the three little boys naturally admired their father. He is so tall and strong-looking, stronger than other children's fathers in the village, so they are happy to accept him. Lin Qinghe used a clay pot to cook seaweed and pork rib soup, especially since she now knew he had injuries, so she wanted to show her care. Then she made potato stew with pork belly, shrimp shell soup, and pork rib soup for the villain, Dad. She and the children would just eat the shrimp shell soup. By around 11 in the morning, her family could eat. The soup for Zhou Qingbai's injury was for him to drink alone. Big brother and second brother didn't want any. They said they would just drink the shrimp shell soup. Zhou Qingbai looked at Lin Qinghe. Lin Qinghe said, their dad isn't feeling well and needs to recover. The two of us are obedient children and won't fight him for the soup. One sentence made the eldest son puff out his chest confidently, and the second son looked at him with wide, eager eyes, no longer craving food. However, Zhou Qingbai still divided the ribs and gave them to the mother and sons. He only drank the soup. The eldest and second sons looked very touched. Father was reluctant to eat the ribs himself and gave them to his children. Lin Qinghe thought, do you really know how to care for others? The ribs used for making soup were not very good quality, but she accepted his kindness. She looked at him, and Zhou Qingbai looked back at her. Eat quickly, then go lie down on the bed. It's very cold today, Lin Qinghe said casually, pretending not to care. After the family finished eating, Zhou Qingbai was about to clear the dishes, but Lin Qinghe handed the third child to him and started tidying up herself. As always, there will be many days to do work, so there's no need to rush now. But Zhou Qingbai was clearly restless. If he had to lie around all day, he wouldn't be able to stand it. After a nap, he went to tidy up the backyard. Seeing that he didn't want to lie down, Lin Qinghe didn't stop him. In the afternoon, Zhou's mother came again. Lin Qinghe had already expressed her feelings, so she couldn't keep being unreasonable. She said, if you want me to stay, I can. But from now on, if I hear you talking about me behind my back, I'll pack my things and leave immediately. Zhou's mother had a bad mood all day. Zhou's father was also feeling down. Of course, Zhou's father didn't think Lin Qinghe would leave. He was just upset that his son had retreated, but when he heard that his son was injured, he couldn't care less about anything else. He quickly told Zhou's mother to bring some money. Before Zhou's mother could even take out the money, she heard her say this. She hurriedly replied, don't worry about that. Now that we've separated, we're two families. How you live over there is none of our business. No one will say you're wrong. I think if the eldest son's father doesn't take good care of that wound, it might leave a lasting scar. I don't want to be a young widow, taking care of him and making medicine for him in the future. Look around. Are there any families selling chickens? If so, buy 2 for me, Lin Qinghe said. Then she put on a resentful face. I don't know what sins I committed in my past life, but in this life, I ended up with such a man. First, I had to serve his son, and now I have to serve him. I was born to suffer. Although she was complaining, Zhou's mother felt a weight in her heart lift. Let her complain if she wants. After all, she still wants to catch chickens and strengthen her body with her son. Isn't that a good thing? But I don't want anything from the old Zhou family now. Since the third sister-in-law is about to give birth, I don't want her to say she had nothing to eat during her confinement because we ate all the chickens, Lin Qinghe said. Mother Zhou originally wanted to bring over 2 chickens from home. The Zhou family keeps 8 laying hens, and now they raise chickens based on the number of people, 1 chicken per 2 people. With a total of 17 people, including grandchildren, they can raise 8 chickens. 8 chickens might seem a lot, but in reality, it's not enough to eat, and eggs are also kept to sell for money to buy salt and other essentials. So, in the careful household of the Zhou family, eggs are a rare treat. She initially wanted to catch 2 old hens, but after hearing Lin Qinghe, Mother Zhou had to give up that idea. However, Mother Zhou is very popular in the village. Buying 2 hens is no big deal, and soon she went to catch 2 old hens and brought them back. To keep her image, Lin Qinghe didn't give Mother Zhou a single penny, but surprisingly, Mother Zhou didn't say a word about it. She knew these 2 chickens were meant to help her son recover. Her 3 grandsons could also eat a little, but Lin Qinghe only has 1, and even if she eats, how much can she really consume? She secretly took out 200 yuan from her pocket. Each bill was 10 yuan, a big round sum. "What are you doing?" Lin Qinghe asked, surprised. "This is what 4th uncle sent back before. We kept it for savings. After the older brothers moved into other rooms, only this much was left.
Keep it for now.
When Dawa and the others grow up, they'll need money for many things," Mother Zhou said. Although she was reluctant, she still handed over the 200 yuan, which was a huge amount. Back then, when 4th uncle's family split up, the couple used the money left by Zhou Qingbai to build separate rooms for each of the other 3 families to keep them quiet. At that time, bricks and tiles were much cheaper, about 4 or 5 yuan per square meter. The houses weren't big. Lin Qinghe's 2 small rooms and a hall added up to about 50 square meters. Labor was free because Zhou's father called people from the family and neighbors to help, so it didn't cost much. Now, the price per square meter has risen to about 10 yuan, more than double. A spacious brick house now costs at least 1,200 yuan or more. At that time, I also used Zhou Qingbai's money, so I told the other 3 families to share a single room without any objections. This is what remains now. However, the 2 elderly still have their own savings, which they won't give up. The cheaper ones, like Lin Qinghe, just took what they could, but for the 200 yuan, Lin Qinghe thought it was better to forget about it. "Using your parents' money, my eldest son-in-law would be angry with me," Lin Qinghe said. "This money was originally earned by the 4th child. I was just keeping it for him back then. Now that he's back, he should use his own money to live. No one can say anything about it." "These 2 chickens were bought with this money," Zhou's mother said. Lin Qinghe didn't really want to take it, but Zhou's mother was eager to give it to her. After a moment of hesitation, she accepted it and said, "I won't take it back to my family. I'll keep it for daily expenses." Zhou's mother was pleased with her response. She wanted to tell her to be more careful with money and not to spend so freely, but she guessed Lin Qinghe wouldn't listen, so she didn't say anything. After returning home, Zhou's mother told the other daughters-in-law that the money for catching the chickens was given to the 4th families. She couldn't hide the fact that she helped catch the chickens, so she decided to be honest about it. Zhou's eldest and 3rd sisters-in-law didn't say anything. They both felt a bit relieved, especially Zhou's 3rd sister-in-law, who was about to give birth next month. The only thing at home that could help her regain strength was a chicken. If she gave it to Uncle 4th's family, she would probably just eat some eggs. Zhou's eldest sister-in-law also wanted to keep chickens to boost her health, especially since her due date was in March next year. Zhou's 2nd sister-in-law, however, wrinkled her nose and thought to herself, "I wonder how much money the old lady has given to Uncle 4th's family." But she only thought this silently. She didn't dare say it aloud. She could tolerate the old lady's behavior towards Uncle 4th's family, but for them, the old lady was quite strict. Meanwhile, Lin Qinghe immediately went to the backyard to talk openly with Zhou Qingbai. "I didn't want to take the old lady's money at first, but seeing how she was, I thought if I didn't take it, she might feel upset. Since the days ahead are long, I decided to accept it," Lin Qinghe said. Zhou Qingbai was fixing the chicken coop. Hearing this, he looked at her and said, "It's your decision about the family matters." When Lin Qinghe saw his serious expression, she could tell he truly had no objections. "This chicken coop isn't urgent. Just wait until it's ready, then come and kill the chickens. Tonight, we'll stew them for a nice dinner," Lin Qinghe said. Zhou Qingbai nodded, "Leave it to me." After finishing his work, he went to the front yard to kill the chickens. It was best to leave this task to him. Lin Qinghe handed him hot water to wash his hands and lit the stove. She used a clay pot to stew the chicken, which was the best way. If she started now, it would be ready to eat around 7 in the evening, tender and flavorful. She didn't add any special ingredients to the stew, just a handful of sesame seeds. No red dates were included. Sesame chicken stew is very fragrant and nourishing, and it suits Zhou Qingbai's current condition. Eat an apple, Lin Qinghe said, scooping hot water to wash his hands, then handed him an apple. Zhou Qingbai looked at her. What are you looking at? Lin Qinghe asked. Nothing, he replied, taking the apple and cutting it in half for her. Although Lin Qinghe rolled her eyes at him, she felt satisfied inside. This man wasn't one to care for himself. She took the apple and said, "This is for your injury. I'll only eat this once." "No need for that," Zhou Qingbai said. Lin Qinghe understood what he meant but didn't bother to reply. This proud man, no wonder he was overworked by the original owner, carrying firewood in cold weather, even with injuries, not willing to rest. Turning back to her room, she didn't see the softening look in Zhou Qingbai's eyes as he watched her. Inside, the older and younger brothers had all woken up, but they were still lying on the heated bed and not getting up. It was very warm. Mother, seeing Lin Qinghe come and eating an apple, the three brothers' eyes lit up. "Get off the and get dressed. I'll give each of you an apple," Lin Qinghe said. "This apple isn't as big as before, nor as sweet," the eldest brother said as he dressed. "Right," the second brother nodded. "Can they be the same? The ones before were bought in the county town, but these are from the commune supply store," Lin Qinghe said, eating her apple and instructing the third brother to dress himself. There are also big apples like those in her space in the county town, but they are rare and hard to find. As long as she knew the source, she wasn't worried. She had been to the city and knew the apples matched her standards. Now, the apples at home are small and locally grown, and their taste isn't as good as the ones in her space. The older two children finished dressing up. One of them went to pick an apple to eat. The third child wore his clothes a bit unevenly, but Lin Qinghe didn't mind. As he practiced, he would get better. As long as he stayed warm, it was fine. Lin Qinghe made apple puree for the third child to eat. He had a very good appetite and could finish a whole apple. Probably because he was strong and healthy, he recovered quickly from his recent fever. The older two knew their father was in the backyard, so they all went over to see him. They helped pick up things and do small chores, busy as usual. Lin Qinghe also gave the third child to them. Seeing the time, she started preparing dinner. Since they still had chicken to eat at night, Lin Qinghe kept the meal simple. She made dumplings with half a gene of pork belly. Tonight, they would just eat dumplings, simple and tasty. After cooking on the coal stove for an hour, the smell of chicken soup filled the air. All three brothers smelled it and gathered in front of the stove. Lin Qinghe didn't stop them. Honestly, she hadn't cooked chicken for them since she arrived. A chicken costs only a yuan, but farmers don't like to sell it because they want to keep the eggs. Chicken is one of the few meat dishes they have. She also didn't encounter any chickens when she went to the county town. So, she hadn't cooked chicken for them until now. It's normal for them to be eager now. Zhou Qingbai works very efficiently. In one day, the chicken coop was built well. Their family can raise 3 chickens. There's a saying, if a family has fewer than 10 people, like 9, they can raise 5 chickens. But if there are 11 people, they can only raise 5 chickens. The 10-person mark is a rough dividing line. Should we raise pigs at home? Lin Qinghe looked around the empty yard and asked, "Can we?" Zhou Qingbai looked at her in surprise. He knew she liked to keep things clean, which was a good trait. He also liked a tidy home. But she used to not even keep chickens. He was surprised that she was willing to build a chicken coop and even raise pigs. "Yes, but you'll be responsible for cleaning," Lin Qinghe said. "Okay." Zhou Qingbai nodded. Lin Qinghe didn't say anything more. These days, raising pigs is not done at home, but through the collective farm. Although the pigs are raised for the family, they belong to the team, not private property. However, they earn work points, especially for well-raised pigs, which can be equivalent to half an adult's work points. This is a good way to make money. There are also manure and other byproducts that can be exchanged for work points. Of course, The family's backyard vegetable garden is also important. Zhang Qingbai plans to raise pigs too, but he knows his wife likes cleanliness. He originally didn't plan to raise pigs at home. He wanted to build a pigsty on the team's land to keep 2 pigs. It's not very convenient to take care of them, but now that his wife agrees to raise pigs at home, he prefers to do it there. Things aren't like they used to be. We can't even afford proper meals anymore. What's the point of fussing over tastes? Lin Qinghe said. If his wife had said this before, he might not have taken it seriously. But for some reason, hearing her say this now makes him feel uncomfortable inside. He feels he hasn't given her a good life. Why not raise pigs outside? Zhou Qingbai suggested. Hearing this, Lin Qinghe immediately understood what he meant. She looked at him as if to say, "Are you crazy?" and asked, "You're not going to raise pigs outside on that big backyard? And can you really trust raising them outside? What if someone with bad intentions gives them poison? The whole year would be wasted." She added, "I'm just talking, don't take it seriously. But I won't clean the pigsty for you. You should keep that in mind." When she was young, she helped her grandmother with farm work. She could do it, but she was really afraid of it. It's not about being delicate. Anyone who's done farm work knows how tough it is. Okay, Zhou Qingbai nodded. That evening, they ate dumplings and soup, and the whole family was happy. After dinner, Zhou Qingbai went out. Lin Qinghe knew he was going to discuss raising piglets, so she didn't mind. They finished dinner early, around 4 o'clock, and by about 6:30, Lin Qinghe brought out chicken soup for her husband and sons. The sesame chicken soup smelled very good. Lin Qinghe took a sip and was about to finish, but Zhou Qingbai insisted she take a chicken leg. She swapped it for 2 chicken wings, and the chicken leg was divided among the 3 boys. As for the leftovers, Zhou Qingbai was responsible for finishing them. The whole family ate happily and contentedly. Then it was time to brush teeth, wash face, wash hands, wash feet, and go to bed. "You sleep by yourself. I'll sleep next door with the 3 brothers," Lin Qinghe said. Then she took her 3 sons back to their room. Zhou Qingbai watched her graceful figure leave, pursing his lips. This morning he didn't mind, but after just one day, he wondered if he had been too quick to judge. Lying in the warm bed, Zhou Qingbai found it hard to fall asleep. The days were different from what he expected before coming back. He thought she would cause a fuss, but she didn't. Not only that, she took good care of everything, food and drinks, and the meals were especially good. He didn't realize her cooking skills were so good. Before, when she came back, she would cook sometimes, but at most it was just a bowl of noodles. There was nothing else. And maybe it was his imagination, but she seemed quite happy that he was home. At that moment, the sounds of children playing and her laughter came from the next room. Zhou Qingbai's expression softened. He thought she might be angry, but she probably didn't resist his return. He didn't know what the man next door thought of all this. Anyway, she played with her 3 sons for a while, then went asleep with them. They went to bed early and woke up early without anyone calling them, but the bed was so warm that they didn't want to get up. However, thinking about the injured person next door who needed nutrition and that last night's chicken soup was probably finished adjusting, he knew that someone of his size had a big appetite. So, Lin Qinghe also got up. It was about 6:30 now. When she got up, she saw him just returning from outside, looking like he had gone for a morning run. "Went for a run?" Lin Qinghe asked, surprised. "Yeah." Zhou Qingbai looked at her. "Go back to sleep a little more. I'll make breakfast." "No need. If you don't want to go, just go to the pigsty. The sooner it's built, the sooner you can bring the piglets back," Lin Qinghe said. Zhou Qingbai nodded and went to the backyard to work. Lin Qinghe cooked millet porridge, and for side dishes, she prepared a plate of cold marinated wood ear mushrooms soaked last night, perfect for today. Seeing that it was about time, she went to call the 3 boys, poured hot water for their faces, applied some moisturizer, and then came out. Of course, she also fried 5 poached eggs, 1 for each of them. They had to eat them hot for the best taste, or they wouldn't be as delicious. For her simple fried eggs, Zhou Qingbai said nothing. After a quick, nutritious breakfast, he continued working in the backyard. Today, he planned to finish building the pig pen. Lin Qinghe told Dawa, "Go call your eldest, second, and third uncles to come help your father. Zhou Qingba said it wasn't necessary. Lin Qinghe replied, "You still have injuries. It's okay to ask them for a little help. In a few days, I plan to make steamed buns and will send some to them." Zhou Qingba didn't argue further. Eldest brother Zhou, second brother Zhou, and third brother Zhou all came over. Although there are often disagreements among sisters-in-law, brothers usually don't fuss over small things. Especially now, since Zhou Qingba, the younger brother, needs help, they naturally come to lend a hand. They are currently living in a small room, which was made possible by the allowance Zhou Qingba used to send home. Otherwise, the whole family would have to squeeze into one place. Getting a separate room costs a lot of money now. In the past, it was cheaper and they often couldn't even eat enough, so they took advantage then. Nowadays, many families in the village share a big room, a second room, and a third room under one roof. Life is often noisy and lively, and many brothers and sisters have fallen out over money. Because of these differences, even sister-in-law Zhou, who is usually worried, feels more at ease now. At least they each have their own room. When the brothers came to help, Lin Qinghe invited them to stay for lunch. They ate boiled sweet potatoes. The meal was simple, but the side dishes were good. A bowl of scrambled eggs with shredded potatoes, a plate of braised pork belly with vermicelli, and a pot of pork ribs with mushrooms, plus a pot of seaweed and pork rib soup. Even brothers Zhou, the second and third, ate happily, feeling their work today was worth it. Elder brother Zhou is honest and kind. He kept saying, "We're family, no need to treat us so specially. It's just a small job. Eat more, big brother," Lin Qinghe said. Elder brother Zhou was a bit worried about the family's finances. With this kind of meal, how much money would it take? But Zhou Qingba said nothing and looked at his wife with a look of approval. Lin Qinghe shot him a quick glare. What was he staring at during a meal? Since they came to help, she thought she should prepare some food. She didn't think she was petty for doing so. She ignored him and was busy feeding Manhwa. This meal was planned with some cleverness. Although each dish seems to contain meat, there isn't much actual meat in each. For example, the bowl of scrambled eggs with potatoes only had 4 eggs, cooked with lard for a fragrant taste. There was a dish of pork belly stewed with vermicelli, with only about 3 or 2 tails of pork. The rib stewed with mushrooms and the rib and kelp soup each had just 1 rib's worth of meat. Looking at it, the oil and water content was quite rich. At least the 3 brothers from the Zhou family ate happily, and Zhou Qingba and the children also ate well. Thanks to the help from the 3 brothers, the pigsty was built in just 1 day. In the evening, Lin Qinghe didn't keep them for dinner. She simply gave each of the 3 a few apples to take home. Just 3 apples to send them off. Brother Zhou came back, and sister Zhou was the first to complain. They worked all day. Besides some brown sugar, they only got a few apples? Was that really enough? "We had a good lunch," Brother Zhou said calmly. After all, that lunch alone was worth the effort. And since the 3 brothers came to help, how much work could each do? With a 4th brother's personality, he wouldn't cause trouble this time, and he even helped prepare these dishes. Brother Zhou thought it was worth it. Sister Zhou and Sister Zhou San heard about the lunch, and they didn't say much. Especially since both of them were pregnant, they liked those small apples. Father Zhou and Mother Zhou felt relieved. Looking at it, the 4th brother's family seemed to have settled down and wouldn't cause trouble anymore. It's good they gave her 200 yuan, otherwise, she wouldn't have calmed down so quickly, Mother Zhou said.
Let's not talk about that.
As long as life is good, that's enough. The 4th brother's family still raises pigs, so things will get better, Father Zhou replied. Mother Zhou sighed but didn't say more. She just hoped the 4th brother's family could live more carefully. But in less than 2 days, the 4th brother's family sent over 8 plain bread buns with the eldest and second brothers. Father Zhou and Mother Zhou each took 1, and the other 3 families each took 2. They were filled with pork, wood ear mushrooms, and other tasty fillings, making everyone's mouths water. Sister Zhou and Sister Zhou San told Lin Qinghe that her younger sister-in-law was too polite. Helping brothers and sisters was just what family did. There was no need for so many gifts. Lin Qinghe's gesture even left Sister Zhou speechless. A few days ago, She had been complaining about those 3 small apples. But now she was proven wrong. Lin Qinghe sent over 2 large loaves of bread as a gift, which was a generous thank you. Uncle Fourth has stepped down, so he's finally acting like a proper person. But life is getting hard, and he's still pretending to be a big shot, using plain bread as a gift. That night, second sister-in-law whispered to second brother. "Whenever I need help in the future, I'll still come to you," second brother said, ignoring her thoughts, with a hint of nostalgia. That plain bread was so delicious that it gave him sweet dreams at night. "I thought Uncle Fourth would cause a big fuss when he stepped down, but there's been no trouble at all. How much do you think he brought back?"
Second sister-in-law asked.
"How much he brought back doesn't matter to us," second brother replied. She pushed him gently. "I'm not greedy. I just want to ask, do you think he brought 500? 500? You're overthinking. The man from the outer village who stepped down before only brought 300, second brother said. Uncle Fourth often does good deeds. Surely he gave more this time, she argued. Forget about how much he brought back. I think no matter how much money there is, it's not enough for the fourth family, second brother said, waving his hand. Although he was pleased with the lunch from a few days ago, and even more satisfied with the 2 large loaves of bread today, he didn't think the fourth family looked like they could manage a good life. Moreover, no matter how much money Uncle Fourth brought back, it was a one-time deal. There would be no future income. Second sister-in-law finally gave up when she heard this. It made sense. An old saying goes, having 1,000 coins at home is not as good as earning a few coins daily. Lin Qinghe's spendthrift nature meant she'd find ways to waste any amount of money. Even if she brought back a lot this time, it wouldn't be enough. She used to be so clean and tidy, but now she's always complaining and fussing. Now she's even raising pigs in the backyard, second sister-in-law said proudly. Raising 2 piglets was no easy task, tiring and smelly. Lin Qinghe, who used to look down on everyone, had to face the harsh reality of life. This gave second sister-in-law a sense of satisfaction, as if she was stepping on a fallen phoenix. Third sister-in-law's month had come, and she didn't go out. Second sister-in-law came by for a visit. Although our relationship wasn't very good before, since we are sisters-in-law, sister-in-law Zhou came over to give some advice. She said that her family doesn't need to be so formal, and that if we need anything in the future, just call her. There's no need to go through so much trouble. I have a good impression of sister-in-law Zhou, and she is a sensible person. Naturally, I want to get closer to her. Sister-in-law Zhou is also a nice person. Among the sisters-in-law, I don't want to interact much with sister-in-law Zhou too, except for her. I promised my mother to make 2 pig's feet for third sister-in-law to help with milk during her confinement. When your belly has the baby, sister-in-law, I will also make 2 stewed peanuts to help with milk, Lin Qinghe said, noticing sister-in-law Zhou's pregnant belly. Then I won't be polite, sister-in-law Zhou said, feeling a bit touched. She thought the fourth family was quite good. Now that it's this month, sister-in-law, eat more apples. Don't hold back. When the baby is born, you'll be happy, Lin Qinghe said. Why do you say that? Sister-in-law Zhou asked, surprised. Look at my children. Aren't they good-looking? Lin Qinghe said while knitting a sweater. This sweater is for Zhou Qingbai. He doesn't have many clothes, so I need to finish knitting it quickly. The weather is really cold, freezing to the bone. Fortunately, earlier, Zhou Dong and the others brought back a lot of firewood, or there wouldn't be enough to heat the stove. My brothers are indeed good-looking, sister-in-law Zhou couldn't help but say. This isn't flattery. Zhou Qingbai is very handsome, tall and noble-looking. As for me, Lin Qinghe, I was the most beautiful girl in the village before marriage. After marrying in, I haven't changed much. Now, if I go out, no one would believe I haven't married. And I don't know if sister-in-law Zhou is imagining things, but she feels that the fourth family has become even more attractive lately. Especially recently. She can't quite explain why, but she just has a feeling. My children, second, third, and the others, are all tall and handsome, inheriting their parents' good looks. You can't find such good-looking brothers in the whole village. Because of this, Zhou's parents especially love them. Especially now, the fourth family is taking good care of them. Seeing how they look, I feel envious. Good looks are important. Do you know what I ate when I was pregnant with them? Lin Qinghe asked. What did you eat? Sister-in-law Zhou asked. I eat the most of these apples, one a day. When I finish, I go buy more. That's why the three of us have such good skin and strong health. Our resistance is all about our physical strength. We rarely catch colds or get fevers, Lin Qinghe said. That costs a lot of money, said Aunt Zhou. It does cost, but in this life, we work hard for our children. Isn't that all for them? We want our kids to start ahead. Plus, when you're pregnant, you can eat 2 apples for one person. Taking care of the whole family, what's wrong with eating a few apples now? Lin Qinghe replied. Honestly, her words touched Aunt Zhou's heart. Being pregnant isn't easy. Even if people are strong and don't think much of it, everyone wants to enjoy some good days while they can. But Aunt Zhou doesn't have her courage to spend money like that. She feels bad every time she spends a penny. She can't be like Lin Qinghe, who spends so much money on food without blinking. Apples don't cost much. You can buy a lot for just $1. After working so hard, treating yourself a little isn't a big deal, Lin Qinghe said. Pregnant women should eat more apples. Aunt Zhou, you can tell third sister-in-law about this when you go back. She said it, but whether they listen or not depends on them. After Aunt Zhou went back, Mother Zhou came to ask her, Did you talk to fourth brother's wife? Aunt Zhou went because Mother Zhou asked her to. Mother Zhou thought if she went herself, she might upset fourth brother's family, so she asked Aunt Zhou to go instead. Don't worry, Mother. Fourth sister-in-law knows what she's doing, Aunt Zhou said. If she knew what she was doing, I wouldn't worry. Now that fourth brother has stepped back, there's no income at home. If she keeps eating like this, how will we manage? Mother Zhou said. I told fourth sister-in-law. She said she understands and won't do it anymore, Aunt Zhou said. Of course, she didn't say this directly. She thought Lin Qinghe was just making excuses. But as a sister-in-law, she can only give advice on managing the household, not push too far. After Mother Zhou went back, Aunt Zhou came to talk to third sister-in-law about buying apples. Should they buy some together? Wednesday's sister-in-law listened to Lin Qinghe's practical advice and thought about how likable Dowry and the others are now. Without hesitation, she agreed. So, the 2 sisters-in-law each contributed 5 cents, making a total of 1 yuan. They asked Brother Zhou to buy a bag of apples, and both families shared it. Mother Zhou was surprised and muttered, Why buy this stuff to eat? It's not like we're starving. Brother Zhou, who is simple-minded, smiled and said, I heard from my younger sister-in-law that eating apples is good for the baby in the belly. She used to eat them often when she was pregnant with Dowry and the others. Now they all look so healthy. Mother Zhou almost dropped the eggs she had just taken out to fry for dinner. She was so surprised that she almost broke the eggs. This shows that the older sister-in-law's advice to the younger one didn't work out, and even the third family was influenced by the younger sister-in-law. Can eating apples make the brothers grow as big and strong as Dowry and the others? She knew better. When Dowry was born, the younger sister-in-law was greedy and ate everything. It wasn't just a little apple that made a difference. But she couldn't say that aloud. What could she say? Both daughters-in-law were pregnant, and wanting to eat some apples was understandable. They didn't even ask her for money. They used their own secret savings. For example, this year's good harvest, she gave each family 2 yuan for pocket money, and they didn't ask her for money. Honestly, Lin Qinghe wasn't joking about eating more apples during pregnancy. It's the best fruit for pregnant women, good for both mother and baby. And it's not expensive. Why not eat? A bag of apples could be bought for just 1 yuan. In the past, when the original owner had Dowry and the others, she also liked eating apples. Not just apples, she ate everything she could buy. Because she was worried that having a son might harm her health, she was very careful about her diet. Because of this, Dowry and the others had much better nutrition than other children their age. When they were born, they were indeed very fair and smooth-skinned, with no wrinkles. According to memory, Dowry was born weighing about 7 jin, around 3.5 kilograms, and the second and third children each weighed over 6 jin. Those are very normal weights. Many children in the village are born weighing just over 5 jin. Weights over 6 gene are rare, so these were quite healthy. Lin Qinghe didn't care what the Zhou family thought. She was busy knitting sweaters for Zhou Qingbai. As for Zhou Qingbai, who is always busy, today he went out with the team leader to catch piglets. Lin Qinghe saw that he couldn't sit still, so she didn't stop him, but she still prepared a pork rib soup for him to drink. As for other things, she didn't interfere much. By noon, Zhou Qingbai had brought back 2 piglets. As soon as they arrived home, the 3 older brothers warmly welcomed the piglets, each reaching out to touch and check them. Zhou Qingbai's mood was clearly good. After lunch, he washed the pots himself and cooked pig feed. Since the piglets are still small, he didn't need to cook much. When they grow bigger, the amount will be much more, and that will be really busy. Next year, plant more in the backyard, Zhou Qingbai told her. Okay, you decide, Lin Qinghe replied. Then, she compared the sweater she was holding with him. Although she was just estimating, after comparing, she felt her sewing skills were pretty good. Look, there's hardly any difference. It fits perfectly. Zhou Qingbai looked at her with softer eyes. Over the past few days, he truly felt that his wife was completely different from how she used to be. He could tell whether she was willing to live with him. In these days, her careful care for him showed she definitely cared about him. Lin Qinghe didn't realize that just by knitting a sweater, he misunderstood her so beautifully. When she finished measuring, she looked up and saw him watching her intently. His gaze was very focused, which made her feel awkward, so she cleared her throat and changed the subject. Just make sure it fits. You go ahead and do your work, she said. Is there any work left at home? Zhou Qingbai asked, not moving. Although he was a bit confused about why his wife seemed shy now, it didn't stop him from looking at her more. In the past, he just thought she was pretty good, but now, looking at her, he felt that his wife was truly beautiful. She is fair, tender skin, speaks politely, and is more attractive than any city girl who moved to the countryside. Lin Qinghe thought to herself, what's wrong with this man? When he first came back, he was indifferent, but these days, she felt that whenever he had nothing to do, he would come closer to her. There's not much to do. Winter is just the time for staying cozy, Lin Qinghe thought. There really wasn't much work at home, so she said that. Zhou Qingbai looked at her, and then backed away. It seems his wife hasn't forgiven him yet, and doesn't want him to sleep in their room tonight. Lin Qinghe continued knitting a sweater, while Zhou Qingbai came over to see their 3 children napping next door. Since there was nothing else to do, he decided to lie down and take a nap for a while. A few days ago, Zhou's mother bought 2 old hens. One was cooked, and the other is still being raised in the chicken coop. They plan to cook it later, but for now, they are keeping it. The 2 piglets in the pigsty have settled comfortably at home. Zhou Qingbai takes good care of them, and the piglets quickly adapted. Time has passed quickly, and more than half a month has gone by. Now it is mid-November. During this time, people in the village have different opinions about Zhou Qingbai staying in the village permanently. Of course, because Zhou's parents are here, there are few rumors about Zhou Qingbai. Besides, when Zhou Qingbai returned, he didn't take a single grain from them, so it's none of their business. However, there are some opinions about Lin Qinghe. Many women in the village dislike her because she acts like a wealthy lady, and they often gossip about her behind her back. They think she will have to work in the fields with them someday, and they wonder how she can still dress so flirtatiously. But since Lin Qinghe mostly keeps to herself and doesn't socialize much with the villagers, she doesn't know about these rumors. Or maybe she does, but she doesn't care because of the many years of differences between them. One morning, Lin Qinghe left the house. Yesterday, she asked Zhou Qingbai to come and reserve some items from Sister May, and today she came to pick them up. Was that your husband yesterday? Sister May asked with a smile. Yes, Lin Qinghe replied. Although she accepted Zhou Qingbai as her husband, she felt a little shy when asked directly. Sister May chuckled. You're really lucky. You didn't see how many people were asking about him yesterday. With his handsome looks and tall, strong presence, he's not someone an ordinary girl can match. But honestly, Lin Qinghe and Zhou Qingbai are a perfect match. They look like a good pair, a perfect match of a talented man and a beautiful woman, so it's no wonder they are together. Lin Qinghe didn't care about those rumors. She changed the subject and asked, "Did you find the soap I gave you last time useful? This soap works very well." My older sister-in-law asked me where I bought it. I said from the county town, and she said they don't sell such good soap there. May whispered. Lin Qinghe also lowered her voice. Last time, I bought it from a black market in the city. The seller said it came from the city, and I didn't believe it at first. Now, I think maybe it's true. No wonder, May nodded. That soap really works well. I didn't want to waste it, so I still have more than half left. Then I gave Lin Qinghe some pork and ribs and 3 jin of kerosene. It didn't cost much, just over 3 yuan in total. Lin Qinghe also used a food coupon to buy 2 jin of apples. She didn't buy more because there was still plenty at home. May asked, "A few days ago, I got a few jars of honey. Now only 1 is left. Do you want it?" No need to use a food coupon. What kind is it? Lin Qinghe's eyes lit up. She knew that at this time, honey was 100% pure honey, which had many benefits. May showed her the honey. It was of good quality, about 3 jin in 1 jar, but it wasn't cheap, 5 yuan for 1 jar. Lin Qinghe bought it right away. After saying goodbye to May, she went to the small street and bought a jin of eggs. They were exchanged from farmers, so they weren't expensive. She paid only 3 mao per jin. The rest she took from her space and then went home. At home, Lin Qinghe handed the crystallized honey to Zhou Qingbai. "Put this in the room, okay?" Zhou Qingbai took the honey inside and then came out to listen to her plans. Lin Qinghe almost wanted to laugh. Is this man treating her like his boss? She took the meat, bones, and ribs from the basket and handed it to him. "Take these and organize them." Zhou Qingbai did as told. Yesterday, she asked him to find May to give the meat a proper, official way to go. From now on, he would know how to buy meat properly. Lin Qinghe chopped the big bones herself and put them in a pot. She boiled the bones with yellow soybeans, which is very nourishing. Her brothers and friends had gone to old Zhou's house. They had many siblings there. The 3 brothers often went to visit or to other families in the village. Lin Qinghe didn't stop him. Both of them were in their own village, and such a big child shouldn't be kept at home all the time. Going out to play is good for them. "Why are you just standing there? Go get an apple to eat," Lin Qinghe said as she turned around and saw Zhou Qingbai. "Go ahead and eat it. If you need to do any work, I can handle it," Zhou Qingbai said as he walked over. This man's strong, masculine presence made Lin Qinghe's heart beat faster. "No need to treat me like I'm injured. I'm fully recovered now," Zhou Qingbai said, looking at her. His gaze was a bit dangerous. Although Lin Qinghe didn't have much experience in today's society, she knew what such looks meant from TV shows and movies. She chose to ignore his suggestive words and turned to chop the ribs. "Go and dry those green beans so they can soak. Go get them." "I'll do it," Zhou Qingbai said, taking the knife from her hand. Her hand was held by him. She felt a little nervous and almost struggled, but she managed to hold back. Trying to act normal, she said, "All right, then you do it." Zhou Qingbai started chopping the ribs. Lin Qinghe went inside the house, then patted her chest, thinking, "Why does my heart race like I've never seen a man before?" Just from his handshake. Could it be that she hadn't been around men for too long and was feeling lonely? She scolded herself silently and took out the dried green beans, which she had dried earlier. When she came over, she saw Zhou Qingbai chopping the ribs. He was quite a handsome and strong man. His looks and figure were perfect. He also took good care of his family. At least her older brothers liked him a lot. Wait, why was she thinking about this? She definitely didn't plan to get involved with him. It was better if they just stayed out of each other's way. They were separated by many years and probably many generations of differences. Lin Qinghe calmly went over to soak the green beans. Seeing Zhou Qingbai about to chop the other 2 ribs and the rib tips, she said, "Don't chop them yet. Wait until we're going to eat. Otherwise, they won't be as fresh. If you're going to chop, call me." Zhou Qingbai nodded. Seeing that he didn't seem to want to leave, she thought, the kitchen is so small. Why is he standing here blocking the way? However, when he looked at her, she felt a bit shy and asked, "Why are you looking at me like that?" "Your injury is healed," Zhou Qingbai said to her. Big and second children are not small anymore, They can sleep alone, he continued. Lin Qinghe understood what he meant, but going back to her room to sleep was impossible. She wasn't the original owner, and although she was nominally his wife, it was just a name. She turned around and started busying herself. Not small. The oldest is only 6, and after the new year, he'll be 7. It's so cold today. I don't feel comfortable letting them sleep alone. Then she began to reflect. Had she been too indulgent with him, making him so eager? He had only known her for a short time, yet he wanted to get close to her. Not even the doors or windows were closed. Zhou Qingbai understood that he wasn't allowed to go back to his room. He felt a bit disappointed. He thought she had completely let go of her reservations, but now it seemed she hadn't. Lin Qinghe didn't care what he thought. At noon, they only had 2 dishes. Pork bone stew with soybeans and ribs with dried green beans, both very fragrant. After eating, she went for a nap. Zhou Qingbai still went to his own room for a nap, while the mother and her 3 children next door slept in their own rooms. In the next room, Zhou Qingbai took off the well-fitting sweater his wife had knitted for him. He felt a bit sightful. She took good care of his food, drink, clothing, and shelter. But there was one thing. She wouldn't let him go back to his room. It made him a little troubled. She was polite to him, but he always felt like she was taking care of a guest. Lying on the Kong bed, Zhou Qingbai was silent for a while before falling asleep. Lin Qinghe was not as carefree as she seemed. She also had trouble sleeping, disturbed by the man next door. What was going on? When she returned, wasn't it agreed that they would sleep in separate rooms? The 3rd son with her, and he would sleep next door. So, why was he acting like this now? It was obvious he wanted to sleep in her room. She had to stand firm and not always give in to his wishes. Otherwise, she might really be seen as soft-hearted. After making up her mind, Lin Qinghe fell asleep. Winter naps were very comfortable. Lin Qinghe slept until 2:30 in the afternoon. When she woke up, she saw Zhou Qingbai sitting by her side. As for the 3rd son, she didn't know where he had gone to play. On this snowy day, the 3 brothers are still busy. Lin Qinghe is impressed. They seem to have endless energy. Where are the older brothers? Although she knew the answer, Lin Qinghe still asked casually. Zhou Qingbai, sitting next to her, replied, "They took some apples to their grandfather and grandmother." Lin Qinghe nodded and asked, "Are your injuries better now? If they are healed, he should go to the mountain to see if he can catch rabbits or wild chickens. He shouldn't spend all day at home thinking about how to go back." "Look at this," Zhou Qingbai said, then unbuttoned his clothes. Lin Qinghe was surprised. "In this cold weather, why are you taking off your clothes so suddenly?" He was wearing only 3 layers, a close-fitting shirt, a sweater knitted by Lin Qinghe, and a military coat. He came over to sit on her bed, but wasn't wearing the coat, just the 2 inner layers, which he quickly took off. Lin Qinghe saw that his injuries seemed to have mostly healed and said, "It looks like you're fine now, but I don't know about the inside. You should rest a bit longer." "Sweetheart," Zhou Qingbai looked at her before putting his clothes back on. "Are you cold in this cold weather? Hurry up and put on your clothes so you don't catch a cold and need me to take care of you," Lin Qinghe said, avoiding eye contact, waving her hand to dismiss him. "Tonight, I will sleep in my room," Zhou Qingbai said calmly as he dressed. It felt like he was announcing it without discussing it with her first. Lin Qinghe was still stunned after he left, then she sneered to herself, thinking, "Tonight, try sleeping in your room and see." She lay on the bed for a while, then took some grapes from her space to sneak and eat. She sometimes fed grapes to Manhwa, but only to him. She didn't give any to the others because they were grown up and good at expressing themselves. If she wasn't careful, she might get caught. She also checked the supplies in her space. Over these days, the supplies had decreased a bit. Half of the apples and pears remained. She had taken out fewer of these, mostly giving apples to the 3 children. There was still more than half a box of grapes, which she ate occasionally and fed to the children sometimes. It didn't use up much. As for other supplies, they had used 4 bags of rice, each 20 jin, about 10 kilograms. They used about 10 bags of flour, which was quite a lot. "I have eaten a large bag of pork, and there are still 7 bags left. I have used about 10 pounds of eggs, but there are still quite a few remaining. Most of the rock sugar and brown sugar are still left as well. I check the supplies in my space, and I feel happy. Suddenly, I remembered that I need to collect some stamps or similar items to keep. They might increase in value later. I forgot the exact set, but I'll just collect a few. When I go to the county town again, I will buy some stamps at the post office. After getting off the bed, I started preparing dinner. Tonight, I will make pumpkin rice. First, I fry the pumpkin with meat, then add the steamed rice and mix well. That's pumpkin rice. I will also make a seaweed soup to go with it. It's simple and nutritious. Zhou Qingba is practicing boxing in the yard. I saw him but pretended not to notice, and I went straight to the kitchen to get busy. I washed the rice and soaked it. There's still enough time, so I have plenty of time. After soaking the rice, I went back to my room to continue knitting woolen pants. Although my older brothers already have sweaters, they don't have woolen pants yet. It's too cold today, and I can't stand it. Kids are full of energy, but they still need good warmth. Zhou Qingba finished practicing and was sweating. He plans to take a shower. When I found out, I told him, "Why take a shower in this weather? There's no bathroom. If you're not afraid of the cold, go ahead." He's always thinking too much, looking for trouble. "Come spring, we'll build a bathroom," Zhou Qingba said when he heard me. "Okay, you decide when the time comes." "We'll see how much it costs," I replied, supporting his idea. Without a shower, I can only wipe my body. I really can't stand it. Luckily, I don't sweat in winter, or life would be impossible. "You can just boil some water and wipe yourself," I told him when I saw he was sweating. "I need to change this outfit," Zhou Qingba said. "Just change your clothes." "Why, tell me." "Change your clothes, then boil some water and wash yourself." "We have soap at home," I said firmly. He looked at me helplessly. When he first came back, I took good care of him. I was attentive in every way. But now, I feel like I get no special treatment at all. Even washing his clothes is now his own job. Of course he would. When he's alone, he washes himself. But her attitude of not trusting him makes him feel a little sad inside. Lin Qinghe saw this, but chose not to react. Men are like that, they can't be spoiled too much or they become more and more unruly. Zhou Qingbai stood there for a while, seeing she had no other response, and realized his wife was quite firm-hearted. Maybe he thought his injury had healed, so she no longer treated him as a patient? Zhou Qingbai felt he understood the truth now, so he went to boil some water. "Dear wife, do you want to wipe yourself too?" Zhou Qingbai asked after boiling the water. Lin Qinghe, who was knitting a sweater, thought it was a good idea and said, "Okay, use my basin to scoop some water for me." Zhou Qingbai was happy to serve his wife. He scooped a basin of hot water, just the right temperature. After setting it down, he said, "Wife, you should wipe yourself while it's still warm. It gets cold later and might make you sick. You can go out now," Lin Qinghe replied, putting down the 1/3 finished pair of woolen pants and nodding. Zhou Qingbai left to scoop another basin of water and went next door to wash himself. Although he was just wiping his body, honestly, it made him feel very comfortable. Lin Qinghe also wipes herself every day, otherwise, she can't sleep well. She also wanted to wash her hair, but after thinking about the time, she realized she hadn't washed it in about half a month. Such cold weather is really harsh. After comfortably washing herself, Lin Qinghe felt much better. As for her hair, she decided to wash it after dinner since she still had to cook later. Zhou Qingbai knocked on the door and came in, bringing out the water he had poured. He also washed himself, feeling refreshed. After pouring out the water, he came in. Lin Qinghe looked at him and asked, "If there's nothing else, shall we go to the county town tomorrow? What do you need to buy?" Zhou Qingbai nodded and asked, "Not much, just to see if there are any snacks like red dates. You can also buy some cloth. I'll give it to you to take to sister-in-law to make clothes. She can make a couple of more close-fitting ones for you," Lin Qinghe said. "You make them?" Zhou Qingbai looked at her. "I don't know how to make clothes," Lin Qinghe replied. Zhou Qingbai shook his head. "I can teach you," Lin Qinghe said unhappily. "If you don't teach me, who will? I know my size. I can give you some tips." Whether you do it well or badly, I will wear it, Zhou Qingbai said, looking at her. How did Lin Qinghe hear a hint of flirtation in such a normal sentence? But after hearing him say that, she was not shy. She said, if you don't mind and you're not worried about wasting fabric, I can give it a try. The original owner knew how to make clothes. If she measured his size, she could try making something. Before, she made clothes for the older brothers, but she was worried she might ruin them because she ran out of fabric tickets and wasted material. But now, the family has plenty of fabric tickets, so she wasn't worried anymore. After all, he said it was for her to practice. That evening, they ate pumpkin rice. The older brothers were very happy with the family meals. Their grandfather and grandmother let them eat at old Zhou's house, and they ran there faster than anyone. After dinner, Zhou Qingbai tidied up the dishes and went to wash them. Lin Qinghe was quite satisfied with his behavior and reminded him, later, boil some more water to wipe down these three, okay? Zhou Qingbai agreed. The older brother whispered to his mother, Mom, why did Dad go to wash the dishes? Why can't your dad wash dishes? Lin Qinghe looked at him with a half smile. Because other people's dads don't wash dishes. My uncles and brothers don't wash dishes either, he said. That's them. Your dad is willing to do it. And you're still young. Starting next year, you'll be the one to wash the dishes at home, Lin Qinghe said. Mom, do you want me to wash dishes? The second brother asked, looking surprised. What's wrong with washing dishes? A man should be able to do it. Haven't you seen your dad do it? Lin Qinghe said, feeling justified. Others don't do it, the second brother said. Others haven't experienced our family's life. If you want to be like them, go ahead. But we have our own rules. Besides, your dad can do it, so you should learn to, Lin Qinghe said. But that's what girls do. If they find out, they'll laugh at Big Brother, the second brother said. And he would be laughed at too. Your father will help your mother wash the dishes, which shows he is a good man. He understands that taking care of a family is not easy and is happy to do chores. When you help your mother wash dishes, it also shows you are respectful and caring. You know your mother only had 3 sons and no daughters, so you want to help her relax. Why would anyone laugh at you for that? Lin Qinghe said. Zhou Dawa was stunned by her words and couldn't argue back. If you have opinions, you can argue with me. I accept debates. But if you can't win, then from now on, you'll take turns washing dishes, Lin Qinghe said. Mom, I am only 4 years old. Zhou Erwa immediately said. You will be 5 after the new year. When you turn 6, you and your big brother will take turns washing dishes. I know you are all good children who respect your mother. I will keep cooking delicious food for you, Lin Qinghe said. Erwa looked sad right away. There is still a long time until you turn 6. Why are you in such a hurry? Lin Qinghe poked his little face. Mom, I don't want to wash dishes. Erwa leaned over, wanting to be cute. I will cook good food for you. Don't you even want to wash a few dishes for me? Lin Qinghe looked at him with surprise, a little disappointed. Terrified, Zhou Erwa quickly said, I will wash dishes when I grow up. I knew my Erwa was a good boy. Lin Qinghe said happily. Big brother sighed. Mom, why do you look so much like the stepmother? Yes, the stepmother can make new clothes and warm coats for you boys. She can buy new hats for each of you, and she keeps finding ways to cook for you. I don't know who in the village would ask me to be their stepmother. Lin Qinghe said. Hee Mom, I was just joking. Zhou Dawa immediately said. Sanwa then ran over, shouting for candy. They are about to eat white rabbit candies. Lin Qinghe said, You just finished eating, no more candy today. Wait until tomorrow. They had bought 3 packs of white rabbit candies earlier, but now only 2 packs are left because they ate one. Sanwa kept asking for candy. Lin Qinghe cut an apple for him to chew on, stuffing a little into his mouth, and he calmed down. While the 2 brothers played and argued on the heated bed, Lin Qinghe continued knitting a sweater. Listening to the children's laughter and her occasional joking, Zhou Qingba, who was washing dishes, felt warm inside. After washing the dishes, he poured hot water to help them clean their bodies. Once finished, he placed each child on a small chair to soak and wash their feet. All of this was taken care of by Zhou Qingbai. Lin Qinghe sat nearby, knitting woolen pants and not interfering. However, she was paying attention. Although Zhou Qingbai didn't talk much, he seemed to have good potential as a caring father. He could take good care of the children. After washing and drying their feet, he sent them all to the heated bed. Then he brought Lin Qinghe her personal foot basin so she could soak her feet. She didn't refuse and said while soaking, "Tomorrow go to the county town and see if you can find paper and pens. Buy some for Big Brother. He'll turn 7 after the new year, and we'll start school at the team, okay?" Zhou Qingbai agreed. But Big Brother shouted, "School? What for? Next year I plan to go work with my dad. Studying and earning work points at the same time isn't a problem," Lin Qinghe said. "I won't go." Big Brother immediately refused. "Why not?" Lin Qinghe asked. "Studying is useless." Big Brother huffed. "Useless? Who told you that?" Lin Qinghe asked. "My second mother. She said studying is useless. Aren't those who know things also studying?" "But they all went to the countryside to work," Big Brother replied. "Dad, go get some paper and pens," Lin Qinghe said to Zhou Qingbai. When Zhou Qingbai heard "Dad," his face softened a little. Though he didn't understand her meaning, he still went to get the paper and pens from the cabinet. While soaking her feet, Lin Qinghe wrote a list of things Zhou Qingbai needed to buy tomorrow. There were quite a few items on the list. After finishing, she showed Big Brother and asked, "Can you read this?" Big Brother frowned. Clearly, he couldn't understand it. "This is the stuff your father plans to buy in the county tomorrow. If you don't study, you won't understand it. Any decent job is out of your reach because not studying is like being half-blind. Only with education and knowledge can you go anywhere without fear of being overlooked. Otherwise, you'll spend your whole life working in this small village. Look at the men here, married and had children by 17 or 18, then started farming and raising kids. They look 47 or 48 when they're only 27 or 28. And look at your father. If he hadn't been working outside the village before, he would be just like the others, with nowhere to go," Lin Qinghe said. Zhou Qingbai, suddenly feeling a bit worried. Does his wife care about looks? "I'm not afraid," Zhou Dawa said proudly. "Good, showing some manly spirit. If you decide not to study, that's okay. Think about it. You might end up like your partner's father, carrying a hoe all your life. If you believe you can handle that, then starting tomorrow, I'll prepare a separate meal for you. This will help you get used to life without studying. Don't get used to easy days and forget how to endure hardship," Lin Qinghe said. "You're going to make me a separate meal tomorrow?" Dawa asked in surprise. "Are you scared?" Lin Qinghe raised an eyebrow. "I'll do it." "I'm not afraid of hardship," Dawa replied. "Good, I hope you can stick to it. By the way, tomorrow we'll have lean meat porridge," Lin Qinghe told Zhou Qingbai. "Okay," Zhou Qingbai nodded seriously. He didn't mind her way of raising their son, but he really admired how neat and beautiful her handwriting was. She hadn't written him a letter all these years. Lin Qinghe wasn't worried about revealing anything because the original owner never wrote him any letters. However, the original owner had attended 3 years of elementary school, which was hard one. So, being able to read and write was normal. When Zhou's family agreed to this marriage, being able to read and write was actually a plus. That night, Zhou Qingbai didn't leave. Lin Qinghe glared at him, but it was no use. She arranged a bed for him, and he didn't mind sleeping on the Kong bed. Step by step, they would get there. "Dad, are you sleeping with us tonight?" Dawa, who had forgotten about tomorrow, asked excitedly. "Yes, save some firewood so the neighbor's bed won't need to be heated again," Zhou Qingbai said honestly. Lin Qinghe didn't bother to complain. Everyone knew his thoughts, but she didn't care. She held the 3 children and went to sleep with her family. Zhou Qingbai saw her staying far away from him and felt helpless, but at least he was allowed into the house. The next morning, Zhou Qingbai went out for a morning run. Lin Qinghe got up to cook sesame and lean pork porridge. As for the eldest child, she just made a few jade-faced pancakes. She was not soft-hearted at all. She wanted him to see what his future life would be like and whether he would still want to go to school. So, Zhou Dawa felt like he had been lucky. He was eating cornmeal pancakes with water in the morning, but his parents and younger brothers were eating fragrant sesame lean pork porridge and delicious steamed eggs. He only had a few cornmeal pancakes and some salted vegetables, nothing else. Don't be unhappy. Many families in the village still eat sweet potato flour. If you have cornmeal pancakes, you should be grateful. When you grow up and get married, you won't live with us. You'll have your own place, Lin Qinghe said. Zhou Dawa felt his future days looked very bleak. Zhou Erwa didn't dare say anything. He definitely didn't want to live that kind of life. When he grew up, he promised to listen to his mother and study hard. I'll go borrow a bicycle from the team leader's house, Zhou Qingbai told her. Should we also buy one? Lin Qinghe casually suggested. Zhou Qingbai nodded seriously. We need to have one at home. Wait for me, I'll go get the money and the ticket, Lin Qinghe quickly said. Buying a bicycle wasn't a loss to her. Even if it cost over 100 yuan and required many industrial tickets, their family could afford it now. Most importantly, she could go to Sister May to buy pork later. She had become friends with Sister May and knew her husband worked at the pig slaughterhouse. She could discuss with Sister May. Sister May would probably agree. The price difference for a pound of meat was about 60 cents. If she gave Sister May a 10-cent discount, buying 3 or 4 jean wouldn't be a big deal. She could also go to the county town to sell some pork, and then she could earn about $1.50. Although the money wasn't much, doing this once every 2 days would add up to about a month's salary for some families. After buying the bicycle and using it for a few months, the money will be recovered, so there's no need to worry about losing money. The older child's eyes lit up and asked, Are we going to buy a bicycle at home? Yes, Lin Qinghe replied, putting the money and the ticket into a package to give to Zhou Qingbai. Can I ride it in the future? The older child asked. If you go to school in the county town later, I can buy one for you, Lin Qinghe said. The older child was first surprised and wide-eyed, but then frowned, looking conflicted. Lin Qinghe didn't mind and told Zhou Qingbai, who was standing still waiting to say goodbye, be careful on the way. Forget it, better to give him a little sweet reward. Not only did she tell him to be careful, but she also gave him a sweet smile. Zhou Qingbai felt satisfied and left with a bag and a basket. Lin Qinghe said to the older child, You will have corn porridge for lunch. Then what will you all eat for lunch? The older child asked. We will wait for your father to come back and eat plain flour dumplings, Lin Qinghe replied. The older child's face immediately fell. Recently, Lin Qinghe had been spoiling him. When he was with his biological mother, he didn't care much about corn porridge, sometimes even had to eat dried sweet potatoes, which were really not tasty. But Lin Qinghe was very strict about studying. She gave each of the second and third children a big white rabbit milk candy, but the older child didn't get one. Why don't I have one? The older child asked angrily.
Why?
Think about it. Do your friends have white rabbit candies to eat? Their fathers weren't good students when they were young, and your son won't have white rabbit candies either. So start getting used to that kind of life now, and don't argue with me, Lin Qinghe said. If I don't want to eat, I won't. The older child snapped and ran out. Lin Qinghe didn't call after him, but quietly told the second child to follow him secretly. The second child understood and took a big white rabbit candy before going to find his brother. When she had nothing to do, Lin Qinghe took the third child outside to make a snowman. The snow from last night was really heavy. Zhou Qingbai got up early to shovel the snow. After he returned, she didn't need to do that anymore because he was there. He was in charge of preparing the pig feed and other chores. In the future, she would help with work, but for now, she had no plans to do so. Let him handle it himself. The mother and child were happily playing when Aunt Chen from next door came over. Seeing Aunt Chen, Lin Qinghe greeted her. Aunt Chen, where are you headed? And asked her to call the third child. She was willing to chat mainly because Aunt Chen is a kind person. Her husband's family is also from the Zhou family, though they live a bit far away. Most of the ancestors in Zhou village are related in some way, but some families with different surnames are no longer connected. Still, after living here for so long, it doesn't make much difference. Last night, the second child was born. I went to visit and found out there was no brown sugar at home, so I thought I'd check the supply store, Aunt Chen said. Go ahead and do your errands, Aunt Chen. but the supply store is pretty tight on goods right now. If you can't find what you need, come to me. I bought some last time, and you can use it in case of an emergency, Lin Qinghe replied. Thank you so much, Aunt, Aunt Chen said without hesitation and accepted the offer. Lin Qinghe nodded. Aunt Chen had helped take care of the older children before because the original owner didn't pay much attention to them. Sometimes, she would leave the children at home and go out for the whole day. Aunt Chen had come to help a few times, but the original owner didn't think much of it. However, after inheriting the original owner's memories, Lin Qinghe was aware of the situation. Aunt Chen has 2 sons. Now she lives with her eldest son's family, and her second son's family moved out after marriage. They were the first family in the village to split up, and it was a peaceful separation. Neither Zhou father nor Zhou mother had the courage that Aunt Chen and her husband had. But now life seems to be going well for everyone. For example, Aunt Chen's second son is having his first child. Hearing this, Lin Qinghe felt quite emotional. Since the busy autumn season, many families in the village have been having children. If you count the time, most of them got pregnant around late last year. People in this era have little entertainment, and their only activity is what happens between spouses in bed. That's why there are so many children during this time. Not to mention others, even Zhou Qingbai, who received a national education, seems to have become more like the ideal husband in her mind since he returned. He often wants to be close to her, sharing a bed. Don't think she doesn't know when he first came back, he didn't have any particular feelings for her. Later, for some reason, his attitude changed. She didn't do anything special, just cooked 3 meals a day, and before bed, she made him a ginger and jujube soup to drink. Also, in the first few days, she insisted on boiling ginger water for him to soak his feet and stay warm. Besides that, there was nothing else. But now, whenever he had free time, he would come close to her to seek attention, even if he didn't say anything. Lin Qinghe and her 3 children continued building a snowman. The mother and children played happily. After half an hour, the older 2 children, the first and second sons, returned. By then, they had almost finished building the snowman. Come over and see how the snowman looks, Lin Qinghe called them. The older boy was happy to come over, seeing that his mother didn't remember what happened in the morning. The second boy said, Mom, you didn't call me to come. The snowman still needs a nose and eyes. Think of some ideas. If you find something good to use as eyes and a nose, that counts as your share, Lin Qinghe said. Big brother, go inside and get some walnuts. We can use them for the snowman's eyes, the second boy immediately suggested. The older boy ran inside to get some walnuts and also took 2 pieces of firewood from the kitchen. He stuck them on each side of the snowball figure and then inserted the walnuts as eyes. Now, the snowman looked pretty much complete. Nice, your imagination is quite good, Lin Qinghe encouraged. The older boy looked at her, but didn't say anything. Study hard in the future and learn some skills. Mom still needs to rely on you to support us, Lin Qinghe said. Our tradition here is that parents live with the eldest son, the older boy suddenly said. Lin Qinghe widened her eyes and asked, So, are you saying you don't plan to be filial to me and your father in the future? Of course not. When you and Dad grow old, I'll make sure you eat plain bread and plain dumplings every day, the older boy replied. Lin Qinghe remembered that their local custom was like that. Parents live with the eldest son. That means, in the future, Zhou's parents would live with her family. But for now, there's no need to think about that because Zhou's parents are still young. As for the future, that can be discussed later. It's too early to talk about retirement now. Still, Lin Qinghe hoped her elderly parents would take good care of their health. Otherwise, if they lived with her and their health declined, it would all fall on her shoulders. So, she told her brothers to go outside and play. She came in to cook ginger, jujube, and brown sugar soup, using a thermos brought back by Zhou Qingbai to send to their grandfather and grandmother with dawa. Of course, she also made each of her 3 brothers drink a bowl. Lin Qinghe naturally wanted one too. Drinking this warm soup on such a cold day is the best way to stay warm. Lin Qinghe planned to make sticky rice cakes. Making these cakes is quite complicated, but she was very bored now. Although her wool pants weren't finished yet, It didn't stop her from making more food for the children. While she was busy at home, Dawa and his brothers came back from their grandparents' house. They also helped out. Lin Qinghe didn't rush them. She asked them to help with whatever they could, which made them feel proud and accomplished. Old Zhou's father was drinking the ginger, jujube, and brown sugar soup. It was really tasty. In their time, people believed that two things were very good. One was food with oil, and the other was sweet things. He covered his portion with a thermos lid, which was about enough for 2 bowls. Zhou's father poured out his share, and then gave the rest to his wife. "Drink it while it's hot. Why are you just standing there?"
Zhou's father said.
I didn't expect that we, the old couple, could still enjoy the filial piety from the fourth family, Zhou's mother said with emotion. As long as the fourth family wants to live a good life now, that's enough. We don't need to worry about anything else, Zhou's father replied. If they brought something to show respect, they should eat it. If they didn't bring anything, they shouldn't ask for it. That's Zhou's father's view. Zhou's mother was a bit worried at first, but after these days, she felt more at ease. It seemed the fourth family had accepted that the fourth son had stepped back from his duties. So she listened to Zhou's father and didn't worry too much. After drinking the sweet, warming ginger, jujube, and brown sugar soup, Zhou's mother washed the dishes and the thermos, then brought the thermos over. She saw her children busy making sticky rice cakes. Zhou's mother asked, "Where's the fourth son?" "He went to the county town," Lin Qinghe said. "Why did he go to the county town?" Zhou's mother asked, surprised. "He's going to buy some plain cloth. He doesn't have many clothes. I also need to borrow the sewing machine at home to make him 2 sets of underwear," she replied. Lin Qinghe said reluctantly. Mother Zhou didn't say anything after hearing that. "When will my little sister come back from her holiday?" Lin Qinghe casually asked. It's unlikely that the original owner had no friends in the village. She was very close to Zhou Xiaomei, who is Zhou Qingbai's younger sister. Both of them have similar personalities, vain and a bit proud. However, the original owner relied on her husband, Zhou Qingbai, while Zhou Xiaomei depended on herself. Zhou Xiaomei worked at a food factory in the city and was quite respectable. But she was a bit spoiled and had a somewhat arrogant attitude, similar to the original owner. The reason was that the original owner was good-looking and spoke confidently, with a city girl vibe. According to Zhou Xiaomei, she was like one of 4 sisters-in-law, but only the 4th sister-in-law was somewhat impressive. The other 3 weren't as good. Most importantly, when Zhou Xiaomei first got her job, the original owner bought her 2 cans of food and told her to secretly give one to the director. That's how she got the job, which also strengthened her relationship with Zhou Xiaomei. Zhou Xiaomei often defended her, saying that the original owner was so beautiful and was like a flower in the family, taking care of her brother-in-law, which was a blessing for her brother. Mother Zhou almost lost her temper when she heard this. But these words touched the original owner's heart. The sister-in-law and her were close, like a pair of snakes and rats, but they got along well. Zhou Xiaomei was Mother Zhou's eldest daughter, but her status was far below Zhou Qingbai's son.
There was no doubt about that.
And she wasn't the only daughter in the family. Before Zhou Qingmu, there were 2 older sisters, so Zhou's parents had 4 sons and 3 daughters. Whether daughter or son, they weren't particularly valued. But the most favored was Zhou Qingbai, the most successful son. Everyone else had to step aside. Mother Zhou said, "Someone told me last time that he'll be back next month. I don't know when he'll get married, but once he does, he should marry early." Actually, she was a bit annoyed with her eldest daughter. She earned 16 yuan a month, but only 3 yuan could be sent home. The other 13 yuan was wasted by her. And every time she came back, she would complain to her sister-in-law about her brother-in-law neglecting her, causing trouble. It was really tiring. "I think it's about time. Little sister is 22 this year," Lin Qinghe said. "After the new year, she'll be 23. She's not young anymore," Mother Zhou replied. "Did Mother not have her fortune told?" Lin Qinghe asked, busy with her work. "She wouldn't look for someone from the countryside. She always dreams of eating city food," Mother Zhou said. "It's understandable that little sister wants to pursue a better life," Lin Qinghe said. Mother Zhou thought to herself, what kind of pursuit is that? Are city folks really easier to marry? Even if her own daughter had a real job in the city and was respectable, Mother Zhou still didn't think her daughter could marry into the city. Lin Qinghe didn't say much about this. At that moment, Aunt Chen returned and knocked on the door. Mother Chen, everyone is inside. Come in, Lin Qinghe called out. Aunt Chen came in, saw Mother Zhou, and greeted her with a smile. Mother Zhou responded politely. You're right, Qinghe. The supply and marketing cooperative has no brown sugar left. The second son is a bit slow and unprepared. Look at how much we have at home. First share some with Aunt, and she can buy more for you, Aunt Chen said. All right, just follow the price at the supply and marketing cooperative. Aunt Chen, how much do you want? Lin Qinghe asked. Do you have 2 Jean? Aunt Chen inquired. Yes, Lin Qinghe replied, then went inside to measure out 2 Jean of brown sugar and put it into the jar Aunt Chen brought. The high-quality brown sugar looked very satisfying to Aunt Chen. Lin Qinghe said, only someone like Aunt Chen I might not give to others. This is something I brought back from the county last time. Aunt Chen smiled and said, if you need help with anything in the future, just ask. No need to be polite. Then she hurriedly left. Mother Zhou didn't say much, but she felt that the fourth family was starting to think about settling down. She knew they were willing to give favors and exchange things. Trading brown sugar for money and then using it for emergencies was normal, and it was also a kind of kindness. Third sister-in-law seems to be about the same, Lin Qinghe asked. Probably next month around this time. Mother Zhou nodded. Lin Qinghe nodded too. Zhou Qingbai went to the county this morning. Since he had a bicycle, the trip was quick. They arrived home by 11. He brought back a piece of plain cloth. This cloth doesn't require a ticket, but usually it can't be bought at the supply and marketing cooperative. It can only be bought on the black market, where it costs a bit more. If bought at the cooperative, it would be much cheaper. Along with the cloth, he also brought back dried red dates, ginger, dried shrimp, seaweed, and several pounds of rice. Most importantly, he brought back a pound of lamb meat. Overall, he returned with quite a few supplies. But the most important item among these was the bicycle he rode back on. Today, he didn't go to the county alone. He went with the eldest son of the team leader because they both needed to buy things in the county. So, they went together. The bicycle he rode back on was his own brand new, a Phoenix brand. Lin Qinghe gave him 300 yuan, and the bike cost over 250 yuan, plus 32 industrial coupons. It was really expensive. However, Lin Qinghe didn't mind at all, and happily asked, how come you have it now? I thought it would be next year. It was specially approved for me, Zhou Qingbai said. Lin Qinghe understood that he had some connections. She saw that although he looked cold and tough, there was a hint of wanting praise in his eyes. She understood him well and said, it's really cold on the way. Hurry inside, wash your face with hot water, and put on some snow cream to moisturize. Help me. Zhou Qingbai looked at her. Okay, since she could start her own business next year, Lin Qinghe decided to help him. She poured hot water for him to wash his face and then applied snow cream. But honestly, when she was applying the snow cream, he stared at her with such focus that her heart beat faster. Now you can put the rest on yourself. Feeling his intense gaze, Lin Qinghe's heart fluttered like a deer. She quickly handed him the snow cream, hoping he would apply it himself. But Zhou Qingbai wrapped his arms around her waist. Wife, Lin Qinghe almost lost her temper. She immediately pushed his hand away and said, speak properly, don't be so touchy. Then she ignored him, running away as if chased by wolves. Seeing her flustered back, Zhou Qingbai's face showed a faint smile. Although he didn't quite understand what was happening to him, he felt that getting closer to his wife was a natural thing to do. However, it was clear that his wife hadn't yet adapted to his presence. The revolution is not yet complete. Comrades still need to work hard. Zhou Qingbai applied some snow cream. He didn't really want to put it on, but when he remembered her saying that he looked like he was 47 or 48 at 27 or 28, he let her do it for him. The news that Zhou Qingbai bought a Phoenix brand bicycle spread quickly through the village. In those days, buying a bicycle was like buying a top-of-the-line car in later years. You can imagine how many people gathered outside the yard, curious and envious. Lin Qinghe wasn't interested in dealing with the villagers, especially since most of them were men, including Zhou Dage and his brothers. She let Zhou Qingbai handle the visitors while she prepared lunch. Outside, the crowd surrounded the bicycle, asking questions and showing obvious envy. Soon, Zhou's mother heard the news and came over with Zhou Er's wife. Zhou Dage's wife and Zhou San's wife rarely went out, especially in this cold weather, and with her pregnancy, it was safer not to risk anything. Fourth brother, there's no need for a bicycle here. Why did you buy such a big one? How much did it cost? Zhou's mother said with concern, feeling upset and not happy at all. She worried about how much money was spent on a brand new bicycle, especially since there would be no subsidies after retirement, and there would be many other expenses later. She wondered why they didn't try to save more. Having a bicycle makes it easier to go to the county town, Zhou Qingbai replied. It's just a little farther, whether you have a bicycle or not doesn't make much difference. And we don't go there often, Zhou's mother said through her irritation. She was worried because she loved her son and didn't want to say harsh words in front of so many people. It's already bought, and I can't return it, Zhou Qingbai said with a shake of his head. Zhou's mother was so angry she didn't know what to say. She wondered if this was what the fourth family's request was about. She thought she had improved, but it seemed she was just waiting. Since the family had already split up, Zhou's mother didn't say much more. After Zhou Qingbai sent the others away, he told Zhou's mother and the three brothers to go into the yard with Zhou Er. Fourth brother, buying this bicycle is enough. In the future, don't buy other things. The older kids will grow up soon, and the yard will need some repairs then, Brother Zhou said. Brother Zhou second and Brother Zhou third didn't say much. They couldn't really comment on fourth brother's matter. As for Sister Zhou second, she was very eager. She loved bicycles. This was a real big item, just as valuable as the sewing machine at home. The older brothers, the second and third, kept circling around the bicycle, touching it here and there, making loud noises. Everyone found it very exciting. In the kitchen, Lin Qinghe was busy. Today they were eating dumplings. She was wrapping them now. Zhou Qingbai had a big appetite, needing a full large bowl each meal. Eating so much, he was full of energy and had plenty of places to release it. He often looked for chances to tease her. As for visitors outside, she didn't go out because Zhou Qingbai was there. After a little chat, Brother Zhou and the others left. Mother Zhou hadn't gone yet. She quietly asked Zhou Qingbai how much the bicycle cost. Zhou Qingbai told her honestly, which made Mother Zhou feel distressed. She whispered, "Is it something your wife wants to buy?" "No, Mother. I want to buy it myself. We'll need a bicycle for everything in the future. It's not something my wife is responsible for," Zhou Qingbai said. Hearing this, Mother Zhou didn't say anything more. Her eldest son always told the truth and never lied. "Mother, do you want to stay for lunch? We're having plain dumplings." Lin Qinghe came out and casually asked when she saw her. But eating plain dumplings in the middle of a year? They had just spent over 200 yuan. Why eat plain dumplings again? How could they not be good at managing money? Mother Zhou refused and left without staying. Lin Qinghe didn't mind. The family then sat together and enjoyed a delicious meal of dumplings filled with pork and plain flour. After eating, the older brothers still remained excited about the bicycle. She asked Zhou Qingbai to take them out for a ride. However, Zhou Qingbai was reluctant. They were a bother and he didn't really want to take them. He also looked at her, clearly wanting to take her out for a spin. Lin Qinghe thought, "In this cold weather, I don't want to go out and suffer in the cold wind." Zhou Qingbai saw she didn't want to go out, so he told his three sons, "We'll take you out when spring comes." Although she didn't have the little idea to show off to her sons, Zhou Qingbai still took them on a bike ride. At least, they had experienced riding a bike. Walking felt like floating on air. Over at Zhou's old house, Zhou's mother came home and sighed with her husband, saying that the fourth son's family really wasn't good at managing life. They bought that bicycle with so much money. What's the point of having it? Zhou's father ignored her complaints and said, "Now it's two families. They are managing their lives, so why worry? And the fourth son isn't careless. He won't spend money recklessly." Zhou's father felt both proud and trusting of his son. He knew his son's temper and character very well, so there was nothing more to say. Zhou's mother frowned and said, "Men don't understand anything. If you don't plan carefully, even a mountain of gold won't be enough for the family. You said you saw that the piglets are doing well at home? When they grow up, they'll be worth about 4 or 5 points. That's not bad," Zhou's father replied. Zhou's mother sighed deeply. "I just want them to live a good life, without all these unnecessary things." Then she added, "This year, Xiaomei must bring back more money. I think the eldest son will need our help for his wedding. His parents can't be trusted, then ask Xiaomei to bring back more." Zhou's father agreed and nodded. After all, the eldest son was their family's big grandson. The eldest son and the grandson were the family's greatest treasures, and both belonged to Lin Qinghe's family. Back home, Zhou's second sister-in-law felt very uncomfortable. She thought Lin Qinghe's family would have a hard time in the future, but unexpectedly, they quietly bought a bicycle. There were only 2 bicycles in the village, one at the team leader's house and the other at Lin Qinghe's home. It was clear that having a bicycle at Lin Qinghe's house was a sign of status. Zhou's second sister-in-law felt very upset and was also quite resentful. She wanted to see her family laugh at Lin Qinghe, but instead, Lin Qinghe showed off a bit, which really dampened her spirits. At noon, when cooking, Zhou's second sister-in-law looked as if someone owed her money. Zhou's eldest sister-in-law and third sister-in-law exchanged glances, knowing what was going on. After dinner, everyone went back to their own rooms. The Zhou family is nice because each person has their own room, so they don't have to squeeze together like other families. As for Zhou Er's feelings toward Zhou Nyangzi, both Zhou Da's wife and Zhou San's wife knew what she was thinking. They've been sisters-in-law for many years, so they understand each other well. They were just feeling a bit jealous. Zhou Er's brother also noticed this. When he went back to his room, he advised her, "What are you doing? Fourth brother is buying a bike, and it doesn't cost you anything. Why are you giving him a cold look? Why can't I be angry in this family?" Zhou Nyangzi suddenly got very upset and snapped. "Lower your voice," Zhou Er's brother quickly said. "Why should I lower my voice? Did I say something wrong? Can I speak?" Zhou Nyangzi argued. The couple ended up arguing for no clear reason. Zhou Nyangzi was so angry she packed her things and went back to her parents' house. Zhou's parents didn't say much. They knew what was happening but chose to ignore it. Zhou Er's brother didn't go to bring her back. He just let her stay at her parents' house. Now, if he brought her back, she'd be even angrier. Lin Qinghe found out that Zhou Nyangzi had gone back to her parents' house when she came to borrow the sewing machine. But that was actually good. The only person she didn't want to have much contact with in the Zhou family was the sister-in-law. It was better if they didn't see each other, especially when she was not at home. She brought some white rabbit candies. She gave each of Zhou Da's 3 daughters one, then gave Zhou Da's only son one as well. "Fourth auntie, I want 2, said Zhou Da's son, Xiao Zhouyang. "No more," Lin Qinghe replied. Auntie only brought 4 candies, 1 for each of the girls and 1 for Xiao Zhouyang. Zhou Danny wanted to give her own to her younger brother, but Lin Qinghe said, "He already has one. You can enjoy yours too." "All right, fourth auntie," Zhou Da's wife said. Zhou Danny just ate her candy. The white rabbit candies were so sweet they made her feel happy. Lin Qinghe then asked Zhou Da's wife about the details of making clothes for Zhou Qingba. Zhou Da's wife saw that Lin Qinghe was quite considerate now and was willing to get along with her, so she was happy to teach her. Lin Qinghe was quick to learn because the original owner already knew how to sew. She just needed to be a bit more flexible, and making 2 outfits for Zhou Qingba was not difficult. "I think your complexion looks much better now, Da's wife," Lin Qinghe said quickly as she got started.
"You really don't say."
"Recently, I also feel much healthier, and eating this apple has been very helpful," sister-in-law Zhou said. "If it wasn't good, I wouldn't tell you. By the way, if brother needs to go to the county town in the future, he can call him over and ride his bicycle home," Lin Qinghe said. "That's nice, sister-in-law," Zhou smiled. Although we might not need to use it, Lin Qinghe's clear statement made her feel comfortable inside. Also, honestly, sister-in-law Zhou can't quite understand what sister Zhou is angry about. This isn't a bicycle bought with her money. It was paid for with money from her younger brother. He bought it, and if the family needs to use it later, they will borrow it. This means all 3 families are using her younger brother's bicycle for free. That's like taking advantage. So why is Sister Zhou angry? Right now, even if the baby inside is growing rapidly, eating more nutritious food will make the baby smarter later, Lin Qinghe said. She hasn't given birth herself, but her colleagues in her previous job had. She had overheard some pregnancy tips. Their family's conditions are modest, but compared to most families in the village, they are better. At least, because she's pregnant, she can get a daily egg from the 3rd family to help her stay healthy. Sister Zhou doesn't have that privilege. Of course, Sister Zhou was pregnant once too, but sister-in-law Zhou didn't say much. She just helped her sew clothes and taught her how to do the stitches properly. In just a few days, Lin Qinghe had almost finished making the first set of clothes for Zhou Qingba. It was a close-fitting outfit, including a top and pants made of rough cotton fabric, so it's warm. When Zhou Qingba received his new clothes, he was very happy. He said she could just make them casually, but she clearly put effort into it. The stitches were perfect. The clothes fit him very well and suited his size. "Thank you for your hard work, wife," Zhou Qingba said, looking at her. Lin Qinghe wasn't sure if she was just imagining it, but he seemed to look at her with a bit of passion. It was just a set of clothes, so why was he so excited? They don't need to make more clothes for the older children now. This year, she made each of them a set of cotton-padded clothes, plus 2 sets for inside, and they already have shoes and socks. Tomorrow might be a bit cold in spring, so no need to make more clothes. They don't need any for autumn either. But for summer, she will need to make more. Of course, Zhou Qingbai's summer clothes also need to be made. Last month, the pickled eggs were prepared, and this month they are ready to eat. Lin Qinghe came over that day to borrow Zhou's sewing machine again and brought 2 pickled salted eggs for Zhou's parents to enjoy. As soon as she entered, she saw second sister-in-law Zhou. She smiled and said, "Fourth sister-in-law is here. Did you bring this cloth to show respect to our parents?" "No, I brought it to make clothes for Qingbai. These 2 salted eggs are homemade. I brought them for Dad and Mom to eat. By the way, what did second sister-in-law do to show respect to our parents?" Lin Qinghe asked. Second sister-in-law Zhou smiled and said, "With our conditions at home, how can it compare to yours?" "That's true, it really can't compare," Lin Qinghe nodded. This made second sister-in-law Zhou very angry, and she turned around and left. Lin Qinghe snorted softly. Big sister-in-law Zhou gave her a look, and Lin Qinghe nodded. She then went to her mother's room and handed her the pickled salted eggs. "These are homemade. Mom, you and Dad can try them. If you like them, I'll bring more. Save them for the kids to eat." "No need to bring more," Mother Zhou said. "There are still some at home," Lin Qinghe replied, leaving the eggs and heading to the storeroom. The Zhou family storeroom was just a small room for the sewing machine. She started sewing clothes. After a few days, she was completely familiar with the process. Soon, big sister-in-law Zhou also came over. "What happened just now?" Zhou's sister-in-law asked. "Who knows? When I came in, she was acting strange." "She's used to her bad temper," Lin Qinghe said indifferently. "Exactly. She came back yesterday evening, and her attitude was like that," Zhou's sister-in-law said with a pout. "No need to argue with her. She's pregnant now. Don't let it upset you," Lin Qinghe advised. Zhou's sister-in-law smiled and said, "I won't take it to heart." Then she looked at the cloth in her hand and said, "Make another set of winter inner clothes for fourth uncle. I think there's still quite a bit left. Also, make 2 sets of summer clothes for him. Just 1 more summer outfit is enough. The rest can be made into clothes for the brothers." "They don't have any," Lin Qinghe said. Although Qingbai didn't bring back many clothes, he had 2 sets. From Lin Qinghe's perspective, he seemed to have nothing to wear, but by the standards of this era, it was more than enough. Still, making an extra set for him to keep wouldn't hurt. 3 children are really needed now. Lin Qinghe is moving quickly because she has become skilled with a sewing machine. She is also impatient with Zhou Er's face, so she took 2.5 days to make Zhou Qingbai's second set of winter clothes. Next, she needs to make summer clothes. She spent a few days finishing those and put everything into the wardrobe. That way, she won't have to go to Zhou's house and see Zhou Er's face again. This morning, she was eating millet porridge with salted eggs. She said, "Today, I need to make another batch of pickled eggs. You all eat them too fast." It's only been a short time since she last made pickled eggs, and they are almost gone. Zhou's parents took some twice, 2 eggs each time, so only 4 eggs are left now. The rest have all been eaten by her family. "I'll go buy some eggs later," Zhou Qingbai nodded. "Is there no mutton for sale here?" Lin Qinghe asked. "There isn't," Zhou Qingbai looked at her. "Do you want to eat some?" Lin Qinghe shook her head. "With this weather, don't go all the way to the county town." Last time, he bought a kilogram of mutton and brought it back. She cooked it with goji berries into a delicious soup. It was very tasty. Although it was only a kilogram, the whole family was very happy to eat it. Zhou Qingbai nodded but didn't say anything. After breakfast, he looked after the 2 piglets, then pushed his bicycle with a basket and went out. Lin Qinghe kept knitting woolen pants at home for the older children. She also wanted one herself because it was so cold that day. She thought Zhou Qingbai would just go to the supply and marketing cooperative in the commune, but he didn't come back until 11:30. He brought back 3 jin of mutton. Such heavy snow and wind. "Why did you go all the way to the county town?" Lin Qinghe asked, noticing his cheeks were a little red. "Riding the bicycle isn't cold," Zhou Qingbai said. He not only brought back mutton but also 5 jin of eggs. Lin Qinghe told him to get on the bed and rest. She first boiled a bowl of ginger soup for him to drink, then scolded him gently. "Next time, take it easy." "Mom, Dad knew you wanted mutton, so he went to buy it for you," Erwa said. Lin Qinghe looked at Zhou Qingbai. She saw him pat Erwa's head and look at her with obvious affection. "You're the only one who can talk like that," Lin Qinghe said shyly, giving Erwa a sharp look. Erwa grinned and giggled. Lin Qinghe picked up Manhwa and placed him in Zhou Qingbai's arms. "Hold your son. He's warm all over." Manhwa stayed in his father's arms, blinking big eyes at his mother, showing he was obedient and keeping his father warm. "At noon, we're not eating bean buns. We're having dumpling soup," Lin Qinghe said softly. A while ago, she had made a lot of bean buns, and there were still many left. She had planned to eat the bean buns for lunch, but she changed her mind at the last minute. However, dumpling soup was also the favorite of her older brothers, especially when her mother made it. It was really delicious. Dumpling soup is easy to make. Lin Qinghe added plenty of ingredients: chopped mushrooms, minced meat, and eggs. There weren't many fresh vegetables this season, but if she had green vegetables or tomatoes, it would taste even better. Zhou Qingbai had no complaints about what his wife cooked. Whatever she made, he ate. After the children finished eating and drinking, they went to bed. Outside, it was still snowing and the weather was very cold. Lin Qinghe chopped some mutton herself. It weighed about 3 jin, around 1.5 kilograms, with bones and skin. She kept half and saved the other half for tomorrow. It wouldn't spoil easily. She put it on the coal stove to stew, so it would be ready to eat at night. "It's too cold today. All of you, put on your clothes properly. And don't drink cold water. If I find out you're drinking cold water, you won't get anything to eat," Lin Qinghe said, especially looking at the oldest boy. The oldest boy protested. "I don't have any now. And it's so cold in winter. Only a fool would drink cold water." Lin Qinghe nodded.
Good.
"If you don't have any, I'll give you an extra piece of mutton tonight. I want some too," Erwa said. "All right, everyone will get an extra piece," Lin Qinghe replied. Zhou Qingbai watched her and the children talk, focusing mainly on Lin Qinghe. She looked at him and cleared her throat. "You've worked hard this morning. Rest for a while. You should rest too," Zhou Qingbai said to her. Lin Qinghe's hand-knit wool pants were almost finished, so she put them away first. The family then went to bed for a nap. When they woke up, Lin Qinghe continued knitting her wool pants. Zhou Qingbai was no longer on the Kong. It was time to prepare pig feed, and he was busy with that. Lin Qinghe felt grateful that there was still some yarn at home to pass the time. Otherwise, these days would be very boring. Around 4 in the afternoon, she finished knitting a pair of woolen pants. Then she started on the second pair because she had nothing else to do, and she was knitting quickly. During these snowy days, there was really little to do each day. The aroma of the mutton and goji berry soup in the pot was very tempting. Lin Qinghe watched the fire and thought it was just right, so she scooped some out to send to Zhou Qingbai to give to Zhou's parents. They didn't bother with the eldest son. Outside, the snow was heavy, and it was too cold. It was better to stay inside. Mutton soup? You can keep it for yourselves to drink. No need to bring it over, Zhou's mother said. My wife told me to bring it, Zhou Qingbai replied. He then went to the kitchen, took a bowl, and poured the soup into it. There were exactly 2 bowls and 2 pieces of mutton, one for each. Zhou Qingbai didn't stay long. After delivering the soup, he went back. Zhou's parents weren't polite and drank the warming mutton soup. Fourth brother's cooking skills are really good, Zhou's mother said while drinking the soup. Whether it was the pickled eggs, the mutton soup, or the ginger and jujube soup sent occasionally, they all tasted very good. Zhou's mother also felt that her body seemed warmer this year, though she wasn't sure if it was because of these soups and drinks. It wasn't just Zhou's mother who thought so. Zhou's father felt the same. Although they only received these soups once every few days, they used to get nothing at all. But honestly, even though they were just soups and broths, drinking them for a while made their bodies feel different. It's not a bad thing for the fourth sister to step back a bit, Zhou's father said. As long as she can take care of the fourth brother and the big kid, we don't need her to send anything over, Zhou's mother added. Overall, Zhou's mother was quite satisfied with Lin Qinghe's performance, as long as she didn't mention the money. Otherwise, Zhou's mother wouldn't be in a good mood because she couldn't stand it anymore. Lin Qinghe didn't care what the old couple thought. The reason she sent over the soup was because she should. After all, they were the grandparents of the big kid, and they treated all the brothers pretty well. If someone else had treated their brother badly, she definitely wouldn't get involved. Zhou Qingbai came back, and her steamed buns were ready too. The whole family ate them with mixed grain bread and mutton soup, which was very tasty. Although there were still many supplies in the space, Lin Qinghe didn't follow modern standards. She still cooked some grains together for the children. For example, this flour was made from cornmeal and white flour mixed together. Lin Qinghe asked Zhou Qingbai to make it, and he could do it well. The family had stored up quite a bit. When they didn't eat other things, they would steam buns and make soup. That was enough. Even so, among the villagers, their meals were considered the best, second only to the best, and no one dared to claim first. After Zhou Qingbai returned, he didn't look any thinner. Not only that, Lin Qinghe clearly felt he had a lot of energy to release. Otherwise, why would he get up early to run, even in the cold? He ran, and then practiced boxing in the yard. If Lin Qinghe hadn't stopped him, saying the eldest son was still young, he might have been practicing boxing with him. For dinner, Lin Qinghe only needed a bun and a bowl of mutton soup. Her figure was just right now because the family had enough oil and fat. She was afraid of gaining weight. But in Zhou Qingbai's eyes, she was obviously thin. After she finished eating, he gave her another piece and signaled her to eat more, not to save for them. Lin Qinghe silently tore off a small piece and ate it. The big one was given to him. Zhou Qingbai didn't take it and said, "Eat more." He thought her appetite was too small. He needed 5 big buns to feel full, but she only ate 1. "I'm full," Lin Qinghe said. Seeing she really didn't want more, Zhou Qingbai had no choice but to take it back and said, "You're too thin." "Yes, mother, you're too thin," the eldest son nodded. "You only ate 1, I want to eat 2. Mother eats even less than me," the second son said, wanting 1.5. "Mom," the third son hugged her. She and he both ate 1, and he felt closest to his mother. "Hurry up and eat. Afterward, we'll go for a walk," Lin Qinghe said with a smile. Zhou Qingbai told her to drink more mutton soup. Lin Qinghe didn't refuse his kindness and scooped up a small bowl to drink. Then he tried to persuade her again, but she ignored him. Truly, maintaining such a good figure was not easy. Zhou Qingbai no longer let her feed the children. The kids ate their fill, and he ate the leftovers himself because he had such a big appetite. Lin Qinghe wiped the mouths and washed the hands of the older brothers, then dressed up fully and went outside to continue playing with the snowman. The three brothers even had gloves now. She had asked Sister May from the commune to help get them. If there were gloves, she kept them for the children. Sister May kept them for her. The 3 pairs of gloves cost 6 yuan in total, 2 yuan each, plus cloth tickets. They weren't cheap, but Lin Qinghe still bought them. She didn't want the boys to freeze their little hands and get hurt. Winter back then was much colder than in later times with greenhouse effects. It was really freezing. Lin Qinghe played with the 3 brothers for half an hour before taking them back inside. The stove was already lit. She washed their feet and then let them go to bed. The oldest boy started memorizing numbers. Lin Qinghe had been training him for half a month. Now he could count from 1 to 20 without mistakes and could do addition and subtraction within 10. He was quite smart. Otherwise, he wouldn't be doing so well in the future. Lin Qinghe gave him a notebook to start writing. The other 2 brothers, Er and San, also drew and wrote together. She didn't mind. Teaching 1 was enough. Teaching 2 was the same. Will you go home before the new year? Zhou Qingbai brought her foot-washing water and asked. At first, Lin Qinghe didn't react. She paused, then realized he was talking about her family home. She nodded and said, I'll see if I have time to go back. I'll go with you, Zhou Qingbai said. Lin Qinghe shook her head. No need. I'll just go and take a look. This time, she didn't plan to go back for the new year. She wasn't visiting relatives. She was planning to cause trouble, so it was better not to bring him along. She wouldn't allow the old Lin family to ruin her current life. She had no guilt about becoming the original owner for no reason, and she definitely didn't feel guilty toward the old Lin family. That was impossible. If the old Lin family wanted to treat her like the original owner and take advantage of her, she could give up on that completely. Her parents, Lin Fu and Lin Mu, were still alive, a bit older than Zhou Fu and Zhou Mu. She had 2 older brothers and 2 older sisters, and a younger brother below. This younger brother is actually quite good. In the past, he often was called by the original owner to fetch firewood. He didn't ask for money, and if he took any, it was to buy sweets for the older children. Later, after he got married, he didn't come around as much because he had his own family to take care of. As for the older siblings or brothers-in-law, their relationship with the original owner was just SOSO. Still, the original owner often gave them many things for free. For example, a new military coat sent back by Zhou Qingba was meant for her second brother, who was a bit tricky and dishonest. Even her younger brother didn't get it. Right now, the coat Zhou Qingba has is old. He sent it back because he was worried the family's bed wouldn't be warm enough. One coat this big could even be used as a quilt. That's not an exaggeration. What's wrong? Zhou Qingba asked her, feeling like he sensed some sharpness in his wife's attitude. Lin Qinghe said, Nothing, I just think I used to be pretty foolish. Zhou Qingba. Tomorrow I will go back for a visit, Lin Qinghe said, unable to hold back her urge to find trouble. After breakfast in the morning, I'll go, and I need to be back by noon for lunch. You take care of the house. Zhou Qingba asked, Do you want us to go back with you? No need, Lin Qinghe waved her hand. That evening, after supervising the older children to do their homework, Lin Qinghe finally let the 3 brothers go to sleep. Zhou Qingba arranged them in a row at the foot of the bed, giving up their space for the 2 of them. Lin Qinghe was startled, but then remembered her period, so she calmed down. Zhou Qingba remained calm and said, It's time to sleep. Lin Qinghe nodded. Let's sleep. They went to bed. Zhou Qingba had eaten lamb that day, so he was restless. Lin Qinghe said lightly, Your period is coming. Be good and sleep well. Zhou Qingba was very disappointed when he heard that. Lin Qinghe comfortably fell asleep. The warm bed was cozy all night because she had a large 7-jean quilt, not to mention the extra 4-jean quilt on top. Go to sleep, Zhou Qingba said, disappointed but still able to hold his wife close. Lin Qinghe, feeling his arms around her, her heart pounding, said, If you hold me, I can't sleep. Can sleep, Zhou Qingba muttered softly. Lin Qinghe thought to herself, You're just wearing underwear. You ate lamb tonight, and you've been abstinent for so long. How energetic are you down there? With him pressed against me like this, how can I sleep? Honey, Zhou Qingba called softly. Lin Qinghe found his voice quite nice, deep, sexy, and magnetic. But she chose to pretend to be asleep. Tonight was a bit of a mistake for her. She thought that even if she did something, he wouldn't be able to do anything, so she ignored him. She forgot she still had to sleep next to him. Her 3 older brothers sleep very well. They are already asleep now. During the night, they might wake up to use the bathroom or drink some water, then go back to sleep until morning. Zhou Qingba didn't get any response from his wife, so he didn't say anything else. After all, holding a soft and warm wife was a very enjoyable thing. Still not sleeping, Lin Qinghe pretended for a while but could still feel that he hadn't slept. The hand resting on her waist was especially warm. "Honey, when are you leaving?" Zhou Qingba asked back in a low voice. "I don't know," Lin Qinghe replied irritably. "Honey, don't you miss me?" Zhou Qingba sighed. Lin Qinghe thought to herself, "I don't miss you at all. Just go to sleep quickly." She turned over to face the children. Zhou Qingba moved closer from behind, and Lin Qinghe could clearly feel his enthusiasm. After the new year, Zhou Qingba was only 28. She was 24, 4 years younger than him. But whether he was 28 or 24, they were both young and full of passion. His teasing made Lin Qinghe's heart beat a little faster, but she didn't care about him. She hadn't decided yet. He wasn't allowed to touch her. No matter how passionate he was, it wouldn't work. That night, Lin Qinghe didn't fall asleep until around 9:30. Zhou Qingba felt that his wife was asleep, so he only held her with some regret and went to sleep. Oh well, he thought, let's take it slow. It seemed his wife still hadn't completely let go of her doubts about him. But since she was willing to share a bed with him, that was a good start. That night, Lin Qinghe slept very warmly. Zhou Qingba felt like he was holding a big warm stove, so comfortable. Early in the morning, it was still snowing outside. Zhou Qingba didn't go out. Most importantly, his wife was sleeping soundly in his arms, so how could he push her away? When Lin Qinghe woke up, it was almost 7 o'clock. Seeing that he was still on the bed, she asked, "Did you go for a run outside?" "It's snowing outside," Zhou Qingbai replied softly, looking at her. Lin Qinghe nodded, then felt that their position was a bit intimate. She hugged his waist, her face buried in his chest, while he wrapped his arm around her waist. Their posture was almost like that of a couple in love. "Sleep was so comfortable, don't mind me," Lin Qinghe said with a dry laugh, then got out of his arms. Zhou Qingbai didn't hold her too tightly and said, "Sleep a little more. I'll go steam some buns." They had steamed buns and shrimp soup for breakfast, all prepared by Zhou Qingbai. He also poured hot water for her to wash up. Because it was snowing heavily in the morning, Lin Qinghe decided not to go back to the old Lin family home. There was no need to go out in such strong snow just to find trouble. After breakfast with her 3 sons, Zhou Qingbai went to take care of the piglets. Now, there were no chickens in the coop. The chicken Lin Qinghe had cooked earlier no longer laid eggs, so there was no point in keeping it. Better to cook it and use it to strengthen their bodies. The snow continued to fall heavily until after 10 in the morning, then finally stopped. Once the snow stopped, Lin Qinghe stopped knitting woolen pants. She took her eldest, second, and third sons for a walk. Even in winter, they couldn't stay inside all the time. Dressing warmly and going out for a walk was a good idea. While strolling, they came to the homes of Zhou Dong and Zhou Shi. Zhou Dong was shoveling snow. His clothes didn't seem very warm, and his cheeks were a little red from the cold. "Uncle's wife," Zhou Dong called out when he saw Lin Qinghe. Hearing the voice, Zhou Shi came out happily and said, "Auntie, why are you here? It's cold outside. Come inside and warm up by the fire. Please take the big boys inside," Zhou Dong said. Seeing that the boys didn't want to go inside, Lin Qinghe just followed them. She stomped the snow off her shoes and asked Zhou Shi, "Is there enough food this year?" "Yes, enough," Zhou Shi nodded and smiled. This year, the family had stored a lot of grain. Plus, they had some money and bought more from the team. Overall, this winter was better than previous years. Although they still ate 2 meals a day, each meal was enough to fill them halfway. Actually, not only siblings Zhou Dong and Zhou Shi are like this. During the winter, everyone tightens their belts and cuts back on food, reducing from 3 meals a day to 2. This is because after the grain is divided, the next division won't happen until the summer harvest. Spring is a time when food is scarce, and some families in the village have to exchange grain coupons and buy food from the supply store. If they don't want to spend money on grain coupons and then buy grain, they need to eat less now and save enough to last until the summer harvest. Usually when no one is at home, I heard that some families in neighboring villages have had their grain stolen, Lin Qing has said. This is not a joke. She heard it from Aunt Chen, who has the most reliable news. Her family is a single mother with orphans, and their grain was stolen. Stealing grain at this time is almost like risking their lives. Fortunately, the neighboring brigade also had a small harvest this year and still has some stored grain, so they shared a little. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to survive. I know for sure that our family won't be short of people, Zhou, she quickly said. As long as your family gets by, that's fine. But if you have any difficulties, just come and tell Auntie, Lin Qing has said, then took out a handful of red dates from her pocket. This is for you. Keep it to eat. Auntie, no need. These are for Dawa and the others to eat, Zhou, she quickly said. Just a handful of red dates, no need to push, Lin Qing replied. And girls should eat more red dates. It's good for health and helps with blood. Zhou, she felt a bit shy about accepting. This year, her older brother received 34 yuan from the grain distribution, but she earned nearly 10 yuan from collecting firewood from her aunt. Don't underestimate these 10 yuan. It really helped them eat a lot better. It's been very cold these days. Don't hold back on firewood at home. Your brother brought back so much firewood for Annie that it could last until next year. If you run out, just go and pick some up. When next year comes, your brother can make up for it, Lin Qing has said. Our firewood is enough, Zhou, she said quickly. Because their family has labor power, they can get some of the grain from the brigade, like corn stalks, wheat straw, cotton stalks, beans, and sweet potato vines. Their family only consists of the 2 siblings, and burning fire twice a day is enough, especially since their older brother also collects some firewood separately. Lin Qing had talked with her for a while before taking her older brothers and their family home. Big brother, here you go. Annie gave this to you, Zhou, she said, sharing some red dates with her older brother. No need, just eat it yourself, Zhou Dong shook his head. Zhou, she said, Auntie is really kind. This winter was much warmer because of a new quilt, so she wouldn't wake up freezing in the middle of the night anymore. Zhou Dong nodded. Auntie really took good care of them, there's no doubt about that. At home, Lin Qing has started planning to make cured meat. It's already the 12th lunar month, and this is the best time to make cured meat. So, in the afternoon, she came to see Sister May. Sister May agreed, and seeing no one around, Lin Qing lowered her voice and told her about her plan to get some meat. Sister May shook her head repeatedly.
No.
If we're caught, neither of us will benefit. Don't worry, Sister May. If we're caught, I definitely can't say that my older brother Chen brought the meat. We've been friends for a long time, and you know my character, I'm honest about big things. Besides, I have no other choice. There are 3 little ones at home, and my husband has stepped back from work. If I don't find some way to make extra money, my family won't be able to get by, Lin Qing has said. Sister May's husband was also named Chen, sharing the same surname. But that's too risky, Sister May disagreed. Don't worry, Sister May. I don't do this often, just once every few days. I take a few pounds each time. Any kind of meat is fine. I pay a little extra, about a dime per pound. It can help with household expenses. These days, raising children is really hard. I just don't want my kids to grow up like we did, Lin Qing explained. Hearing about paying a dime more per pound, Sister May was tempted. Of course, her good impression of Lin Qing played a part, and she had seen her husband Zhou Qingba. If they weren't living in the countryside, just by their demeanor, you wouldn't think they were rural folks. They looked more like city people. And they seemed trustworthy. No one wants trouble, after all. But the county town isn't close, especially with the snow falling now, Sister May hesitated. Although I wanted to use my husband's position to earn some extra money. Honestly, over the years, Sister May has only received some small favors from Lin Qing. There haven't been any other benefits. Not doing it now, Lin Qing shook her head. The weather was too cold, and it wasn't worth risking to earn that little money. She just came by to say hello. Come spring, I'll ride my bike in the mornings to get meat from Brother Chin, then go straight to the county town, Lin Qinghe whispered. Does your family still have a bicycle? Sister May asked in surprise. Yes, I prepared it just for this, Lin Qinghe blinked. Hearing this, Sister May thought it might be worth a try. Tell Brother Chin when you go back. If he says no, that's okay. If he agrees, I can promise you that if anything happens, I won't blame anyone. I will take responsibility myself, Lin Qinghe said. I'll go back and talk to Brother Chin. Sister May hesitated and nodded softly. All right. Tomorrow, I want to buy some pork belly and waste meat. Sister May, see if you can get me a few pounds. I want to make cured meat, Lin Qinghe said. I can get you 3 or 4 pounds of cured meat, but it depends. If you come early at 5:30 a.m., I'll wait for you there, Sister May replied. Okay, Lin Qinghe nodded. But she felt a bit conflicted. 5:30 a.m. was too early. What she didn't know was that the slaughterhouse workers started working around midnight or 1 a.m. At 5:30 a.m., it was quite late, just the time when it was still dark. Otherwise, going so late to get meat would be too obvious and risky. Afterward, Lin Qinghe went home. Sister May, meanwhile, was distracted at work and planned to go straight home after her shift. She then called her husband to tell him about it. Old Chun, do you think this will work? Sister May asked, explaining everything. She was actually tempted. Both she and her husband had jobs, but her position wasn't very secure. She was the daughter-in-law of the old boss, who was about to have a baby, so she took over her position. But after she has the baby, whether she can keep her job is uncertain. Before, she was just a temporary worker, thanks to connections. Things at home only improved after she officially started working. Before that, life was very tight. Currently, her salary is 14 yuan, and her older brother Chen earns a bit more, about 16 yuan. On normal days, they can earn some extra money to bring home. Together, they make about 30 yuan, which is not a small amount. But at home, they have 3 children who are still in school. Although some expenses are shared, they still have to pay 3 yuan each month to their parents-in-law. Every day, as soon as she wakes up, she starts thinking about food. Those who don't manage the household don't understand how hard life is at home. Are you sure she can be trusted? Old Chen asked after a moment of silence. Yes, she can be trusted. Otherwise, I wouldn't accept her ration tickets or keep in touch with her. Now that the man of the house has left, she also wants to help with the household expenses. I think she's smart, May said. Then let's wait until spring to see how it goes. If it doesn't work, we'll stop immediately, Old Chen replied. Hearing this, May finally relaxed. Buying a few pounds of meat, just a few cents worth, is enough to buy a couple of eggs to help the children stay healthy. Arrange for a few pounds of pork belly and waste meat. How much do you think we can get? May asked. 5 pounds should be enough, Old Chen said. It's surprising that in this day and age, people still buy meat to make cured meat. That shows they really know how to eat well. That will be enough, May nodded. Lin Qinghe wasn't worried that May wouldn't agree. Although this business was a bit risky, the times are no longer as strict as they were in the early 1960s. Plus, May and her husband need to support their aging parents and feed their children who are almost grown up. This is a typical middle-aged crisis. They have jobs, so they are not fools. Lin Qinghe wasn't surprised. As long as her side didn't have problems, it was fine. But having some extra space to tinker with things was like playing for her. The only thing that made her a bit worried was that she would have to wake up so early in the future. Getting up so early, could she hide it from Zhou Qingba? Lin Qinghe thought it was impossible to hide. With his personality, he probably wouldn't let her do it. When Lin Qinghe returned, she saw others from the village carrying eggs to sell, so she bought 2 pounds of eggs on the way home. 1 bag was enough to bring home, but Lin Qinghe couldn't think of any other ideas. Zhou Qingbai was a bit confused. His wife looked at him with a hesitant expression, as if she had something to say, but didn't speak. However, he didn't ask right away. It was already past 3 in the afternoon, and tonight they planned to eat bean buns, so Lin Qinghe decided not to cook. Because it was very dry and cold in winter, she still made a seaweed and pork rib soup. There weren't many pork ribs left, so she used what she had. The family ate happily that evening. After eating, they washed up and went to bed. Since the children were still young and might have trouble digesting, she played with them for a while before they finally slept. Is something bothering you? Zhou Qingbai asked, holding her. Yes. Tonight the children still wanted him to hold them to sleep, and he was sharing the same blanket with her. I booked some meat with Sister May. We're going to make some cured meat. Sister May asked me to go at 5:30 tomorrow morning, Lin Qinghe said. At the slaughterhouse? Zhou Qingbai asked. Yes, Lin Qinghe nodded. You sleep, I can go tomorrow. Sister May knows me, Zhou Qingbai said. Children won't be awake at 5:30. You stay at home, I can go alone. Lin Qinghe shook her head. Zhou Qingbai didn't say anything. He patted her back to signal her to sleep. Early the next morning, Zhou Qingbai quietly got up. As soon as he moved, Lin Qinghe woke up. Go back to sleep. I'll go get it, Zhou Qingbai said. I'll go with you. We can be back before the kids wake up. Lin Qinghe shook her head. Seeing she wouldn't be stopped, Zhou Qingbai didn't argue. He wrapped her up warmly. Lin Qinghe rolled her eyes, but felt the cold air hit her as soon as they stepped outside. She thought to herself how great she was to make such a big sacrifice for the family. If you ever dare to betray me, I swear I'll live better than you, Lin Qinghe said playfully, hugging his waist from behind. Zhou Qingbai, that I won't betray you. You're my wife. I will be your most loyal partner for life, and I will never betray or abandon you. But he wasn't the type to say sweet words aloud. These thoughts he kept to himself. Zhou Qingbai was quick on his feet. Even with her on the bike, he rode fast and steadily. It only took about half an hour to reach the slaughterhouse. They left at 5, and now it was exactly 5:30. When they arrived, Sister May was already waiting. Lin Qinghe hurriedly asked, Sister, how long have you been waiting here? Not long. I just got here too, Sister May smiled. Seeing that they came together, she automatically assumed they knew about the matter. Old Chen said he could give 5 jin of pork, including both pork belly and waist meat. Thank you so much, sister, Lin Qinghe quickly replied. Then she added, Sister, go inside and pick out some meat for me to see, like pig tails, pig feet, ribs, and so on. Maybe you can also get some for me. While talking, she handed over 7 yuan. All right, wait a moment. Sister May took her basket inside and soon brought out the meat. Lin Qinghe didn't look closely. She just took it and said, Sister, we're heading back now. The kids are still sleeping at home. Go back quickly, Sister May nodded. Zhou Qingbai also drove her back. You have a good relationship, Zhou Qingbai said. Yes, we do, Lin Qinghe replied. Yesterday, she even gave Sister May a nationwide grain coupon weighing 2 jin. Such coupons are very precious, but her family didn't really need them. Zhou Qingbai brought back many, and these are still few. She hasn't even taken out the 5 or 10 jin coupons yet. She plans to keep them and maybe find a day to get an introduction letter to go to the old capital. Why go to the old capital? Of course, to hunt for treasures. But those plans are too far ahead now. The children are still young, and it's not convenient to take them out. She'll wait until they're a bit older. Do you think what I'm doing is not proper? Lin Qinghe asked. Zhou Qingbai shook his head. There's nothing wrong with it. It's not like you're buying and selling illegally. The children and adults at home all need some extra food, which is bought with money. It's not considered improper. But Lin Qinghe wasn't comforted because she was planning to buy and sell again next spring. Hurry back. I wonder if the kids are awake, she said. She didn't say it out loud, but Zhou Qingbai could sense that his wife had something on her mind. They got home just after 6 o'clock. Since it was still the season of hibernation, everyone was slow to wake up, and the village was quiet. Did you have any dogs that were abandoned before? Lin Qinghe suddenly thought that her family really needed a dog to guard the house. Can we raise one? Zhou Qingbai looked at her. Lin Qinghe sensed he was a bit happy, though she didn't know why. Raising a dog is just a small thing. The children at home are still young, and having a dog is a good idea. Of course, but it has to be from your place. Ordinary local dogs won't do. I don't want those, Lin Qinghe said. I have one. When I returned earlier, The leader asked me about it. I thought you wouldn't want to raise one, so I didn't bring it. It was injured and retired, so its leg is a bit lame, but it's good at guarding the house and loyal to its owner, Zhou Qingbai said. That dog probably belongs to you, right? Lin Qinghe said directly. Zhou Qingbai looked at his wife. He didn't expect her to be so sharp. That dog was indeed his old companion. Like him, it was injured and retired. It should still be around now. Let's eat breakfast first, then call the commune to ask, Lin Qinghe said. She took out some pork belly and waste meat from her space, along with some ribs. Since she got them from Sister May, as long as she didn't overdo it, it was all fine. She wasn't worried. Although it seems like her family has meat and eggs every day, they actually don't. The meat bought once is only a little. Even if she tries to get more, it's not much. With Zhou Qingbai at home, just the meat from Sister May isn't enough. The eggs are the same. She only takes out up to 6 eggs a day to eat. But even so, they consume things very quickly. Compared to villagers who only eat meat a few times a year, her life is truly comfortable. This time, besides pork belly and waste meat, she also bought a pig's tail, which she plans to stew with yellow soybeans. There are 3 ribs, knowing she likes big bones, she got 2 of those. All these cost 7 yuan, which is not expensive. Lin Qinghe is very good at making cured meat. After marinating and flavoring it for 4 days, she hung it in the backyard to dry. Big Son asked, Mom, is the cured meat you made delicious? Is there anything my cooking can't be good at? Lin Qinghe raised an eyebrow. Big Son grinned. Everything Mom makes is delicious. At least, no other family's food in the village smells as good as theirs. The second child started to look forward to the cured meat. Mom, when can we eat it? They all saw how much effort their mother put into making this special meat, even adding sugar. It will take about 10 days, just wait, Lin Qinghe said. The weather had been very snowy and windy these days. She picked up the third child, who was holding her leg. The third child said, Eat meat. Every day you eat meat. No wonder you're getting so chubby, Lin Qinghe laughed. A few days ago, they had already cooked pigtails. These days, they are eating ribs and big bones. They have at least 1 meal each day with some fat and juice. Lin Qinghe was quite skilled at raising children without being married. Look at the 3 brothers from the Zhou family. Anyone who sees them would look twice. She raised them well, and there's nothing wrong with how they turned out. Zhou Qingbai, in particular, seemed to have gained a little weight after coming back. Even though he went out for a run every day, Lin Qinghe could tell he was well-fed. Of course, if he didn't try to flirt with her at night, she would feel even better. Since the day before yesterday, her mood had been off, and she wisely chose to sleep with a third child. Zhou Qingbai didn't get a chance to get close. Zhou Qingbai felt quite helpless about this. Mom, I'm going to Grandma's. She said that in a few days it will be the 8th day of the lunar month, and it's time to drink the 8th day porridge, Zhou Dawa said. Yes, I know. We're already preparing. We have all kinds of grains at home. When the time comes, I'll make you a delicious bowl of 8th day porridge, Lin Qinghe replied. She carried the third child back inside, feeling warm and cozy. The bed was so comfortable. Get on the bed and do your homework, Lin Qinghe said. It was snowing outside, and it had been snowing every day, making it very cold and shivering. Zhou Dawa quickly got on the bed to do his homework. Zhou Erwa sat nearby with a pen and paper, drawing and writing. As for the third child, he was busy playing with his older brother and second brother, having a lot of fun. Lin Qinghe continued knitting woolen pants. She was making a pair for the third child. The older 2 already had theirs, so they wouldn't be cold anymore. Once she finished knitting the pants for the third child, she planned to make herself a pair. They might not look very pretty, but warmth was the most important. This day, she wished she could stay in bed every day and not go out. She couldn't imagine how much courage it took for her to cook for these 4 men. Where did Dad go? Zhou Dawa finished his homework and brought it to his mother for checking, asking. Lin Qinghe checked his work, pointed out 2 mistakes, and told him to write them 5 times. Then she said, I don't know where your dad went. Actually, she knew. Zhou Qingbai went to the commune's tofu workshop to get soybean meal. He brought back 2 bags of soybean meal to feed the pigs. After feeding them for a while, the two piglets were growing well and getting bigger. Lin Qinghe had experience. When she lived with her grandmother before, she heard from neighbors that pig feed used soybean meal, along with cooked corn flour and rice bran, which pigs liked very much. So she told Zhou Qingba to go and get some to try. At that time, there was no special feeding method. The soybean meal from the tofu workshop was used as fertilizer. Zhou Qingba just needed to bring some eggs when he went. He came back with 2 sacks of soybean meal. 1 jean of eggs for so much soybean meal. Lin Qinghe was a bit surprised. It could feed the pigs for 10 days or half a month. Because the piglets were still young and not ready to eat much. "Let me go and exchange for more next time," Zhou Qingba said. He meant that the family was willing, but he wasn't sure if this soybean meal could properly feed the pigs. His wife said she read about it in a book. Zhou Qingba trusted her, so he bought some to try. Just a test, so it wouldn't be a big problem if it didn't work. If it didn't, they could go back to the old way. "Next time, go and exchange again," Lin Qinghe nodded and said. Then she added, "Don't tell anyone about this method, or it will be hard to get food for our pigs. Okay?" Zhou Qingba replied helplessly. He wasn't sure if the piglets would eat it. Lin Qinghe didn't bother with him. This time, he also brought back 2 jean of tofu. Tonight, they would just eat corn buns with bone tofu soup. Zhou Qingba started experimenting with feeding the pigs using soybean meal, rice bran, and corn flour. After Lin Qinghe gave him the right proportions and the fermentation method, she didn't interfere anymore. Her method was good. Pigs could grow to over 200 jean. But right now, how much weight do pigs in the village usually reach in a year? If they could reach 120 or 130 jean, that would be considered a very good fat pig. But it still took a whole year to raise them. If her family's pigs are raised this way, they will definitely grow to over 200 jean in a year. The key is that when piglets eat well, they are less likely to get sick. Other families in the village also raise pigs, but recently, one family's piglet died. Her 2 piglets are really shiny and healthy. Lin Qinghe often looks at things with the memories of her past life, so she thinks this is normal. But Zhou Qingba, a local man, doesn't think using cornmeal to feed pigs is a wasteful luxury. Although she only scooped a little, it was still good grain. Farmers usually feed pigs with leftover water from cooking. Only when they are about to be sold do they give them a few meals of cornmeal to help them grow more meat. During normal times, pigs don't get such good treatment. However, in Zhou Qingba's previous place, they also kept pigs behind the kitchen for their own use, and they fed them this way. So Zhou Qingba doesn't think Lin Qinghe is wasting food. Instead, he thinks the method she read about in books might really work. After Zhou Qingba finished taking care of the 2 piglets and went back inside, Lin Qinghe poured him ginger and jujube tea to warm him. She asked, "When will the dog be sent over?" Then she saw his face and immediately said, "Did you forget to put on your moisturizer this morning?" Zhou Qingba said, "I forgot." "You can forget after just one day? Do you know your face looks like a monkey's but now?" Lin Qinghe said irritably. "Monkey's butt," said Erwa with a grin. "Dad's face is a monkey's butt," said the older child, laughing even harder. But Zhou Qingba gave him a faint look, and the older child's laughter suddenly stopped. He looked like a duck being choked and hurried back into the house. Lin Qinghe went to pour some hot water to wipe his face, then reapplied moisturizer. "Let the older kids sleep on their own tonight," Zhou Qingba said after she finished. Lin Qinghe looked into his intense gaze and awkwardly pretended not to notice, saying, "They're just little. It's too cold now. We'll talk about it in spring." Zhou Qingba looked at her seriously. Lin Qinghe said, "Can't you think about something else besides this every day?" Zhou Qingba loosened his grip. Just when Lin Qinghe thought he might be hurt by her words, he said, "It's settled then." Lin Qinghe thought to herself, "No way, who told you it's settled? If you want to get into my bed, don't even think about the door. Not even the crack. Your dog should arrive in a couple of days," Zhou Qingbai said while drinking warm ginger and jujube tea. "Can you recognize this place?" Lin Qinghe asked. "Of course I can. It's not hard to find here," Zhou Qingbai replied. Zhoujia village is indeed easy to find. Zhou Qingbai's old friend arrived the next evening. They brought the first dog to the house. Lin Qinghe asked Zhou Qingbai what his dog's name was. Zhou Qingbai said it was Feiying. It has a slight limp now, but when it was healthy, it was very fast. The name Feiying truly fits. Lin Qinghe liked the dog very much, and her 3 brothers liked it even more. When Feiying saw Zhou Qingbai, whom it knew well, it got very excited. It sensed the same strong aura from the older brothers as from Zhou Qingbai, so it took good care of them. Yes, it was caring. Lin Qinghe could tell from Feiying's attitude toward the brothers. This was a specially trained, very clever wolf dog. Big brother Wang, you've worked hard. You can't leave tonight. You should rest well here. The snowstorm is too strong. Tomorrow morning, Qingbai will take you to the county town to catch a bus, Lin Qinghe said. Wang Chuan smiled and agreed. He also felt that Lin Qinghe was genuinely willing to keep him, so he didn't refuse. He and Zhou Qingbai had a deep friendship. When he heard Zhou Qingbai call him, he volunteered to come over. He was mainly worried that his brothers might not be doing well at home, so he wanted to take this chance to check on them. But now it seemed he was overthinking. Old Zhou's wife was truly a good person. That night, Lin Qinghe prepared 3 hearty dishes and brought them to the room next door where the older brothers were. The stove was warm and cozy. One dish was potato stew with pork kidney, another was pork belly with vermicelli, and there was a braised pork dish. These were pre-ordered. Early that morning, Zhou Qingbai went to get them from Mei's husband, Qin Dage. Since their old friends were almost home, they had to prepare enough meat.
Besides meat, there was also wine.
After sharing the meal with the older brothers, Lin Qinghe left the rest for Zhou Qingbai and his brother. Seeing how kind and capable my sister-in-law is, I feel relieved. You have no idea how worried we've been about you, Lin Qinghe said as she left. Only then did Wang Chuan dare to speak his mind. Zhou Qingbai shook his head. No need to worry about me. Everything at home is fine. Now that I have seen it, what am I worried about? Come, let's have a good drink together. Wang Chuan grinned widely. The 2 of them clinked glasses and finished all the remaining dishes. They also drank a whole bottle of white wine. Lin Qinghe poured 2 glasses of honey water and then told them to go to bed. That night, Zhou Qingbai slept next door with Wang Chuan. Lin Qinghe disliked his alcohol smell and sent him away, not giving him a chance to act out while drunk. The next morning, Lin Qinghe got up early, steamed some buns, and made a shrimp shell soup. She served breakfast to Zhou Qingbai and Wang Chuan before seeing Wang Chuan off. He left early and returned around 9 o'clock. When Zhou Qingbai came back, he saw that the pigs had been fed, and Feiying was also fed and being played with by the older kids. When Feiying saw Zhou Qingbai, it wagged its tail. Dad, is Feiying used to living in its nest? Second kid asked. Second kid wants to bring Feiying into the house to sleep, the oldest kid said directly. Second kid didn't reply, but looked at his father with small eyes, holding Feiying. Sleep with me, the third kid declared confidently. Dream on, second kid rolled his eyes. I'm going to hit you, the third kid said, trying to punch him, but he was no match for second kid, who pushed him over. But this kid was tough. Even after falling, he got up without crying. Did you send him to the car? Lin Qinghe asked Zhou Qingbai, ignoring their brother's roughhousing. It's normal for boys to play fight. As long as it doesn't go too far, she wouldn't interfere. Yes, Zhou Qingbai replied, looking at her. Lin Qinghe understood what he meant from his eyes. He was expressing gratitude to her. Gratitude for what? Maybe because she was very kind to him last night, or because she got up early to make breakfast for them today. Tonight, sleep next door again, Lin Qinghe said with her chin raised. Zhou Qingbai didn't argue and took Feiying out for a walk around the village with the older kids. Don't be fooled by Feiying's slightly lame leg. It is an excellent guard dog. It's more alert than an adult man. With Feiying around, Lin Qinghe could sleep peacefully even if Zhou Qingbai wasn't at home. Soon, news reached the Zhou family. They heard that a big wolf dog was being raised, and Zhou Dage and his brothers all came to take a look. These days, it's hard to support many children at home, let alone raise a dog. That dog is really good, Brother Zhou said, unable to hide his admiration. Brothers Zhou Er and Zhou Sen also agreed. If there's a dog at home, who would dare to cause trouble? Just watching them made everyone feel a bit nervous because the dog's gaze was not very friendly. It's called Flying Eagle, the eldest boy said. Yes, don't call it a dog. That's a bad word. Flying Eagle has a name, said the second boy. Flying Eagle, said the third boy, holding onto Flying Eagle tightly. The three brothers took Flying Eagle out for a walk, making the children in the village envy them. Not just children, even the older kids liked the dog. Even though Flying Eagle's leg was a bit lame, it was still very agile. Because the frontline area didn't allow any mistakes, Flying Eagle hadn't had a chance to go back to the battlefield. After the brothers Zhou had seen Flying Eagle, they went back home. Mother Zhou didn't come herself, but asked about it from them. That dog is really good. If we had one, we could raise it too. It would be great for guarding the house, Brother Zhou Sen said honestly. The dog was very spirited, almost as if it could understand human speech. Our family should get a dog. It would be good if fourth brother's family had one, Mother Zhou said after hearing how good the dog was. Although raising a dog cost some food, the main point was that it could watch the house. Fourth brother was the only man in his family. Before, no one dared to cause trouble, but now that he had retired, there were fewer men at home. Although the eldest boys were still young and not capable, fourth brother's family couldn't rely on them. Having a dog to guard the house was a very good choice. Mother Zhou agreed with this. After lunch, she even came to see the dog herself. With Flying Eagle there, Mother Zhou couldn't even enter the house. She called out to the eldest and second boys, but she was very pleased with Flying Eagle's guarding performance. Grandma is here, said the eldest boy, coming out with a mouthful of food. They had eaten boiled sweet potatoes with stewed meat and felt very satisfied. Flying Eagle, this is Grandma. She's family, the eldest boy told Flying Eagle, who then stepped back to let Mother Zhou in. Really good. Mrs. Zhou was very pleased. Of course, Flying Eagle is very smart, said Big Brother, then looked at Flying Eagle. Flying Eagle, go back and eat. Mrs. Zhou saw that Flying Eagle's food bowl was a new porcelain bowl, and it even had meat porridge on top. Her eyes widened in surprise. Flying Eagle just eats this. Yes, since Flying Eagle just came to our home, he should eat something good, Big Brother said casually. He was very happy to give Flying Eagle something nice to eat. Mrs. Zhou thought to herself that if she wanted to eat something good, this person didn't even eat as well as this dog. Rice and lean meat porridge. Mrs. Zhou came in and saw Lin Qinghe and Zhou Qingba sitting with second and third brothers, eating sweet potatoes. They had boiled sweet potatoes with a plate of stewed meat and vermicelli, and the smell was very good. Mom, have you eaten yet? Lin Qinghe asked. I just finished eating, Mrs. Zhou replied. Big Brother, go help your grandma move a chair to sit, Lin Qinghe said. Big Brother went to get a chair. Grandma, sit here. Mrs. Zhou sat down and asked, Does Flying Eagle only eat rice and lean meat porridge? Lin Qinghe said, Mom, ask your son. He made it. I didn't even get to eat it myself. This sentence shut Mrs. Zhou up. Clearly she made it, but she acted like she wasn't involved. Zhou Qingba looked at his mother and said, When Flying Eagle was with me before, he saved me twice. Don't feel sorry for the little bit of rice and meat. Mrs. Zhou didn't realize there was more to this story. But even if she knew, she wouldn't think a dog needs to be fed meat. Not often feeding meat, just a little 1 or 2 pieces, Zhou Qingba said. 1 or 2 pieces of meat, isn't that still meat? Your sister-in-law and third sister-in-law are both pregnant now, and they don't have meat either. But for his youngest brother, Mrs. Zhou didn't say anything. She just said, Life should be more careful and refined. We still have a long way to go. Yes, Mom, don't worry, Zhou Qingba nodded. Mrs. Zhou didn't stay long, and left after a while. Only then did Zhou Qingba look at his wife. Lin Qinghe naturally said, From now on you have to handle these things. Of course, if you don't want to live a peaceful life. Zhou Qingba realized another side of his wife. She was very clever and cunning, like a fox that had been trained into a spirit. Lin Qinghe ate 3 sweet potatoes, and was full. She also drank some porridge soup. She handed her dishes to him to wash and continued knitting woolen pants. At the same time, she felt a bit worried. She hadn't told Zhou Qingbai about selling meat yet. From what she knew of him recently, he definitely wouldn't approve of her doing this business. But she had options. She couldn't bear to give up such a good money-making opportunity. Besides, she was free now and needed something to do. Although it was a bit far, she now had a bicycle which was very convenient and didn't interfere with her cooking. However, Zhou Qingbai's personality probably wouldn't allow it. This made Lin Qinghe feel conflicted. Unaware of her worries, Zhou Qingbai finished washing the dishes and came back. Now that the older children had flying eagles, they all wanted to play with them and wouldn't come to bother her. Lin Qinghe watched him walk over and sit beside her, looking like he wanted to have a good talk. "Say what's on your mind." Lin Qinghe glanced at him and snorted. Zhou Qingbai just wanted to get closer to his wife. Although she took care of him very well, he felt like something was missing. It seemed like she was avoiding him, but he didn't understand what she was avoiding, especially since their children were already 3 years old. Although he hadn't been home much over the years, less than a month in total, there was nothing they couldn't get past as a couple. He planned to make it up to her in the future. "Wife, you seem to have something on your mind," Zhou Qingbai said. Lin Qinghe rolled her eyes at him, thinking, "My worries are because of you." She said aloud, "I'm eating well and drinking good. Our son is sensible and hardworking. What worries do I have?" That was a sarcastic remark. "If you're upset about something, don't keep it to yourself. You can even hit me to vent," Zhou Qingbai said seriously. Lin Qinghe replied, "Nothing's wrong. Don't bother me. Go do your work. If you really have nothing to do, go up the mountain and see if you can catch a wild rabbit. Okay?" Zhou Qingbai sighed and went outside. Lin Qinghe rolled her eyes at him. Zhou Qingbai stood still, waiting for her to speak. She looked at him, as if saying, "Why are you just standing there? Aren't you leaving?" He then left, his back looking a bit discouraged. Lin Qinghe muttered irritably, "You act like I bullied you." "I don't know who bullied whom. It seems she is upset because of him, although he doesn't know what he did wrong." After going up the mountain, Zhou Qingbai just wanted to bring back something good for the family. Perhaps it was fate that led him to catch a big rabbit. It weighed about 4 jin, around 2 kilograms. In this era, that was considered a fat rabbit. During harvest seasons, if you caught one in the wheat fields, it could weigh 6 or 7 jin, truly a big, fat rabbit. But catching such a rabbit was quite difficult. This rabbit was cooked into a pot of braised rabbit meat by Lin Qinghe, and the whole family enjoyed it very much. Lin Qinghe's frustration was also eased after eating, and her face looked better. However, at night, she still didn't plan to sleep in the same bed with him. She held the third child and slept on the other side, clearly intending for him to sleep with the older 2 children. Zhou Qingbai sighed inwardly. His wife still hadn't let go of her worries. In the blink of an eye, it was already the 8th day of the lunar month. Lin Qinghe had prepared the laba porridge long ago. She got up early to cook it, and by the time the older children woke up, a big pot of laba porridge was ready. It was fragrant, sweet, and sticky. But the sweetness was moderate. She didn't like it too sweet, so she didn't add much sugar. Once the porridge was ready, Lin Qinghe immediately scooped a big bowl and asked Zhou Qingbai to take it to old Zhou's house. She was confident that her laba porridge was the tastiest, full of ingredients and sweet and delicious. How could it not be good? Old Zhou's family also cooked some, but it was just a casual effort, not as good as Lin Qinghe's. Naturally, it couldn't compare. However, Zhou's parents didn't keep all the food to themselves. They shared some with their grandchildren. As for the granddaughters, they didn't get any. "Your family's life is really something," said second sister-in-law Zhou, smelling the sweet aroma of the laba porridge the children were eating, with a hint of envy in her tone. Naturally, her tone carried a bit of jealousy. Big sister-in-law Zhou and third sister-in-law Zhou didn't say anything. Since third sister-in-law didn't have a son yet, her daughter also received some of the porridge. After eating, she still criticized others. Third sister-in-law wouldn't do such a thing. Big sister-in-law Zhou also looked at third sister-in-law's belly and asked, "How are you feeling?" Wednesday's sister-in-law's belly was already very big, and it seemed like she would give birth soon, probably within a few days. "It should be soon," said Wednesday's sister-in-law. She also felt it herself. She believed she was about to give birth. After eating laba porridge, Mother Zhou came over to tell Lin Qinghe about it. When she arrived, Lin Qinghe was eating with Zhou Qingbai and the older brothers. The brothers looked very happy. The laba porridge was really delicious. It was made with yellow rice, glutinous rice, white rice, millet, peanuts, red beans, chestnuts, and red dates, with added white sugar and brown sugar. It tasted especially good. All the brothers ate happily. Even Zhou Qingbai liked his wife's cooking very much. Since he returned, Lin Qinghe had made sure he ate well 3 times a day. Every meal was filling and satisfying. The only thing that made him a little helpless was that his wife wouldn't let him get into her bed. It felt like a tough punishment, and he was hoping that someday he would be released from it. "Mother, have you eaten yet?" Lin Qinghe asked.
"I've eaten."
"Don't bother about me. You all eat," Mother Zhou replied. Even so, Lin Qinghe still went in and brought out a bowl for Mother Zhou to serve herself, so everyone could eat together. Mother Zhou was very pleased with how her 4th daughter-in-law was now. Although she still spent money freely, she couldn't change that habit. But she had to admit, her care for her husband and children was unmatched by outsiders. Mother Zhou sat down to eat as well and talked about Wednesday's sister-in-law. "I'm fine on my side. Just let me know when the time comes." Lin Qinghe nodded. "I'll give you the money first," Mother Zhou said. Lin Qinghe glanced at Zhou Qingbai, saw he didn't say anything, and took the money. She said, "There's no need for so much pork hock. I'll buy some other meat for 3rd sister-in-law later. During her confinement, she needs to eat some meat." Mother Zhou gave her 5 yuan. "Just do as you see fit," she nodded. Usually there would be another meat distribution at the end of the year, but it might not happen before then. Also, since her diet wasn't good now, eating meat after giving birth might not necessarily help her produce milk. Lin Qinghe understood this well. So, on the morning of the 10th day of the lunar month, before dawn, Zhou Qingbai rode his bicycle back home, bringing 5 jin of fat pork, 6 pig's trotters, 3 jin of pork belly, some ribs, and a pig's tail. As for Lin Qinghe, she was still sleeping under the covers. She wanted to go out, but Zhou Qingbai didn't allow it, asking her to sleep a little longer. Lin Qinghe wasn't very polite, so she naturally let him go. The items he brought back were then distributed by Lin Qinghe. She divided the supplies according to the 5 yuan amount, giving 2 jin of fatty meat, 2 pig's feet, and leaving 4 for her own children. She also gave 1 jin of pork belly and 1 rib. This amount matched the 5 yuan meat standard. Moreover, this was in the countryside. In the city's black market, 5 yuan wouldn't buy so much. These items were packed in a basket, and she also brought some seaweed. Then she took everything over to the Zhou family and also checked on Zhou San's wife. Zhou San's wife's belly was really big now. Lin Qinghe looked at her and felt a bit worried. Luckily, she didn't need to have more children, or she couldn't imagine how she would handle it. "I brought over 2 pig's feet for after you give birth. The pork belly and pork shoulder were bought with the money from your mother. As for that rib, ask your eldest sister-in-law to make seaweed soup with it. This is for you alone," Lin Qinghe said. Then she told Zhou Daisao, "When you have your baby, I'll buy some for you too." She liked both Zhou Daisao and Zhou San's wife, so showing kindness at this time was just a friendly gesture, right? "No need, that's quite expensive," Zhou Daisao said with a smile. "It's just this once, it won't cost much," Lin Qinghe replied. After Lin Qinghe left, Zhou San's wife said, "Daughter-in-law from the big family is really starting to act like the head of the household." "That's good," Zhou Daisao nodded. She then mentioned to everyone at breakfast that she had given Zhou San's wife another rib, mainly to prevent Zhou Er's wife from saying too much about her cooking. Zhou Er's wife didn't say anything, just looked a bit unhappy. When she was pregnant before, why didn't she see Lin Qinghe show any concern? Now she was giving a rib to Zhou San's family. Although there wasn't much meat on it, as always, a little oil was valuable. Who wouldn't want a rib like that? But the others in the Zhou family didn't say anything. The brothers also thought that the 4th family was really good at coming up with ideas now. Old Zhou's family affairs didn't concern Lin Qinghe much. She just didn't understand why Zhou Qingbai liked eating pigtails so much. Lin Qinghe cooked pigtails with soybeans. She only drank the broth and didn't eat the rest. The older brothers and their friends happily ate everything, with Zhou Qingbai eating most of it. As for the fatty meat, she cut it into small pieces and cooked it into lard. The remaining oil residue she used as filling, mixing it with fried eggs and cabbage to make dumplings. Because Zhou Qingbai liked to eat so much at home, Lin Qinghe made plenty of food. Now, in this cold weather, she wasn't worried about it going bad. When they wanted to eat, she just steamed some and added soup to the stove, which was very convenient. In such cold winter days, there wasn't much to do. Lin Qinghe had already knit woolen pants for her 3 children and herself. As for Zhou Qingbai, he didn't need them because he said he wasn't used to wearing them, so she didn't knit for him. Taking advantage of the good weather, Lin Qinghe handed the 3rd child over to Zhou Qingbai and went to her old family's house to cause trouble. She had planned this for a long time. As soon as she arrived at her old family's house, she saw her second sister-in-law. Wow, little sister-in-law is willing to come back. I thought you weren't planning to return home this year, her second sister-in-law said sarcastically. Why wouldn't I come back to my own family? My family is my root. No matter where I go, I can't forget my family, Lin Qinghe said with a smile. Little sister-in-law, is that how you come back? Empty-handed, her second sister-in-law looked at her coldly and snorted.
Why?
When you go to your family, do you carry big bags and small bags? Do you believe that if my mother finds out, she'll break your legs? Lin Qinghe said with a half-smile. Her second sister-in-law's face darkened, and she snorted before turning away. Lin Qinghe didn't tolerate her bad temper. When her mother heard the noise, she came out, along with her eldest and 3rd sisters-in-law. She shouldn't call her the 3rd sister-in-law because she was her brother's wife. You're back again, and causing trouble. Why did you come back? Her mother said impatiently. Hey, mother, I see you're upset because I came back empty-handed and didn't bring any big or small bags. When I came back before, you didn't speak like this, Lin Qinghe said directly. There was no need to doubt. Today she came to cause trouble, so she spoke without politeness. Lin's mother felt ashamed and scolded. What are you talking about? Did I tell you to bring something back? You took it yourself and are blaming me? Enough. I won't argue with you about other things. Zhou Qingbai has retired from the army. Our family has no income now, but we still have 3 children to support. It's okay if adults don't eat, but children must eat. I used to bring home a lot of money and things. Now that our situation is bad, shouldn't my family support me a little? Lin Qinghe said directly. This made Lin's mother, older sister-in-law, and 3rd sister-in-law all stunned. They weren't surprised that Zhou Qingbai retired, but they couldn't believe that Lin Qinghe, their daughter-in-law, would say such things. When Zhou Qingbai retired, the whole Lin family had already heard the news. They thought Lin Qinghe would have caused trouble long ago, but she hadn't said anything all this time. Now, she was back and asking her family to take back everything she had given them before? Wasn't she the most proud of her dignity? How could she say such things? Listen, sister-in-law, you know the conditions of the Lin family. We can't even feed ourselves, so what can we give you? Said second sister-in-law, coming out of the house after hearing her words. Second sister-in-law, you're really interesting. You know Zhou Qingbai just retired and I just came back, and you ask why I didn't bring anything. Also, why are you saying you're starving? The Lin family is doing well. It's my family that's really struggling now. Mother, I am your and father's biological daughter. If life is hard, can't you give me some money? Lin Qinghe said. How can we not have money? Brother-in-law just retired, and there's also retirement pay, said second sister-in-law through gritted teeth. Yes, sister-in-law, brother-in-law retired because of an injury. He can still send money home, added older sister-in-law. In the past, she didn't get anything from what she brought home, but now if she took things from the family, it would be related to her. She wouldn't agree to that. Third sister-in-law didn't say anything. Money? Where would I get money? Do you all know what Zhou Qingbai did? He gave his own money to a poor friend in another family. Do you know how badly I argued with him at home? He wouldn't even ask for it back. And you all know my temper. If the family wasn't really struggling, I wouldn't have come to ask for money from my own family, Lin Qinghe said. Your family isn't well off, and you can't even afford a bicycle. And this one looks brand new. Brother Lin came out of the house, wearing the new military coat that Zhou Qingbai had given him. Lin Qinghe looked at him and felt like scolding the original owner. Such a nice coat was given to someone ungrateful. How blind could you be? Zhou Qingbai used his last money to buy that bicycle for me. Otherwise, do you think I wouldn't argue with him? Lin Qinghe sneered. She didn't expect to hide the truth about the bicycle. In this time, having a bicycle at home was as valuable as owning a fancy car in modern days. But she didn't ride it today. She walked here. Everyone suddenly understood. No wonder they didn't cause trouble. It was their last bit of money used to buy her this bicycle. Can you afford a bicycle but not to raise a child? Lin's mother said with a dark face. Yes, she looked angry. This daughter was always picky and difficult, but Lin's mother didn't expect her to waste money like this. It was their last money, and she bought a bicycle with it. Was she planning to sell it for food?
Exactly.
Even now, she still cares about saving face. If that's the case, why ask for money when returning to her parents' home? With so many people there, will they even survive? Sister-in-law Lin mocked. She used to only flatter this niece, but now things had changed. The man was gone, the family had spent all their money, and soon they would be working hard in the fields.
Who was more noble now?
I used to be so good to the old Lin family. Now that my life is difficult, is this how you treat me? Lin Qinghe stared at her relatives with anger. Go home and live your life properly. Brother Lin waved his hand. Lin Qingxi, are you going to return the military coat to me? Lin Qinghe looked at him sharply. This was given to your second brother. Once it's given away, why would you want it back? Sister-in-law Lin immediately said. I couldn't stand your nagging at the time, so I gave it to him. I originally planned to give this coat to my younger brother, Lin Qinghe snorted. I never realized before that my own family is like this. Fine, I'm down on my luck. You not only refuse to help but also look down on me. From now on, I don't want this family anymore. When I die, don't call me back for my funeral. After saying that, she stormed off angrily. But Lin's mother was so angry she shouted, This rude mouth. Are you cursing me and her father? Lin's older sister-in-law, Lin's third younger brother's wife, didn't say much. She looked at the military coat on Lin's second brother and then turned to leave. Lin's father stayed inside the house and didn't come out, but it was clear he heard everything. As for Lin's older brother and Lin's third younger brother, they went up the mountain to see if there was any game worth catching. When Lin's older brother returned home, there wasn't much to say. But when Lin's third younger brother heard about it, he sighed. I tell you, we can't afford to offend your sister. Stay out of her affairs, understand? Lin's third younger brother's wife immediately said. In the past, her husband had carried firewood for her, but he had a military coat that was given to the second house, not her husband. Lin's third younger brother didn't mind this, but his wife was upset about it. What can I do? I have no money, Lin's third younger brother said. A few days ago, you worked as a laborer. Didn't you get paid yet? His wife asked. Not yet, he replied. His wife was counting the days. Once he got his money, she planned to take it directly. Are you sure you only have 2 yuan? She asked. Plus a meal for lunch. So 2 yuan isn't much, Lin's third younger brother said irritably. His wife didn't say anything more. Lin's third younger brother wanted to go up the mountain to look around. Since he was free at home, he decided to go. His wife didn't stop him. He then went to find Lin Qinghe. She had already forgotten about the trouble she caused 2 days ago when she went back to confront the old Lin family. She didn't plan to cause a big scene. She just wanted to wake them up. She wanted to make sure the old Lin family didn't think they could keep taking from her anymore. Now that door was closed. After returning, she put the matter aside and didn't think about it anymore. She didn't expect Lin's third younger brother to come over. When Lin Qinghe saw him, she said calmly, What are you here for? Didn't your wife say that my family is in trouble? Are you coming here, afraid that my poor relatives will get involved? This is from when I worked as a laborer a while ago. Sister, you can keep it. Spend it carefully, and don't be so wasteful like before. Lin's third younger brother said, ignoring her words. He took 2 yuan out of his pocket. He only had 4 yuan in total. He gave 2 yuan to his wife, and the rest was in his pocket. Lin Qinghe was given 2 coins by him. She paused for a moment, then put them away and said, "Forget what I said before. I guess I haven't completely lost my care for you. Although the original owner's pain was only in words, the real suffering was caused by Brother Lin's ungrateful attitude." Third brother Lin said, "Brother-in-law is a good person. You should live well with him. He can support you. I know. I will live well with him. Come in and drink some ginger soup to warm up," Lin Qinghe replied. "No need. I'll go back now." Third brother shook his head and didn't go inside, just turned around and left. Lin Qinghe saw him off. Only 2 little ones were at home. The eldest and his father had gone up the mountain to look for game. But this time they didn't catch anything. When the father and son returned, their hands were empty. 2 little ones told him that their little uncle had just come and given money to their mother. Yes, he saw it himself. Zhou Qingbai nodded, understanding the situation. That night, after the children fell asleep, he asked Lin Qinghe about it. She briefly described the attitude of the people from old Lin's family and said, "I didn't expect my cheap younger brother to have a bit of conscience." Zhou Qingbai felt helpless. His wife's actions made him wonder what she was planning. Would she still go back to her family in the future? "In the past, I was foolish and helped out this ungrateful family. I won't do that anymore. Such relatives are useless. I don't want to bother with them. I don't plan to go back this year," Lin Qinghe said. "Don't be angry about these things," Zhou Qingbai said. "I'm not angry," Lin Qinghe replied, looking at him. "What's there to be angry about? It's all intentional. They weren't upset with me, so that's good enough." Seeing his wife like this, Zhou Qingbai knew she really didn't care anymore. Otherwise, she wouldn't have said nothing after coming back. "Sweetheart," Zhou Qingbai called softly, placing his hand on her waist. The meaning of his invitation was clear. A few days ago, they had been sleeping like this. The children had gone to one side. After she fell asleep, he did this. She saw he wasn't doing anything inappropriate, so she accepted it. And she still hadn't resolved the issue of selling pork. Thinking about it made her anxious. This stubborn man, she decided not to think about it anymore. "If you can't sleep, just come and sleep beside me," Lin Qinghe hummed. "Okay." Zhou Qingbai simply held her, and she could hear his sigh in her hair. "Why are you sighing?" Lin Qinghe said. Now that they have good days to enjoy, she should be happy. When the original owner was alive, she didn't have a peaceful day, so why is she sighing now? "Wife, we are husband and wife," Zhou Qingbai said. His voice sounded a little sad. This big man was holding his wife and not letting her do anything. Wasn't that torture?
He's just a normal man.
Holding a warm and lovely woman, but expecting him not to be tempted. That's impossible. The person in his arms isn't just anyone. She's the wife who gave birth to their 3 sons. Isn't it normal for him to want to get to know her better? But she wouldn't let him. "If we weren't husband and wife, would you still want to sleep in my arms?" Lin Qinghe said irritably. She does like Zhou Qingbai, and they are married. But so what? She's being stubborn and doesn't want to give in. No way. Her pork business isn't settled yet, and she won't let him eat pork until it is. "It's just holding," Zhou Qingbai muttered. "Then hold your son to sleep," Lin Qinghe said. Zhou Qingbai didn't reply. He held her even tighter. Lin Qinghe didn't care. She was planning to sleep. Zhou Qingbai asked, When what?" Lin Qinghe felt comfortable in his arms. It was warm, broad, and the smell was nice, probably the scent of masculine hormones. "When will you agree?" Zhou Qingbai asked quietly. He couldn't keep waiting like this. He would definitely be unable to stand it, so there had to be a deadline. Things couldn't go on like this forever.
That's not how life should be.
"Why are you always thinking about this? Can't you think of something else?" Lin Qinghe said. "Our pigs are doing well. Next spring, we'll raise a few chicks. Next year, I'll go to work to earn some points and life at home will be fine," Zhou Qingbai said. "This means there's no need to worry about the future. It will be good."
So, what is he thinking about on the bed right now?
Lin Qinghe took the opportunity to say, "With your points and these 2 pigs at home, What else are you thinking of? You want to find other ways to make money. Do you have an idea? Zhou Qingbai asked. Lin Qinghe hesitated for a moment, then said, I want to discuss something with you. It was probably about time. Go ahead, Zhou Qingbai said. Lin Qinghe took the meat to Mei Jie for her commission. She also told him about her plan to go to the black market in the county town. As expected, he had no questions. Just as she finished explaining, Zhou Qingbai immediately rejected the idea without hesitation. Angrily, Lin Qinghe turned away and ignored this stubborn man who didn't understand flexibility. There's still plenty of money at home, and many vouchers too. It's enough for now. Don't take risks. Zhou Qingbai seemed to understand why his wife had been a bit worried lately. But he didn't know she was planning to do some risky side work. I didn't say the family's money isn't enough, but I'm just bored. Besides, I'll bring a basket. If someone asks, I'll say I'm going to visit relatives in the city, bringing some meat. It's not a big deal, just once every few days, earning a little extra money to help with household expenses. Isn't that okay? Since she had already opened up to him, Lin Qinghe decided not to hide her plans anymore. 3,000 yuan is enough for expenses, Zhou Qingbai said soothingly. But he clearly didn't agree. Angrily, Lin Qinghe kicked him and said, You need to sleep outside. Seeing you just annoys me. Don't expect her to be gentle and obedient. She was this kind of woman, troublesome and stubborn. If she was unhappy, she'd keep it inside. Zhou Qingbai didn't move. He still held her in his arms. Frustrated, Lin Qinghe tugged at his face and said, I told you I'm confident I can handle this. And you have contacts in the city. If something really happens to me, you can cover for me. Zhou Qingbai raised an eyebrow. Though he didn't speak, Lin Qinghe understood his meaning. He was asking how she knew so much. Bicycles like that are big items. You can't buy one without reserving it for a year or more. Zhou Qingbai, do you think I'm stupid or do you think you're smarter? Lin Qinghe challenged him. Zhou Qingbai let her pull at his face but didn't give in. He had people in the city who could help. One of his old friends there could handle the bicycle arrangements. Like she said, if something really happened to her, he could make sure she came back safe. But he would never let her do this. No matter what she said, he wouldn't agree. In the end, she was so angry she brought over Erwa to sleep with him. She and Dawa and Sawa slept elsewhere. The next morning, Erwa woke up and found that his father was sleeping there. Last night, he clearly was holding Sawa to sleep. From now on, you and your father will sleep together, and your older brother too. Both of you should sleep with him. Lin Qinghe snorted and took the third child into her arms. Zhou Qingbai glanced at her. Lin Qinghe felt his look, returned it, then glared back. But clearly, Zhou Qingbai was not easily convinced about this matter, even if it meant losing the chance to enjoy the benefits of being with his wife. He thought it was reasonable to go buy some meat for dinner. That was normal. However, if his wife wanted to do something sneaky or dishonest, Zhou Qingbai wouldn't agree. As for the idea of taking his wife's benefits, he had other plans. He wouldn't be tempted by superficial charms. Seeing his attitude, Lin Qinghe sneered inwardly. I wonder how long you can hold out. Offending Lin Qinghe was not a good idea because she wouldn't punish directly. Instead, she would be very harsh. How harsh? She started asking around where she could buy lamb meat. She wanted to buy some to nourish him. But these days, lamb meat wasn't easy to find. Only people in the city could buy the kind of lamb meat she wanted. She couldn't get it herself. Lin Qinghe didn't give up. She kept trying to make delicious food at home for Zhou Qingbai: fried chicken with oil residue, eggs, cabbage, plain buns, pig's trotters stewed with peanuts, braised pork with rice, and various soups. She also dressed up nicely and smelled good. Even the third child couldn't help but hug her and say, Mom, you smell so good. The older two children nodded too. Mom really smells nice. The scent on Lin Qinghe was indeed pleasant, light, fresh, not strong. The children all thought so. Zhou Qingbai also noticed. He knew his wife was deliberately teasing him, giving him good food and making him think of her late at night. But he kept his composure and didn't show it. If he hadn't seen him get up late at night to change his underwear, She might have thought her charm was fading. When she saw him get up to change his underwear, Lin Qinghe almost laughed out loud, but held back. She continued pretending not to notice she was sleeping. Then she felt him move. He directly took the sleeping third child into his arms and then got into bed with her, holding her as they continued to sleep. Since they were just sleeping and not doing anything else, Lin Qinghe pretended not to notice. The next morning, before saying anything else, I heard that sister-in-law Zhou had given birth. Already so fast, Lin Qinghe said in surprise. It had only been one night. Yes, quite quick. Mother Zhou smiled as she came to share the good news. This time, sister-in-law Zhou had a son, and the whole family was very happy. Is the pig's trotters you bought last time still frozen? Lin Qinghe asked. Yes, still frozen. Mother Zhou nodded. There is a tradition that after a baby is born, visitors are not usually allowed to see the new mother, but since it's very cold outside, Lin Qinghe didn't want to bother her. She handed Mother Zhou a pound of brown sugar and said, Mother, take this to sister-in-law Zhou. Mother Zhou asked her to stay. We have everything now. You gave some last time, and sister-in-law didn't eat much of it. It's enough. I don't have anything else good to give, Mother. Please take this, Lin Qinghe insisted. Mother Zhou didn't refuse further. After 3 days, Lin Qinghe finally went over. She talked with sister-in-law Zhou. This time, her milk supply was quite good, and since she had a son, and her younger brother's wife brought over more brown sugar, she was very pleased. See, I told you so. Dowry's skin will be very nice when he grows up. Eating more apples is good, Lin Qinghe said, looking at the sleeping child. Yes, he's much fairer than his older sister was, sister-in-law Zhou smiled. Now, she seemed to be content with having a son. Having a son gave her more confidence. She wouldn't feel inferior anymore. In the countryside, it's like this. 10 daughters are not as good as 1 son, even though daughters are often more sensible, obedient, and filial. But as the saying goes, having a son keeps the family name. Lin Qinghe chatted with her for a while before deciding to go home. On her way out, she met second sister-in-law Zhou, who smiled and said, Fourth sister-in-law, if you have any connections, you should get sister-in-law Zhou some good things to help her recover. Big sister-in-law Zhou was in the kitchen making porridge. Hearing this, she frowned a little. She wondered why the second family was always looking for trouble. I have some. I gave sister-in-law Zhou a pound of brown sugar. What did you give, second sister-in-law? Lin Qinghe asked. Our family's conditions are not good, as you know. We can't give much. Brown sugar isn't enough to help with milk. If we could get some good meat, that would be great, second sister-in-law Zhou said with a smile. You have money, so why not spend a little to help out? Speaking of meat, soon it will be time to share it. Dong Dong is quite lucky. He caught the right moment, Aunt Zhou said happily as she carried a bowl of egg porridge from the kitchen. That's true, Lin Qinghe replied with a smile. Big brother saw his third sister-in-law earlier and asked when his brother would come out to play. This kid has sharp eyes. Just by looking at her belly, he knew she was having a brother, Aunt Zhou said. These days, they've been saying they want to come see the little brother. I told them not to rush in and catch a cold, so I didn't let them come. When the time is right, they can visit their brother, Lin Qinghe said. She looked at the egg porridge and added, Aunt Zhou, you can take it in. I'll head back now. All right, Aunt Zhou responded. After Lin Qinghe left, Aunt Zhou ignored second sister-in-law Zhou and brought the porridge to third sister-in-law Zhou. Trouble again? Third sister-in-law Zhou asked softly. Who wouldn't say that? The fourth family hasn't done anything wrong, but she's always causing trouble. What does she want? Aunt Zhou whispered. Probably upset inside, third sister-in-law Zhou sneered. As for why she was upset, Aunt Zhou understood well enough. She hadn't seen the fourth family's hardships, so she felt uncomfortable inside. It's really like that. If the fourth family isn't doing well, wouldn't they reach out for help? Who is really losing out here? Now that the fourth family has turned things around and is doing well, they can take care of things at home. Even if they don't get much, sometimes the children still share a bite of food. For example, the last laba porridge was very delicious, and her son Zhou enjoyed it very much. So, why should they hope the fourth family doesn't do well? Aunt Zhou couldn't understand. Third sister-in-law, Zhou, also couldn't understand. But neither sister-in-law said much. The team's meat distribution was on December 20th. When Zhou Qingbai took the lead, he naturally bought good meat. He had already returned and would start working next year. The team didn't say anything about him buying meat. Zhou Qingbai bought lean meat, ribs, and big bones. As for the most popular and highly regarded prime meat, he didn't compete for it. After all, he still had no work points, and they relied on these for the whole year. His family wasn't lacking anything. They still had 2 jars of pure white pig fat at home, so there was no need to buy more. We bought 5 gin of lean meat, 2 gin of pork belly, and a bit more ribs and large bones. Since we will be eating until after the new year, these ingredients are quite expensive. Zhou Qingbai carried them home without hesitation, followed by big brother and second brother. As for third brother, he stayed with Lin Qinghe because it was too cold outside. Big brother and second brother are very lively, which is why we let them go out. Mom said she will make fried pork ribs for us during the new year. They smell so good. Big brother is very happy. Second brother is also excited, with bright eyes. After this winter, the boys are in great health, no colds at all, and they've gained some weight. Zhou Qingbai brought the meat home and told Lin Qinghe we should go to old Zhou's house for the new year. Sure, I'll bring a plate of fried ribs. Lin Qinghe agreed. Although she didn't go last year, it was because she might not have been home during the holiday. Now that she thinks going to old Zhou's house is a good idea. Chop up these meats. I'll make some pork meatballs for them, Lin Qinghe said, starting to give instructions. She took 1 gin of lean meat, 2 gin 5 of pork belly, and chopped half of each. The remaining 4 gin of lean meat and 1 gin 5 of pork belly were all minced. Using only lean meat for meatballs isn't good. Adding some white meat from the pork belly makes them tastier and more fragrant. With salt, chopped green onions, minced ginger, an egg, flour, and starch, the ingredients are simple, but the meatballs turn out very delicious and fragrant. 1 gin of meat makes about 8 liang of meatballs, roughly 30 pieces. The 5 gin of meat from lean and pork belly made a big bowl of pork meatballs. Lin Qinghe thinks they taste pretty good, but big brother, second brother, and third brother are amazed, saying their parents' pork meatballs are the most delicious in the world. Save some for the new year. Eat sparingly now, Lin Qinghe said. They each ate 2 meatballs, which was enough. She originally planned to give only 1, but they bargained for an extra. Still, big brother, second brother, and third brother want to outsmart their mother and eat more meatballs. Zhou Qingbai also thought his wife was very clever. The meatballs were delicious, but he didn't have high standards for eating. He just listened to her arrangements and didn't say much else. However, he thought that just because she was doing this, he could get a piece of Lin Qinghe's meat. Clearly, that was not the case. If she didn't want to do business, he would just stay single. That day, Zhou Qingbai returned from the county town and brought back some stamps for her. Lin Qinghe planned to collect them, but she never had time to buy any. When Zhou Qingbai left, she mentioned it briefly. When he came back, he brought all the stamps, one set after another. Mom, why are you buying these? Zhou Dawa asked, holding the stamps, confused. They can't be eaten. Zhou Erwa looked at them and sighed. This meant she was wasting money. She couldn't help but glance at her husband. The father didn't stop her, and she thought, wouldn't it be better to save the money for food? Go stand aside. Lin Qinghe took all the stamps and snorted. Mom, I want to play, Zhou Sawa said, looking at the stamps in her hand. Mom wants to keep them for herself, Lin Qinghe said with a smile, then glared at Zhou Erwa, the future strategist. Zhou Erwa, what do you mean just now? I take care of you and your brother every day, and I can't buy a few things I like. Mom, you can buy whatever you want. Just ask Dad for money. Zhou Erwa quickly hugged her and said. Lin Qinghe hummed, slightly satisfied. Speaking of which, Zhou Qingbai was also a husband who spoiled his wife. He had no limits. With so many sets of stamps, it must have cost a lot of money, but he bought them without blinking. As Lin Qinghe said, she took care of their family every day, 3 hearty meals, and every night she boiled water for foot baths and washing. She did this every night. Why not be a little spoiled? If she didn't give in, what then? Zhou Qingbai looked at his lively wife. After he returned, he truly got to know her. He had to admit, he liked this kind of wife. He was happy for her to keep living like this with him. Lin Qinghe appreciated his kindness and spoke more gently. "What do you want for dinner?" "Just do whatever you want," Zhou Qingbai said. Lin Qinghe had a simple dinner of steamed buns, then cooked a bone and kelp soup. Of course, she also gave each of her 3 brothers a meatball to eat. The dinner was simple, but it was enough to fill everyone's stomach. Her family's meals are considered the best in the village. No one dares to say otherwise. Zhou Xiaomei, her younger sister-in-law, returned on the 25th day of the lunar month, walking in with a pair of white plastic-soled cloth shoes. She didn't even go home first, but came straight to Lin Qinghe's place. Although she works at a food factory in the county, she heard about her 4th brother retiring and coming back home. She wanted to come earlier, but couldn't because the factory was very busy near the end of the year. She couldn't leave her work. She waited until now, during the holiday, to come back. Little sister-in-law is back. "Oh, those shoes are really nice," Lin Qinghe said when she saw her, her eyes drawn to her shoes. "I asked a relative of my colleague to bring them from Haishur," Zhou Xiaomei replied, then handed a handful of milk candies to her brothers to keep them busy, and pulled Lin Qinghe inside. "What are you doing?" Lin Qinghe asked. "Sis-in-law, is my 4th brother really retiring now? Are you upset?" Zhou Xiaomei whispered. "He's already retired, so what's the point in me making a fuss?" Lin Qinghe smiled. This truly shows she's a good friend of the original owner, understanding her well. Zhou Xiaomei paused, suspiciously looking at her sister-in-law. She noticed her skin was really good, so bright and clear. She couldn't help but ask, "Sis-in-law, what skincare products do you use? Your skin is so white and glowing." The conversation suddenly shifted. "Nothing special, just snow cream," Lin Qinghe said. She doesn't keep many skincare products in her space. She definitely wouldn't share them with others. "Snow cream is pretty good, but it doesn't work like that. Your skin is even better than before. Don't hide it from me," Zhou Xiaomei said softly. "I brought back a lot of good things for you this time, enough for you to show off at your parents' house." "Show me what good things you brought," Lin Qinghe said, glancing at her bag. "First, tell me how you take care of your skin. Even in winter, you look so fair and rosy. And that scent, what are you using?" Zhou Xiaomei asked. "Hand it over first, or I won't tell you," Lin Qinghe replied. Zhou Xiaomei could only bring out her supplies this time. She had brought back many food coupons, cooking oil tickets, red date tickets, canned food, wood ear mushroom tickets, as well as grain tickets, and even cloth and cotton tickets. These cloth and cotton tickets are still from exchanges I made with others. "I knew you wanted me to bring them back for you," Zhou Xiaomei said proudly. "These tickets are really good. Did you leave some for your mother?" Lin Qinghe asked. The reason the original owner supported Zhou Xiaomei going to the food factory and even spent money to buy gifts and make connections was to get her help with the tickets. Otherwise, the original owner wouldn't have spent money and effort for nothing. "That's impossible." "I left some," Zhou Xiaomei nodded. "Can I tell her now? I'm not giving you things for nothing. This soap was bought from the black market by your sister-in-law before. It cost her a lot of money. I heard it's from Beijing. There's only this piece left. You can have it," Lin Qinghe said, taking a bar of soap from the cabinet and handing it to Zhou Xiaomei. When Zhou Xiaomei saw the soap, her eyes lit up. The scent was truly extraordinary, and it looked beautiful. "Don't go showing it off. I can only give you this one. And I heard it was smuggled in. If you take it out and get into trouble or lose your job, don't come looking for me," Lin Qinghe warned. "I'd hide such a good thing for myself to use, I wouldn't waste it," Zhou Xiaomei immediately said. And after washing herself with the fragrant soap, she felt proud. There was no need to show off to make others jealous. If she refused to share, people might dislike her. Thinking this way, Zhou Xiaomei, who had gained some wisdom at the factory, felt better. Lin Qinghe was satisfied after exchanging the soap for the tickets. After all, she hadn't asked for them for nothing. She added, "From now on, don't speak badly about your 4th brother. I've decided to have a good life with him." Zhou Xiaomei pouted. "Who said that? It was always you who said so." I only feel sorry for you. There's nothing to feel sorry about. Your fourth brother treats me well, Lin Qinghe said, giving her a look. Zhou Xiaomei then asked, You haven't told me how you stay so well-maintained. Really want to know? Lin Qinghe raised an eyebrow. Zhou Xiaomei immediately nodded. Her sister-in-law now looked so stunning, even more eye-catching than city women who do embroidery. She truly looked like a charming fox. However, she also wanted to be a charming fox spirit. Lin Qinghe quietly said, If you want good skin, you should find a man to take care of you. With that, Zhou Xiaomei's face turned bright red. I'm going to die of embarrassment. She quickly grabbed her bag and left. Lin Qinghe smiled and said, Remember, keep your eyes bright. When you find someone, let sister-in-law Zhou help you look. Zhou Xiaomei hurriedly left in a rush. As she left, Zhou Qingbai just came back. Zhou Xiaomei stomped her foot and said, Fourth brother, you need to control your wife. She's so embarrassing. Then she ran off. Zhou Qingbai looked confused. When he entered the house, he saw his wife smiling happily, seeming in a good mood. Dad, do you want some candy? My little sister gave it to me, the eldest child said. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Qinghe reached out. Hurry up, be more careful. Zhou Xiaomei had just grabbed a handful of white rabbit candies, which were quite a lot. Eating too many can cause cavities. Mom, this is what my little sister gave us, the eldest quickly explained, knowing her meaning. Little sister gave it to us. The second child nodded. The third child was eating a piece. Although he was young, he was not shy about eating candy. He was eating one and trying to peel another to put in his mouth. Lin Qinghe stopped him and put the candies into Zhou Qingbai's mouth. Zhou Qingbai. Lin Qinghe looked at the children and said, Each of you give 2 pieces. The rest can be yours. Although they were not happy, the eldest could only give 2 pieces. The second said, Big brother just shared the most, I only have 3 pieces in total. 3 pieces, the third child nodded. Then you 2 each give 1 piece, Lin Qinghe said. The eldest was annoyed, but didn't argue. Lin Qinghe took 4 pieces back. The second child spoke up for his younger brother. He only has that 1 piece in his mouth. Dad just ate 1. I'll give him that 1 tomorrow. I'll keep it for him, Lin Qinghe said casually. She supported them eating the white rabbit candies, but not too many. The festive atmosphere was very strong now. Every household was smiling happily, and the children were very joyful. Lin Qinghe didn't stop the eldest and second children from going out to play, but they had to dress warmly before they could go out. She didn't stop the firecrackers, but she didn't allow them to damage other people's things. She also told Feng to go out and watch over their brothers, but for Manhwa, she decided to leave him inside since he's so small and should stay with her. Zhou Xiaomei often visits the family every day and eats here. Lin Qinghe naturally takes advantage of her by asking her to pay for meals. Otherwise, she can go back to old Zhou's house to eat. Fourth sister-in-law, I think you've changed a lot since you came back this time. Zhou Xiaomei honestly paid 2 yuan for her share of the meals and said. Lin Qinghe just smiled and asked, Where have I changed? She took the money without hesitation. Of course she would. Zhou Xiaomei has a big appetite and a steady job, and her family only has 2 pigs in the backyard and Zhou Qingbai as a worker. Lin Qinghe has no reason to be polite to her. You didn't used to be so focused on men and children, Zhou Xiaomei said. Now seeing her fourth sister-in-law like this, she wondered what she had been doing all day. Just 3 meals a day, with no time to go out. She looked completely different from before, like a different person. You probably don't know what has happened to me recently, Lin Qinghe sighed and said. What happened? Zhou Xiaomei immediately asked out of curiosity. I had a big fight with my family back home. I don't plan to go back for the new year, Lin Qinghe said. Why is that? Zhou Xiaomei looked surprised. You don't know how ungrateful they are. My husband and I are struggling to get by. I wanted to borrow some money to go back, but do you know what they said? Lin Qinghe sneered. She didn't bother to exaggerate the story, just telling it made Zhou Xiaomei angry. Fourth sister-in-law, you used to be so good to them, always thinking of them. Is this how they repay you? That's why I realized something. Besides my own husband and son, I should just ignore everyone else, siblings and such. They only care about practical benefits. But I think the Zhou family is pretty good. They are quite united, Lin Qinghe said. Zhou Xiaomei nodded and said, except for second sister-in-law, who is competitive, the eldest and third sisters-in-law are pretty good. At least they aren't as cold-hearted as your sister-in-law and her daughter-in-law back home. So, I won't go back to my family anymore. What else can I do? Nature is about living your own life well. When the time comes, I will make old Lin's family regret it. But from now on, they shouldn't expect any benefits from me. Those past favors can be considered as feeding a dog, Lin Qinghe sneered. Having such a family background is really not useful, Zhou Xiaomei nodded. Are you seeing someone at the factory? Lin Qinghe asked. No, Zhou Xiaomei replied immediately. Her quick and strong reaction made Lin Qinghe squint and look at her carefully. She said, be honest.
How old are you?
How tall? How many people are in your family? What do they do? Zhou Xiaomei's lips twitched. Fourth sister-in-law, are you investigating my family for some case? Of course I want to know if you want to pursue my younger sister. You know my temper. I only ask because I treat you like a sister. Otherwise, I wouldn't bother with you. Lin Qinghe raised an eyebrow. Zhou Xiaomei looked shy. He's also a worker, working at a shoe factory, 24 years old. That's okay. Lin Qinghe continued asking, what about the other questions? He's quite tall, a little shorter than fourth brother, about the same as third brother, Zhou Xiaomei said, blushing. If he's about the same as third brother, that's roughly 1.75 meters, not short. Lin Qinghe thought so. Old Zhou's family's Zhou Qingbai is the tallest, about 1.85 meters. The others are third brother and second brother, slightly shorter, but not by much. Anything else? Lin Qinghe asked. He's the eldest son with parents. His father is also a worker, but his mother isn't. He has 2 younger brothers and 2 younger sisters, Zhou Xiaomei said. Lin Qinghe frowned. Zhou Xiaomei saw her and asked, fourth sister-in-law, what's wrong? Do you think these conditions are good? Lin Qinghe asked. Actually, it's okay. Zhou Xiaomei hesitated, then replied. Did he tell you what his salary would be if you got married? Lin Qinghe smiled. Zhou Xiaomei immediately said, if we get married, it would be given to me. Lin Qinghe smiled. Did he say that, or is that just what you think? And how spacious is his family's house? Where will you live after marriage? He didn't say. After marriage, we should live at his house, but his family's house isn't very big, Zhou Xiaomei replied. Have you been there? Lin Qinghe asked in surprise. Just went there when his parents weren't home. Zhou Xiaomei's face turned bright red. It's right to go see, but what's wrong with the place being not spacious? Lin Qinghe said. I don't like his family. If I marry into it, it will be very inconvenient, Zhou Xiaomei replied. Do you want to hear my analysis? Lin Qinghe asked. Fourth sister-in-law, you say? Zhou Xiaomei nodded, feeling quite conflicted. Then I'll be honest with you, Lin Qinghe said. I think this man is not suitable for you. Zhou Xiaomei pursed her lips and said, actually, he's a pretty good person. Being a good person is great, otherwise you wouldn't like him. But let me tell you, liking someone can't feed you. Think about it, if you marry him, you'll have to live at his house. You work in the city, and housing there is very tight. You know this well, right? Lin Qinghe explained. Zhou Xiaomei didn't say anything. Lin Qinghe continued, and since you said he's small, his family must be very small too. They have younger brothers and sisters, and everyone shares a small space, which is inconvenient. That's the first point. The second is about your future income. His family only has him and his father working. The rest rely on them to support the family. Do you think your fiancé will give you a salary after you marry? If he doesn't, you'll feel unhappy. Arguments are likely. Do you think your relationship can withstand that kind of strain? Zhou Xiaomei wanted to say something, but Lin Qinghe signaled her to listen first. Or maybe you're willing to let him give his salary to his family, but do you think that's the end of it? Besides his salary, you also have your own. Later, your salary might not be safe either. How could I not keep my own salary? Zhou Xiaomei asked. Lin Qinghe raised an eyebrow. If your mother-in-law isn't feeling well, do you need to pay for her? Zhou Xiaomei was stunned. Marrying into the city is already a bit of a step up. In their eyes, it's a big step. Since it's a step up, you should be grateful and take good care of your in-laws and treat your husband's younger siblings well. Otherwise, you'll be seen as lacking manners and not understanding the ways. Do you understand what I mean, little sister-in-law? Lin Qinghe said. Zhou Xiaomei gritted her teeth. They dare. Foolish, Lin Qinghe said calmly. By then, you'll already be married. Can you stand up for yourself? Although divorce is now a common word, can you really afford the cost of divorce? Zhou Xiaomei said, then I will go back and settle things with him early. Go back and see how things go. Just observe for yourself. I'm just giving you my opinion. Whether to stay or leave depends on you. But in my view, little sister-in-law, you deserve someone better, Lin Qinghe said. With my background, how could I find someone better? Zhou Xiaomei immediately felt discouraged. What's wrong with your background? You're a farmer girl, and now you're in the best era. No one dares to bother you, Lin Qinghe smiled. Plus, you look good, you have a job, and you're young. Why should you settle for such a family and feel wronged? Hearing her comforting words, Zhou Xiaomei's expression improved a lot. Tell me, how did that guy start chasing you? Lin Qinghe took a sip of warm water, feeling a bit thirsty after talking so much. He gave me a hairpin, Zhou Xiaomei replied. And then, Lin Qinghe nodded, encouraging her to continue. Zhou Xiaomei looked at her and said, That's all. Lin Qinghe looked surprised. He just gave you a hairpin when he was courting you? And you started dating him? Her tone was clearly shocked. Zhou Xiaomei looked unbothered. He just gave me a hairpin, and that was it. Oh my goodness, Lin Qinghe exclaimed, almost unable to believe it. Zhou Xiaomei didn't think much of it at first, but seeing her sister-in-law so surprised, she realized something. He hasn't even taken me to see a movie, Lin Qinghe sneered. He just gives you a cheap hairpin when he's courting you, and then he wants to marry you, a girl with a good salary, to serve his big family. His plan is obvious. Then she said, You don't need to think about it anymore. With someone like that, you can probably kick him aside. Do you still want to keep him for the new year? Although this era was poor and simple, this level of naivety was too much. They're all workers. If a guy just gives a girl a hairpin when courting, isn't that a joke? And he still wants to marry her? How could life be good after they get married? Back then, sister-in-law, when you married fourth brother, wasn't it through an arranged marriage? Zhou Xiaomei asked. Can you compare with me? I live in this house now. Do you have that when you get married? Lin Qinghe said, You have to live with his family. They will be noisy all the time. I won't say more. If you want to get married, just do it. But don't blame me if I didn't warn you. Today's words are my way of showing respect for our many years of friendship. Your future is your own decision. You handle it as you see fit. Before leaving, Zhou Xiaomei still asked, Please don't tell Mom about this. I asked, Why should I? Just go back quickly. Seeing you like this, I feel upset. Lin Qinghe waved her hand. Zhou Xiaomei couldn't help but say, Fourth sister-in-law, why are you like this? What do you mean? Lin Qinghe snorted. If you want to live well, you really need to learn from me. No one in this family dares to argue with me. If you want a good life, you have to learn. The guy you're talking about, if it were me, I'd have kicked him out long ago. A hairpin to marry a wife. Do you think you're a vegetable? Zhou Xiaomei knew her sister-in-law was only trying to help her, but now that she was on vacation, she decided to wait until she went back to work to explain everything clearly. After hearing her sister-in-law's words, she felt a bit disappointed and unmotivated. Lin Qinghe couldn't help but whisper to Zhou Qingba about it. Really, I've never seen anyone like this. Thinking a hairpin can marry someone and take care of a family? Is that hairpin made of gold? Zhou Qingba wasn't very interested in these things, but it was clear his wife cared about Xiaomei. Otherwise, she wouldn't be watching out for her. Basically, that man thinks he's better than others because he's from the city.
Otherwise, how could he treat Xiaomei like that?
City folks, it's just a fancy name. A big family packed into one room, and even a fart smells bad. What pride is there in that? Lin Qinghe continued to complain. Indeed, it's not as spacious as the countryside, Zhou Qingba agreed. In fact, life in the countryside wasn't much better. Building a new house wasn't easy. It took saving most of a lifetime's money to do so. But that didn't stop him from joking around with his wife about it. Not only is the living space bad, but the food is too. Everything needs tickets, and the black market prices are high. It's even worse than our countryside, Lin Qinghe said. After venting to Zhou Qingba, she felt better. By then, the dumplings were almost ready. Are you not going back this year? Zhou Qingba asked her. I won't go back. I never will, except for my third brother. I have cut ties with everyone else, Lin Qinghe said coldly. She wasn't originally from that family. Seeing the old Lin family members, she didn't want to suffer anymore or keep in touch with them. She wanted them to stay far away from her. Zhou Qingbai knew her personality. Maybe she was just joking, and her anger would pass after a while. But Lin Qinghe clearly wasn't just upset. She simply didn't want to be involved with those ungrateful people from the old Lin family. She wouldn't go to see them herself. As for others gossiping, it didn't matter. With Zhou Qingbai around, no trouble could really happen. And as a woman, she thought, so what if she's a little stubborn? On New Year's Eve, during dinner, Lin Qinghe and Zhou Qingbai brought their 3 children to join the family at old Zhou's house. They weren't just there to eat. Lin Qinghe also asked Zhou Qingbai to bring 2 special dishes, pork meatballs and tiger skin eggs. Both were very tasty and added a lot of color to the New Year's dinner. The adults couldn't help but look up at the dishes, and the children were even more excited. Fourth sister-in-law, did you make all this? When did your cooking get so good? Zhou Xiaomei asked happily while eating the meatballs.
It wasn't just me.
Fourth brother helped too, Lin Qinghe replied. Then she turned to Zhou's parents and said, Dad, Mom, you should try it too. It tastes pretty good. Zhou's parents agreed and said it was delicious. Seeing the whole family gathered happily, the elderly felt very pleased. Especially since Lin Qinghe, who was considered the most unruly daughter-in-law, seemed to be improving. Their 3 older brothers were all well-grown, and Zhou Qingbai, the eldest son, had come home. So, everyone enjoyed the New Year's Eve dinner together. Even Zhou's second sister-in-law didn't cause trouble at this time. Actually, there was no need to cause trouble. The meal was so good that everyone wanted to eat more. There was no time to find fault. After dinner, they chatted and celebrated the new year. But Lin Qinghe didn't want to stay for the long night. After talking for a while, around 9 o'clock, she took her 3 boys home to sleep. As for staying up all night, Zhou Qingbai was there, so that was enough. Mother Zhou took her eldest son inside to talk, mainly to ask about Lin Qinghe's current thoughts. Mom, don't worry. My wife is very good, Zhou Qingbai said. Mother Zhou replied, I know your wife is showing signs of improvement, but you should also be careful. She still feels hurt about you stepping back. If you have any issues, try to give her some space. Zhou Qingbai nodded. His wife takes care of the family's needs, which isn't easy. Naturally, he would be considerate of her. Although Mother Zhou doesn't want her son to be humble and submissive to others, she understands the situation. Now that everyone is grown and has their own families, she is the head of the household. If she can't manage her family well, no one will be able to live peacefully. A woman's influence is very strong, without a doubt. So Mother Zhou prefers her son to be a little more accommodating. For now, the 4th family hasn't caused trouble because of his stepping back, which is good. She was worried she might have to deal with endless fuss from the 4th family, but things are okay for now. After staying up all night, Zhou Qingbai went back home. Zhou Xiaomei asked her mother, Mom, what did you say to third brother? Nothing much, Mother Zhou replied. She didn't want to say too much, or her daughter might tell her sister-in-law. I know you didn't say much. You probably just told him to treat 4th sister well, right? Zhou Xiaomei guessed. Mother Zhou shot her a glance. Are you clever or what? I'm not clever, just honest. Mom, you should really talk to 4th brother. Someone like him, able to marry someone like 4th sister, he's just lucky. He should cherish her, Zhou Xiaomei said. Mother Zhou wasn't happy. What's wrong with 4th brother? He's not bad, but he's a bit lacking to match 4th sister. I believe you know that too. She's so elegant and experienced. Girls raised in the city can't compare, Zhou Xiaomei said. Mother Zhou asked, can that help with daily life? Mom, are you being old-fashioned? We're talking about serious stuff and you're bringing up that, Zhou Xiaomei said. Mom, have you noticed? 4th sister looks even more beautiful than before. Mother Zhou glanced at her, but didn't say anything. She knew very well in her heart that her young daughter-in-law was truly beautiful. The girl from the countryside was quite nice, but she couldn't compare to the fourth family's daughter-in-law. Compared to before, the fourth family's daughter-in-law was now very confident and capable in her words and actions. For example, tonight when the family came over for dinner, she brought 2 main dishes. Even the second family, who often looked for faults, couldn't find anything to criticize. She was generous and proper. But no matter how good she was, her son deserved her. She wasn't as mismatched as her daughter said. I didn't say we weren't a good match. I just want fourth brother to make her feel better. When I came back this time, I saw fourth sister-in-law really cares about the big kids. If she wasn't happy with her personality, she might really leave fourth brother. Don't think she won't do it. You know I understand fourth sister-in-law very well, Zhou Xiaomei said. Mother Zhou wanted to scold her and said, "It's the new year. Don't talk such unlucky words. I think she's doing well now. Yes, she's doing well. But you should also tell her not to suffer. Otherwise, she might even leave her family and argue with her in-laws. With fourth sister-in-law's looks, she could marry into the city. She's so capable, she would definitely stand firm. Actually, she got lucky with fourth brother because she was dreaming. Now that her dream is broken, she hasn't caused trouble. That's rare," Zhou Xiaomei said. When she heard that her fourth brother had retired from the factory, she was sure that fourth sister-in-law wouldn't give up easily. "All right, go to bed quickly," Mother Zhou said impatiently. When Mother Zhou returned, she told Father Zhou. He said, "Don't worry so much. Just stay out of it. I think Qingbai and his wife get along well. Most importantly, the fourth family's children now care about the big kids." Seeing those 3 grandsons, Father Zhou felt happy. Honestly, being a parent is very important. When parents look good, their children tend to be good too. Today, I looked at the big kids and their brothers. I think city kids are just like that, Father Zhou said happily. Mother Zhou didn't say much. When it came to the 3rd generation, the children of the 2nd family in the oldest household and the 3rd family couldn't compare to the 4th family's children. Not just the Zhou family, even other families in the village couldn't compare. It's really thanks to having good-looking parents. While discussing things at old Zhou's house, Lin Qinghe's small home was also busy. After Zhou Qingbai went inside, he saw that the mother and children were already sleeping soundly. He took off his clothes and got into bed. Lately, Lin Qinghe had gotten used to sleeping this way and no longer resisted his embrace. She felt his presence and naturally leaned into him, hugging his waist and finding a comfortable position to continue sleeping. In the dark, Zhou Qingbai's usually stern face softened. He held her slender waist, smelled the fresh scent of her hair, and soon fell asleep. The next morning, when Lin Qinghe woke up, Zhou Qingbai had already prepared breakfast. Although it was the first day of the new year, there was no need for anything fancy, just millet porridge and plain bread would do. Lin Qinghe woke the children, who didn't want to get up because the warm bed was too cozy, especially this year, since she had made a big, warm quilt. There was another quilt in the next room, but it wasn't used. 1 quilt plus a forging, about 2 kilograms, blanket was enough. Honestly, Lin Qinghe didn't want to get up either, but it was the first day of the new year, and she had to take the children to visit relatives. She dressed them, fed them breakfast, then gave them candies to play outside. As for the New Year's money, they each received 2 cents. The 3rd child's money was kept by her, following the usual rule, and the other 2 children could keep their own, if she didn't need it. On New Year's Day, Lin Qinghe didn't stay at home. She took the 3 children to old Zhou's house. She went to visit Sister Zhou San and Sister Zhou Xiaomei to chat, but she didn't include Sister Zhou Er. Although Sister Zhou San had not yet finished her postpartum rest, her health was much better now. Since it was the new year, she was happy to chat. Lin Qinghe didn't disturb her much and left after about an hour. Sister Zhou Er wasn't home. She had gone out to chat with other women in the village. When Lin Qinghe and the children returned home, Zhou Xiaomei also came back. At that moment, Zhou Qingbai was feeding the pigs. Zhou Qingbai was responsible for these chores. Lin Qinghe only helped occasionally. It was impossible for her to do everything alone. Sister-in-law, you've really changed a lot. You can even tolerate raising pigs at home now, Xiaomei said with admiration. Don't tease me. Lin Qinghe shot her a quick look. Xiaomei smiled and said, Fourth sister-in-law, what kind of person do you think I should look for? Both parents gone has a car and a house, Lin Qinghe casually replied. Xiaomei couldn't help but laugh out loud and said, Fourth sister-in-law, I think your words are really funny. Why? Doesn't that make sense? Lin Qinghe asked. It makes sense, but it's hard to find someone like that. And if something happens, you won't have anyone to support you, Xiaomei said. Who needs support? Your maternal relatives have many brothers. If something really happens, just call out, and someone will back you up, Lin Qinghe replied. Xiaomei smiled and said, But I haven't met anyone like that. If you can't meet someone like that, then you have to settle for the next best. But you can basically forget about that one, Lin Qinghe said. I'm going to cut him loose after the new year, Xiaomei said. Find someone reliable like your fourth brother, responsible, able to handle problems, protect the family and kids when you go out, and good-looking, Lin Qinghe said. Xiaomei was surprised and asked, Didn't you say before that my fourth brother was not good in many ways? How come you've changed so quickly? She really hadn't noticed that her fourth brother had so many good qualities. To her, he was just a rough man. Women are hard to understand, full of surprises. Don't just listen to me. You wouldn't understand, Lin Qinghe said. Xiaomei knew that, but she thought the change was too fast. In the past, it was because I didn't spend much time with your fourth brother. Every time I came back, he couldn't stay for long. I couldn't see much. But now that we're together, I think he's pretty good. At least as the head of the family, he can handle our household, Lin Qinghe explained. Although he still hasn't agreed to her selling pork, which is quite rigid, there's really nothing else to criticize. Simply put, he's handsome, wealthy, and strong. Ahem. Although she hasn't experienced everything herself, they sleep in the same bed, and she's not stupid. She can feel the impressive scale of it. Actually, she's a bit afraid she can't handle it. But Zhou Qingbai's qualities are quite suitable for her, except for being too strict. She still needs to keep training him. Xiaomei also ate lunch here and left afterward. Lin Qinghe told her that tomorrow her family would go to the county town, and Fei Ying would stay home to watch the house, so she didn't need to come looking for her. Xiaomei immediately said, I'll go with you. There's not enough room on the bike, and it's rare for our family to go together. Are you sure you want to come? Lin Qinghe asked. Forget it. Xiaomei waved her hand. If you want to eat something, I can bring some back, Lin Qinghe said. No need for food. I'll come over to your house for dinner tomorrow night, Xiaomei replied. Okay, Lin Qinghe agreed. Xiaomei was quite happy and went back. The first day of the Lunar New Year passed like that. Overall, it was quite happy, except that on the evening of the first day, Zhou Qingbai was noticeably not very well behaved. Honey, the anger should be gone now, Zhou Qingbai said in a hoarse voice. Honestly, it was quite tempting, but it was useless. Lin Qinghe was firm-hearted and said, Don't touch me. Sleep on your own. Honey, Zhou Qingbai kissed her on the neck. Lin Qinghe immediately said, If you go too far again, don't blame me for turning against you. Zhou Qingbai said, What you did really isn't okay. If something happens, it won't look good for your reputation. I told you I have a way. If I get into trouble once, I'll give up everything and never do it again. But the condition is, let me try once. Selling some pork isn't a big deal. Do you believe the situation is temporary? In the future, it will be the world of businessmen, Lin Qinghe said. Future is future. Now is not the time, Zhou Qingbai replied. Qingbai, let me try just once. If it doesn't work, I'll behave. If it does, let me go and try to make a difference, okay? Lin Qinghe said softly. Her hand was still touching his cheek, feeling the stiff beard on his chin, which was quite comfortable and exciting to touch. Zhou Qingbai rarely saw her being so obedient like a cat, so he enjoyed her acting spoiled, then firmly refused. Angrily, Lin Qinghe reached out and grabbed something, not knowing what vital point she had hit. Zhou Qingbai tensed up all over, but couldn't help wanting more. Lin Qinghe let him have his way, but halfway through, she let go and stopped. Then she switched places with Zhou Erhua, ignoring him completely. Such a cold and tough man like Zhou Qingbai was almost about to explode from his demanding wife. In the middle of the night, he inevitably got up to change his underwear. Early the next morning, after breakfast, the whole family went to the county town. I gave Mother Zhou a key and told her to come over when the time is right to cook some food for the pigs. She had already fed them before leaving. Following my parents into town, big brother Zhou, second brother Zhou, and little third brother Zhou were all very happy. Big brother Zhou was in front, while Lin Qinghe carried second and third brothers behind. The whole family was heading to the county town. They took a family photo, and Lin Qinghe happily took 2 more personal photos. She also insisted that Zhou Qibai take another picture with her. As for the 3 brothers, they took a group photo together, and then each took a solo picture. After that, they went to watch a movie. The family watched a film, which wasn't very good, but big brother and second brother still enjoyed it. Third brother fell asleep halfway through. Zhou Qibai held him, while Lin Qinghe continued watching with the 2 older children. After the movie, the family was hungry, so they went to a restaurant. When they left the restaurant, big brother said, "Dumplings from home are better than these." Second brother nodded in agreement. They taste better at home. As Lin Qinghe bought a few small apples and didn't buy much else, she had already spent quite a bit today, and the photos would only be ready in a week. She said, "Just be satisfied with what you have. No need to be picky." They finished their activities, ate what they needed, and watched everything they wanted. The family then headed back home. On the way, big brother and second brother said they wanted to come see movies again next year. "Sure, as long as you study hard and keep improving every day, I'll let you watch movies," Lin Qinghe said generously. Zhou Qibai didn't say much. He rode his bicycle with his wife and children toward home. But hearing their laughter, his usually stern face softened a little. By the time they got home, it was almost 3 p.m. after a day out, and everyone was tired. Big brother and second brother had lots of energy, so Lin Qinghe didn't stop them from going out to have fun. She just let third brother rest. Dinner was coming up soon, so they couldn't sleep anymore. Lin Qinghe washed some apples and brought them over to eat. Zhou Qibai also ate, and third brother was fed apple puree with a spoon. Although he was officially 2 years old, in real age he was still very young. After finishing his apple, Zhou Qibai took over and fed himself, letting her rest. "It's so cold tonight. What should we eat for dinner?" Lin Qinghe asked. "Dumplings will do," Zhou Qibai replied. "How about eating cornmeal buns?" Lin Qinghe, who was getting a bit tired of eating dumplings, suggested. "I'll steam some cured meat and make a seaweed soup." "Okay," Zhou Qingbai nodded. Zhou Xiaomei came over in the evening to eat. She was amazed by the cured meat and thought her fourth brother seemed to have gained quite a bit of weight since coming home. He looked sturdier than before, and she believed it was all thanks to her fourth sister-in-law. Looking at the fragrant, delicious cured meat, her tongue almost wanted to swallow it all. Lin Qinghe's cured meat was truly delicious. There's no doubt about that. Just look at Zhou Qingbai and their brothers. You can tell. They stir-fried the cured meat with salted vegetables, added some chopped chili, and it smelled very tasty and appetizing. There was also a big bone and seaweed soup. Although they only had simple cornmeal buns, Zhou Xiaomei, as a guest, was very satisfied with the meal. She was the one cleaning up the dishes and chopsticks. Lin Qinghe didn't stop her. Her sister-in-law came over to help, so why not? They spent a very fulfilling second day of the new year. But on the other side of the Lin family, everyone had their own thoughts. They had initially thought Lin Qinghe was just throwing a tantrum, saying she wouldn't come back for the new year. After all, she only had her natal family, so could she really refuse to come back? They worried her in-laws might look down on her in the future. But no one expected that on this second day of a new year, she really didn't come to visit. "Old man, do you think she really doesn't want to come back?" Lin's mother asked. "That can't be. She's just throwing a fit.
Don't worry about her.
If she doesn't visit her parents' house, with her temper, she'll come back crying someday," Lin's father snorted. Lin's mother nodded. "That girl has a fiery temper. She needs to suffer a bit. It wasn't just Lin's father and mother talking about Lin Qinghe. Her older brother and sister-in-law also said a few words, but only briefly. Second brother Lin and his wife had more to say. She really isn't coming back. Does she think she's still the same as before, and everyone has to pamper her? Lin's sister-in-law sneered. Second brother Lin also said, she hasn't improved at all. I'm telling you, her life isn't good right now. That's why she's causing trouble. If you run into her, just pretend you didn't see anything, she added. After all, we're siblings, and I still have that coat she gave me, second brother Lin said. Why are you giving? I almost praised her for this coat, almost said it smelled good, but I held back. This is what our family deserves, sister-in-law Lin scoffed. Over at the third household, they were also talking. Third sister-in-law was a bit surprised. I thought your third sister was joking, but I didn't expect she wouldn't come back today. Today, only the eldest and second sisters-in-law came home. The third sister didn't. She is pregnant again, her second child. The first was a girl, and now she's over a month along. Because of the icy roads, she didn't go back to her parents' house. She'll go after the new year, same as always. My sister is really upset this time, and so are her parents. Before, third sister brought back many gifts to show respect. Now, her life is hard, and they don't care. Lin third brother frowned. You don't need to defend her. Maybe things will get better soon. No daughter would forget her family, said third sister-in-law casually. You don't understand my third sister's temper. If she says she won't recognize us, and if our parents don't go personally to invite her, she really won't come back, sighed third brother. Does it really take our parents to invite her? Then she probably won't come back for good, said sister-in-law. I'll visit third sister tomorrow, said third brother. That's enough. No need for formalities, sister-in-law immediately replied. Third brother nodded. He didn't have much money now, but it was good to visit his sister. He came over after breakfast this morning. When he arrived, Zhou Qingbai was home, feeding pigs in the backyard. The pigs were getting bigger. He fed them at 6 in the morning and again at 9. Third brother is here, Zhou Qingbai said when he saw him. Brother-in-law, isn't my sister home? Third brother asked with a smile, looking around the yard. Your third sister went out, but she should be back soon, Zhou Qingbai replied. Zhou Qingbai led him to the backyard. Seeing the piglets, third brother couldn't help but feel sad. His third sister was very clean and tidy. She used to scold when they kept pigs, even saying they wouldn't raise pigs in her house in the future. Not just pigs, she didn't even want to raise chickens. But now, because life is hard, they even have pigs. If they take good care of them, the pigs could earn some work points. His third sister's family must be having a tough time now. Lin Qinghe brought her 3 children home and was quite happy to see her younger brother. She wasn't very fond of the rest of the Lin family, but she liked this younger brother quite a lot. Don't rush to go back at noon. Stay and have a meal at home, Lin Qinghe said to him. No need, I'll go home to eat, her younger brother shook his head. During the new year, coming all this way, can I really let you go back hungry? Lin Qinghe replied. Big sister, really, I don't need anything special. I'll eat at home. Now that brother-in-law has stepped down, don't be stubborn anymore. Just live well with him, her younger brother said. Do I need you to teach me how to live? Look at Manhwa. I raised him well, Lin Qinghe said, holding up Manhwa to show him. Call him uncle, uncle, Manhwa called out. Her younger brother smiled and nodded, reaching into his pocket for lucky money, only to realize he had no money. As long as you come to see me, your older sister, I'll be happy. From now on, I only recognize you in the Lin family, Lin Qinghe said. Don't say such angry words, sister. Before her younger brother could finish, Lin Qinghe interrupted. You know my temper best. I'm not joking. I've seen through those people now. Her younger brother knew she was still upset, so he just sighed and said nothing. Since he was there, Lin Qinghe naturally kept him for lunch. She wouldn't let him go back hungry. The lunch was simple: pork stewed with vermicelli, fried bacon with salted vegetables, and a cold dish of wood ear mushrooms. The main food was plain steamed buns. Sister, you don't need to make so much delicious food. Just save some for Dawa and the others, Her younger brother saw her cooking on the stove and quickly said. Lin Qinghe replied, "Even if you don't come, we'd still eat like this. My life isn't as bad as before, but it's not that good either. Don't worry, I'm happy to feed you. But don't expect the Lin family to do the same. And when you go back, don't mention this." Her younger brother asked Dawa, and Dawa said, "That's how we eat." "Delicious," second brother nodded. Her younger brother thought to himself, "Of course it's delicious, meat, vermicelli, bacon, plain buns. What's not good?" He ate his fill and left feeling very satisfied. When she came, she was worried, but by the time she left, Lin San was much more at ease. Her sister's life wasn't as good as before, but now she was managing, and with her brother-in-law so capable, their future wouldn't be bad. "Third brother is good," Zhou Qingbai said. "Only he and the old Lin family didn't go astray," Lin Qinghe said. Zhou Qingbai looked at her. "You're also good." Lin Qinghe thought to herself, "I'm not really from the old Lin family, and the previous one wasn't very good either." But she didn't say anything. After the first, second, and third days of the new year, the festive feelings started to fade. On the seventh day, Zhou Xiaomei went to the county town because she had to start work officially on the 8th. Lin Qinghe left the children with Zhou Qingbai and took Zhou Xiaomei to the county town by bicycle. Mainly, she hadn't gone out alone in a long time, so she needed an excuse to get out and buy some things. They took turns riding, and it was tiring to have her lead the way all the time. But this time, Zhou Xiaomei's trip to the county town was much easier than before. When they waved goodbye, she was quite happy. At this moment, a colleague came over and asked, "Who is that?" "A relative from the city. She's my sister-in-law, the fourth sister-in-law," Zhou Xiaomei replied. "Your fourth sister-in-law is really pretty." "I thought she was from the city," the colleague said. "Although my sister-in-law isn't from the city, she's the prettiest in our area, and she's lucky for my fourth brother," Zhou Xiaomei said. The colleague smiled and winked. "Are you planning to marry her?" "I'm planning to break up with him this time. I really can't afford to marry into his family. I have a rural household registration," Zhou Xiaomei said, holding back her temper. She was taught this by her fourth sister-in-law. If it had been her own temper, she wouldn't have said this. But when she said it, her colleague looked at her with admiration and said, "What's wrong with rural folks? They don't lack food or drink. Better to forget it. I can't afford to marry him. Here, this hairpin, you can return it to him," Zhou Xiaomei said, taking out a hairpin. "This hairpin is really pretty," the colleague said. "If you think it's pretty, go ask him to give it to you," Zhou Xiaomei replied, then went back to her dorm. Her colleague blushed and whispered, "I'm not stealing her man. She just doesn't want him." So, in less than 3 days, Zhou Xiaomei saw her ex-boyfriend eating with her colleague, and they clearly seemed very close. Other colleagues came over and said that Zhou Xiaomei still used the same excuse. She wasn't good enough for him, and he deserved someone better. Although Zhou Xiaomei was a bit naive, she still had a good sense of herself. Many colleagues couldn't help but feel sorry for her, but they also looked at her with respect, thinking she was worth knowing, unlike some people who used to seem nice but ended up stealing a colleague's partner, truly without shame. But Zhou Xiaomei didn't care about these things. After they broke up because of her noble character, someone else started to pursue her. However, Zhou Xiaomei carefully considered what her sister-in-law had told her and found that none of the options matched her sister-in-law's standards. Some families only relied on one person's salary, some looked too unattractive, and others came from very small households. In the end, she couldn't find anyone she liked. So, Zhou Xiaomei had to stay single, but she trusted her sister-in-law and believed that what she had was the best. She thought she wasn't left over for others. She was in demand, and it was others who didn't want her. And this was indeed true. Zhou Xiaomei's family background was solid. She had many siblings and decent conditions. If she married, there would be no worries about her family needing financial help from her in-laws. She might even be able to support her husband's family in the city. Many rural women who move to the city send some grain back after dividing the harvest. Plus, Zhou Xiaomei had her own income, which was perfect. So, her being in demand was no lie, but right now, Zhou Xiaomei wasn't interested in anyone. Her rural friend Lin Qinghe knew about all this because Zhou Xiaomei had broken up with her ex, and now she came back once or twice a month, always told by Zhou Xiaomei. Now it's already March, the season of renewal and growth. Go ask around and see if anyone in the village has some chicks. Buy a few to raise, Lin Qinghe said. Our family of 5 can only raise up to 3, Zhou Baibo replied. Lin Qinghe suddenly remembered that they had a limit, 1 chicken per person. Since they had 5 people, they could only raise 3 chickens. Go catch 6 chicks. It's easier for young ones to survive if you raise more, Lin Qinghe said. This week, Zhou Qingbai didn't oppose anything. It was indeed the right decision. Lin Qinghe planned that if everyone was still alive, they would wait until the children grew up a bit before slaughtering the pigs to help the family recover. At this time, raising chicks was very easy, so Zhou Qingbai bought 6 chicks to raise. It's common to raise a few more chicks when they're young to account for losses along the way, so no one said anything about it. But if they grow up and survive, that would be a problem. They prefer socialist grass over capitalist country seedlings. Raising too many would mean the latter. Life is really not easy. Our pig should be ready for slaughter this year. I think it will weigh about 200 jin, Lin Qinghe said, looking at the 2 well-fed pigs. That sounds about right. Zhou Qingbai nodded. Erwa, come with me to dig wild vegetables, Lin Qinghe called. She called Erwa, but Sanhwa also followed, and the mother and sons went out carrying baskets. Zhou Qingbai watched them with gentle expressions, but then he sighed. He didn't want his wife to do that kind of work, and she didn't want him to get close either. It seemed like neither side was softening their stance. Does he have to be a monk for his whole life? Thinking about this, Zhou Qingbai frowned. That definitely wouldn't do. It wouldn't be normal for a married couple to be so distant. There's no doubt it's not normal, but his wife just couldn't get past that. Zhou Qingbai looked at the 2 healthy pigs, feeling a bit worried. But it wasn't just Zhou Qingbai who was worried. Lin Qinghe was even more anxious. It was already the season. Everything was springing back. The day before yesterday, Meat May asked when they would start slaughtering, and everything was arranged. But if Zhou Qingbai didn't agree, what could she do? Honestly, Lin Qinghe really admired Zhou Qingbai. He endured so much hardship, yet he still managed to hold on. He's truly capable. But she didn't have time to waste on him anymore. So tonight, Lin Qinghe planned to give him a little reward to make him agree. There's no doubt, since ancient times, gentle words and beauty tricks have always been effective. If she offers him benefits and he still refuses, she might even turn against him. Having made up her mind, Lin Qinghe took her brothers and went out to dig a basket full of wild vegetables. These wild vegetables were perfect for eating or feeding the pigs. In a little while, she can go hunting for wild pig grass, which is also very good for feeding pigs. Her own pigs are part of the team, but Lin Qinghe still likes to go hunting for pig grass, mainly to save grain. After digging up a basket of wild vegetables, Lin Qinghe led Dawa and a few others home. It was only about 9 o'clock, and Zhou Qingbai had already gone to work. Lin Qinghe made pork and shepherd's purse dumplings, kept some for dinner, and fed the rest to the pigs, also adding some inorganic salts for them. At home, only she, Erwa, and Sanhwa are here. Dawa went to school in spring, taken there by Zhou Qingbai himself. This winter, thanks to Lin Qinghe's efforts, Dawa's knowledge is keeping up with the schedule, so she's not worried. To make sure the boy goes to school peacefully, she even sewed him a school bag. She didn't want to give him her husband's military bag, as she was reluctant to see him damage it. But with the new sewn school bag, Dawa was very happy. Without any nagging from Lin Qinghe, he happily went to report to his father. Since spring, he's been adjusting well. At noon, Dawa came back from school, and Zhou Qingbai finished work too. It's quite tiring at this time. Lin Qinghe didn't worry about Dawa, but she was thoughtful about Zhou Qingbai, who was the backbone of the family. She prepared cool face-washing water and also kept warm water ready. Since he came back, Zhou Qingbai knew his wife's temper well. She's proud, and it's unlikely she'd bow her head easily. But clearly, today's caring attitude probably means something's wrong. Is she about to give him the final warning? Can he handle his wife's gentle but sharp side? No matter what he's thinking, he remains very calm on the outside, enjoying his wife's attentive care. The shepherd's purse and pork dumplings they had for lunch were especially delicious. At this time, shepherd's purse was fragrant and tender, and Lin Qinghe also liked to eat it. The whole family ate until they were full, and then started their afternoon rest. Lin Qinghe began testing Dawa on what he learned in the morning, helping him review, and then gave him a few questions to practice. "Mom, I think you're better at making questions than our teacher," Dawa said, looking at the difficult questions with a sigh. Lin Qinghe thought to herself, "I was a top student in my previous life, scored over 600 on the college entrance exam, and even earned scholarships while working part-time during college." However, Lin Qinghe said, "Cherish your opportunity to study now. You don't know how much I wanted to go to school when I was young, but your grandparents refused. I was lucky to learn a little, so I don't want to be blind and helpless." Hearing this, Zhou Qingbai couldn't help but look at her. He knew his wife could read and write. When they first discussed marriage, he was told about it. But over the years, she never wrote him a letter, not even one. He had seen her handwriting. It was very nice, better than most college students' handwriting. Although Zhou Qingbai didn't say anything, Lin Qinghe immediately understood what his look meant. But she only glanced and looked away, pretending she didn't understand. It wasn't her fault, so why should she take the blame? However, the man behind her had such a strong gaze that she felt uncomfortable, like being under a spotlight. "The weather is getting warmer now. Tonight, you two brothers can sleep next door," Lin Qinghe said, clearing her throat. As soon as she said this, she felt the man's gaze intensify, making her heart beat faster. The eldest son protested first. "I want to sleep here." "Yang said he sleeps with his parents," said the second son. "Yang is Zhou Yang, Zhou Da's son. Yang has no choice. There's only one bed. We have two beds here, and the one next door is for dust," Lin Qinghe said firmly. "What about Sanhwa?" the eldest asked. "Compared to your younger brother, who can't speak smoothly, you're really something," Lin Qinghe said with disdain. The eldest son had nothing to say and nudged the second son to say something. "Mom, you can't be biased against Sanhwa. We're all your children," the second son said. "All right, then Sanhwa can sleep with you. But if he wets the bed and you dare to hit him, I will hit you," Lin Qinghe warned. Since she came here, Sanhwa had wet the bed twice. The first time, he wet the eldest's pants, and the second time, he got it on the second son. The brothers were so angry they wanted to hit Sanhwa. The eldest still remembered Sanhwa wetting the bed and said, "Forget it, let him sleep here. Sanhwa can sleep here. I'll go next door with my older brother." The second son nodded. Sanhwa hugged his mother, indicating he didn't want to sleep with his brothers, but with her. "All right, then it's decided," Lin Qinghe said. She looked up and met Zhou Qingbai's deep eyes. Her heart beat faster, but she kept a calm face and said, "What are you looking at? Haven't you seen enough? Go to your homework next door," Zhou Qingbai told the older boy. The older boy looked at his father. Since he knew he shouldn't argue now, he immediately took his homework and went over. The second boy saw his father looking at him, so he wisely decided to leave the room. He heard his father say, "Take your brother with you." "No, he's coming to bother me," the older boy shouted. But despite his protest, the second boy still brought the third boy over. Sure enough, the third boy wanted to borrow a pen and notebook to draw or write, or he would start crying. "I just remembered I haven't cleaned my pot," Lin Qinghe said, feeling like going for a walk. This man's gaze was too intense, almost burning. "I've cleaned it," Zhou Qingbai said, pulling her hand. Lin Qinghe spun around and sat in his lap. Lin Qinghe sat in Zhou Qingbai's arms. Usually calm and steady, she now felt a little shy. She wanted to get up, but Zhou Qingbai held her down. "What are you doing? It's daytime and they'll come in soon," Lin Qinghe said. "Let the kids sleep on their own." Zhou Qingbai ignored her words and looked at her. His slightly raised voice saying, made Lin Qinghe feel a bit like a bossy leader. They're grown up now, so they should sleep by themselves. "Oh, and you have to sleep with them tonight," Lin Qinghe said, pretending to be casual. "Honey, I miss you," Zhou Qingbai whispered, planting a kiss on her neck in a husky voice. Be careful, it's not even dark yet, Lin Qinghe quickly said. Sitting in his arms, she could clearly feel his passion. But now wasn't the time. Next door, the three little ones could come in at any moment. Zhou Qingbai didn't say anything, but his hands lingered on her waist. Lin Qinghe pretended to be calm and patted his shoulder. Let go of me quickly. You smell like sweat and you're going to make me faint. Zhou Qingbai sniffed himself and realized he did smell sweaty. Reluctantly, he let her go. But he was also quite happy. His wife had said they would do something tonight. Go take a shower, change your clothes, and go to bed, Lin Qinghe said. Zhou Qingbai knew there would be meat to eat tonight, so he didn't object. He went straight to the yard, took a cold shower, and changed his clothes. He didn't need Lin Qinghe to wash. He washed himself and then hung his clothes out to dry. He also wanted to go back to his room and get closer to his wife. Even if they didn't do anything special during the day, it would still be nice. But when he returned to the room, he saw his wife had gone to the next room. Go to bed and rest for a while. You have to work later, Lin Qinghe said, waving her hand to send him away. Zhou Qingbai looked at her with a bit of disappointment, but Lin Qinghe didn't seem to notice.
He could only go back to rest.
Little Second, the clever one, smiled and said, Mom, Dad wants you to keep him company. He's so grown up, what does he need company for? Big Fur said. You should keep him company, Little Third said seriously, lifting his head. Lin Qinghe felt a bit embarrassed but smiled and said, Should I keep you company, or go keep your dad company? You choose. Keep me company, Little Third said. I want Mom to keep me company too, Little Second said with a smile. Big First said he was grown up now and didn't need Mom's company. Hurry up and do your homework. No homework, no sleep, Lin Qinghe said sternly. Big First thought hard and did his homework. He got 3 questions right and 2 wrong. He even complained that the questions were harder than those from their teacher. Lin Qinghe scolded him and corrected his mistakes. This week I plan to go to the county town. If you study well, I will buy some malted milk for your brothers and sisters. It will be your share too. Otherwise, you just watch over them eating, Lin Qinghe said. I study every day. I'm still the class monitor, Big First replied. Next semester, try to be the class leader. Being a class monitor will make you proud, Lin Qinghe said. What's so good about being the class leader? Big First asked. Being the class leader makes you look good in front of everyone, but it doesn't benefit me. You can decide whether to do it or not. If you don't, I won't lose anything, Lin Qinghe said with a smile. Big First thought his mother was hard to fool. But seeing you like this, I also plan to study. Maybe I can continue my education in the future, Lin Qinghe said. You, a mother, still want to go to school? Big First looked at her in surprise. Little Second felt the same, and Little Third continued drawing on his own. People should keep learning throughout their lives, or they risk being left behind by society. Life never stops, and learning is the key to gaining real skills. These skills will be useful wherever you go. Also, if someday all 3 of you are not filial, I can still take care of myself, Lin Qinghe said, waving her hand. Then, Dad, you won't support us anymore? The eldest son immediately asked. Your father is still working on the farm. He likes farming, so let him do it for a lifetime. When I'm still young and lively, he'll be like an old man. When he goes out, he might feel ashamed. People might even think I'm his daughter, Lin Qinghe replied, waving her hand. While Zhou Qingba, who was planning to stay with his wife and children because he couldn't sleep, overheard this, he couldn't help but feel both amused and a bit helpless. Also, Zhou Dawa, are you paying attention to the wrong thing? Lin Qinghe said, then pinched Dawa's ear. Dawa threw down his homework book and cried out, Ouch! Ouch! Mom, it hurts. Do you realize you made a mistake? Lin Qinghe asked. Yes, I do, Dawa quickly replied. Tell me where you went wrong, Lin Qinghe said calmly. I don't know if my younger brothers will be filial to me in the future, but I will definitely be filial to you, Dawa said. Big brother, don't talk nonsense. I will definitely be filial in the future. The second brother shot him a glance. Mom, I love you. The third brother also started a sweet talk. Lin Qinghe let Dawa go, and then picked up the third brother to give him a kiss. That's what makes you a good son. Zhou Qingba didn't go inside. He went back to lie down and rest for a while. Meanwhile, Lin Qinghe was sleeping with her third son. She didn't dare go over to bother Zhou Qingba, or she worried that this man, who had been abstinent for a long time, might do something unexpected during the day. When she woke up, Zhou Qingba had already gone to work. Before leaving, he even pulled Lin Qinghe in for a kiss before heading out. Lin Qinghe felt a bit disappointed with herself because her legs had actually gone weak. She turned her head and saw the second brother staring at her with wide eyes. The third brother ran over to ask for a kiss too. Cough, cough. Lin Qinghe cleared her throat, then kissed her second son on the forehead and said vaguely, "One for each of you." The second brother nodded happily and said, "This is the first time I've seen Dad kiss Mom." "Your dad kissing Mom shows he cares. But don't go telling others, understand?" Lin Qinghe warned. "Of course I didn't say anything. I heard Gangtai tell someone that his parents were stacking beds on the Kong, and everyone laughed at him for a long time." Erwa nodded and said. Lin Qinghe patted his head and said, "I'll allow you to order a dish tonight, as long as we have it at home. I want to eat noodle soup." Erwa's eyes lit up. "How about I add some sweet and sour pickled vegetables and a fragrant fried egg on top?" Lin Qinghe suggested. "Okay." Erwa nodded happily. "Eating noodles is no big deal. Tonight, we'll just have noodles." Lin Qinghe went to the kitchen to prepare. After making the dough, she let it rest, then came to the backyard to check. This year, the garden has expanded its planting area with chives, celery, green onion seedlings, and various vegetables like beans and cucumbers. But the most grown are still the tomatoes from her family's yard. They planted quite a lot because everyone loves to eat them. These tomatoes are also traditional farm tomatoes, very tasty. They can be eaten as vegetables or fruit, sweet and sour, very delicious. However, they were just planted recently, so it will take about 2 or 3 months before they start to bear fruit. Right now, seasonal wild vegetables are still available, and there's not much else tasty. The book says it's a time of transition, which is exactly now. Tonight, as Erwa requested, they will eat noodles. The pickled vegetables are chopped into small pieces, then minced meat is fried with oil, and everything is sprinkled over the noodles. A fragrant fried egg is added on top. This bowl of noodles smells really good. At least the 4 men in the family are definitely impressed with their cooking skills. After everyone has eaten and drunk their fill, Lin Qinghe sends the eldest son to wash the dishes. Since it's gotten colder, these chores are now the eldest son's responsibility. He was a bit resentful at first, but now he's used to it. Erwa isn't idle either. He's cleaning the room and the yard. That's his job. As for the third son, he's still too young. Just don't cause trouble, and other tasks will have to wait for now. After finishing the chores, Lin Qinghe takes them outside for a walk to digest. Meanwhile, Zhou Qingbai is feeding the pigs. He feeds them now, then again around 9 o'clock, and again early the next morning around 4 or 5. When Zhou's mother comes over, Lin Qinghe and her 3 sons go to visit Zhou Dong and Zhou Shi siblings. Seeing her son feeding the pigs, she asks, "Has your wife fed them?" "I'll do it," Zhou Qingbai replied. "Mom, have you eaten yet?" "I've already eaten," said the old son. Seeing this, Mother Zhou couldn't help but feel a little worried. She said, "You've worked all day. Just go home and rest well. These things aren't a big deal." "My wife is also quite busy at home," he replied, "taking care of the second and third kids, preparing food, keeping everything clean. When I get home, I feel like all the tiredness from outside disappears." As he said, he could handle these chores himself, but he wasn't happy when his wife tried to help. He preferred to do more himself and didn't want his wife to get involved. After feeding the pigs, Zhou Qingba cleaned the pigsty and sprinkled lime powder, which his wife asked for, saying it was for disinfection. Then he cleaned the chicken coop. The chicks were still small, but his wife liked to keep things tidy, changing the straw every day and disinfecting with lime powder. Mother Zhou was reluctant to see her son work so hard, but she didn't say much. She knew her 4th son's temper well. She just asked, "What are these?" "Lime powder. My wife read about it. It helps with disinfection." "Mom, do you want to take some home?" "Chickens are prone to illness at this time of year," Zhou Qingba said. Mother Zhou nodded. It was just some lime powder after all. She then asked, have you gotten used to this lately? Her eldest son had never done farm work before. He joined the army when he was young and only recently returned. It was quite sad and difficult for her. But Zhou Qingba was adaptable. He said, everything's fine, Mom. Don't worry about me. After chatting with her son for a while, Mother Zhou went back home. Lin Qinghe took her third son for a walk. When they finished, they headed home. It's getting late. Time to take a bath and get ready for bed, Zhou Qingba said to his older brothers. But Lin Qinghe felt like he was talking to her. She looked at Zhou Qingba and saw his deep, intense eyes. Those eyes were full of wildness and strength, making her knees feel weak. Is it really that late? Lin Qinghe asked. Although she said so, she still sent the older boys to take a bath. The basin for bathing was small. Lin Qinghe asked, is there a carpenter nearby? Can he make a bigger one for the boys? One big pot is enough. No need to wash them one by one. I'll go look for one, Zhou Qingbai nodded. Lin Qinghe nodded in return. She washed each of the boys one by one. The oldest, only 6 years old, felt a bit shy. Lin Qinghe said, you can wash yourself now. Make sure to wash well, or your father will come and scrub your skin off. Here, the custom was not to wash so often, but her family followed her rules. Since it wasn't cold now, they needed to wash once a day. The oldest boy happily washed himself. After him, it was the second boy, and finally the third. Once they finished, Lin Qinghe washed herself. Then Zhou Qingbai took over washing the clothes. Yes, this strict woman Lin Qinghe even made her busy husband, who had been working outside all day, wash the clothes without hesitation. But Zhou Qingbai had no complaints. After washing the clothes, he took a bath. Although he preferred not to use hot water, he listened to his wife and added some, just enough to make it warm, not hot. After bathing, he put on a pair of shorts, which Lin Qinghe had made for him. He hung his clothes to dry and then went to the children's room. The oldest was doing homework, the second was learning to count, and the third was drawing with a pen. Lin Qinghe didn't mind that he was small and even taught him how to draw. Honestly, the third boy learned well, though his drawings were a bit abstract. Next time I go to the county, I'll buy you 2 vests to wear, Lin Qinghe said to him. Okay, Zhou Qingbai replied casually. He already had enough clothes, and in the past 2 months, his wife had made him several new sets. It was convenient for him to change, and she said he shouldn't lie on the bed smelling of sweat. So, he had plenty of clothes, but if she wanted to buy more, he wouldn't refuse. I also want to learn, Lin Qinghe said. But those learning materials are hard to find. Do you know where I can get some? What do you need? Zhou Qingbai nodded. All the levels, elementary, middle, and high school. I have nothing to do at home. If you bring them back, I'll study by myself, Lin Qinghe said. I'll find a way to get them for you, Zhou Qingbai promised. Thank you, Lin Qinghe smiled. It's getting late, Zhou Qingbai said with a dark look, hinting at something. Lin Qinghe thought, it's only a little after 6. What's so late? She replied. The older kid hasn't finished his homework. The second hasn't memorized 70 lines, and the youngest hasn't finished drawing his eagle. But soon the older kid finished his homework, and he got all the answers right. The few questions she gave him were also all correct. The older kid was very proud, and Lin Qinghe wanted to hit him. Usually, he would make mistakes now, but at this important moment, he managed to do everything right. He wasn't helping her at all to save time. Second kid, finish your makeup work tomorrow. Now, hurry and go to bed with your older brother. The youngest, go back to sleep with your dad, Zhou Qingbai ordered finally, carrying the youngest. The older and second kids said it was too early to sleep, but with their dad's stern look, they didn't dare to argue and obediently went to sleep now. Lin Qinghe was taken back by Zhou Qingbai. She felt a little worried. She didn't plan to fight him seriously, just wanted to get some small benefits. But she felt something was off about this trend. The reasons why the trend was off are not worth explaining in detail. In short, Lin Qinghe managed to hold on to her last bit of reason at a critical moment and forced Zhou Qingbai to agree to her plan to resell pork. Zhou Qingbai was sweating at the time, but his wife wouldn't let him succeed. She even pressured him at this moment, making him nod and agree to what she wanted to do. Who can stand up to a beautiful woman's questioning at the most critical moment? No one. It simply doesn't exist. Zhou Qingbai was just an ordinary man. He couldn't resist his wife's tactics either. Although he was forced to agree, the punishment afterward made Lin Qinghe regret provoking this man. She didn't know how many times she woke up or how many times she fell asleep again during the night. Anyway, he didn't let her rest peacefully. It wasn't until late at night that she finally got some sleep. The next morning, Lin Qinghe woke up around 8. When she woke, she thought about last night's fight and felt a bit scared. Sure enough, a man who hasn't been close to women for too long is hard to deal with. At this moment, there was the sound of second kid talking to Mother Zhou outside. By this time, the older kid had gone to school, and Zhou Qingbai had gone to work. Lin Qinghe quickly got out of bed. She had fallen asleep from exhaustion last night, and Zhou Qingbai had helped her tidy up. But when she got out of bed, she found her legs a bit weak. Thinking about last night when Zhou Qingbai did this and that, Lin Qinghe's face turned red. But she has to admit that she doesn't need to worry about her happiness in the future. Her man is really strong and very capable. After feeling a bit happy, Lin Qinghe tidied up and left. Zhou's mother was peeling peanuts in the yard, talking to Erwa and Sanhwa. Mom is here. Lin Qinghe wasn't embarrassed. She wondered why she went to bed so late. It was all Zhou Qingbai's fault last night, so she blamed him, not herself. You're awake. But clearly, Zhou's mother was a little angry. The men in the family had to go to work, and the children were still young. She only got up now. How could she sleep so late? Yes, last night Sanhwa's father wasn't feeling well. I took care of him all night, and he only went to bed after midnight, so I was a bit late, Lin Qinghe said calmly, without blushing or panting. Zhou's mother was surprised, and her tone softened. That must have been hard for you. Did the fourth child feel better this morning? So that was the reason. She thought, in the cold winter, it was understandable to wake up late, but why sleep so late now? He probably hasn't gotten used to farm work yet. I told him not to go out to work today and to rest for a day, but he didn't listen, Lin Qinghe explained. Taking care of a family isn't easy, Zhou's mother said. Yes, it's quite hard, so I allowed him to raise pigs and chickens at home, Lin Qinghe nodded. Have you two eaten yet? Lin Qinghe looked at Erwa and Sanhwa. Yes, we have. Mom, you should go eat now, Erwa nodded. It was clear Zhou Qingbai made breakfast, congee made from millet. The only other dish was simple, a salted vegetable. She hadn't gotten up to cook breakfast. Everything was simple. Lin Qinghe didn't mind. She just drank her millet porridge with salted vegetables and couldn't help but think of Zhou Qingbai. Last night, he put in a lot of effort, and now for breakfast, she was eating this. How could she stand it? Mom, there's no meat at home. I need to go out and buy some for Dad to make up for it. Please watch the two children for me. Lin Qinghe finished eating quickly, washed the dishes, and said, Go ahead. Zhou's mother nodded, feeling sorry for her son. Today, Zhou's mother didn't go to work either. With so many sons and daughters-in-law, she was old and needed rest. No one dared to say anything. Lin Qinghe then rode her bike to find Sister May. The main point was to explain that tomorrow they would start bringing meat. Lin Qinghe had already planned everything. She stored some meat in the space first, saving up a bit at a time before taking it all at once to the county town to check. She didn't want to make the trip so often, so she only carried a few pounds each time. Sister May saw her and said she was very happy. She had already prepared everything on her side. She whispered, I thought your man wouldn't agree. He definitely didn't agree at first. He's a cautious person. It took a lot of talking to convince him. Once he agreed, he came to find Sister May. He didn't approve at first.
Sister May asked.
Now he agrees. As long as your side is fine. Mine will be too, Lin Qinghe whispered. Don't worry, Sister May nodded. What time will you go tomorrow? Lin Qinghe asked. At 3 in the morning, you should go. Old Chen will be waiting for you there, Sister May replied immediately. Lin Qinghe thought to herself, that's really tough. But she agreed. Going at 3 in the morning to get the meat and returning to the village would be around 4, which was pretty safe. She bought a few more things, then rode her bike back home. On the way, seeing no one around, she took out some pork ribs, chicken eggs, and pork chops. There weren't many eggs left at home either. Carrying these things home, Mother Zhou said, "I'll go home first." Lin Qinghe nodded and gave her about 4 ounces of meat. Mother Zhou said, "Just keep it for eating. Mom, take it with you. Sometimes come over and help me look after Manhwa and the other boys." "No one over at old Zhou's will gossip," Lin Qinghe said. Mother Zhou said, "I'll look after my grandson." "Who dares to say anything?" "That's hard to say." "Mom, just take it over. I still have some here." Lin Qinghe waved her hand. Mother Zhou wanted to advise her to spend less, but she thought better of it. After all, it was all bought for her son and her 3 grandsons. "Mom, with so much going on at home, where did you go?" Sister Zhou too couldn't help asking when she saw her return. Sister Zhou, 3, was pregnant now and about to give birth. She hadn't been working recently and stayed at home. Sister Zhou, 4, went to work. Although little Zhou Dong was still young, she left him at home to help Sister Zhou, 3, take care of things. She would come back now and then to feed him milk. Sister Zhou, too, didn't go to work today either because she was in pain from her period. However, Sister Zhou didn't plan to work because her mother-in-law was also there, so she asked her to do the chores. But unexpectedly, her mother-in-law went to help at the 4th brother's house to watch the children. This is from the 4th family. Mother Zhou initially thought they were being overly attentive, but now she didn't think so. Seeing the piece of meat from the 2nd family, it was clear they were not happy. When Sister Zhou saw the meat, she didn't say anything. Sister-in-law Zhou smiled and said, "4th brother's wife is very generous. She brought such a big piece of meat. She said I should go help watch the 2nd and 3rd children, so I brought this back," Mother Zhou explained. This was meant for Sister Zhou to hear, and she just shrugged her shoulders. Lin Qinghe had no interest in the little tricks from the Zhou family. The meat was given as a sign of respect to Zhou's parents, but it was also to shut Sister Zhou up. 2 birds with 1 stone. At noon, they planned to eat steamed rice. Lin Qinghe cooked 9 or 10 eggs, peeled them, and then put chopped ribs and sliced pork belly into a clay pot with soy sauce to stew. She also prepared a light stir-fried green vegetable dish and a simple shrimp and kelp soup. Of course, these dishes were prepared carefully to match Zhou Qingba's return time. Before that, Lin Qinghe had a busy morning. Although Zhou Qingba had fed the pigs once in the morning, she still had to feed them again. As the pigs grew bigger, their food needs increased. Lin Qinghe planned to go out to pick wild vegetables with the 2nd and 3rd children after her afternoon nap. In the afternoon, Zhou Qingba finally returned, his face red from the sun. Lin Qinghe felt a bit uncomfortable seeing him, so she gave him water to wash his face and told him to take a shower and change clothes. The family then sat down to eat. The pork ribs, pork belly, and boiled eggs stewed in soy sauce made the rice very appetizing. Lin Qinghe told Zhou Qingba to eat more. He looked at her with a smile, but she didn't understand what he was smiling about. She urged him to eat quickly and go back to sleep. Zhou Qingba naturally ate his lunch happily. His wife's cooking skills were always excellent. "Big kid, clear the dishes. 2nd kid, sweep the floor," Lin Qinghe said after finishing her meal, assigning chores. The 2 brothers were used to doing these chores, so they started working right away. 3rd child went to play with Flying Eagle, and Lin Qinghe went back to her room. Zhou Qingbai was waiting for her. When she came in, he looked at her. Lin Qinghe cleared her throat and said, "I already told Sister Mei yes. You can't change your mind now." Zhou Qingbai pulled her into his arms and said, "I'll give you 1 chance. If anything happens again, this will be over." "Okay," Lin Qinghe agreed quickly. With enough space, she believed nothing would go wrong in this life. "Did I hurt you last night? Are you feeling better?" Zhou Qingbai asked in a low, husky voice. Lin Qinghe's face turned a little red. Did she get hurt? She didn't feel anything. But to prevent that wolf from coming back tonight, she said, "Not yet. Let me check," Zhou Qingbai said, about to examine her. Lin Qinghe's face turned even redder. "It's broad daylight. What are you doing?" "The kids are outside. The door is closed. They can't come in," Zhou Qingbai replied. But Lin Qinghe wouldn't let him check. She definitely wouldn't agree. Still, in the end, Zhou Qingbai pushed her onto the bed, kissing her until she was dizzy and out of breath. Honey, Zhou Qingbai whispered softly. Lin Qinghe saw the fire in his eyes and couldn't help but say, How long did you work last night? You even worked all morning today. Do you still have energy? Yes, Zhou Qingbai said, his eyes burning with desire. Then you should rest too, Lin Qinghe said, glaring at him. This rough man had incredible stamina, which was obvious from his strong build. No other man in the village looked like him. She knew that the young women outside looked at him with shining eyes. They harbored some hostility toward her. But so what if they did? He wasn't a man they could covet. He's hers, Lin Qinghe's. No need to rest, Zhou Qingbai said, kissing her before trying to turn over on top of her. I haven't rested well. Last night, you were as wild as someone who hasn't seen meat in years. I still don't feel good, Lin Qinghe said softly, pretending to be weak. Hearing this, Zhou Qingbai had to give up. Then you should rest well. Thinking about last night, Zhou Qingbai felt a little embarrassed. He had been reckless. But he couldn't help himself. His wife was so charming that he couldn't resist wanting her again and again. Lin Qinghe finally let out a sigh of relief and leaned comfortably into his arms. After last night, when they became husband and wife, she finally felt like he was truly her man. Even though you're earning work points, you don't have to work so hard. If you want to slack off, go ahead. Our family won't go hungry, so you don't need to be so exhausted, Lin Qinghe said. I'm not tired, Zhou Qingbai shook his head. For a strong man like him, farm work wasn't really difficult. Not tired? Saying it's hard labor is not true. I told you, if you don't take care of your health and can't work in the future, I might just kick you out, Lin Qinghe said. Then you can try kicking me and see if you can do it, Zhou Qingbai replied. Lin Qinghe reached up and touched his face. You're still young now, so you won't be affected yet. But Zhou Qingbai, do you think your face will still look good after being exposed to the sun and wind for a few more years? As long as a man can shoulder his responsibilities, his face doesn't matter, Zhou Qingbai said. His words sounded very manly, and Lin Qinghe couldn't help but lean in and steal a kiss. Zhou Qingbai was stirred up by her. But knowing she wasn't feeling well, he didn't want to bother her. I'm concerned about my appearance, so don't make yourself look like an old man. I don't like that, Lin Qinghe said. Zhou Qingbai nodded in agreement. He also knew that one of the main reasons his wife liked him was because he looked decent. Sometimes she would stare at him blankly, and occasionally, when she looked at his figure, her eyes would light up.
So he knew how to attract his wife.
Go to sleep, Zhou Qingbai said softly, holding her waist. Lin Qinghe let him sleep, then went out to supervise the older child doing homework. The second child needed to catch up on yesterday's math, and the third was washing his hands and face, preparing for a nap. Zhou Qingbai was indeed tired and fell asleep in the room, smelling his wife's lingering scent. By around 1 p.m., he was back to work. Lin Qinghe felt a bit uneasy inside. The weather was okay now, less hot. But when June or July arrived, life would become very hard. It would be exhausting and tough to survive. After the older child went to school, Lin Qinghe took the second and third children out to dig for wild vegetables. She left Fei Ying at home to guard the house. Honestly, having a loyal dog like Flying Eagle to guard the house makes Lin Qinghe feel much more at ease when she goes out. Although most of the family's valuables are stored in her space, there are still other possessions. At this time, many people are out digging wild vegetables. Lin Qinghe took her 2 children, Erwa and Sanwa, and ran into a few other women also out digging. Wow, Mrs. Qingba is out digging wild vegetables too? In the past, you wouldn't even look at these vegetables, let alone eat them, said one woman, about Lin Qinghe's age but much older looking in appearance. This was clearly a sarcastic remark, implying that Lin Qinghe had fallen from grace. That was the past. This is now. Times are different. People should be smart, be proud when they should, but also know when to settle down and live a good life, Lin Qinghe said with a gentle smile. Yeah, now we can't even be proud, the woman replied cheerfully. That's still better than some people who have never been proud, Lin Qinghe said with a half-smile. Hearing this, the woman named Wang Ling's face darkened.
What do you mean by that? Do you not understand what I mean?
Do you think you're qualified to mock me? Even if my family's Qingba has stepped down, I don't have to do farm work. He's fully responsible, letting me enjoy a good life at home. Do you think you're living as well as I am? Lin Qinghe sneered. Wang Ling was so angry she couldn't speak. With the life you're living, I'd have given up long ago. And yet, you still have the nerve to come and complain to me. Can't you see your old face in a mirror? You look 10 years older than me, and you still have the nerve to mock me? Who gave you that courage? Zhou Erwa, tell her. What are we having for lunch? Lin Qinghe said. 5-spice pork with boiled eggs and plain rice. So delicious. Erwa immediately answered. Did you hear that? Lin Qinghe shot a glance at Wang Ling. Wang Ling was trembling with anger, but she knew Lin Qinghe was not someone to be bullied. Continuing would only make her suffer, so she turned and walked away. The other women felt a bit awkward, but Lin Qinghe didn't cause trouble for them. She simply went to dig wild vegetables with Erwa and Sanhwa. This made the others breathe a sigh of relief. What's wrong with Wang Ling? She's always looking for trouble without thinking. Is she someone easy to mess with? One of them spoke up. Is it just jealousy, wanting to see Lin Qinghe's joke? Another said with a sneer. There's nothing funny about it. Even though Zhou Qingbai has stepped down, no woman in the village can compare to her. Since marrying Zhou Qingbai, she hasn't had to work the land. A third person added. That's true. I heard she buys meat to eat every few days. She really knows how to enjoy life. Just look at Dawa and his brothers. They've grown a lot this year. Even Sanhwa is almost a little chubby, like a lucky baby in a painting. The women continued chatting while they dug wild vegetables nearby. As for Lin Qinghe, she was on the other side, digging with Erwa and Sanhwa. She didn't trust Wang Ling, who was close to Zhou Er's wife. Wang Ling often gossiped, but she hadn't dared to confront Lin Qinghe directly. Now, she was bold enough to come and mock her, so Lin Qinghe naturally wouldn't be polite. The mother and her 2 children played and dug wild vegetables. A few days ago, there was a spring rain that lasted 4 or 5 days. During that time, Lin Qinghe also went up the mountain to pick mushrooms. She didn't go deep into the woods with Erwa and Sanhwa, just looked around the edges, but she still found quite a few. After more than an hour, the 3 of them returned home with a good harvest. They laid the whole mushrooms out on a sieve to dry for later. The broken and crushed ones she planned to stir-fry tonight. They would be very fresh and tasty. They washed and stir-fried the wild vegetables for dinner. There were some leftover pork ribs, pork, and eggs from noon, so she planned to cook 2 dishes tonight, steam some corn buns, and make a soup, just enough. Lin Qinghe took Erwa and Sanhwa home, let them pour themselves some water, and then gave each a milk candy to play with. She started cooking pig feed. Most of the wild vegetables were for the pigs. Her pigs were well cared for. By the end of the year, reaching 200 gene, about 100 kilograms, wouldn't be a problem. If they could produce 200 gene of pork, it would be considered a big fat pig for this era, suitable for processing. And when the time came, the meat would be divided, with her share definitely included. The taste was a bit strong, but Lin Qinghe could tolerate it. After all, she was only responsible for feeding and cleaning. Zhou Qingbai handled the rest. In fact, she only fed the pigs twice a day, once in the morning and once at noon. Zhou Qingbai was the one who fed them at other times when he came back. Caring for pigs is not just about earning work points. If the pig manure is given to the team, it also counts. These tasks are usually done by Zhou Qingbai, and Lin Qinghe would never do them. She relies on a man to avoid doing such chores. She's a bit delicate that way, and she knows it herself. Otherwise, why would she value Zhou Qingbai so much, this rough man? After feeding the pigs and watering the vegetable garden, her work was almost done. Lin Qinghe washed her hands and face, then went to the kitchen to check if the noodles were ready. They were almost there, but she didn't worry about it. She took some leftover fabric from home to make a pair of slippers for Zhou Qingbai to wear when they got home. Around 4 o'clock, the eldest son finished school and came home. He drank water and then went out to play. Lin Qinghe didn't mind when her brothers occasionally went out to have fun. As long as she finished her chores and they didn't do anything dangerous, she rarely interfered. When it was almost time, Lin Qinghe put away the half-finished fabric, along with needles, scissors, and other tools, into a basket. She then went into the kitchen to prepare dinner for the family. They had cornmeal buns. Lin Qinghe also planned to make whole wheat bran buns, but it seemed her brothers didn't like them very much. She was fine with it, and Zhou Qingbai had no opinion either. However, her brothers didn't like them much, so she only made them once. Still, next month she planned to make them a few more times so they could appreciate how lucky they were to eat white flour buns and cornmeal buns. She wanted to prevent them from becoming spoiled and unable to endure any hardship. While thinking about this, Lin Qinghe efficiently prepared the evening meal. There was no need to add pork to the mushrooms. A little leftover broth from lunch was enough for stir-frying, making it very tasty. The wild vegetables were fresh, and she also cooked a soup. Just 2 or 3 simple dishes, prepared quickly. Zhou Qingbai didn't return until nearly 6 o'clock. Although this man always endured hardships silently, Lin Qinghe could still see a trace of fatigue in his eyes. It's no wonder he was tired after working so long. "Get ready for dinner," Lin Qinghe said. "Okay," Zhou Qingbai replied, clearly hungry. He washed his face and hands, then came to sit down. Her brothers also returned around dinner time. After dinner, Lin Qinghe told Zhou Qingbai, "Find a time to go, and see if you can buy back those books. The day after tomorrow, the team asked me to buy some pesticides and promised to bring them back for you," Zhou Qingbai said. "Okay," Lin Qinghe replied. Although she wasn't young anymore since waiting to retake the college entrance exam. So what? The first batch had no age restrictions, and she planned to take the exam and come back with a good score. "You're also tired. After your bath, go rest. I'll feed the pigs again later, and we can clean the pigsty tomorrow," Lin Qinghe said thoughtfully. Zhou Qingbai clearly wasn't quite there yet. Doing farm work is tough, but he could handle it, and after a meal at home, he felt much better. However, Lin Qinghe still cooked the pig feed. Zhou Qingbai carried it over to feed the pigs, and he also cleaned the pigsty and chicken coop, things he did every day. Seeing him work so hard without complaint, Lin Qinghe felt a bit guilty. She only managed 3 meals a day and didn't worry about anything else. But what could she do? She was lucky. Women without conscience are usually lucky, and she was pretty much like that. Of course, hardworking women are the same, but it's just more tiring. Still, people are different. Existence is justified. The presence of women like her shows that it's reasonable. By the time they finished their chores, it was only 7 o'clock, very early. It was dark later now, and they had just turned on the lights. Zhou Qingbai had gone out. The 3 children were studying. Lin Qinghe supervised them while continuing to make shoes with a basket. When Zhou Qingbai returned, it was about 7:30. He had gone to see the village secretary about something. Lin Qinghe signaled for him to rest first. Zhou Qingbai stood still, clearly waiting for her. Big and second children started making faces at each other. Lin Qinghe scolded, "Are you two blinking your eyes? Hurry up and do your homework. Finish it, then blow out the lamp and go to sleep. Don't you know that wasting oil is bad?" Starting tomorrow, they would do their homework right after coming home from school. If they didn't finish, they wouldn't eat. Zhou Qingbai also thought their older son was disturbing his and Lin Qinghe's quiet time, so he said calmly, "If you don't finish, no dinner." Big son looked miserable, wanting to say something but unable to compete with the couple. He could only promise to do it earlier tomorrow. After finishing, he recited a poem, and then Lin Qinghe finally let him go. She told him to get ready for bed with the second child. Lin Qinghe then took the third child home, chatted with him for a while. The boy was now speaking more smoothly and was quite good at chatting. Zhou Qingbai didn't dislike his youngest son. After playing for about half an hour, the third child started yawning, and as soon as he yawned, he fell asleep immediately. Lin Qinghe was then embraced by Zhou Qingbai. "Don't do anything reckless. You've been busy all day. Go to bed early," Lin Qinghe whispered. "I'm not tired," Zhou Qingbai said as he turned over. Lin Qinghe had to find another excuse, saying, "I'm not ready yet." Just once. I'll be gentle, Zhou Qingbai replied. But in reality, words like that from men are as unreliable as saying, I'll just cuddle but not do anything. In the end, Lin Qinghe fell asleep from exhaustion. Zhou Qingbai was happily cleaning his wife, and it was almost 10 o'clock now. They had gone to bed at 8. Zhou Qingbai went to the kitchen to feed the pigs. This was the last meal of the day. He would get up at 5 in the morning to cook for them. Although it was only 2 pigs, it kept him quite busy. Even though Lin Qinghe was exhausted and fell asleep, she didn't forget her promise with Sister May. Around 3 o'clock, she got up. It's still early. Zhou Qingbai woke up quickly and hugged her. I need to get the pork, Lin Qinghe said. Now, Zhou Qingbai frowned. Otherwise, what do you think? It's best to go now, Lin Qinghe replied. Although it was a bit early, late at night when it's quiet was the best time to go to the slaughterhouse to get the meat. Zhou Qingbai said, I'll go with you, no need. I can go alone, Lin Qinghe refused. You should sleep. You have work tomorrow morning. But Zhou Qingbai had already gotten up and was dressing. No matter what Lin Qinghe said, she couldn't stop him, so she had to let him come along. Honestly, she was a little scared to go out alone late at night. Zhou Qingbai took her there. Lin Qinghe carried a basket, handed it over to Sister May and her husband, Old Chen, then returned. Not going to the county town, Zhou Qingbai asked her. No need. I have other plans, Lin Qinghe casually said. Zhou Qingbai looked at her and Lin Qinghe said, Don't worry. I won't take any risks. Trust is important between husband and wife, you know. Zhou Qingbai smiled. His brave and daring wife was always right about everything. He then took her home, even though it was only after 4 o'clock. Zhou Qingbai no longer planned to sleep. He wanted to go feed the pigs, but he had gone to bed so late last night and woke up at 3. How many hours was that? Tomorrow morning I will feed the pigs. You hurry and go back to sleep, Lin Qinghe said. I can't sleep, Zhou Qingbai shook his head. Even if you can't sleep, you have to let me sleep, Lin Qinghe glared. Zhou Qingbai then lay down with her, but this restless man started again. This time, it lasted a bit longer, and outside was already getting light. Lin Qinghe couldn't help but pinch him and say, You did a good job. Go to sleep, Zhou Qingbai said happily, kissing her, then got up to cook pig feed. Lin Qinghe washed some sesame seeds, then put them on the stove to cook a sesame and rib porridge. Last night, there were some leftover cornmeal buns, which she planned to steam and eat together later. Of course, she also went to the backyard to pick some greens. Even so, because she didn't get enough sleep, when Zhou Qingbai returned at noon, it was obvious he was really exhausted. Serves you right, Lin Qinghe said without sympathy, snorted, and ignored him. She took her 3rd son to sleep next door, letting him stay alone. Zhou Qingbai felt a bit helpless, but he was really too tired to work this morning. So this time, he didn't try to push himself. After taking a shower and having lunch, he went back to rest in his room. Lin Qinghe didn't exactly feel no pity, but she made sure he understood not to take advantage of his youth and strength to do whatever he wanted. He couldn't ask for more every day with so much work to do. Fortunately, her pork and Sister May had an agreement to deliver every 3 days, so tonight, she didn't have to get up in the middle of the night again. In the evening, Lin Qinghe still prepared a good meal for him. After he finished eating, she tidied up the pig pen and told him to rest early. Zhou Qingbai was not the type to give up easily. After all, he had finally gotten some meat to eat. How could he be satisfied so quickly? Lin Qinghe couldn't do anything about him, but luckily, he was quite restrained tonight. It only took an hour. Even so, Lin Qinghe was covered in sweat. Since being with Zhou Qingbai, Lin Qinghe had really noticed her skin improving to a new level. It was a true harmony of yin and yang, glowing from the inside out with a healthy, rosy glow. Lin Qinghe looked at herself and was very satisfied. In the past, when I went to buy pork in the county town or visited the food factory to see Zhou Xiaomei, she would always look at me with envy and say, "Fourth sister-in-law, your skin is so good." Actually, it's nothing special. Lin Qinghe coughed and then asked, "How have you been lately?" It was just a casual question, but as soon as she said it, Zhou Xiaomei looked shy, which seemed to suggest something. Are you seeing someone? Lin Qinghe asked with a raised eyebrow. Honestly, Zhou Xiaomei has been seeing someone recently. He's a bit older, 29 this year, the only child in his family. His parents have passed away, and he still lives in a house they left him. He's quite honest, but he stammers a little, Zhou Xiaomei explained. Stammers a little? Lin Qinghe looked at her. Yes, just a bit. But he's not very stammering. His uncle is the director at a textile factory, and he's a team leader there, Zhou Xiaomei nodded. 29 isn't very old, but his conditions aren't bad. Why hasn't he married yet? Lin Qinghe asked. He's healthy, no issues. It's just that he stammers a bit, and people look down on him because his parents are gone. He has no siblings, only an uncle, Zhou Xiaomei said. Even though the old customs are gone now, some ideas still linger. Since he stammers, has no parents, and is an only child, even with a house and a job, city girls might look down on him. But in the countryside, they don't think much of him either. So over time, they've just stayed like that. How did you two meet? Lin Qinghe asked. The food factory and the textile factory are a bit far from each other. I was on leave and went out for a walk. I met two troublemakers in the park, and he was the one who chased them away, Zhou Xiaomei said shyly. Lin Qinghe nodded and asked, How long have you known him? Half a month. Yesterday, we went to see a movie together. On the way back to the dormitory, he told me he wanted to be in a relationship with me and hoped I would agree, Zhou Xiaomei said with a slight blush. Lin Qinghe then asked if he knew about her rural household registration. Zhou Xiaomei said she had told him, and he didn't mind. He just liked her for who she was. Since it's about that time, he should be off work now. Let's go and see him. Lin Qinghe spoke. Zhou Xiaomei was shy, but nodded in agreement. She trusted her sister-in-law very much, so she came along. It was about a half-hour journey. Coincidentally, when they arrived, they met Su Daling riding his bike home after work. Lin Qinghe's appearance naturally drew attention. Many people couldn't help but look her way. The crowd was quite lively, but Lin Qinghe didn't even blink. Zhou Xiaomei whispered, Next time I go back, I want to tell my brother to look after his wife better. She had already told her mother before that. With her sister-in-law's looks, many people in the city would want to marry her. Her mother still didn't believe it. Look at that person staring at you. Could it be the one called Su Daling? Lin Qinghe didn't pay attention to him, and just asked. Zhou Xiaomei looked over and saw it was indeed Su Daling. She felt a little happy and shy as she waved at him. Su Daling came over. Su Daling, this is my sister-in-law, Zhou Xiaomei introduced. Then she introduced Lin Qinghe again. Sister-in-law, this is Su Daling. Su Daling understood what was happening. Although he was 29, he still felt a bit shy. He nodded and said, Sister-in-law. Hey, who are you calling? Zhou Xiaomei's face turned bright red. Lin Qinghe was also a bit surprised. Su Daling reacted quickly, looking embarrassed. He hurriedly said, I didn't mean to. He got more nervous and stammered even more, unable to explain himself clearly. It's okay. I heard from my sister-in-law about you, so I came to thank you for helping last time. I also told my sister-in-law to go out less alone, Lin Qinghe said firmly. Su Daling nodded. There's nothing else. I'll take my sister-in-law now. She has a day off tomorrow, Lin Qinghe finished and led Zhou Xiaomei away. Seeing her leave quickly, Su Daling looked disappointed. He felt his performance just now was really bad. He thought that sister-in-law would definitely be unhappy with him. He then went straight to his uncle's house. Daling is here. Tomorrow is a holiday. Did you take your girl to the movies tonight? Your aunt told you. Your girl is quite good, with many siblings, and she suits you well. His sister-in-law smiled and said. His uncle also nodded, looking quite pleased with Zhou Xiaomei. Auntie, maybe. Maybe it's going to fall through, Su Daling said sadly. His uncle and sister-in-law were both surprised. What happened? Su Daling sighed and nervously explained how Lin Qinghe and Zhou Xiaomei came to thank them. After a few words, he took Zhou Xiaomei away. They both looked at each other and asked, Is there anything else? No, nothing, Su Daling shook his head. Just as they looked disappointed, he remembered actually. Xiaomei has a holiday tomorrow. What's the big deal about that?
His uncle said.
But his sister-in-law was happy to hear that. Dallin, you still have hope. I think her sister-in-law is quite satisfied with you.
How?
How do you know? Su Dallin asked in surprise. Yeah, how do you know? His uncle asked too. If she wasn't satisfied, why would her sister-in-law say that her sister doesn't need to work tomorrow? It's so you can go see her, his sister-in-law explained. Really? Su Dallin couldn't help but ask. You two don't understand women's thoughts. Trust me, just take a day off tomorrow, take Xiaomei out for a walk and have fun. Also, promise Xiaomei that the bride price will be fair and generous so she can marry you happily, she said. Okay. Su Dallin, a grown man, felt a little shy talking about this. Meanwhile, Lin Qinghe was talking to Zhou Xiaomei about the same thing. Fourth sister-in-law, do you not like Su Dallin? He's not usually so nervous. Maybe he was just worried because I brought my family over, Zhou Xiaomei said. You look so anxious, Lin Qinghe smiled and teased her. Zhou Xiaomei was surprised. Fourth sister-in-law, do you not like him? I told you already, having no parents, a car, and a house are the main things when choosing a partner. He might not say it openly, but I've seen him. He's not bad. Now it's just your own problem. Have you thought about what it will be like after you marry him? Some gossiping women might say you're marrying a stutterer, Lin Qinghe warned her. Who dares to say anything about Dallin? I'll tear their mouth apart. Zhou Xiaomei immediately said. Lin Qinghe smiled and said, think about this carefully. Dress up nicely tomorrow, and he will probably take a day off to come pick you up and go out. Fourth sister-in-law, how did you know that? Zhou Xiaomei's cheeks turned red. Otherwise, how would I explain to him that you don't need to go to work tomorrow? If he comes to pick you up, you should seriously consider it. If he doesn't, then he's too stubborn, which also shows that his relationship with his family isn't very good. He didn't even give a reminder. After saying this, Lin Qinghe went back. That night, she told Zhou Qingbai about Dallin from Su. He's quite a good person. He's a bit shorter than you, but still about 1.80 m. Zhou Qingbai's height was about 1.85 m, which was very tall in this era of widespread malnutrition. His features are pretty good too. His nose is high and a bit silly looking, but his eyes are clear and sharp, with no flickering or sneaky light, Lin Qinghe continued. With her appearance, other young men wouldn't notice Zhou Xiaomei beside her. But when she looked at Dallin from Su, she saw that he didn't see her at all, his eyes only focused on Zhou Xiaomei. Although he stutters a bit, that's not a big deal in daily life. And if they argue in the future, even 10 of him wouldn't compare to Xiaomei. I also heard Xiaomei say that their house is pretty good, over 40 square meters, Lin Qinghe said. Don't judge the house by modern standards. Back then, a whole family squeezed into just over 40 square meters. So, having 40 square meters in Dallin's family was like a mansion. His salary is 34 yuan a month. This salary was twice as high as Zhou Xiaomei's. Because Zhou Xiaomei was a new worker, even with a small raise this year, she only earned 17 yuan. But Dallin earned 34 yuan because he was a team leader and had been working longer. A family of 5, like hers, could live quite well on 10 yuan a month, by today's standards. According to Lin Qinghe's standards, they would need at least 20 yuan to live comfortably. She used to think spending money was fast, but now that she had a way to earn money, things changed. She sold pork from Sister May and her husband, earning about 4 yuan each time. In the past, on the black market, they didn't need ration tickets for meat and could exchange for some grain tickets, but the prices were high, about 1 or 1.5 yuan per jean. Every 3 days, I buy 5 jean of meat, including some scraps, totaling about 7 jean. I give Mei Jia a small discount of 1 mao per jean. Since the cost price is 1 yuan per jean, she earns 50 cents. Each time, I roughly make about 4 yuan. Buying every 3 days, I can earn around 40 yuan a month. Of course, Lin Qinghe is very careful when handling pork, and she specifically seeks out older women to buy from. These women usually have large families and are very cautious during exchanges, even more careful than her. In a month, she can earn this amount, and even with her own consumption, she saves quite a bit. Lin Qinghe is quite satisfied. She also wants to save money, so she keeps it all. When she finally opens up her funds, she will have enough to start her own business. I'm getting sidetracked. Let's talk about Zhou Xiaomei. After hearing her say this, Zhou Qingbai said, as long as you think it's good. Do you trust my judgment that much? Lin Qinghe smiled and teased him. Zhou Qingbai smiled slightly, looked at her without speaking. Lin Qinghe noticed that although he rarely smiled, when he did, it looked very nice. If I'm right, Xiaomei will probably get married this year. She doesn't have much else, but when the time comes, I'll give her a new quilt as a dowry. Lin Qinghe said, a new quilt, especially now, is quite a valuable gift. It's usually only close family members like sisters-in-law who would give such a gift, unless they have a good relationship. You decide, Zhou Qingbai said, not interfering in family matters. Lin Qinghe hugged his waist and said, you've lost a lot of weight recently. During winter, he was well-fed and strong, but now that summer is approaching, he's noticeably thinner. I haven't lost weight. Zhou Qingbai shook his head. I'm just in good shape. Hubby, have you rested enough? Zhou Qingbai's voice became husky again. Lin Qinghe cleared her throat and said, I haven't finished my rest yet. Zhou Qingbai sighed. Lin Qinghe playfully tugged at his face and said, why are you so unserious now? When did I ever take you seriously? Zhou Qingbai raised an eyebrow, giving her a meaningful look. Lin Qinghe understood and smiled faintly. When you just came back, weren't you like this? I asked you to sleep next door, and you agreed happily. I thought you had no interest in me at all. Zhou Qingbai felt a bit helpless. He thought it was impossible to say such things. When he returned before, his biggest wish was for her to settle down peacefully. But people's desires always grow. Although she was not very patient, she still took care of him. Even during that time when she was cold and distant, he could feel that she was different from before. So, he didn't know when exactly, he started wanting to get closer to her. Go to bed quickly. The summer harvest is coming next month. If you don't rest now, you'll just tire yourself out, Lin Qinghe said to him. Zhou Qingbai cuddled her and went to sleep. Now, it was already May. The weather was getting hotter, and the fish like loaches and eels were coming out of the water. During his busy days, Zhou Qingbai often caught some to bring home. Not only him, but Big Boy also liked to catch loaches. He carried a bucket happily, and second boy and third boy went along too. Since the water wasn't deep and was just in the muddy ditches, Lin Qinghe let them, but she also reminded Big Boy to watch out for his younger brothers. Big Boy was responsible. They kept the loaches in clean water overnight, and the next day, they could cook and eat them. They made dishes like loach tofu, grilled loach, or braised loach. Zhou Qingbai, who didn't like the earthy smell much, still loved this dish. Before long, it was early June. The harvest would start at the end of this month. But recently, there had been heavy rain. Will this affect the summer harvest? Lin Qinghe asked. It won't, Zhou Qingbai replied. When it rained, he didn't need to go to work and stayed at home. That's good. If it rained too much, we might have nothing to eat. We're counting on this crop, Lin Qinghe said. Fortunately, the weather cleared up in mid-June after 7 or 8 days of drizzle. The sun was shining brightly. By the end of June, the summer harvest officially began. This was a big event in the village, and everyone participated. Lin Qinghe didn't go, but Big Boy and Second Boy did. They went to gather wheat ears, which could earn them work points. Lin Qinghe stayed at home taking care of the animals, cooked meals, and then took the 3 boys to bring the food. The family had a picnic under the trees. Because it was the summer harvest, the meals were simple, but definitely nutritious. We ate spring pancakes. Lin Qinghe had prepared and brought them home already wrapped. Inside were small pieces of meat, diced mushrooms, scrambled eggs with chives, her homemade tomato sauce, and seasonal vegetables. The smell was very fragrant and delicious. Along with this, there was also soup. Lin Qinghe brought a bowl for each person. After eating, we rested a bit, then had fresh tomatoes. The taste was simply wonderful. The food here is definitely the best in the village. Old Zhou's family can't compare. Sister-in-law Zhou looked at the family of 5 over there eating spring pancakes, especially the ones filled with lots of ingredients. The aroma even drifted over here. Eating so well. Why don't you bring some over for Dad and Mom? Sister-in-law Zhou said with a pout, nibbling on her pancake. They've already split the household. Just eat yours, Mother Zhou replied, giving her daughter-in-law a sharp look. That one sentence made sister-in-law Zhou afraid to say anything more, but she was clearly feeling quite resentful inside. Lin Qinghe didn't stay long. She applied a layer of sunscreen to Zhou Qingbai and the two older children. She had grabbed 2 large jars of it when collecting supplies earlier. Now it was coming in handy. The older children were okay. They just came over to join the fun. But Lin Qinghe made sure everyone wore hats. Zhou Qingbai was the main worker. He was already red from the sun, and Lin Qinghe felt sorry for him just looking at him. You don't need me to put this on you, Zhou Qingbai said. I don't have much left. I can't put it on you many more times, Lin Qinghe replied. Zhou Qingbai's expression softened. Rest now, Lin Qinghe said. He nodded and took the 2 older children to rest and sleep. Lin Qinghe packed up and took the 3 children home. It was really hot that day, like the heat was rising from the ground. But on such a big day, no one could stay inside. Everyone had to go out and harvest quickly. Lin Qinghe was used to not going to the fields because she was lazy, so others were used to it and didn't think much of it. When the horn sounded, Zhou Qingbai and others went back to harvest again. The older children, like the 2 younger ones, didn't have many demands. They were responsible for picking wheat ears from the field, earning work points based on weight. They all worked very hard. Even with all their energy, the day was very tiring. When they returned home, the second child was still riding on his father's back, clearly exhausted. Lin Qinghe was surprised and worried he might get heatstroke, so she said, Tomorrow, the second child shouldn't go. No, I want to go, the second child quickly replied. Are you not tired? Lin Qinghe looked at him. I'm not tired, he nodded. Seeing this, Lin Qinghe decided not to argue and said, If you're tired, you must rest immediately, understand? I know. I won't push myself. If I get heatstroke, it will be very uncomfortable, he said. Some other children had gotten heatstroke before, with symptoms like vomiting and diarrhea, which looked very uncomfortable. After a simple, nutritious dinner, Lin Qinghe brought out the cooked mung bean soup, kept cool with well water. It was sugar-sweetened mung bean soup, mildly sweet, but very tasty. Lin Qinghe planned to give her husband and children more of the soup. She scooped 2 bowls and asked the eldest to take them to his grandfather and grandmother. She then told Zhou Qingbai, Tomorrow I will make more mung bean soup for you all. It's the best for cooling off. Okay, Zhou Qingbai nodded. Lin Qinghe was satisfied and said, Today was tiring too. Go rest now. Zhou Qingbai shook his head, not feeling that tired. He went to clean the pig pen and found it already cleaned, thanks to Lin Qinghe. She was willing to do this for him. I told you, I will only do this summer harvest work for you. You can handle everything else yourself, Lin Qinghe said. No need, I can do it when I come back, Zhou Qingbai replied. You're already so tired. I can't let everything fall on you, Lin Qinghe said with a smile. His eyes softened, and there was a sweet, tender look in his gaze when he looked at her, something rarely seen in this tough man. Go rest, Lin Qinghe waved her hand. The eldest quickly returned home. He was also tired today, so Lin Qinghe bathed him and his brothers, then sent them to bed. She gave them mung bean soup at 6:30 p.m. It wasn't very cold, but kept cool with well water, and with the added sugar it was sweet and very delicious. Starting from the next day, Lin Qinghe brought over a bowl of mung bean soup around 10 a.m. again. Of course, she also prepared a portion for Mr. and Mrs. Zhou. As for others, Lin Qinghe didn't bother with them. Zhou's second sister-in-law naturally couldn't help but complain, saying that the adults didn't have any, but the children didn't either. Zhou's older sister-in-law was at home taking care of the children and cooking, while Zhou's third sister-in-law came to work. Since Zhou's older sister-in-law had just given birth a couple of months ago, she didn't participate in the busy work. Instead, she was responsible for the family meals and taking care of the younger children. This time, Zhou's older sister-in-law also gave birth to a son. Lin Qinghe was generous and gave her 2 pigs' feet cooked with peanuts, which helped with milk production. Zhou's third sister-in-law was exhausted, but she didn't pay attention to what Zhou's second sister-in-law said. Since they had all moved out, Lin Qinghe, as the younger sister-in-law, could only share a portion with her parents-in-law. She wouldn't want others to want to eat from her family. How could that be possible? That day, Mrs. Zhou came back and reminded Zhou's older sister-in-law to also cook some mung bean soup and send it over to the fourth family. Zhou's second sister-in-law started to complain again, saying, "Are they afraid the two elders will impoverish the fourth family?" This time, Zhou's third sister-in-law couldn't hold back and told Zhou's older sister-in-law about it. Qinghe called her parents over to drink, but she wasn't happy because she said she didn't prepare for the children. Now, her mother asked sister-in-law to make a good meal for the whole family to drink, but she's still not satisfied and keeps talking behind her back, Zhou's third sister-in-law said. Who said otherwise? I even heard Mother Tao say the other day that Wang Ling wanted to mock Qinghe, but Qinghe retorted. Wang Ling is quite close to her, Zhou's older sister-in-law also said with a sneer. That's just a gossiping woman. Wherever I go, I hear her talking behind people's backs, Zhou's third sister-in-law said disdainfully. Forget it. Anyway, she only dares to talk behind our backs. If she has the guts, she should say it to Qinghe's face and see if Qinghe will forgive her, Zhou's older sister-in-law said. Zhou's third sister-in-law didn't say anything more. The summer harvest was exhausting. Because it was busy during the summer harvest, Lin Qinghe didn't go to the county to buy pork every day. She stored all the pork she collected in the space. Once the busy period was over, she would go to the county to buy more. Mei Jia no longer had a job, and Lin Qinghe just found out that she was only a temporary worker before. No wonder the original owner rarely saw Mei Jia. Fortunately, she now had this new job. Although she only got meat once every 3 days, she earned about 7 cents each time. In a month, she would get 10 portions, totaling about 70 cents, which was a small subsidy. Sometimes, she received nearly 10 pounds of meat at once. In addition to giving a small discount of 1 dime, Lin Qinghe also gave Sister Mei some food stamps, which she traded for with the elderly women in the town. All these small exchanges added up to almost what she earned from her job. Thanks to Sister Mei's connections, it was easy for Lin Qinghe to buy some hard-to-find items at the supply and marketing cooperative. For example, she had stored 3 jars of honey, which she managed to get through Sister Mei's help. At this time, the honey was truly wild honey, pure and natural. Last year, Lin Qinghe bought a jar of winter honey. It was solid like pig fat in a block form. She drank it all winter, always before bed, making a cup to drink. She drank it herself, as the children didn't need to drink this. Zhou Qingba didn't get any. At that time, he wasn't as important to her. But after the last time Zhou Gong's gift was given, well, he was now in her heart. Now, every night she brewed honey water. She would include a cup for Zhou Qingba. He said he didn't need it and didn't like sweet, sticky drinks. But since his wife asked him to drink it, even if he didn't like it, he still had to. Lin Qinghe felt that drinking this honey water was very good. Long-term drinking was obviously beneficial for health. Zhou Qingba had to drink it. He worked on the farm every day. Even though she cooked 3 delicious meals a day, it wasn't enough to nourish him. So, Lin Qinghe tried her best to find ways to improve his health. 7 days after the start of the summer harvest, Lin Qinghe slaughtered one of their chickens. It was raised after spring, now weighing over a pound. They lost 1 chicken during the period, but still had 5 left. After slaughtering one, they had 4 remaining, which was more than enough. This chicken wasn't just for eating plain. Lin Qinghe also pre-ordered a pig stomach from Sister Mei's pig farm. She washed, boiled, and cut the pig stomach, then cooked it together with the chicken, adding sesame seeds. It was a pot of sesame pig stomach chicken. The smell was definitely fragrant. When her husband and sons came back in the evening, they ate the sesame pig stomach chicken with whole wheat bran buns. Although the older and younger boys didn't like these buns very much, Lin Qinghe still made them sometimes. Even if they didn't want to eat, they had to. They couldn't eat only refined grains all the time, or they'd get tired of it. Big brother and second brother each got a chicken leg. Lin Qinghe said they could take turns eating the chicken leg now, and next time it would be their parents' turn. When third brother gets a bit older and can eat better, he will join the line too. Big brother and second brother agreed. Lin Qinghe gave third brother a chicken wing to chew on. The rest of the chicken was for Zhou Qiangbai. However, since she only drank soup and didn't eat meat, Zhou Qiangbai still fed her a chicken wing. The summer harvest lasted about half a month. Although summer harvest wasn't as tiring as autumn harvest, it was still hard work. Brother Zhou, second brother Zhou, and third brother Zhou all lost a lot of weight. Zhou's parents also got very tired from the work. Even though they learned from the fourth family and drank mung bean soup, they didn't get heat stroke. But honestly, Zhou de Sa's mung bean soup was without sugar, so it didn't taste as good as Lin Qinghe's. Also, Zhou's family didn't have as good food as this side. After this summer harvest, Zhou Qiangbai was tired, but didn't seem to be unwell or overly thin. Both big brother and second brother were in great health. When the summer harvest was over, Lin Qinghe finally relaxed. There would be more farm work later, but at least she could go home for a rest at noon. It wasn't like during the busy harvest time, when they only had half an hour for meals, and after eating, they had to rest for 10 minutes before going back to work. That was really exhausting. Earlier, Zhou Qiangbai helped her get the study materials she wanted. Although she hadn't studied for many years, now that she was starting again, it wasn't a problem. Zhou Qiangbai was also studying in the organization, so Lin Qinghe looked at the materials herself. Sometimes she pretended not to understand and asked him questions. She probably also told him about her progress, so he wouldn't be confused. It was a way for him to see her improvement, right? Zhou Qiangbai looked calm on the outside, but he was surprised inside. He found that his wife was learning very quickly. Sometimes at night, he even heard her talking in her sleep, reciting lessons. It was both funny and a bit embarrassing. After this summer harvest, Lin Qinghe's family received a lot of grain. Zhou Qiangbai received many work points, so he got a good share. Plus, there was pig manure from 2 pigs. Since May, Big Brother had been carrying a basket of pig feed every day to exchange for work points. Lin Qinghe also went back to gather pig feed, but she mainly collected grass to bring home for the pigs to eat. Because of this, her family received quite a bit of grain this time, so they don't need to buy any more grain for now. Sometimes Lin Qinghe would take a little more from her space, but that was enough. Her 2 big pigs at home are really well cared for. Last time, Mother Zhou came to visit and was very surprised. But she didn't say anything, and Lin Qinghe told her not to mention it. There are also chickens in the backyard now, and no one is allowed to enter freely. Once they slaughter the remaining chicken, it won't matter if people find out. If the village party secretary wants to come see, that's fine, but not right now. The grain harvest had been stored for about half a month, and the new seeds had been planted. The weather turned cloudy, and then it started to rain. Even Zhou Qiangbai looked happy because this saved a lot of work. No need to water the crops manually. It was like the heavens were blessing them. Lin Qinghe was at home reading a book, and her older brothers were doing the same. Although there are still 7 years until the college entrance exam resumes, they are just passing the time. She had thought about making some clothes, but then decided against it. The family already has 3 or 4 sets of clothes to wear, which is quite enough in this era. When the rain stopped, brothers Zhou Er and Zhou Sen came to call Zhou Qiangbai. They were going to catch eels and loaches. Zhou Qiangbai took a bucket and went with them. Big brother Zhou and second brother Zhou immediately said they wanted to join, and third brother also wanted to go. Lin Qinghe looked at Zhou Qiangbai, who nodded, saying, "All of us." The 3 brothers happily left the house with their father. Lin Qinghe continued reading her book. Zhou San's wife brought Zhou Dongdong over as a guest. Seeing her studying and reading surprised her. "You're still learning on your own." Even Zhou Qiangbai, who faced the hardest challenge, had passed it. Lin Qinghe didn't care what others thought of her. "This is just something to do in my free time. Staying at home is boring, so I asked Qiangbai to bring me some books to read," Lin Qinghe said. "Are these characters all written by you?" Zhou San's wife looked through her writing, surprised, and said to her 4 sisters-in-law, "The handwriting was delicate and beautiful, really excellent work." "I just wrote casually," Lin Qinghe replied. Lin Qinghe smiled after finishing her notes. Some of these were her recited texts from memory. Wow, I didn't know your handwriting was so good. That's really impressive, said Sister Zhou with admiration. Sister Zhou had only attended a basic literacy class for a while and knew very few characters, let alone write them. I used to do well in school, but I couldn't study because my family didn't allow me. They let my second brother study instead, said Lin Qinghe. In many rural areas, favoring boys over girls is common. But now that I study, it doesn't really help, Sister Zhou honestly said. I know it's not useful, but it's good to read more. The more books I see, the smarter I become, Lin Qinghe replied. Sister Zhou thought there was a reason why her sister-in-law was so smart. She looked at how eager she was to learn. Even though she was already a mother of 3, she still kept reading. But don't tell anyone about this, Sister Zhou.
I just want to look at my books myself.
If others find out, they might laugh at me, Lin Qinghe said. I won't tell. But studying is a good thing and honorable. No one will laugh at you, Sister Zhou replied. Maybe they're just jealous, Lin Qinghe smiled. Sister Zhou thought of Sister Zhou Er's attitude and didn't say much. Lin Qinghe looked at Zhou Dongdong and said with a smile, Little Dongdong is growing so fast. Last year, he was so small and now he can sit up. Kids grow like that. Our eldest, he's also grown a lot this year. He's taller than most kids his age in the village, Sister Zhou smiled. Lin Qinghe laughed. He's quite mischievous. When he saw his dad go fishing for eels while doing his homework, he immediately ran off with his 2 younger brothers. They talked about the children's progress and other topics for a while. Only then did Sister Zhou take Zhou Dongdong home. Of course, Lin Qinghe had prepared some snacks for her, picked a few tomatoes, sliced them, arranged on a plate, sprinkled a little sugar, and skewered them with toothpicks. It was a nice little treat for guests. Zhou Qingbai and the 3 children didn't come back until almost evening. They, including Zhou Qingbai, were covered in mud. Lin Qinghe didn't mind. Zhou Qingbai would wash their clothes. It was a tough day and the clothes were still drying, but they had spare clothes, so she wasn't angry. If she had to wash them, her brothers would definitely get scolded. Zhou Qingbai brought back 3 large eels and plenty of loaches. During the season, both eels and loaches are very fat and taste especially good. There's no need to raise eels, so I keep the loaches first. I will cook the eels directly at night. After eating the eel, Zhou Qingbai's temper became a bit fiery, and Lin Qinghe enjoyed a moment of happiness mixed with some worries. There's nothing I can do. He's been at it for so long that he made himself sweat. Sweating in the hot summer is uncomfortable. When she mentioned this, Zhou Qingbai looked innocent. He couldn't help it. He's just naturally persistent. Lin Qinghe smiled and playfully tugged at his face. She was starting to see that this man is actually quite cunning. Zhou Qingbai, meanwhile, was holding his wife happily. He felt a little disappointed about having to stop halfway because he really liked organizing things. It was his dream. But he couldn't help it, and stopping halfway made him feel uneasy. Now, he didn't regret coming home at all. Holding his wife, Zhou Qingbai felt very satisfied with his life now. He even started to blame himself for not appreciating her enough before. His wife is very good, especially good. He hadn't cherished her properly before, but from now on, he would treasure her even more. Wife, let's do it again, Zhou Qingbai said, wanting to be close to her again. Before Lin Qinghe could object, he had already started a new round of intimacy, making her stay up late the next day. Although summer is hot, it's also the season when fruits start to ripen. After the rain stopped, a new round of work began. Lin Qinghe took her 2 children to the county town to sell the pork they had saved up. She let her 2 boys eat popsicles at the mall entrance, telling the younger one to watch over the little brother. The 2 of them shared a popsicle. The younger one said he would remember and wouldn't lose sight of his brother. Lin Qinghe knew he was clever, but he was only 4 years old. She used a string to tie the 2 boys together at the waist. She told them to watch their bicycles and their little brother, then quickly went out to sell the pork. Because she cared about her boys, Lin Qinghe came back after half an hour, sweating again. Both boys sat quietly, and Lin Qinghe finally relaxed but also felt a little sad. Let's go with Mom to the supply and marketing cooperative to buy some malted milk to boost you, Lin Qinghe said. When the second and third children saw she was back, they were very happy and followed their mother inside. The two brothers are both good-looking, and Lin Qinghe's elegant appearance and demeanor are also very impressive. So, when the mother and children entered, the shopkeeper's eyes lit up. Lin Qinghe's shopping skills are truly exceptional. She bought malt milk, white rabbit candies, red dates, dried longans, and especially a 6 about 3 kilograms, big watermelon. Seeing these, the second and third children couldn't help but drool. They had already eaten most of the other items, so they weren't surprised, but they had never eaten a big watermelon before. After buying these things, Lin Qinghe didn't go straight home. Instead, she took the second and third children to walk around the mall and bought some school supplies before returning home. Once everything was bought, Lin Qinghe finally took her 2 sons and the supplies home. "Mom, will you bring us here again next time?" The second and third children sat in the front seats. Both brothers had special child seats, which Lin Qinghe drew herself and asked Zhou Qingba to have a carpenter make. The seats in the back were too small, and Lin Qinghe didn't feel safe. "Let's see how you two behave," Lin Qinghe said with a raised eyebrow. "We will listen and behave." The second child immediately replied obediently. "Be good and eat watermelon." The third child kept thinking about eating watermelon. The mother and children quickly arrived home, but there was nothing to eat yet because Zhou Qingba hadn't finished work and the older child hadn't finished school. They had to wait for them to come back to eat. Although eating from well water would be more refreshing, the children at home were still young, so Lin Qinghe didn't let them do that. "Mom, do we have to wait for Dad and Big Brother to come back to eat?" The second child looked longingly at the big watermelon. "On another day, if you're not at home and there's good food, we might eat it first without waiting for you. Do you agree?" Lin Qinghe asked with a raised eyebrow. The second child shook his head, so they waited for their father and older brother. The third child was rolling around on the mat with the watermelon. Although they couldn't eat the big watermelon first, Lin Qinghe still gave each of the brothers a tomato to eat. The older child went home first, but he went straight out with a basket, ready to go pig grass gathering with other kids in the village. These activities earned him work points. The second son, feeling like the man of the house, would carry a basket home every day after school to gather pig grass. "I only had time to give the backpack to Erwa, so he could bring it inside. I didn't even hear him say that mother bought a big watermelon because I was too busy to go out and feed the pigs." Big brother still feels responsible. Now Lin Qinghe doesn't restrict him much, and sometimes she asks for his opinion on things. This helps him become more independent. For dinner, we kept it simple: potato stew with pork ribs, a bowl of soup, and corn buns. When Zhou Qingba finished work, Big Brother also came back. So we started eating first. As for the watermelon, it was dessert after the meal. "Mother, how could you buy such a big watermelon?" Big Brother asked excitedly. "If I didn't buy a big one, it wouldn't be enough for our family to enjoy," Lin Qinghe replied. "She also likes watermelon." She asked Zhou Qingba, and he likes it too. The 6-pound watermelon was just right, not too much. Plus, they're still young now. When they grow up, 2 of these won't be enough. After dinner, the brothers started playing with the watermelon. Dinner was at 6 o'clock, and at 7, Lin Qinghe asked Zhou Qingba to cut the watermelon and share it. Mother Zhou happened to come over and saw the family eating watermelon. She couldn't help but admire how well the 4th family was doing. Truly impressive. But such days cost a lot of money. "Manhwa, give a piece to Grandma," Lin Qinghe said. Manhwa took a piece of watermelon and handed it to her. The little kid could now understand words and express himself clearly. Mother Zhou took the piece and said, "I just heard that your sister-in-law from my husband's family had a baby." Lin Qinghe was surprised. She realized it was Lin San's wife. When she visited earlier this year, she didn't know she was pregnant. Although she didn't have a good impression of Lin San's wife, she liked Lin San himself. She nodded and said, "I'll wait until my brother comes to share the good news." The watermelons at home are very tasty. Although Lin Qinghe finds the flavor just average, the children clearly enjoy it, and Zhou Qingba also likes it. "Next time I go to the county, I'll buy another one," Lin Qinghe promised. The brothers were happy to hear that. Even though it was already 7 o'clock, the sky was still light. The brothers, including Fei Ying, went for a walk. Lin Qinghe didn't need to ask. She knew he was just showing off and didn't care. He's just a kid, with only a few hobbies. Are you tired? Lin Qinghe looked at Zhou Qingbai. Want me to give you a massage? Although Zhou Qingbai wasn't tired, he enjoyed his wife's service. Since the 3 kids weren't home, he simply asked her to massage him. Lin Qinghe knew he was full of muscles, but when she started, she realized his muscles were really hard. Stop, she said after pressing twice, letting go. It was too firm to press. Zhou Qingbai smiled and pulled his wife onto his lap. In this hot weather, Lin Qinghe didn't mind the heat and sat on him, smelling the fresh scent of his after-shower body. That soap smell is really nice. She used a soap she collected for bathing. After washing, most of the oil and dirt were gone, and it felt good. Do you think I spend money recklessly, that I'm a wasteful wife? Lin Qinghe asked, hugging his neck and raising an eyebrow. Zhou Qingbai shook his head. No, his wife always thought of the family and didn't waste money. I was thinking, when can we go to Beijing to look around? Lin Qinghe asked. Why do you want to go to Beijing? Zhou Qingbai looked at her. Just curious. The Great Wall, the Heavenly Gate, legendary places, Lin Qinghe said with a smile. Actually, she had been there several times before. But for people in this era, a trip to Beijing was very meaningful. Not now. Things outside are tense. Let's wait and see, Zhou Qingbai replied. Lin Qinghe just mentioned it casually, then asked, do we have any jade pendants or similar things here? Those are old, feudal items, Zhou Qingbai said. Lin Qinghe was silent. She understood the environment he grew up in, so she said, then forget it. Zhou Qingbai knew his wife wanted something, so he planned to visit his old friend sometime. If there was a good one, he would bring it back for her. Can we do it tonight? Zhou Qingbai gently touched her slim waist and asked. Lin Qinghe was embarrassed. What was he thinking? But when she looked into his eyes, she saw he was serious. She hesitated and said, after a whole day of work, aren't you tired? No, not tired. Zhou Qingbai smiled, understanding her meaning, and kissed her on the cheek. The older brothers went out for about 10 minutes and then came back. After returning, they naturally did their homework and prepared for bed. Zhou Qingbai just ate some meat, and Lin Qinghe, who was also eating, was finally exhausted. Every day working in the fields all day, then busy at home too. Do you have that much energy? Lin Qinghe said tiredly. Zhou Qingbai, in a hoarse voice, replied, if you still want to, you can keep going. Lin Qinghe pushed him aside, and Zhou Qingbai happily hugged his wife, fanning her with a fan before going to sleep. The weather is really hot now. Lin Qinghe often makes mung bean soup. Every night after dinner, the family relaxes for a bit and then drinks a bowl of sweet mung bean soup. Half a month later, Lin San came to bring good news. Lin Qinghe asked him, you've been so busy for so long. Why did you come so late? That period was busy helping at home, Lin San said with a smile. Hurry up and drink this bowl of mung bean soup. Look at you. You're so thin, almost like a skeleton, Lin Qinghe said with a frown. Lin San was indeed too thin. He was about 1.75 meters tall. In this era, that's not short, but he probably weighed around 110 jin, about 55 kilograms. He was very skinny. You're exaggerating, sister, Lin San said with a smile, but he still drank the mung bean soup. He looked satisfied, saying, this sweet mung bean soup is really good. Lin Qinghe poured him another bowl. Lin San quickly said, sister, that's enough. Enough? Such a big guy, just one bowl of mung bean soup. There's still so much left in the pot, Lin Qinghe said. She wanted Lin San to drink the mung bean soup, so she went inside to prepare some pork. She gave him a pound of pork belly and 2 ribs, all of which were her private supplies from her space. In addition, she also scooped out 2 jin, about 1 kilogram, of brown sugar, and there were 2 jin of red dates at home, so she took a jin of those too. The rest she planned to make red date buns to change the flavor. She also gave half a jin of dried shrimp and a jin of eggs. When Lin San saw these things, he quickly said, sister, what are you doing? I understand the characters and their feelings clearly. Your wife just had a daughter last time, and now she has another daughter. They probably won't be happy about it because they always prefer boys over girls. So, your wife probably doesn't expect to have a good postpartum period. But you know how important a woman's postpartum rest is, since you've been a father before. So, why are you still arguing with me about this? Lin Qinghe said. Big sister. Lin Sandy's eyes were red. His wife just had this daughter, and his parents didn't look happy. His wife cried several times during her postpartum period. She wanted to eat something, but there was nothing available. He felt very guilty. But guilt doesn't help. There was nothing good to give his wife for her postpartum rest. It's still early, and everyone hasn't finished work. Let's go back quickly, Lin Qinghe said. Okay. Lin Sandy nodded, holding back his tears. He didn't want to trouble his sister, so he took this chance to go back quickly. He packed everything into a snakeskin bag. Even during this time, some villagers were still around. For example, Wang Ling, who had argued with Lin Qinghe before, saw everything. Sure enough, she said, not a good person. She just settled down and started bringing things back to her family again. When Zhou Er's wife finished work, Wang Ling told her about it. You don't know how much she took back. I saw it with my own eyes. There were quite a few, Wang Ling said. Did you really see it? Zhou Er's wife asked quickly. How could I lie? I guess eggs and such are definitely included. Wang Ling nodded. Zhou Er's wife went home and told Zhou Da's wife about it. Zhou Da's wife was also there and said, second sister-in-law, now we are two families. What Qinghe does has nothing to do with us. She gives her family things and they are not ours. We shouldn't say too much. Zhou Da's wife agreed, saying, once the family split, Qinghe makes the decisions there. We shouldn't interfere too much. Zhou Er's wife thought these two sisters-in-law had been bought by the fourth family's people. Now, they all stood on the fourth family's side. She came to tell Mother Zhou about this news. Mother Zhou was indeed a bit unhappy, but she immediately dismissed her second daughter-in-law and said, where did you hear this gossip? Nothing much to do, so just have more grandchildren for old Zhou's family and stay out of trouble with those women gossiping outside. Second sister-in-law Zhou's face kept changing from pale to red. She explained, Mother, I'm just thinking of fourth uncle. The whole family is already relying on him, and now he has to help his wife take care of her brothers. Are we trying to crush him? Mother Zhou overheard this, but she didn't dare to talk to Lin Qinghe about it. Instead, she privately told her son Zhou Qingbai. Seeing her son working so tired, she felt sorry and said, Fourth, you don't need to work so hard. Sometimes you should rest. Mom, I'm fine, Zhou Qingbai replied. Is there something you want to talk about? Today, old Lin's eldest son's third uncle came over. I heard your wife took back quite a few things. Is there enough food at home? Mother Zhou asked. His third aunt is still resting after giving birth. It's right to bring some things over. Zhou Qingbai nodded. His wife is now staying at old Lin's house and only recognizes her third brother. She ignores everyone else. That's true, but giving just a pound of eggs is enough. I heard she took a lot of things, Mother Zhou said. Things aren't like before. Every month, they send back dozens of dollars in allowance. The family is relying on you, and that's a heavy burden. She definitely wouldn't dare to tell Lin Qinghe about this. Lin Qinghe is polite to her, but only because she is Zhou Qingbai's mother. Because of that, nothing good comes of it. Sometimes, Lin Qinghe even asks her eldest son to bring food over. But if Mother Zhou tries to interfere in her life or arrange how she should live, Lin Qinghe would absolutely refuse. A quarrel was inevitable. That's not what Mother Zhou wanted to see, so she secretly came to talk to Zhou Qingbai. Mom, my wife knows what she's doing. You don't need to worry about us. Our life isn't too bad now, Zhou Qingbai said. If your life is good now, it's all because of money, right? When the money runs out, and the boys grow up and want to get married, they'll need money for that too, Mother Zhou said. My wife said we don't need to worry about the kids. When the boys grow up, they can work hard and take care of themselves, Zhou Qingbai said with a faint smile in his eyes. His wife said, kids will get married someday. Besides, you married me all on your own. Our house was built with your money. You can do it, and your sons can do it too. A good father has good sons, so there's no need for us to worry. Her words praised him and his sons all at once. Mother Zhou sighed when she heard this, but seeing her sons so clearly smitten by the fourth family's daughter, she knew he had no ability to think clearly. As farmers, they naturally kept some money for emergencies. Spending like this, how could they make a living? Mother Zhou went back home, and Zhou Qingba also returned. Lin Qinghe saw him come in and raised an eyebrow. What did your mother say to you? Why are you so secretive? Did she tell you outside? Nothing much, Zhou Qingba shook his head. Is it about my third brother coming and someone told her? She came to ask you to tell me to live more carefully. Things aren't like before, with a fixed monthly wage. The whole family's pressure is on you. She's worried about her old son, Lin Qinghe said. Zhou Qingba looked at his wife. Although he didn't hear everything, what she said was mostly what his mother had said. Is that right? Lin Qinghe shot him a look. Honey, you decide everything in our family, Zhou Qingba said seriously. That's more like it, Lin Qinghe nodded, seeing his firm stance, and huffed. As for what she gave her third brother, she didn't plan to explain. But if mother asks you again, just tell her directly to stop worrying so much. Our life is good, Lin Qinghe said. Zhou Qingba knew his wife was probably upset because his mother kept interfering in family matters. She didn't like it, but he didn't know how to explain, so he just looked at his wife silently. Lin Qinghe turned and went out again, continuing to cut red dates into small pieces with scissors, removing the pits, and preparing them to make red date buns. Although Lin Qinghe said she understood, she didn't agree. They had already separated households. Even if they cared about each other, they should stop overdoing it. Asking about things every now and then was annoying. Maybe if they met someone good, they might be grateful for Mother Zhou's concern as a mother-in-law. But Lin Qinghe didn't accept such kindness. She is the lady of the house. She can do whatever she wants, and if there is anything wrong, Zhou Qingbai can correct her. But outsiders are absolutely not allowed to interfere. This is her bottom line as the head of the family. So, in the days that followed, no good food from their home was ever sent over to old Zhou's family. Today I passed by there and saw Big Brother and his brothers eating steamed buns. They said it was date-filled buns, and they said they were very tasty, said Zhou Urge. He wasn't trying to cause trouble, he just mentioned it casually. Father Zhou didn't pay much attention, but Mother Zhou said nothing. It's probably because they didn't make much, so they only gave some to Big Brother and his brothers to try, said sister-in-law Zhou San with a smile. Fresh things, no matter what, should be sent to the parents, said sister-in-law Zhou Er with a raised eyebrow. They've already split the family, and they have to live their own lives, said sister-in-law Zhou Da with a smile. After dinner, everyone went back to their rooms. Zhou Sange looked confused and asked, "What's going on here?" Sister-in-law Zhou San sneered. It's because sister-in-law Er went to Mother and said that the fourth family took some things to her family's third brother. Mother wasn't happy and probably said a few words. Since then, the fourth family hasn't brought anything to the old couple. TSK, they've split the family. Why does Qingbai's wife care about what's happening here? What did Mother say? Asked Zhou Sange. Mother has always favored Uncle Fourth. Now the whole family relies on him, so she definitely wouldn't agree that the fourth family is still helping their own family, said sister-in-law Zhou San. Big brother Zhou also went back to his room and told sister-in-law Zhou Da about this. It's just the second family causing trouble. Why tell Mother about this? Said sister-in-law Zhou Da. Big brother Zhou said, Mother is nosy. She knows the family has split, and whatever they give over there doesn't concern us. Why does she keep going there to talk about these things? Who knows, said sister-in-law Zhou Da calmly. As for sister-in-law Zhou Er entering the room, she happily hugged Zhou Urge and kissed him. Zhou Urge looked annoyed and said, What are you doing? Still mad at me? Sister-in-law Zhou Er immediately glared. Zhou Urge pouted and thought to himself, if you were like the fourth family's wife, I'd be willing to be kissed 100 times. But look at your face. Can you compare it to the fourth family's? Speaking of which, the men usually talked privately about the fourth family. Of course, Zhou Urge was the only one listening secretly. They didn't dare to say it openly. Everyone was saying that the fourth family was lucky. Brother Zhou Er also thinks that his younger brother is very lucky. After he returned, he saw how well the fourth family took care of him. They said they kept finding new ways to make delicious food for him. During this summer harvest, he personally saw that for lunch, they ate either plain meat buns, spring pancakes, or fried dumplings. At worst, they had corn buns. But they also packed a lot of meat and vegetables in a food box for the fourth brother to eat. After such a busy summer harvest, everyone would be thin from exhaustion. But the fourth brother was not only not thin, he looked healthier than before. This made him feel very jealous. "Talking to you, what are you thinking about?" Sister Zhou Er asked. "I'm not thinking about anything." "What could I be thinking?" Brother Zhou Er sighed. "I wonder when our family will make something good to eat." He passed by the fourth family's house and wanted to go in and ask for a meal. Seeing the big brother and others eating red date buns, the sweet smell was in the air. Many children gathered around, but he didn't dare to go in. "Our mother is very careful with how she lives. Especially during festivals, don't even think about it," Sister Zhou Er said, waving her hand. At that moment, her son came in and said that Big Brother and the others had more delicious food. He also wanted to eat. Her son's name was Zhou Xia. He was about the same age as Erhua, but older than Sister Zhou Da's oldest son, Zhou Yang. Because Zhou Da's family had only daughters before. "What do you want to eat?" "Why don't you go work for her family as a son?" Sister Zhou Er scolded. "Can I?" Zhou Xia's eyes lit up like lanterns.
Brother Zhou Er smilet.
"Son, you don't have that kind of luck. Let's stay at home and eat corn cakes." His son Zhou Xia looked disappointed. He really wanted to go and be a son for his uncle and aunt. Big Brother and Erhua always had good food: meat, noodles, white buns, even white rabbit candies and milk powder. Sometimes they even had big watermelons. Life was so happy. He also wanted to be a son for his uncle. Not only Zhou Xia was jealous of Big Brother's children. Zhou Da's son, Zhou Yang, was also jealous. Zhou San's daughter, Zhou Wuni, was the same. This was the Zhou family, and there were children from the village. Could they not be jealous? The adults said that Big Brother's mother didn't know how to manage life well. But they believed that no mother in the world was better at managing life than Big Brother's mother, Zhou Da's mother. Wouldn't it be great if they had a mother like her? Lin Qinghe didn't realize that she had already become the most beautiful mother in the eyes of all the children in the village. This time, she tried making red date steamed buns, and to her surprise, they turned out very tasty. She liked eating them herself. Red dates are not cheap, but when the new batch arrives, they will be cheaper. She plans to buy more then to make more buns. She wondered why she hadn't thought of making red date buns before. After work, Zhou Qingbai went fishing for yellow eels, catching loaches, and pulling out fish and shrimp. He even found some pond snails. His wife is a great cook, and she can turn these into delicious dishes. "Next time I go to the county town, I'll bring back a bottle of Maotai. We can drink it with these, and you'll be very happy," Lin Qinghe said while stir-frying pond snails. Zhou Qingbai smiled and asked, "Next time, buy a bottle for us to share?" "Sure." Lin Qinghe nodded with a smile. At this time, the yellow eels are especially fat and tasty. The best part is that they are wild and very nutritious. If Zhou Qingbai weren't so tired from farm work, Lin Qinghe would send him fishing for yellow eels every day. "Save the loaches for tomorrow. You can exchange some for soybean meal and bring back some tofu." "I'll make some fried tofu," Lin Qinghe said. "Okay," Zhou Qingbai agreed. Life at home is unquestionable. Lin Qinghe usually takes the two children and the third child to the county town for a walk once or twice a week. Honestly, the two brothers follow Lin Qinghe around, wandering and exploring. They are getting smarter every day. Time quickly moved into September, marking the start of autumn. The harvest begins at the end of this month and continues until November. It's a huge project. The work of 3 summer harvests is roughly equal to the tiring autumn harvest, showing how exhausting it is. However, Lin Qinghe didn't go to the fields. Since the end of September, she has been helping with this big project. Every day, she prepares lunch and delivers it. She understands that Zhou Qingbai has a hard time, so she takes care of most of the household chores. Even the pig pen was cleaned before he came home. She didn't want Zhou Qingbai to have to do extra work after a long day, like cleaning the pig pen and chicken coop. As for lunch, Lin Qinghe made it in various ways. Big steamed buns with stir-fried meat, or corn buns with stewed meat. There were plenty of vegetables too, like tomato soup and mung bean soup. She always brings food for Zhou Qingbai to eat. She delivered lunch by bike. She doesn't interfere with the Zhou family's affairs, even though Zhou Desal once suggested she help out. Lin Qinghe directly refused. Everyone does their own thing. There's no need to get involved, to avoid complaints. Yes, Lin Qinghe still hasn't forgiven Zhou Mu for criticizing her family matters. She's not someone who likes to be wronged, so she naturally doesn't want to bother with the Zhou family. During this summer's harvest, she would send a bowl of mung bean soup to the Zhou family. But this autumn, she didn't get to share any with them. Of course, she knows they might not care, but what does that have to do with her? Her attitude is very clear. Her family affairs are her own business. No one else should criticize. Even Zhou Mu, who means well, should not interfere. Maybe she's a bit bossy, but that's just who she is. Zhou Qingbai probably sensed this too, as he looked at his wife while drinking mung bean soup. Lin Qinghe lazily glanced at him and asked, "Is there something you want to say?" Before Zhou Qingbai could speak, their eldest son said for his father, "Mom, should we send some to Grandma and Grandpa? Zhou's family wants to drink it, but they haven't boiled any mung beans." "If they haven't, it means they don't want to," Lin Qinghe said calmly. "Second Madam will definitely complain about you," the second son added. "Let her complain. If she dares to do it in front of me, I'll deal with her," Lin Qinghe sneered. Zhou Qingbai looked helpless. "Hurry up and eat. After you're done, rest a bit," Lin Qinghe said. Zhou Qingbai ate his share, and the two older boys did the same. After eating, they lay down on the sack to sleep, which Lin Qinghe had brought along to cushion them. There isn't much time to rest, but a quick nap is good enough. Lin Qinghe took the three children on her bike back home, passing by Zhou San's wife along the way. Zhou San's wife advised her, "You shouldn't be so temperamental." Lin Qinghe smiled and said, "I don't have a bad temper. Everyone just lives their own life." "Wasn't it like that before?" Zhou San's wife replied. "That was before. Now, with fourth uncle at home, you should be more careful. It might make him uncomfortable." Lin Qinghe didn't say anything, thinking to herself, "Why should I care if Zhou Qingbai feels uncomfortable?" However, he didn't explain much, as there was a gap in understanding, and some things couldn't be communicated. When they arrived home, Lin Qinghe and Zhou Sisin each went their own way. Lin Qinghe took the three children back home. At this moment, someone familiar arrived and said, "Sister Zhou Si, could you help me with the bicycle? I need to go to the fields, and in the evening, I want Zhou Si and his sons to ride it back." Lin Qinghe frowned and asked, "Who are you?" "I'm Qin Shan from Jin City. I'm here to help, and I hope Sister Zhou Si can guide me," he said gently with a smile. Lin Qinghe kept her expression unchanged, but was surprised inside. After the surprise, she sneered. "Isn't this the same scoundrel from the original story who tried to seduce the main character? Life really is full of surprises. I just ran into him. Chun Jiqing, before today, I didn't know you. How dare you come to borrow my bicycle? Who gave you the nerve? Do you think just because you're from Jin City, you're so special?" Lin Qinghe said with a smile, but her words were cold and sharp. A scoundrel still dares to act refined in front of her? But Chen Shan managed to keep his composure and remained polite. "Sister Zhou Si, what you said is true. We came from the countryside just like everyone else. Please don't discriminate against us." Discrimination might be too strong a word, but some people pretending to be good while being sneaky really make it hard to respect them. Of course, most are good, but there are some who cheat and deceive, and they haven't even gone to work yet. Lin Qinghe sneered, then turned to leave with the three children. There were nastier words she could have said, but her children were still young, so she decided to hold back and give some face. "With such good looks, if you marry a rough country man, you'll regret it someday. I'll be waiting for you to regret and come back to me." Chen Shan looked confidently at Lin Qinghe's back. From Chen Shan's perspective, Zhou Qingba's wife was truly outstanding: slim waist, curvy hips, and a smooth face that looked like it could be carved out of water. In the whole village, you wouldn't find a woman like her. Even after having 3 sons, she remained so beautiful and alluring. Sooner or later, you'll be begging for mercy under me. I don't know what this scoundrel is thinking, but Lin Qinghe was also disgusted. In fact, the original owner didn't like him either. She was forced into a situation where she was tempted by Chen Shan. Although external temptations existed, it was also because the original owner had a questionable reputation. Unlike the original owner, Zhou Qingba is someone who finds everything good, so there are no such problems. No matter how strong the story is, it doesn't matter. Since she has come, she makes the decisions. "Mom, I'm sleepy," the third child said as soon as they got home. "Mom is also a little tired," Lin Qinghe smiled, then took her son to bed. She slept until 2:30 a.m., then got up. The third child had enough sleep, so she let him play with Feiying. Lin Qinghe went inside to make steamed buns, and during the dough rising time, she started cleaning the pigsty and chicken coop. Zhou Qingba was too tired, so she naturally helped out. If the original owner were still here, she wouldn't have allowed the family to raise pigs. She thinks she has done much better than the original owner, but Zhou's mother still kept pointing and criticizing. Even if her intentions were good, she simply didn't agree. So, don't blame her for being extreme. She just wants to make it clear that her family's affairs, big or small, don't need anyone, even her mother-in-law, to interfere. She would never back down. If Zhou's mother didn't show her stance or attitude, there was no room for compromise. Even if Zhou Qingba found it difficult, she wouldn't make herself uncomfortable. If she wants to be difficult, let her be. When Zhou Qingba brought the older and younger children home in the evening, it was already 6:30 p.m. It wasn't too late. The family had prepared delicious food. There were plain steamed buns with tomato scrambled eggs, braised pork, a cucumber salad, and a bone and radish soup. The meal was simple, but it was enough to be satisfying. After eating, as usual, Lin Qinghe didn't clear the dishes. The older child was responsible. Lin Qinghe finished her work and then arranged her own time. She started reading a book. Although there were still 7 years before the college entrance exam, it didn't affect her enthusiasm for reading. She just looked at the book since there was nothing else to do. Zhou Qingba said, "I'll clean the pigsty when I get back. After the harvest, you'll naturally do it then." "No need to rush now," Lin Qinghe said, still reading and understanding the questions without looking up. Zhou Qingba glanced at her and then went to take a shower. The harvest was indeed tiring, but with enough food and time to rest, she could still manage to endure it. When he finished his shower and came out smelling of cold, soapy scent, Lin Qinghe finally looked up at him and said, "You've been busy all day. Are you tired? Do you want to rest first?" "No need," Zhou Qingbai replied, looking at her. Lin Qinghe stopped paying attention to him and continued reading her book. She said, "I don't know if the college entrance exam will ever be restored. If it is, I want to try. Don't stop me. How old will you be then?" Zhou Qingbai was surprised that his wife was still thinking about this. He didn't understand. "By then, I won't even know my age, and I'll still take the exam?" Lin Qinghe glared at him. "I'll always be 18, understand?" Zhou Qingbai nodded wisely. "In my eyes, my wife is forever an 18-year-old flower." Lin Qinghe was satisfied. "That's smart of you. Otherwise, tonight you'll be sleeping outside with the mosquitoes." The eldest son, who had just finished washing the dishes, imitated her way of speaking. "That's smart of you. Otherwise, tonight you'll be sleeping outside with the mosquitoes." Lin Qinghe didn't think much of it herself, but hearing her son say it made her goosebumps stand up. She put down her book and said, "Zhou Dawa, are you looking for a fight? Just say it, Mom." "I can't say it. Isn't that like what you said a few days ago? Only the officials can set fires, common people can't light lamps," Dawa said with a mischievous smile before running out. Lin Qinghe sat back down to continue reading, muttering, "These little brats aren't considerate at all. They just make me angry. Having sons feels like they come to collect debts. Only daughters are thoughtful." "I think so too," Zhou Qingbai nodded seriously. Lin Qinghe shot him a look. You dare say you think so too? Who's the one who sowed the seeds? Zhou Qingbai looked at her gently. I didn't expect you to be so strong-willed. She was indeed strong-willed, having 3 sons in one go. But in the future, maybe they should have a daughter? Thinking about it, he and she hadn't had any trouble with pregnancy lately. Lin Qinghe rolled her eyes at him, thinking that whether they had a boy or girl was not really up to women. It was up to men. But she didn't say that aloud and continued reading her book. Mom is that way because she's worried about our family. That's why she talks so much, Zhou Qingbai hesitated to say. So, it's my fault. I shouldn't have ignored her good intentions and argued with her, right? Lin Qinghe smiled softly as she looked at him. Zhou Qingbai almost immediately shook his head without hesitation. Wife, I didn't mean that. If you think I don't understand or respect your parents, just say so. If that's the case, we can end things here, Lin Qinghe said calmly. Zhou Qingbai's face darkened. Lin Qinghe sneered. Let me be clear, Zhou Qingbai. Whether your mother means well or not, I will take care of my filial duties. She can take whatever she wants and eat whatever she likes. But I won't allow others to interfere in our family matters. How I treat you and our 3 sons is my business. If you're uncomfortable or unhappy, just tell me directly. But if others come in, I won't be polite. After speaking, she took her book and went to her children's room. Zhou Qingbai looked helpless. At night, it was obvious Lin Qinghe wanted to sleep separately, not sharing the bed with Zhou Qingbai, so she decided to sleep alone. However, Zhou Qingbai didn't agree. Right in front of their 3 sons, he simply carried her back to their room, causing the eldest, second, and third sons to cry out loudly. Lin Qinghe also felt a bit embarrassed. The eldest son, not liking the fuss, asked, Dad, what are you doing? Carrying my wife back to bed, Zhou Qingbai replied. You 3 sleep well. We need to get up early tomorrow. He was speaking to the older brothers. Since it was summer, the third son no longer slept here and preferred to sleep with his 2 older brothers.
Zhou Qingbai was happy about that.
The eldest brothers chuckled and agreed, and Lin Qinghe was carried back to their room. Can you not do this in front of the children? Lin Qinghe warned, but her tone was soft, almost like a tease. It's time to sleep. We have a busy day tomorrow, Zhou Qingbai said. They turned off the light. Lin Qinghe still hadn't calmed down, but Zhou Qingbai started to comfort her softly. After about 10 minutes, Lin Qinghe's anger eased, and Zhou Qingbai simply rolled over onto her. What are you doing? Don't you get tired during the day? Lin Qinghe asked. I'm not tired, Zhou Qingbai said, beginning to show affection. Halfway through, he asked her, will you still dare to say we should end things here? This woman's words made him angry. The children are already 3 years old, but she still dares to say anything she wants. At such a critical moment, Lin Qinghe could only be sensible and admit her mistake. Zhou Qingbai then continued to care for her. They worked from around 8:30 to nearly 10 o'clock, then finally went to bed. As for the previous argument, they made up by the time they were in bed. Usually, couples argue at night and make peace by morning. Zhou Qingbai woke up feeling refreshed the next day, while Lin Qinghe was lazily sleeping until 6 in the morning. As for Zhou Qingbai, he had already left. The harvest was urgent, so around 4:30, he was ready to leave with the team. It was still dark when they set out, but by dawn, they had already done a lot of work. Last night, she steamed a pot of pumpkin buns. There was no time to cook other dishes, so she just made some shrimp soup to go with the buns. The older and younger brothers would go later with their grandmother. Although Lin Qinghe had some disagreements with Zhou's mother, she didn't stop the older brothers from visiting their grandmother. She wasn't unreasonable. She prepared a hearty breakfast for the older brothers. Then she sent the older and younger brothers out. These 2 really knew how to cause trouble. While other children are forced by their parents to go out, these 2 eagerly wanted to go on their own. Lin Qinghe couldn't do much. She fed the pigs and chickens, then started making dough. For lunch, they would eat pancakes. She also picked some mushrooms and soaked them. The filling was quite rich: chopped mushrooms, diced pork, and sliced green cucumbers. She also fried eggs, then mixed chopped scallions into the pancakes, they tasted wonderful. She also prepared a few tomatoes and a big bowl of mung bean soup. These were the things Lin Qinghe planned to send over. She usually kept these items in her storage space, so she could easily take them out when she arrived without spilling anything. By the time she finished, it was just after 9 o'clock or 9:30. She planned to wait until 10:30 for the third child to come and deliver the meal. Manhwa, come here. Mother will teach you how to draw. While relaxing at home, Lin Qinghe started teaching her third child to draw. She discovered that the child has a real talent for painting. The important thing is that although this child is mischievous, he becomes very serious when he starts drawing. Next time, she plans to buy some colored pens for him so he can draw properly. I really envy the fourth family. They can stay at home and not worry about anything outside, said Aunt Jo, who was tired and sore from working in the fields, unable to hold back her complaints. Brother Zhou asked, "Didn't you say she was lazy before? Why are you jealous now? How could I not be? If you had some ability, I wouldn't have to suffer outside like this," Aunt Zhou replied angrily. Now, each family is responsible for their own piece of land. They no longer work together like before. One family finishes early and rests, while others keep working until everything is done. There's no time even for lunch or rest. Everyone works on their own land. Zhou Qingba is responsible for another piece. Even though he works alone, he works twice as hard as others. Brother Zhou sneered, "If you think I'm useless, you can find someone else." This made Aunt Zhou very angry. "Just your work and stop nagging," said Father Zhou. "Always complaining, but I haven't seen you do much," said Sister Zhou, rolling her eyes. Brother Zhou was also tired and said, "I wonder what we'll have for lunch." Sister Zhou sighed. Since Mother is at home, there should be good food. If she and sister-in-law Zhou were cooking, they would make something nice. But since her mother-in-law is in charge, it's simple. Corn pancakes with salted vegetable pickles are the best. Sister-in-law Zhou didn't hold out much hope for better food. Brother Zhou said, "Mother just makes whatever she can." Sister-in-law Zhou replied, "Life isn't too hard now. After this harvest, we'll share the grain. It's a good year and we should eat better sometimes. Working in the fields is tiring. Can we stay healthy without eating well? Our family doesn't have a division of land. Whatever Mother makes, we eat. Can you tell her what to do? Haven't you seen how she's been treating the fourth family lately?" Brother Zhou said. Even if he was slow to notice, he understood this. Their mother was unhappy with how the fourth family was living, too luxurious, always eating eggs and pork, so she said a few words. The fourth family was not happy, and soon, conflicts arose. Big sister's family has already split up. How they eat and do things is up to them. Big sister's wife knows this well, and so does her mother. In the past, she told her what to do, sister-in-law Zhou also said. She supported big sister's wife in this matter. If they didn't split, it was fine. If they did, as long as they didn't ask for help from old Zhou's family, big sister's wife could do whatever she wanted without being criticized. It seemed that their mother-in-law was giving big sister's wife a hard time, but it looked more like big sister's wife was standing up to her. "Look at this. Nothing tasty was shared here. During harvest time, they always brought a share, but during the busier autumn harvest, not a single bite was shared. Who really lost out?" Brother Zhou sighed. The fourth family is really stubborn. No matter what, Mother is the elder. Sister-in-law Zhou said nothing more. Haha, after so many years, everyone knows big sister's wife's temper. Don't expect her to bring food or drinks when they argue. It's just a dream. And this whole matter wasn't even her fault. Compared to before, big sister's wife is much more reasonable now. At least sister-in-law Zhou and her sister-in-law Zhou-san are willing to keep in touch with Lin Qinghe. As for others, who knows? Mother Zhou brought lunch, and when Lin Qinghe found out she was the one delivering it, she deliberately slowed down a bit. After a while, she finally arrived late, carrying wrapped cakes in a basket to share with Zhou Qingba and his father. "Did you come with your big sister and the others this morning?" Lin Qinghe asked big sister. "Yes, I came with third sister," big sister replied while eating a cake. "Mother, these cakes are really delicious," second sister also said happily. Lin Qinghe looked at their faces, which were flushed from the sun, and said, "Don't you think it's a bit too hot to be out all the time? How can we rest? If we do, they'll just pick more, and our work points will decrease." Second sister shook her head. Big sister nodded. "That's right. Mother, you don't need to worry about us. We're fine." Because Lin Qinghe was feeding them, the brothers were fine, but Zhou's sister-in-law's eldest daughter, Zhou Wuni, got heat stroke. That night, she started vomiting and had diarrhea. Brother Zhou came over in the middle of the night to borrow a bicycle, planning to take Zhou Wuni to the clinic immediately. Lin Qinghe also likes Zhou Fanny very much. The girl is clever and sometimes comes over to help with chores. Although there isn't much work at home, Lin Qinghe always gives her a little treat when there's good food. Is she seriously ill? I have some medicine here. I bought it as a backup. Should I give her some to see if it helps? Lin Qinghe said as she went into the room to get the pills. This was medicine she had bought when collecting supplies. It was very effective. But she didn't want to be too certain, so she just suggested trying it. "Thank you, fourth sister-in-law. I'll take it home and try it first," Zhou Sanji said. Since the medicine was for taking pills and injections at the health clinic, it made sense to try it first if she had some. However, Lin Qinghe and Zhou Qingbai tidied up a bit before coming over. As for the three brothers inside, they were exhausted from the day and were sleeping soundly, almost like little pigs, undisturbed by any noise. Fo Ming was watching over the house, so it was fine. Zhou Fanny's face was a little pale, and her already small face looked even thinner. But the medicine Lin Qinghe gave was very effective. After taking it, Zhou Fanny felt much better. She had been through a lot, and once she felt comfortable, she fell asleep. The children could sleep peacefully now, but the adults were still shaken. "This time, you really scared me." The girl didn't say she was unwell, and late at night, her father and I were frantic, like headless flies, Zhou San's wife said gratefully to Lin Qinghe. "It's okay now. I still have some of that medicine. Fanny should be fine tonight. I'll ask Dawa to bring some tomorrow morning," Lin Qinghe reassured her. She didn't stay long and went back with Zhou Qingbai. Zhou's father, mother, eldest sister-in-law, and eldest brother were also awakened by the fuss, but now they all felt relieved. Thanks to Dawa's mother. Otherwise, Fanny might have been in trouble for a long time. "She's really strong. She endured her discomfort without saying anything," Zhou Daisa sighed. "Fanny took some medicine this time." "Why did it work so fast?" Zhou Er's wife asked. "I don't know what kind of medicine it was, but it definitely wasn't cheap," Zhou Sanji shook his head. "Should we give some money to Dawa's mother?" That medicine was probably hard to buy, and she kept it for emergencies. Zhou Daisa looked at Zhou's mother. "What money do we need?" Zhou's mother hadn't spoken yet, but Zhou Er's wife said, "We're a family. Helping each other shouldn't be about money. That would be too formal." "Mother, this medicine wasn't easy for fourth sister-in-law to get. She still has to bring more tomorrow. We should pay her back, since the families are already separated. But I'm really grateful she was willing to give this medicine to help little fifth," said third sister-in-law. Second sister-in-law pressed her lips together, then looked at Mother Zhou. Mother Zhou waved her hand and said, "I understand. Ask Fourth's family how much it cost, and give it to her. Everyone's tired today. Go rest early. We still need to get up tomorrow," Father Zhou added. So they all went back to sleep. On the other side, Lin Qinghe explained to Zhou Qingbai, "Luckily, I went to the market. Someone there said this was a special formula. It wasn't cheap, but it smelled good, so I bought some, thinking it might be useful for you all. I didn't expect it would really come in handy." Zhou Qingbai nodded and didn't ask further. The next morning, Lin Qinghe gave the medicine to the eldest child to deliver. When he came back, he asked, "Mother, third aunt wants to know how much the medicine costs." Lin Qinghe was stir-frying cucumber with eggs. Hearing this, she said, "Tell your third aunt the medicine for fifth sister is free. If she wants to repay us, just let fifth sister come help around the house when she has time." Of course, this was just being polite. There wasn't really much work to do. Third sister-in-law understood her meaning and said, "I'll remember this kindness from fourth sister-in-law." Eldest sister-in-law hadn't gone out to work yet. The men had already left, but the women went later. It was only 6 o'clock, not too late. This medicine really works well, eldest sister-in-law said, guessing it must have been expensive. Third sister-in-law nodded. Second sister-in-law added, she doesn't lack money. So let's not talk too much about it. We should get ready to leave. There's still a lot to do today. Then you stay home and take good care of fifth, eldest sister-in-law told third sister-in-law. Since fifth sister had heat stroke, third sister-in-law stayed home to look after her and also cook. Eldest sister-in-law, Mother Zhou, and second sister-in-law took a group of children to the fields, including the eldest and second sons. Really, big son has grown a lot taller this year, eldest sister-in-law said with a smile. Second sister-in-law glanced over and couldn't help saying sourly, of course he's grown. Just look at what those boys eat every day. With food like that, how could they not grow?
Why be jealous?
If you had the ability, your children would grow the same, eldest sister-in-law replied. Mother Zhou spoke up, glancing at her second daughter-in-law who often caused trouble, and said, second sister-in-law Zhou looked at her and said, Mother, if I split the family, I could live just as well. It was clear she also wanted to split the family. All right, Mother Zhou smiled and said to her, your father and I have discussed it too. After this year's harvest, we will split the family. Each family will be separate, but if you want to start your own kitchen, that's not allowed. Everyone will still share the kitchen. Mother, our big family doesn't mean that, big sister-in-law Zhou quickly said. The big family definitely doesn't mean that, second sister-in-law Zhou immediately added. We have 3 daughters in front and 2 sons behind, so many people. Big sister-in-law Zhou, second sister-in-law Zhou, and fourth sister-in-law Zhou are all daughters of big sister-in-law Zhou. Third sister-in-law Zhou, who is the same age as second sister-in-law Zhou but a bit younger, is the daughter of third sister-in-law Zhou. Next is fifth sister-in-law Zhou, who is the daughter of third sister-in-law Zhou. Sixth sister-in-law Zhou is from second sister-in-law Zhou, and finally, there is Xiao Zhou, her son. Currently, the second family has 2 daughters and 1 son. The big family has 3 daughters and 2 sons. The third family has 1 daughter and 1 son. The fourth family, Lin Qinghe's family, has 3 sons but no daughters. Although my family has many people, we don't hold back, big sister-in-law Zhou said, glancing at her. Big and I, and the others wash clothes for the whole family, gather pig feed, and collect cow dung to earn work points. Plus, she and her husband work hard, so they definitely won't hold back the family. On the other hand, the second family, with second uncle, often cheats and tricks around. Enough, no more arguing. After the harvest and planting winter wheat, we'll split. Each family will eat their own. Your father and I are old now, and we can't control your affairs. You all decide for yourselves. From now on, no more words from us, Mother Zhou said firmly. Big sister-in-law Zhou understood that she was serious. And from her words, it seemed she wanted her to pass the message to fourth sister-in-law's family. Big sister-in-law Zhou didn't say anything more. Since the elders had decided to split the family, she thought, just go ahead. Her family wouldn't be worse off after the split. The adults discussed these matters quietly, while the children happily played along the way, not paying attention to what they said. The older children, Big and Second, were even less interested. They were now thinking about the lunch their mother promised, fried buns. Fried buns, big brother, can you bring me a piece later? Sister Zhou son, Zhou Xia, couldn't help but ask him. The smell of fried buns was very tempting. He had never tasted them before. Not only he, but also the girls like Zhou De and I, Sensi and I, and Zhou De Sa's eldest son, Zhou Yang. None of them had ever tried it. As for Zhou De Sa's youngest son and Zhou Sensa's son, Zhou Dongdong, they were too young and stayed at home. Whoever was cooking at home was responsible for taking care of them. But rural children are usually like this. They mostly grow up playing with mud. They don't pay much attention to careful care. Big brother liked to show off, but he didn't share his food with others. He said, my mother didn't make much, so there's not enough for all of you. Besides, this year, third sister-in-law is cooking at home, and she will definitely make something delicious for you. Yes, third sister-in-law will definitely make something tasty for you. Second brother nodded, not wanting them to think about his family. Fried buns, now that's really something to enjoy. The children were happily talking over there, but the adults could hear them. Sister Zhou couldn't help but mutter. Mother Zhou had already decided not to interfere anymore. She didn't want her daughters-in-law to disagree. The families would split up and go their own ways. She planned to stay out of it. Sister Zhou was just thinking about waiting until the family split, then she could find a good day to cook something nice for the children. At home, Lin Qinghe knew Zhou Sansa was watching over things. After finishing her chores, she came over. Although Sister Zhou still looked tired, her face was much better than last night. After confirming she was fine, she chatted with Zhou Sansa for a while before staying behind. Sanwa wanted to play with Zhou Dongdong and Zhou Desa's youngest son, Tudu. They hadn't named him yet, so they called him Tudu as a nickname. Big brother and second brother weren't joking. They asked what they would eat for lunch, and Lin Qinghe promised fried buns. The buns were sliced, dipped in a mixture of beaten eggs with salt and sesame seeds, then fried until both sides were golden brown. They smelled very good. Lin Qinghe made quite a few, using her own peanut oil. It had been a while, and since she often used lard, she only used one of the 5 bottles of peanut oil she brought, leaving 4 bottles. So she treated herself and used this oil to fry the buns. Besides frying buns, there is also mung bean soup. The mung bean soup is plain, without sugar, which makes it perfect to eat with the buns. I think it should be enough for the whole family. Lin Qinghe then started boiling a pot of cool, herbal water, which is used to clear heat. When she delivered lunch at noon, she also brought some for Zhou San's family. 3 children weren't brought along and stayed at Zhou's house, where Zhou San's wife helped take care of them. Of course, she left fried buns and mung bean soup for the 3 children, and I and Zhou Dongdong to eat. It was really hot and stuffy that day. Lin Qinghe could feel it just by coming to deliver the food. So, if anyone expected her to do work, it was impossible. She couldn't accept it. So, when she looked at Zhou Qingbai, she was unusually considerate. Since the fried buns are paired with mung bean soup, I think it might cause heat. So, I specially prepared these herbal teas for you and your sons. Remember to drink them, okay? Lin Qinghe advised. Zhou Qingbai saw her nagging, but his eyes were gentle. He said, "You should eat a bit more too. I already ate at home." Lin Qinghe waved her hand, but Zhou Qingbai insisted, so she ate another piece. The older 2 children had already eaten happily. The fried buns were golden on both sides, topped with black sesame and eggs, salty and fragrant. They were really delicious when eaten with mung bean soup. The meals from Zhou's house were brought by Lin Qinghe, but after handing them over to Zhou Da's wife, she didn't interfere further. Zhou Er's wife saw that they were definitely eating fried buns here, along with the 2-layer pancakes Zhou San's wife made today. She said, "They probably added sesame and eggs, right?" The aroma drifted over with the breeze. "Such good food," Zhou Er said, unable to help himself. Having 2-layer pancakes today was already quite good, but compared to the fried buns from the 4th family, it was no match. Zhou De shook his head and said, "How can life be lived like this? How many things are enough to eat?" Zhou Da's wife thought, "What's wrong with living like this?" The older children, San, and the brothers, are all doing very well now. But if Zhou Da's wife were to live like that, she wouldn't dare. Sometimes making a meal for the children is fine, but eating different dishes every day, there's no way around it. After all, among so many brigades, you really can't find another family like the 4th. Father Zhou didn't say much. He never involved himself in these matters. Mother Zhou has also come to accept things and didn't say much. Since both families are now connected, it's better not to interfere. Recently, she was also advised by Father Zhou, which helped her open her mind. She plans to split the family so the children can go their own ways. Of course, they will still need to take care of their elders. After taking care of the 3 men, Lin Qinghe went back home. She reminded them to rest immediately if they felt unwell. She also left 2 pills with Zhou Qingbai, just in case. Harvest time is very busy, but this year has been a good harvest season. Although busy, everyone is happy because they know the grain is secured. Their smiles are simple and sincere. In the blink of an eye, it's late October. Many grains have already been harvested. Some have been sent as official grain, and others are still being gathered, so the work continues. Lately, the whole team is full of joy. This year, the family has stored a lot of grain. Lin Qinghe, who doesn't usually care much about collective pride, was quite happy when she saw Zhou Qingbai bringing back the grain. "Our 2 pigs this year will probably fetch a lot of grain," she said. The 2 big fat pigs at home are ones she helped take care of. They are truly big pigs now, probably around 200 gene. She feeds them several times a day with pig grass, rice bran, bean pulp, cornmeal, and other good food. No wonder they grow so big. Zhou Qingbai said, "We can ask for a pig's head this year." Lin Qinghe looked at him. Did he mean he wanted to eat pig head meat? Although she doesn't particularly like pig head meat, since Zhou Qingbai does, she nodded and said, "Okay, just 1 pig's head. I'll make braised pig head for you." He looked at her. His gaze made her heart beat faster, but it was daytime, so what could they do? She kissed his cheek and then tried to pull away, but Zhou Qingbai held her waist. Lin Qinghe cleared her throat and said seriously, "I heard from my sister-in-law that, according to the second elders, after the busy harvest, they plan to split the family into 3. Splitting the family is a good idea," Zhou Qingbai said. So many people crowded together, which was quite chaotic, but although the village was like that, Zhou Qingbai thought it was better for everyone to live separately and take care of their own families. That was good. Your parents are getting old. When the time comes, you should talk with your older brothers about how to take care of them. Should it be monthly or quarterly? Lin Qinghe said. Mother Zhou has now shown her stance, letting everyone live their own lives. She doesn't plan to interfere. As the daughter-in-law, Lin Qinghe also stopped pushing and didn't hold onto past issues. Since hearing what Sister Zhou said, she would bring meals to Zhou Qingbai and the 2 boys, often bringing extra for Father Zhou and Mother Zhou. The past issues are now settled. After collecting the last of the grain and submitting it as public grain, they started dividing the final harvest. They also planted winter wheat, and the production team announced the work was finished. At this time, they began slaughtering pigs and dividing the meat. Anyone who raised pigs had to bring their pigs out for the task. For others, pigs weighing around 70 or 80 jin were considered the best, but the 2 pigs from Lin Qinghe and Zhou Qingbai's family each weighed about 200 jin. Together, the 2 pigs weighed over 400 jin. When these 2 pigs were brought out, the whole Zhou family village was excited. Everyone asked how Zhou Qingbai managed to raise such fat pigs. Zhou Qingbai didn't hide anything. He fed them pig grass, bean dregs, soybean meal, and cornmeal. The first few ingredients were normal, but the cornmeal surprised people.
What?
Using cornmeal to feed pigs? People barely had enough cornmeal for themselves, yet he used it for pigs. It was obvious that this was the idea of his wasteful wife. Lin Qinghe was used to taking the blame, so Zhou Qingbai wanted to explain that their previous pig-raising methods were similar, but Lin Qinghe stopped him, telling him not to say more and that whether people believed it or not was up to them. But there was no doubt that these 2 big, fat pigs, comparable to 5 normal pigs, attracted a lot of attention. Naturally, they would get a share of the work points. The key was that the whole village was eager to get their hands on the pigs. Since other families and the team didn't have such fat pigs, they wanted to slaughter these 2 and share the meat. If they could get pig fat, they could make a lot of lard to keep for future use. So, with everyone's agreement, the village chief decided to slaughter the pigs, and others hurried to complete their tasks. This time, they divided the pork, and they could do it again before the new year. The pig farm still had many pigs, all kept for the villagers. This harvest was very tiring, so everyone deserved to enjoy some good food. So, the 2 pigs at home were slaughtered. Zhou Qingbai took a pig's head, some large intestines, a pig's stomach, a pig's tail, 5 jin of pork fat, 8 large ribs, a big bone, and some lean meat from the belly and waist. Right now, the most popular and well-loved meat is pork fat and belly meat, followed by pork head. As for pig intestines and stomachs, which are considered awful, and bones and ribs, they are less popular and cheaper. Although it seems like there is a lot of meat, it was all divided based on their work points. Moreover, these 2 big pigs were also raised by his family. He chose and took only a small part, and no one in the village said anything. Even though many people coveted that big pig's head, no one dared to say anything after Zhou Qingba took it. Big daughter-in-law, why don't you let Uncle Fourth take more pork fat? That meat is better than pork fat, Xiao's sister-in-law Zhou whispered. It's okay. We should leave some for everyone, Lin Qinghe replied. Big daughter-in-law is so considerate, said Aunt Huang from next door, praising her. Aunt Huang, you're saying that, but if she really was considerate, I haven't seen her go to the fields again, Wang Ling sneered. If I go to the fields, can you still get such good pork for my family? Do you know how hard it is to raise such a big pig? Just eat your fill and shut up. If you don't talk, people might think you're mute, Lin Qinghe retorted sharply. Wang Ling's face darkened. Lin Qinghe looked at her with a half-smile, as if ready to fight or argue. She was not afraid at all. If Wang Ling dared, she would come. Honestly, Wang Ling didn't dare to do anything, so she turned around and started talking to Aunt Second Zhou. Aunt Second Zhou also glanced at Lin Qinghe, but Lin Qinghe ignored her. After Zhou Qingba divided the meat, she took her 3 children and followed Zhou Qingba back home. Mom, we got so much pork this year. Can we still make meatballs? Big son asked. Second son also looked at her eagerly. Last year, he still remembered how delicious the meatballs were. Third brother is still young, but seeing his older brothers wanting to eat, he knew they must be tasty. So he looked at his mother and said, Mom, meatballs. Sure, Lin Qinghe replied happily, agreeing right away. It's just meatballs, not a big deal. If you want to eat, just eat. Anyway, there's plenty of meat at home this time. When they got home, Lin Qinghe sent Zhou Qingba to clean the pig intestines and pig stomach. These were things he wanted to eat, but she couldn't stand the smell, so she only agreed to prepare them. As for cleaning, he could do it himself, including cleaning the pig's stomach thoroughly. Lin Qinghe then started preparing other ingredients. She cut the pig fat into small pieces and put it in the pot to melt into lard. Although only 5 jin, about 2.5 kilograms, the house had plenty of oil and water, and they also mixed in some peanut oil, so it was definitely enough. 5 jin of lard would produce quite a bit. While melting the oil, Lin Qinghe also prepared big bones, pork belly, lean meat, and other cuts. Although the weather was getting cooler now, it was only late October according to the lunar calendar. It wasn't yet cold enough to preserve meat for a long time, unlike at the end of the year when they could store meat for a longer period. Since she was making meatballs, all these meats were kept aside. They could be used for making soup with ribs, steaming, or frying pork ribs. The big bones were also for making broth. The outside pig intestines and pig stomach would be stir-fried with pickled vegetables later, along with the big pig's head and pig stomach. In short, Lin Qinghe was working freely and happily. This harvest season was truly exhausting, so she definitely wanted to give Zhou Qingba a good rest and nourishment. In the following days, even though Zhou Qingba had no appetite, he still ate heartily and looked quite satisfied. Perhaps he was full and content, and since winter wheat had already been planted, it was basically time to prepare for winter. So, during the quiet nights, Zhou Qingba poured all his energy into Lin Qinghe. When Zhou Xiaomei, who had returned for a break, saw her sister-in-law looking so charming and radiant, she felt shy and didn't know what was going through her mind.
What are you here for this time?
Are you planning to get married? Lin Qinghe raised an eyebrow and asked her. Now that my parents are free, I came back to talk to them and set a date, Zhou Xiaomei said shyly, but her eyes still sparkled with a hint of spring. All right, go back and tell your parents. They should be very happy. Su Dalin is a really good person, Lin Qinghe said. Later, she saw him a few more times and talked with him several times. Su Dalin is not bad. He's someone who can support a family. Okay, I'll go back now, Zhou Xiaomei said. Take this meatball dish back with you. I'll add a side dish for you. Remember to bring the plate back. Lin Qinghe handed her a plate of meatballs. Thank you, fourth sister-in-law. Zhou Xiaomei smiled and took it. This time, Zhou Xiaomei came back mainly to pass on a message from Su Dalin. She wanted to visit her parents. Then, they planned to find a good day to arrange the marriage so they could get married. These days, marriages happen so quickly. If they like each other, they can get married the next day. Everything else is simple. Of course, if things were complicated, there wouldn't be much to do. Lin Qinghe had already prepared everything. The Lin family was recently planning to split the household. It was a good coincidence that Zhou Xiaomei's visit came at this time. Zhou's parents decided to wait until their daughter was married out before splitting the household. Su Dalin came over the next day, along with his uncle and aunt, bringing good things. There were candies, snacks, and other gifts. Everything was very proper and showed respect for this occasion. They prepared such good gifts because they valued this relationship. Although Zhou's parents thought Su Dalin was a bit shy, they also knew their daughter could marry such a person because they understood their own situation. If he weren't shy, how could their daughter marry into such a family? He had a 40-square-meter house, a steady job, and was set to be the head of the household after marriage. The bride price was also prepared. For Zhou Xiaomei, this marriage was naturally very good. After Su Dalin and his relatives left, Zhou's mother couldn't help but feel happy and said, "No wonder Dawa's mother said this marriage is good. It really is a good match. It's just that he's a bit shy," Zhou's father said. "So what if he's shy?"
He's not mute.
The most important thing is that he can earn money and support the family. Everything else doesn't matter, Zhou's mother replied. In short, this marriage was settled, and it would happen at the end of this month. Although Lin Qinghe had seen how quickly people got married in this era, she was still surprised by how fast it happened. Next, it was time for the dowry. That day, Lin Qinghe returned from the county town and brought back a brand new quilt. She had specially ordered it with cotton she had prepared. Although it only weighed 5 jin, it was a very nice new quilt. "This is the new quilt I got as a dowry for my sister-in-law. These 2 bars of soap are also for her. When the time comes, let her take them all together," Lin Qinghe said as she rode her bicycle to old Zhou's house. She directly handed the quilt and 2 bars of soap, which she had also taken from her space, to Mother Zhou. "Why give so much?" Mother Zhou was surprised that she was willing to give so many things as dowry for Xiaomei. She said, whether it was the quilt or the 2 bars of soap, which looked quite expensive, they were all very good items. "It is a bit much," sister-in-law Zhou said awkwardly. "We can't compare to Dawa's family. Her family background is different from ours," second sister-in-law Zhou said. Third sister-in-law Zhou didn't say anything. Lin Qinghe glanced at second sister-in-law Zhou with a calm look. "Speak straightforwardly if you have something to say. Don't be so sour. If you have the ability, ask your man to earn money for you. If not, just shut up," second sister-in-law Zhou's face darkened. "You, from the 4th family, how can you talk like that? How I speak is still human words. Some people just can't spit out ivory from their dog mouths and can't even speak properly," Lin Qinghe said disdainfully. "Are you trying to fight?" Second sister-in-law Zhou suddenly pushed her. Clearly, second sister-in-law Zhou had tolerated Lin Qinghe for a long time. "Mother, older sister-in-law, third sister-in-law, you all saw. It was second sister-in-law who hit me first," Lin Qinghe said. After speaking, she directly threw her over her shoulder and slammed her onto the ground.
Bang!
The sound echoed loudly. The women in the house were all stunned. Not only them, even Father Zhou, who was quietly smoking, was stunned. Mother Zhou looked completely shocked, and both sister-in-law Zhou and third sister-in-law were also very frightened. "Oh, it hurts so much. From the 4th family, are you trying to kill me?" Second sister-in-law Zhou was still lying on the ground, groaning. She was in pain and even struggled to get up. "I only called you second sister-in-law because I was being polite. Do you really think you're worth it? Do you know your own strength? Zhou Qingbai's woman is someone you can push around?" Lin Qinghe looked down at her coldly. "Hurry up and help second sister-in-law up." Mother Zhou quickly came to her senses and said. Sister Zhou, Sister San Zhou, had just recovered and quickly helped Sister Air Zhou to her feet. Mother Zhou said, "Help her back," so Sister Zhou and Sister San Zhou helped Sister Air Zhou back home. Lin Qinghe didn't care about these things. Not to mention Sister Air Zhou had been patient with her for a long time, and she was also patient with Sister Air Zhou. This time, when Sister Air Zhou dared to make the first move, she didn't bother to be polite anymore. When it was time to act, she acted. After Sister Zhou and Sister San Zhou returned, Lin Qinghe said to Mother Zhou and the two of them, "Mother, the dowry for my sister-in-law is just here. As for sister-in-law and Sister San, you don't need to follow my example. Xiaomei knows what each family can offer. Just the thought counts. I've seen the new house over there. Everything is complete. At the end of the month, everyone will happily send the young girl off for her wedding. Don't let this small dowry cause any trouble." After saying this, Lin Qinghe felt very happy and went back in a good mood. "Cough, is the second family all right?" Mother Zhou finally looked at Sister Zhou and Sister San Zhou and asked. "Nothing serious, just a bit painful," Sister San Zhou replied. Sister Zhou also nodded. There was nothing wrong, but that fall was really painful. Go tell the second family to behave. This was her fault. She dared to push the eldest daughter-in-law in front of so many people. "No one is blaming her," Mother Zhou said. Sister Zhou and Sister San Zhou exchanged glances, thinking that although they had some disagreements with the fourth family before, their mother-in-law still favored the fourth family. Coming out of the house, Sister Zhou finally let out a slow breath and said, "I didn't know the eldest daughter-in-law was so strong." Sister San Zhou was also frightened just now. "Yeah, I didn't know the eldest daughter-in-law was so strong. That shoulder throw was really clean and quick." Sister San Zhou felt that if two more Sister Air Zhous did the same, the eldest daughter-in-law could handle it easily. This meant the eldest daughter-in-law could fight several people. From the tone, maybe she learned it from Uncle Fourth, Sister San Zhou said. "I think so too," Sister Zhou agreed, feeling glad that she hadn't had any serious conflicts with the fourth family before. They were both relieved, and their relationship with the fourth family was still pretty good. After the daughters-in-law left, Mother Zhou looked at Father Zhou, and he looked back at her. Did the fourth family learn that from Uncle Fourth? Mother Zhou couldn't help but mutter. Father Zhou guessed it was probably Uncle Fourth who taught her. Mother Zhou said, "Why would Qingbai teach his wife something like that? That's pretty good." Zhou's father continued smoking his big cigarette and said, "After this, the second family's members wouldn't dare criticize the fourth family's side anymore. Although Zhou's father doesn't ask much, that doesn't mean he doesn't know everything. He thinks that this time, the fight was probably caused by the two daughters-in-law who had been holding back for a long time. It's a matter of strength and weakness now." Zhou's mother glared at Zhou's father.
"Don't worry about them."
"I think the quilt is still new." Zhou's father looked at the new quilt. Zhou's mother also shifted her attention to it. "Yes, it's new, and someone put thought into it." Then she whispered, "Old man, how much do you plan to give Xiaomei as a gift?" "You decide," Zhou's father said. "Then 50, Zhou's mother suggested. "Is that too little?" Zhou's father paused and looked at her. Zhou's mother said, "What's too little? She and Alin both have jobs, and they earn quite a bit each month. Our family only gets a little each year. She doesn't earn much from her work either. How much more does she want?" "Give 3 parts and 1 part for the sound," Zhou's father said. "At home, just give her a bicycle. Everything else send back, like this quilt, soap, hot water kettle, and so on," Zhou's mother said. Zhou's father didn't reply. Zhou's mother whispered, "We need to save money for when Dawah, Erwa, and Sanhwa get married. Look at Dawa's wife. She spends money freely. How much money does she have saved? What will Dawa and the others do when they get married?" Hearing this, Zhou's father didn't say anything more. Their daughter wasn't lacking anything. They could save it for the older brothers. The old couple then ignored Zhou's second sister-in-law because she was the one who started the trouble. Everyone saw her push and shove the fourth family first. Who's to blame if she fell? But Zhou's second sister-in-law wouldn't accept that. When Zhou's second brother came back from outside, he saw her lying on the Kong bed, crying out in pain. "Why are you yelling?" Zhou's second brother asked.
"You're a deadbeat."
"Your wife is almost beaten to death, and you ran off somewhere," Zhou's second sister-in-law scolded. Zhou's second brother was stunned. "She was beaten? Who dares to hit you?" Zhou's second sister-in-law gritted her teeth. "It was the fourth family, they did it." Lin Qinghe hit her. "She looks so delicate. Does she know how to fight?" "Probably just a few pushes, right?" Second aunt is very angry. "Where do you stand?" I was hit by Lin Qinghe and my parents and older sister saw it clearly. If you don't believe me, go ask them. I tell you, Zhou Qinglin, I won't let this go. If your family doesn't stand up for me, I'll go back to my parents' house and find my brothers. My brothers won't let me be hurt like that. Second brother frowned and came out to ask third sister-in-law and sister-in-law. What's going on, sister-in-law and third sister? Now third niece's mother is causing trouble and wants to go back to her family. Honestly, it was third niece's mother who started the trouble by pushing big daughter's mother first, sister-in-law said honestly. Parents were there at the time. Third sister-in-law pushed big daughter's mother first. Then big daughter's mother threw her over her shoulder, sister-in-law added. Threw her over her shoulder. Second brother was surprised. Probably taught by Uncle Fourth, sister-in-law replied. Is your wife causing trouble now? Mother came out of the house and looked at second brother. Mother, third niece's mother is causing trouble and wants to go back to her family to get her brothers to support her, second brother hurriedly said. All right, go back and see if my Zhou family is easy to bully. Go now, and come back immediately. Mother's face darkened as she shouted toward sister-in-law's room. Mother, I've been beaten like this, and you still favor her. Aren't I your daughter-in-law? Sister-in-law said angrily. I ask you, who started the fight today? Who wanted to hit first? Mother asked. Sister-in-law didn't say anything. Don't tell me you called your second brother to cause trouble. You even went to find your Qin family brothers. I'll make them leave in shame. You were the first to speak, the first to hit. If you can't argue, you hit. If you can't beat someone, you think you're right? If you're not convinced, pack your things and go back to your Qin family. Let your mother come and talk to me. I want to ask her how she raised her daughter, Mother scolded. Sister-in-law didn't dare to speak. Go back and watch your wife. All she does is gossip. I haven't seen her do anything worthwhile. Mother also scolded second brother. Second brother quietly went back to his room, annoyed, and said, Why did you cause trouble? Now I've been scolded by mother too. Sister-in-law turned around angrily and started crying. She really can't believe it. She was beaten, and she still isn't at fault. Meanwhile, Lin Qinghe was already prepared for Zhou's mother to bring her family over to cause trouble, but she waited all afternoon, and no one came. It seems Zhou's mother has suppressed the situation. The next day, Lin Qinghe sent Zhou Qingbai out to gather firewood. Although the family collected quite a bit of firewood this year, it doesn't last long, so they need to prepare more. She rode her bike to gather some, bringing back 1 or 2 loads easily. Since Zhou Qingbai was at home, they didn't need Zhou Dong's help. However, this year, Zhou Dong and Zhou Shi also shared enough grain to eat well. Zhou Qingbai didn't know about his wife hitting someone, but since the family needed firewood, he went out after lunch to work. Lin Qinghe started steaming sweet potatoes to make sweet potato buns. This year, the family had a lot of sweet potatoes, and making buns from them was perfect. The weather is getting colder each day, and today they added another layer of clothing. Making extra buns wouldn't hurt, as they might spoil quickly. The main reason for making sweet potato buns was that the older brothers didn't really like eating plain sweet potatoes. But since they had so many, and only she and Zhou Qingbai would eat them all, making buns was the best choice. The older brothers found it easier to accept sweet potato buns. From early morning, around 7 o'clock, Zhou Qingbai rode his bike to gather firewood and worked until nearly noon. Lin Qinghe finished her work then, having made quite a few sweet potato buns. Mom, why did you make so many sweet potato buns? The eldest brother asked. What did you do all morning? The second and third brothers were helping with fire and feeding the chickens at home. And you? Nothing but playing, right? Lin Qinghe scolded. I don't know. I will definitely stay and help next time, Zhou Dawa admitted quickly. Knowing your mistake is good, but the damage is already done. So, the second and third brothers each get a piece of candy, but you don't. Do you have any objections? Lin Qinghe divided a milk candy between the second and third brothers and looked at Zhou Dawa. No, Zhou Dawa glanced and giggled. Always smiling and acting so unserious, Lin Qinghe said, giving him a stern look, then ignored him. For lunch, they ate sweet potato buns with pickled vegetables, fried pig intestines, and braised pig's head meat. I haven't finished eating yet. The pig's stomach was cooked with sesame that day and eaten, but the rest of the food at home is still not finished, and there is still quite a bit left. Additionally, she cooked some rice soup to eat, so she wouldn't have to go drink water. Zhou Qingba returned around 1 p.m., bringing back a full cart of firewood. It was at least 4 or 5 loads. You must be hungry. Come inside and eat. I'll warm it up for you, Lin Qinghe said. Since the weather is good these days, I'll bring back more, Zhou Qingba nodded. Bringing back so much in one trip was enough. A few more trips would be enough. So Lin Qinghe didn't say anything and just warmed up some steamed buns and reheated the dishes. While she was warming the food, Zhou Qingba sorted out the firewood in the backyard, so Lin Qinghe didn't have to do it herself. Zhou Qingba was indeed hungry, and since he has a big appetite, he ate everything Lin Qinghe warmed up. Go rest for a while. There's nothing else at home, Lin Qinghe said. Zhou Qingba nodded. He still didn't know about his wife hitting someone. He only found out the next day when he went out to gather firewood and was stopped by Zhou Urge, who complained to him. I didn't know about this. I can't say anything about it now. I'll tell you when I get back, Zhou Qingba said, then rode off. When he returned in the afternoon, he casually asked his wife while washing his face. Why, still daring to come and complain about you? She was the first to make a move, and her hands moved first. How dare she complain? Lin Qinghe sneered. Did she hit you? Zhou Qingba asked. Seeing that he was concerned about this, Lin Qinghe felt comforted and smiled. It's nothing. She just pushed me, and I fell. She added, at that time, my parents, eldest sister-in-law, and third sister-in-law were all there. I have many witnesses. Even if her old Qin family comes over, I can fight back. Zhou Qingba nodded. If she really dares to come, you don't need to do anything. Lin Qinghe understood and looked at him with a smile. Zhou Qingba's eyes softened as he looked back at her and said, in the future, tell me directly about these things. I won't be angry. Okay. Lin Qinghe nodded. Then she said, actually, I didn't take it seriously. She's been tolerating me for a long time, and I've also disliked her for a long time. The fight the day before yesterday was actually pretty satisfying. Zhou Qingba. Seeing his wife's expression, he felt a bit helpless. Qingbai Zhou understood that it was not his wife's fault, so he naturally ignored second brother Zhou. However, second brother Zhou was just here to complain. He mainly wanted to say, fourth brother, why are you teaching your wife to fight? But before he finished his main point, Qingbai Zhou dismissed him, and the topic was dropped. Qingbai Zhou worked for several days straight, preparing all the firewood needed for winter at home. Just as he finished, it started snowing, and it was snowing quite heavily. By the end of November, Xiaomei Zhou got married. The whole family went to see her off. Because it was very cold and snowing, everything was simple. They left a bicycle as a gift, and after a quick visit, everyone went back. The wedding banquet was held at her in-laws' house. Qingbai Zhou and his brothers went, but Lin Qinghe and the children did not. Lin Qinghe gave Xiaomei a cotton quilt and 2 bars of soap, which she liked very much. Especially the soap. Everyone knew how good and fragrant it was. Sister-in-law Zhou gave a pair of enamel cups, and third sister-in-law Zhou gave 2 towels. As for second sister-in-law Zhou, she didn't give anything at all. She was very stingy. But no one said anything about her. They didn't want to ruin the mood over such small things. After all, a little more or less didn't matter much. 3 days later, Xiaomei returned home with Su Daling. She brought gifts for all 3 families. For Lin Qinghe's side, she brought a jar of malted milk and 2 packs of white rabbit candies. She first gave these to her family, then went back to her parents' house. Sister-in-law Zhou and third sister-in-law Zhou each received a pack of white rabbit candies. As for second sister-in-law Zhou, she didn't give anything. Xiaomei was not a person to be polite with. She knew very well who treated her best among her sisters-in-law and who didn't care much about her. For example, second sister-in-law Zhou, who didn't even want to give her a little dowry, so Xiaomei didn't bother to be polite to her. Actually, Xiaomei knew that her fourth sister-in-law had good conditions, and she didn't have many demands from the other 3 sisters-in-law. Still, it was a kind gesture. Like the enamel cup from her eldest sister-in-law or the towels from her third sister-in-law, they weren't worth much, But they showed good intentions, right? If she received nothing, why would she prepare a gift in return? Even if Sue Daling suggested she bring something nice, she wouldn't agree. After visiting her parents' house, Xiaomei took Sue Daling to her fourth brother and sister-in-law's home. In the main hall, Sue Daling talked with Qing Baizhou, while Lin Qinghe and Xiaomei went inside to chat. It looks like you've been well taken care of. Your complexion is healthy and rosy. As soon as I entered, Lin Qinghe made a teasing comment. This made Zhou Xiaomei, who was new to marriage, feel very embarrassed. Let's get to the main point. How is your husband's younger brother treating you? Lin Qinghe quietly asked. He's quite good to me, Zhou Xiaomei replied, blushing. That's good to hear. I'm relieved then, Lin Qinghe said happily.
It's cold outside now.
You guys burn coal for heat, but be sure to keep the place well ventilated. Yes, I understand, Zhou Xiaomei nodded. I saw you two arguing earlier. What's going on? Lin Qinghe asked. It's about my second sister-in-law. When we left, she was being strange and sarcastic. I didn't bring anything for my wedding because I had nothing to give her. I didn't prepare anything for her, and Lin said that wasn't right, so I argued with him a bit, Zhou Xiaomei explained. Lin Qinghe smiled. Your husband's younger brother is quite kind. He's kind, but I'm not. Last time, I got into a fight with my fourth sister-in-law, and I deserved it. Her attitude has gotten even more harsh, Zhou Xiaomei said with a huff. I don't bother with her. I thought she wouldn't bother us anymore, Lin Qinghe said. Fourth sister-in-law, I feel quite happy now, Zhou Xiaomei said with a small smile. Lin Qinghe chuckled. Both of you have jobs, so in the future, try to save a little. Maybe you can save enough to buy a bigger house. He's been saving some money, Zhou Xiaomei said shyly. Saving is good, but he also spent quite a bit to make your wedding special. Be careful with your spending.
I'm also saving now.
If we can buy a house later, I want to buy one in the city, Lin Qinghe said. Fourth sister-in-law, are you planning to buy a house in the city? Zhou Xiaomei asked. Right now, with the current situation, it's not possible. If I go, I won't have a job. I'm just saving for the future, Lin Qinghe replied. Will the situation improve later? Zhou Xiaomei asked hesitantly. People should learn to see the good side. If we don't have money now, even if things get better later, we might not be able to take advantage. But if we can save some now, then when the time comes, we can buy a house, Lin Qinghe explained. Yes, I will listen to you, fourth sister-in-law, and save money, Zhou Xiaomei nodded. It's very cold now. Don't touch cold water often, and pay attention to your monthly cycle. I think you'll be pregnant very soon. Lin Qinghe spoke. Zhou Xiaomei blushed again. Lunch was eaten at home. Lin Qinghe was generous and prepared several hearty dishes. The table was filled with harmony. When Sue Daling rode his bike to take Zhou Xiaomei home, he stammered and said, Fourth brother and fourth sister-in-law are doing well. Zhou Xiaomei hugged his waist happily and said, Of course, Daling. Fourth sister-in-law told me to save some money, so we might be able to buy a big house someday. Sue Daling nodded. Although he spent a lot on getting married, he still had over 1,000 yuan in savings. For this time period, that was quite a lot. The couple left, and Lin Qinghe was talking about them. Although he stuttered a bit, as long as he truly treats Xiaomei well, there shouldn't be much problem, Lin Qinghe told Zhou Qingba. Zhou Qingba nodded. She didn't have any bias against her brother-in-law, Sue Daling, and thought he was a good person. Big sister-in-law and second sister-in-law didn't come back for Xiaomei's wedding. They will probably return around the second day of the new year, Lin Qinghe said. This time, neither Zhou Xiaojun nor Zhou Xiaojie came back for the wedding. Zhou Xiaojun was sick with a cold, which was still serious, but her father-in-law sent 5 yuan as a gift, showing their good wishes. Zhou Xiaojie's mother was also seriously ill, and since her only son was at home, she stayed to take care of her. Her brother-in-law also sent 5 yuan to show their kindness. The big sister-in-law and second sister-in-law were the 2 oldest sisters. They were older than Zhou Dage. If you count by gender, Zhou Dage was the third. But they didn't count together. Men and women were considered separately. Do you want to go to the county town? Zhou Qingba understood what his wife meant and asked her. This year, I won't go on the second day of the new year. It can wait until the third, Lin Qinghe said. Zhou Xiaomei wanted to visit, and she planned to stay this time. As for the big and second sisters-in-law, it didn't matter much because Lin Qinghe wasn't very familiar with them. Then Lin Qinghe looked through last year's photos. The older children, second and third, gathered around to look and especially liked their own photos. Mom, will we go to the city again this year? The eldest child's eyes brightened as he looked at his mother. Should I take the photo, Mom? The second child also looked hopefully at her. Yes, take it. The third child nodded. Lin Qinghe nodded and said, You've done pretty well this year, so you can take photos again next year. The three children cheered happily. That evening, Lin Qinghe was looking at photos. After admiring her own, she then admired Zhou Qingbai's. Zhou Qingbai also took photos very seriously. Although Lin Qinghe asked him to keep a gentle expression, he still didn't smile, but he looked like a strong, steady man. It's a pity there's no photo frame. Otherwise, I'd put all of them in frames, Lin Qinghe said. Zhou Qingbai's eyes softened as he replied, We can ask a carpenter to make some. Lin Qinghe changed her mind again. Never mind, let's wait until later. Taking photos once a year is enough and they take up space. Zhou Qingbai just went along with her. It snowed, so there wasn't much to do outside. Zhou Qingbai brought home 2 more piglets to raise, while Lin Qinghe spent her days thinking about food. She made pumpkin buns, corn buns, red bean buns, sticky bean cakes, and 8 treasure porridge. These were main dishes, along with various side dishes, stews, and soups. Winter is the perfect time to nourish the body. After a long year of hard work, it's time to rest. The children ate happily, and Zhou Qingbai was just as satisfied. In the morning, his morning runs no longer released all his energy, so he naturally had to do so at night. Tonight, you must sleep well and not make any noise, understand? Lin Qinghe warned Zhou Qingbai. Last night, the noise was a bit loud, and the eldest child almost woke up. In the cold winter, the eldest, second, and third children all came over to sleep here. You couldn't hold back and shouted, Zhou Qingbai said with a smile, looking at her. Lin Qinghe thought to herself, You're so deadly. How could I hold back? After a full meal, Lin Qinghe helped the eldest with his homework. The eldest said, Mom, I want to go to 3rd grade next year. 2nd grade is too easy. Sure, I'll ask your dad to take you when the time comes. After passing the teacher's test, you can go to 3rd grade, Lin Qinghe replied, very democratic. Thanks to her nightly tutoring, the eldest was already halfway through 3rd grade. The 2nd grade work was easy for him. He scored perfect on every exam this year, showing he had a good grasp of his studies. So, it's okay for the children to start 3rd grade. Right now, elementary school is 5 years long, not 6 yet. Dad, you heard what Mom said. Next year I will go to 3rd grade, said the eldest son to his father. Zhou Qingbai had no objections. He rarely intervened in his children's education. If they did something wrong, he would teach them. So it was settled that the eldest son would start 3rd grade next year. Lin Qinghe also had her own reasons for letting him go to 3rd grade early. Next year, the eldest will be 7 years old. Starting 3rd grade at 7 is a bit early, but as long as he can keep up, it's fine. Because the college entrance exam will be restored in the 7th year, which is now the year 1970, and next year will be 1971. They probably won't be able to take the first exam, but they can try in the 2nd or 3rd round. By then, the eldest will be around 14 or 15. If he gets into college, that's okay. She believed that her children, even at 14 or 15, would have strong self-care and independent skills. Mom, should I go to school now? Asked the 2nd child. He will be 5 after the new year. Wait until you're 6, said Lin Qinghe. Stay at home and learn a bit first. When the next year comes, you can go to school and try to skip a grade like your big brother. The 2nd child nodded at her words. After sending the 2nd child off, the 3rd child looked at her. Lin Qinghe smiled and said, The 3rd child is still young. Stay at home and spend more time with Mom. When you're older, I'll send you to school. I want a school bag, said the 3rd child. This little boy had been eyeing his older brother's school bag for a long time. Okay, when you start school, I'll make you a school bag, Lin Qinghe agreed. The third child was happy. The brothers played for a while and then went to sleep. They were similar in temperament. Once they decided to sleep, they fell asleep quickly. These three ungrateful little boys, Lin Qinghe muttered as she covered them with blankets. Honey, let's have another daughter, Zhou Qingba suddenly whispered, pulling her into his arms. Don't you dare. You're just destined to have sons, Lin Qinghe replied. Zhou Qingba smiled and pressed her down. Lin Qinghe nervously said, Stop messing around. You're always causing trouble. Are you afraid of losing your strength? Are you sure you're not joking? Zhou Qingbai smiled and then pressed his lips to hers. Before long, Lin Qinghe was feeling dizzy and overwhelmed. He's become more experienced now, and she's no match for him. Lin Qinghe only managed to say, Be gentle, before she ran out of words. That night, Zhou Qingbai naturally ate his fill again. The next morning, Lin Qinghe woke up after 8 a.m. She felt very grateful for her current life. It was simply too luxurious. After a simple breakfast, Lin Qinghe rode her bike to see Sister May. Now, she picks up meat from Sister May's house instead of going to the slaughterhouse because she finds the cold weather unpleasant and doesn't want to go there. Sister May doesn't want to lose this income. Now that she's retired, this is her main source of money. She told Lin Qinghe to come to her house to pick up the meat. Lin Qinghe naturally agreed. The amount of meat she picks up isn't much, sometimes 5 or 6 jin, sometimes only 2 or 3 jin. She doesn't make much money. But even earning just 7 or 8 yuan a month is very important to Sister May. Did you say when you'll go back? Lin Qinghe asked. Not yet. I'll let you know when I find a better place, Sister May nodded. She handed the meat to Lin Qinghe, who paid her at the same time. Sister May borrowed some money and said, Do you still want honey? My older brother from my family went into the mountains before the snow fell and brought back 2 jars. I haven't tried it myself, but I know you like it. Take them. Lin Qinghe's eyes lit up. I want both jars of honey, but I'll pay for them. Sister May, if you're not taking money, I won't accept them. I'll just buy some from the supply store. Sister May went inside and brought out 2 jars of honey. Don't be so polite. Just take them. It's paid for, Lin Qinghe said, pushing her bike out. She took the 2 jars of honey, paid Sister May, and rode away, slipping the money into her hand. She paid according to the price from the supply store. Although it wasn't cheap, Lin Qinghe thought that buying these 2 jars of wild honey was really worth it. A while ago, she bought a jar too, but only half of it was left now. Every night after finishing with Zhou Qingba, I have a drink. Well, even if we don't do anything, I still need to drink, so I consume it quickly. I took 2 jars of honey and some pork home. Now it's mid-December, and the last time we share meat this year will be on December 25th. But throughout the year, her family has never lacked meat. For example, after planting winter wheat last time, they shared a lot of meat, which lasted several days with different ways of eating. Lin Qinghe put the 2 jars of honey on the top shelf of the cabinet. The adults reached up and grabbed them, but the children couldn't see anything on the top shelf. I'll go out tomorrow to see if I can get some mutton, Zhou Qingba said when he saw her return. Okay, if there's any, get some lamb chops. I like those, Lin Qinghe replied quickly. Zhou Qingba nodded. As for his wife preparing meat, he didn't interfere much. He was a bit suspicious at first, but when she said she had a contact who sold meat directly, he understood why she came back so quickly. In fact, it all came down to trusting his wife. The next day, Zhou Qingba went out to buy some mutton and brought it back to eat. Lin Qinghe cooked mutton soup, adding only goji berries and red dates. The soup was especially fragrant. Of course, such good food couldn't be without Zhou's parents. She sent some over, and each of them had about a bowl, along with some small pieces of lamb. It was very delicious. Lamb is usually quite gamey, but Lin Qinghe knew how to cook it so that the soup had no strong smell, so the old couple really enjoyed it. The Zhou family has now divided into separate households. After Zhou Xiaomei returned home, Zhou's parents organized the division. Each family received 100 yuan, some furniture, and grain. The house and everything else were also divided thoroughly. But they still cooked in the kitchen, one family cooking after another. Zhou's parents cooked for themselves. For elder care, each quarter they give a certain amount of grain, and it's the turn of each family to contribute. The first day, everything must be clearly accounted for. This was agreed upon by Zhou Qingba and his brothers. Father Zhou and Mother Zhou were eating mutton soup and lamb. Their son, Zhou Er's wife's son, Zhou Xia, was very eager and asked his mother as soon as he returned, "Mom, when will we eat meat at home? There's only 10 days left until the meat is divided." "Don't worry. We'll make dumplings with meat then," she replied. Zhou Er was also very hungry and suggested, "Why don't we buy some meat now? Do you have a meat coupon?" she asked impatiently. In the countryside, people didn't have meat or food coupons like those in the city. "Old Fourth probably has some," Zhou Er said. "Old Fourth often ate meat, so he must have some coupons." "Even if he does, do you think Lin Qinghe would give you any?" she scoffed. "Are you planning to take Old Fourth's coupons for free?" Zhou Er looked surprised. He didn't want to take them for free. He just wanted to exchange money for the coupons. His wife seemed to think he could just take them without paying. "What do you mean by taking them for free?" "After Uncle Fourth retired, I believe he still brought some coupons home," she said angrily. "Even if he did, he probably used most of them now." His wife sewed a big quilt, so how many coupons could be left? "If you want some, I can ask him, but you'll have to pay for them," Zhou Er said.